Esteemed servant, you have diligently served in this palace for over a century, and I am aware that your days are numbered. Considering your unwavering dedication throughout these years, do you harbor any regrets before you embark on your final journey? I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes. In a pavilion by the ethereal lake, a graceful figure adorned in violet, resembling a celestial being, sat at a stone tea table. With one hand supporting her chin and her leg crossed elegantly, her tone exuded a languid charm. Before her, an elderly man clad in coarse linen, his hair grizzled and his frame frail, knelt on one knee. While his words were artfully spoken, the disdain in the violet-clad maiden's gaze towards him was unmistakable. Has it truly been a century? Time indeed shows no mercy, the old man murmured, his voice quivering slightly. In his sunken, weathered eyes, there flickered both a fear of death and a yearning for liberation. His name was Lin Mo, one among many who had traversed realms. Over 100 years ago, he had arrived in this realm of cultivation, yet his innate spiritual vein was woefully inadequate, rendering his potential for advancement dismal. Born into a destitute family, his parents, in desperation, had sold him to the initial sacred sect to serve as a menial worker. Upon his arrival at the initial sacred sect, Lin Mo faced bullying and oppression from fellow laborers. To survive, he had no choice but to work even harder. Fortunately, after several years of exemplary service, he caught the eye of the sect leader, Lu Zian, who appointed him to manage menial tasks in her personal quarters. Thus, a century passed. Logically, after a century of servitude, one would expect at least some recognition for their toil. While that may hold true elsewhere, this was the initial sacred sect, notorious across the Tianyuan continent as one of the most infamous demonic sects. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beams will be crooked. The disciples below engaged in schemes and deceit, willing to bully, oppress, betray, and backstab their fellow brethren for a mere fraction more of cultivation resources. As for Lu Zian, the sect leader, she had consistently regarded Lin Mo as nothing more than a servant, a mere tool for her whims. To put it bluntly, he was akin to a dog. Her sudden inquiry into Lin Mo's final wishes was merely a fleeting whim, or perhaps a diversion for her own amusement. After a century of witnessing her capricious nature, Lin Mo was all too aware of her character. Thus, he did not naively believe that this was an act of newfound benevolence from Lu Zian. Respected leader, I have been a part of the initial sacred sect since my youth, and my thoughts of my parents have long since faded. Now, as my life draws to a close, my only regret is that I still remain untouched by the bonds of love. His voice trembled with the weight of impending demise. I do not dare to harbor other aspirations. I only seek your grace in granting me a companion to share my final moments. Upon hearing this, Lu Zian burst into laughter. Ha, you old wretch, how pathetic you are to still contemplate such matters when death is imminent. Truly, all men are alike. I find it rather curious that, in your frail state, you still possess any semblance of ability in that regard. Lu Zian remarked with a cold laugh, her disdain palpable. Lin Mo remained silent. By all accounts, at over 110 years of age, he should have long lost any capacity for intimacy. However, this was the realm of cultivation. Although Lin Mo's innate talent for training was somewhat lacking, the meager spiritual energy he had accumulated over the century allowed him to maintain a semblance of vitality. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make such a request to Lu Zian. Very well, your lewd disposition does align with the character of our initial sacred sect. Out of my great benevolence, I shall grant you a young woman, she proclaimed. I am quite curious to see whether your frail body still retains any capability in that aspect. Do not disappoint me. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zian laughed gleefully, her interest evidently piqued. Thank you, Sectmaster. Lin Mo stammered, his body trembling like dry kindling with excitement. During his century in the initial sacred sect, Lin Mo had devoted all his energy to mere survival. Though he would no longer endure the bullying and oppression of other menial disciples upon entering Lu Zian's chambers, any slight imperfection in his duties could invoke her wrath. The punishments she imposed were far more terrifying than the torment he had faced from his peers. He vividly recalled an incident where, due to a poorly cleaned corner, Lu Zian had hung him on a pole to be scorched in the sun for 7 days and nights, nearly sending him to the underworld prematurely. His life had been a precarious tightrope, and more than once, he felt he might not reach the other side. Fortunately, he had a strong fate and managed to survive into his 110th year. For these reasons, Lin Mo had never so much as touched a girl's hand throughout his life. He held no great wishes, only a sense of embarrassment at the thought of departing this world as a virgin. It was merely human nature. Even those emperor-level cultivators, capable of shattering space and moving mountains, harbored such desires, how much more so for someone like Lin Mo, who had lived a life of servitude. I do not require your thanks, wretch. You ought to attend to your duties, Lu Zian commanded as she rose, her tone brooking no dissent. Remember, if you must die, do so outside. Do not soil my domain otherwise. I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Yes, sect master, this old servant shall remember, Lin Mo replied. Once Lu Zian had returned to her quarters, Lin Mo finally stood, trembling as he did so. A bitter smile, tinged with self-mockery, played at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "What a failure it is for a transmigrator to end up in such a state." In his youth, Lin Mo had harbored a deep resentment towards the initial sacred sect and the relentless Lu Zian who tormented him daily. He swore that one day he would rise and exact his revenge upon them all. Yet, reality is merciless. As one who scarcely qualifies as possessing even a mere spiritual vein, in a place like the initial sacred sect, teeming with beasts and where a benevolent soul is a rarity, he has expended all his energy merely to survive. As for revenge, that notion has become utterly preposterous. Now, with his lifespan drawing to a close, Lin Mo lacks the vigor to contemplate matters of vengeance. His foremost concern has shifted to how to bid farewell to this world with dignity and without regrets. With little time to ponder, he briefly composed himself. For the sake of Lu Zian, the young woman he promised to cherish, Lin Mo resumed his labors. In his youth, brimming with vitality, he could tidy Lu Zian's purple heavenly palace in merely a day or two. However, as the years have advanced and his energy waned, the time required to clean the palace has significantly increased. Now he needs at least 6 or 7 days to meticulously tend to Lu Zian's chamber. Before he knew it, 7 days had slipped by. After disposing of the last bag of refuse, Lin Mo finally restored the purple heavenly palace to its former cleanliness. Standing at the palace entrance, with his back to the fading glow of the sunset, a sense of incompleteness gnawed at Lin Mo's heart. Perhaps it was due to his advanced age, which dulled his senses. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled, where is the woman promised to me? Chapter 2. Is the master entertaining herself? For the past 7 days, Lu Zian had been immersed in her cultivation within the Zetian Palace, never stepping outside its confines. It seemed she had entirely disregarded the matters that were supposed to concern her that day. Who knows how long this demonic woman, Lu Zian, would continue her training. How dare she toy with me? She had promised to fulfill my dying wish and grant me a young woman as a reward. Yet here she was, sequestered in the Zetian Palace, unwilling to emerge. Based on past experiences, Lu Zian's retreats typically spanned at least 2 to 3 years. Lin Mo, with his time running short, could not afford to wait. He had contemplated confronting Lu Zian, but the thought of her ruthless methods instinctively made him recoil. Damn it! After a moment, Lin Mo cursed under his breath. I have little time left anyway. Why should I fear you? Having lived as a mere beast of burden and a target for scorn for a century, the pent-up negative emotions within him erupted like a volcano as he faced the imminent end of his life. If Lu Zian had not agreed to fulfill his dying wish, that would have been one thing. But since she had, she ought not to toy with him. Even the Buddha has his wrath, let alone someone who has endured a lifetime of grievances. Lin Mo understood that his impending visit could very well hasten his demise, but what did it matter? For an ordinary person, death represents the greatest threat. However, for one whose lifespan is nearly at its end and who has suffered for a lifetime, death is merely a form of liberation. Compared to death, Lin Mo feared more the idea of having lived over 100 years without ever asserting himself. As Lin Mo took his steps back into the Zetian Palace, the sun vanished beyond the horizon and night began to descend. Upon entering the grand hall of the Zetian Palace, a series of delicate yet incredibly alluring moans drifted towards him from the direction of the palace's bathing pool. Piercing through the stillness of the air, Lin Mo paused, recognizing the unmistakable voice of the demonic Lu Ziyan. Yet, the nature of these sounds was rather provocative, leading his thoughts astray. Could it be? In a flash, Lin Mo realized the truth. Having accompanied Lu Ziyan for 70 years, he was acutely aware that this female leader of the initial Saint sect practiced a technique known as the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Art. On one occasion, while tidying up the Zetian Palace, he had stumbled upon this knowledge among the books in her study. The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Art was an unorthodox cultivation method. The term Yin naturally referred to female practitioners, while Yang indicated male ones. Only through the union of Yin and Yang could the full potential of this technique be realized. Should Yin and Yang be out of harmony, the result would be akin to the moon on the first day of the month, imperfect. It was indeed perplexing that in a century spent within the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo had never witnessed Lu Ziyan bring back a partner. Nor had there been any news within the sect regarding her forming a union with a companion. Thus, the peculiar sounds at this moment stirred Lin Mo's curiosity. Could it be that Lu Ziyan recently found a partner? Or perhaps she was engaged in some craft work? How outrageous. Unconcerned for my well-being. She is here indulging herself in secret. Lin Mo, already in a state of agitation, suddenly entertained a remarkably audacious and transgressive thought. Having spent a century performing menial tasks at the Zetian Palace, he had come to understand Lu Ziyan's character quite well. To put it succinctly, Lu Ziyan was a person of lofty self-esteem and a reclusive nature. In her eyes, men were as repugnant as maggots in a sewer, which was the primary reason she had never formed a partnership over the years. During his 100 years as a servant, he once dared to steal a few glances at her, only to be promptly warned by Lu Ziyan. Do you wish to lose your eyes? Since that warning, whenever Lu Ziyan was present, Lin Mo would carefully lower his gaze while performing his duties, fearful that this fierce woman might suddenly go mad and actually gouge out his eyes, an outcome he deemed not worth the risk. Typically, he would never dare to entertain such a brazen thought. Yet now, finding himself utterly alone, teetering on the brink of death, what was there to fear? If he could catch a glimpse of Lu Ziyan's flawless form, akin to a work of art, it might just make it worthwhile. If not now, then when? With that resolve, and to avoid drawing Lu Ziyan's attention, Lin Mo stealthily approached the entrance of the bathing pool. Standing outside, the ethereal and intoxicating sounds of Lu Ziyan's moans resonated clearly, striking deep into his very soul. Taking a deep breath, the pounding of his heart echoed in his ears, a testament to his mounting anxiety. With a gulp, he swallowed hard. A fierce glint flashed in his sunken, aged eyes. He promptly extended a hand, as dry as kindling, to puncture a peephole in the paper covering the wall of the bathing area, and then cast his gaze inside. Within the pool, a hazy mist rose, and scattered red petals floated on the water's surface. Lu Ziyan leaned against the edge of the pool, her eyes tightly shut, her celestial visage adorned with an expression of profound melancholy. Above the water, her well-defined collarbone and flawless, snow-white skin, along with the curve that concealed her true form beneath the surface, struck a powerful blow to Lin Mo's visual senses, coupled with the enchanting sighs escaping her luscious lips, which seemed capable of ensnaring one's soul. Lin Mo felt his blood surge with even greater fervor. Merely glimpsing Lu Ziyan in such a bewitching state from outside the door provided an unspeakable impact on his senses and spirit. By my word, what a seductive enchantress! If only I could have an unforgettable encounter with her, it would be worth my demise. Lin Mo swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat as he quietly mused. In terms of cultivation and status, Lu Ziyan may not be considered among the elite across the Tianyuan continent. However, when it comes to beauty, physique, and grace, she undoubtedly belongs to the pinnacle of the realm. For any man, conquering such a woman would provide a sense of accomplishment that rivals that of conquering the world itself. Lin Mo gazed intently, captivated, his blood racing. Perhaps due to his deep immersion or perhaps because of his own low cultivation, Lu Ziyan, lost in her own world, remained oblivious to Lin Mo's furtive observation from outside the door. After a while, Lu Ziyan seemed to grow increasingly restless, no longer content with her self-sufficiency, and began to thrash about in the bath. Even the spiritual energy emanating from her began to grow chaotic. In her turmoil, Lu Ziyan was in great distress, gnashing her teeth in regret. I should never have practiced this Yin-Yang evil technique, though it has its strengths. How could I allow a filthy dog of a man to tarnish my pure and noble body? Lu Ziyan's beautiful eyes darkened. The Yin-Yang evil technique is indeed a top-tier method of wicked cultivation, yet its drawbacks are glaringly apparent. Without the aid of Yang energy to maintain the balance, it can only be deemed a rather mediocre practice. Furthermore, it may even produce adverse effects on the practitioner, as evidenced by Lu Xian's current plight. Initially, she believed that with her extraordinary talent and insight, she could refine the yin-yang evil technique and free herself from the dependence on yang energy. However, reality proved that she had underestimated the depth of this technique, or perhaps overestimated her own capabilities. Consequently, her desire to abandon it and pursue other methods has now become a cost too high for her to bear. Thus, Lu Xian found herself ensnared in a dilemma from which there seemed no escape. Look at you, wicked sorceress, reduced to this state. Lin Mo thought with a sense of schadenfreude as he watched Lu Xian struggle in the bath. After observing for so long, he found himself no longer satisfied with mere visual pleasure. How delightful it would be to humiliate this sorceress. Just the thought of it sent a thrill of anticipation through him. Suddenly, just as Lin Mo swallowed hard, the vigilant Lu Xian sensed something amiss in the bath. With a wave of her delicate hand, the door to the bath swung open. Lin Mo, clad in coarse hemp garments and emaciated like kindling, found his reflection in Lu Xian's enchanting gaze. Locking eyes with her, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, leaving him momentarily stunned, frozen in place. A singular thought flashed through his mind. It is over. My life is at an end. Is it you, you wretched creature? Upon discovering that the voyeur outside was Lin Mo, Lu Xian felt a surge of shame and fury, hastily draping a towel over her upper body. When she cast her gaze back at Lin Mo, it was laced with an icy, murderous intent. How dare you, a lowly servant, gaze upon this body of mine? I shall sever your meridians, strip away your filthy flesh, gouge out your eyes, and leave you to die nailed to a post, tormented by endless agony. Lu Xian clenched her silver teeth, her voice laced with anger. The wrath in her eyes was so immense it almost solidified. Lu Xian had always regarded all male cultivators as mere vermin. How could she tolerate a man tarnishing her purity? And to make matters worse, this particular individual was Lin Mo, whom she deemed lower than a dog. Her furious words jolted Lin Mo back to reality. Perhaps due to the psychological scars of the past century, when Lu Xian issued her death threat, he felt a chill run down his spine, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. But then he thought, I barely have a few days left to live. Should I fear your threats? Master, I have little time remaining. Do you truly believe I would still be afraid? After living in a daze for over 100 years, Lin Mo chose this moment to embrace his masculinity. He met Lu Xian's cold, breathtakingly beautiful gaze without fear and audaciously remarked, Your exquisite form is a treasure hidden here, squandered in solitude. Master, why not allow an old servant to assist you in your cultivation? Upon uttering these words, Lin Mo's heart began to pound violently once more. He had never dared to speak so boldly before Lu Xian. Seeking death, I shall crush you like a mere insect. For Lu Xian, killing Lin Mo was as simple as squashing an ant. Yet, as she summoned her internal energy to obliterate him, a sudden buzzing echoed in her mind, and the energy she had just gathered dissipated uncontrollably. At the same time, a profound emptiness, loneliness, and an intense yearning for male energy surged from the depths of her being, rendering her body weak and feeble in an instant. How could this be? Lu Xian pressed her hand to her forehead, her expression darkened, her heart filled with shock and fear. She could distinctly feel that overwhelming desire for male energy crashing against her reason like a tsunami. This was the malevolent influence of the yin-yang devil technique. Initially, Lu Xian could suppress this desire when she first began cultivating. However, as time passed, the lack of nourishing yang energy intensified her craving for it. Until this very moment, she could no longer rely on her reason to suppress this insatiable desire. This was also the reason for her apparent torment moments ago. She harbored a desire to eliminate Lin Mo, yet the malevolent yin-yang devil art, which had deprived her of the nourishing essence of yang energy for many years, compelled her, instilling within her an insatiable impulse to absorb Lin Mo's yang energy, even though the figure before her was but a decrepit old man. The truth was that the absence of yang energy sustenance had driven Lu Xian to the brink of madness. This transformation in Lu Xian left Lin Mo, who had resigned himself to his fate, utterly perplexed. Although he could not fathom the exact nature of Lu Xian's predicament, he discerned that, at this moment, she seemed unable to take his life. Otherwise, with her ruthless methods, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. This realization emboldened Lin Mo, prompting him to step closer to Lu Xian in the bath, proclaiming, Do you know how I have spent a century in the initial sacred sect, esteemed sect master? I shall refrain from elaborating. The pain I have endured is known only to me. My lifespan wanes, my days are numbered. and my sole dying wish is to have a young woman accompany me in my twilight years. You ought to grant me this. Yet, why do you hide here in meditation, disregarding my final wish? Is this the reason you, this vile creature, have appeared here? Lu Ziyan's eyes blazed with fury as she retorted, Halt, you insolent wretch. One more step forward, and you shall face eternal damnation. Eternal damnation? Lin Emo scoffed, unfazed by her threats, continuing to advance. For me, a century in the initial sacred sect has been the true eternal damnation. Having endured this abyss for over 100 years, how could I fear it again? Esteemed sect master, I comprehend your yearning for cultivation. Thus I do not demand that you bestow upon me a young woman. Allow me to assist you in your practice just once, and I shall consider it fulfillment of my dying wish. What say you? As he spoke, Lin Emo, with heavy steps, approached Lu Ziyan from behind. Chapter 4 Sect Master. This is merely a trivial compensation. Begone, you insufferable creature. Lu Ziyan chastised with an undeniable authority. Do you even take a moment to reflect on your own character? A toad aspiring to dine on swan meat? Utterly delusional. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall reduce you to dust. Under normal circumstances, Lin Emo would have been deeply offended by Lu Ziyan's humiliating words. However, in his current state of despair, he was indifferent to her insults. Instead, he yearned to humiliate Lu Ziyan in turn, seeking to avenge the indignities he had endured over the past century. Ha ha, Lin Emo laughed, unperturbed. Esteemed sect master, do you think I am unaware of my own worth? A toad that does not aspire to swan meat is no good toad at all. I understand your nature. Sect master, if you truly wished to kill me, I would have been reduced to ashes long ago. This must be due to the influence of the Yin Yang devil art. Is it not? Lu Ziyan gritted her teeth, her expression dark and filled with impotent rage. Indeed, as Lin Emo had said, had it not been for the malevolent influence of the Yin Yang evil technique, she would have crushed him long ago. How could she allow him to buzz around her like a pesky fly? Suddenly, Lin Emo crouched down, his gaze fixated on Lu Ziyan's delicate, porcelain-like shoulder. Clicking his tongue in admiration, such exquisite beauty, it would be a shame for another man to enjoy you. Why not let it be me? No sooner had Lin Emo spoken than Lu Ziyan felt his hand resting upon her shoulder, making intimate contact with her smooth, taut skin. In that instant, a surge of electricity coursed through her, striking from her feet to the crown of her head. Her body trembled involuntarily, sending signals of desire. Yet, her rationality clung fiercely to its last bastion. To her, Lin Emo was akin to a rat from the sewers. How could someone of her stature permit such filth to tarnish her? Remove your filthy hands from this palace, you dog. Lu Ziyan's body quivered, her voice seething with barely contained fury. Or else. Yet, such a reaction only delighted Lin Emo, who completely disregarded her warning. He had touched her, and she had offered nothing more than a threat devoid of any real menace. Clearly, the Yin Yang evil technique had a profound effect on her. The thought quickened his breath. Emboldened, Lin Emo pressed on, his audacity growing. With a withered hand, he lifted Lu Ziyan's chin, locking eyes with her. At that moment, her stunning face revealed a tempest of emotions: panic, fury, humiliation, and a chilling, murderous intent. Lin Emo shrugged, mockingly stating, Headmaster, did you not wish to ascertain whether this old servant still possesses certain abilities? Why not verify for yourself? What would transpire afterward mattered little to him. He recognized that this might be his sole opportunity to humiliate Lu Ziyan. If he could indeed bring her to shame and satiate his desires, then even death would hold no fear for him. You wretched scoundrel, I command you to leave at once, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, Lu Ziyan glared at him, her voice rising to a near hysterical pitch. Once I regain my strength, I shall make you wish for death. In the end, it is but death, something I have long since cast aside. Lin Emo replied coldly, a glint of malice surfacing in his sunken eyes. For a century, I have served as your menial, while you have humiliated, tormented, and abused me for a century. This is merely a small recompense for my suffering. The more Lu Ziyan cursed and threatened him, the more madness brewed within Lin Emo suddenly. Lin Emo reached out and removed the bath towel that concealed Lu Ziyan's figure, revealing a breathtaking chasm hidden beneath the water's surface, which severely impacted Lin Emo's visual senses. Lu Ziyan's heart trembled. Feeling both shame and anger, she raised her hand, intending to strike Lin Emo into oblivion. However, at this moment, her reason, nearly overwhelmed by desire, rendered her incapable of wielding any spiritual power. With a splash, Lin Emo unexpectedly leaped into the bath, fixating on Lu Ziyan's exquisite form. Partially submerged in the water, and the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him. Having never even held a girl's hand in his life, Lin Mo was utterly unable to contain himself. His dry palms reached out, wrapping around Lu Xian's slender waist, which was barely within his grasp. A soft moan escaped Lu Xian's lips, and the surging desire finally seized her reason entirely. Her eyes glazed over, and the delicate flush of her beautiful face was tantalizingly close. Lin Mo, filled with excitement, felt his voice quiver. "Sect Master, it must be difficult to cultivate alone. Allow me to assist you." Enveloped by desire, Lu Xian gently nodded, extending her fair hand to embrace Lin Mo in return. In that moment, the temperature in the bath soared, and the rising steam rendered the entire space hazy and indistinct. The oppressed Lin Mo, who had endured for a century, engaged in a frenzied entanglement with Lu Xian, whose desire surged due to the influence of yin-yang demonic arts. During their entanglement, Lu Xian greedily absorbed the yang energy from Lin Mo. As she replenished her energy, her cultivation, which had stagnated for decades, began to stir. For Lin Mo, although his yang energy was continuously siphoned by Lu Xian, his relatively low cultivation level meant that the faint yin energy emanating from her was also nurturing his fragile body, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. As night turned to dawn, the first light of daybreak announced the arrival of a new day, awakening all things. In the bath, Lu Xian had donned a resplendent purple garment that exuded elegance and nobility. A rosy hue graced her enchanting face, and the aura she radiated was several times stronger than before. However, her beautiful eyes remained as cold as ancient ice, gazing at Lin Mo, who sat slumped against the wall, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her gaze. Lin Mo, seated by the wall, bore a weary yet satisfied smile, a sense of relief washing over him. "Sect Master, to have encountered you, I can leave this world without regret. Do as you will." Chapter 5. Truly the most poisonous of women's hearts. Last night, Lin Mo had arrived with a resolute acceptance of his impending demise. Moreover, with her understanding of Lu Xian, Lin Mo harbored no illusions regarding this female tyrant. Even if Lu Xian spared his life, Lin Mo had little time left to live. Coupled with the unforgettable night he shared with her, Lin Mo felt that his journey through time had been devoid of regrets. "You filthy wretch, tarnishing my dignity. Do you truly believe that you can attain liberation so easily?" Lu Xian's icy gaze flickered momentarily as she spoke coldly, though she was reluctant to admit it. For reasons unknown, Lu Xian found that Lin Mo, at that moment, was not as utterly detestable as she had previously thought. Just the night before, she had sworn to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Recalling that experience, Lu Xian wished fervently to have slain Lin Mo on the spot. Lin Mo was merely a lowly servant of the first sacred sect, his status inferior even to that of a dog, while she, on the other hand, was a powerful and esteemed leader of the sect. If word of her being sullied by Lin Mo were to spread, her reputation and image would undoubtedly be shattered. Yet, the passionate night they shared had awakened a taste for pleasure within her. Despite Lin Mo being a man on the brink of death, he exhibited a remarkable vigor that perhaps stemmed from a lifetime of pent-up energy. She had always looked down upon all male cultivators, preferring her own company to allowing a filthy man to defile her body. However, Lin Mo had indeed shown her that the joy a man could bring was far beyond what her own fingers could offer. More importantly, the shackles that had constrained her for decades, akin to the chastity she had guarded for centuries, were shattered in a single night. She had decisively broken through the bottleneck of the perfected transformation stage and entered the realm of the void refinement stage. This was the greatest gain Lu Xian had achieved the previous night. Had it not been for Lin Mo's audacious act before his demise, she might never have realized the significance and necessity of the harmonious balance of yin and yang in her demonic cultivation. To break through the transformation stage and ascend to the void refinement stage, she might have needed another century or two. She would also remain oblivious to the fact that men were, in essence, the greatest tonic for women. This, too, elucidated why humanity was divided into two genders. However, if one were to ponder the primary reason behind Lu Xian's hesitation regarding whether to kill Lin Mo, it would ultimately lead back to the yin-yang demonic art. This technique was conceived by an ancient malevolent cultivator and his partner, who, in an attempt to prevent her husband from straying, modified the art so that it only recognized the first absorbed yang or yin energy. In other words, if Lu Xian wished to continue her practice of the yin-yang demonic art, she could only enhance her cultivation through the harmonious union with Lin Mo. Any other man would yield no results. Yet, Lin Mo's decrepit appearance did indeed evoke a sense of revulsion within her. As for the question of Lin Mo's impending demise, it might be a concern for him, but for her, it was of no consequence whatsoever. A single life-extending elixir could grant Lin Mo an additional 3 to 5 years of existence. Yet, for one of his cultivation level, what could such a span truly achieve? Ultimately, it is imperative for Lin Mo to elevate his own cultivation to genuinely augment his lifespan. In pursuit of refinement, I might indeed afford this wretched soul a singular opportunity. Yet, should he dare overstep his bounds once more, I shall not hesitate to employ even the most exorbitant means to shift to other techniques, ensuring that he faces the direst consequences. As these thoughts traversed her mind, Lin Mo's deep, gravelly, yet numb voice resonated. Master, my life has been one of torment at your hands. My frail body can no longer endure such suffering. If you seek vengeance, it would be far simpler to reduce me to powder. To inflict further torment upon me would likely not yield the satisfaction you desire. Humph. Did I ever declare my intent to slay you? Lu Ziyan retorted with a cold smile, her delicate hand gesturing to summon a jade scroll and a storage ring, which materialized before Lin Mo. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Mo gazed up at Lu Ziyan, confusion etched across his face. What could this mean? This is the Yang volume of the Yin Yang evil arts. Take it and cultivate. Whether you succeed hinges upon your own comprehension, old servant. Within the storage ring, you will find some resources for cultivation, including a life-extending elixir to grant you an additional 3 to 5 years. We shall see if you, a mere lump of clay, can rise to the occasion. Lu Ziyan commanded imperiously. For a moment, Lin Mo found himself at a loss, bewildered by Lu Ziyan's unexpected gesture. Hadn't she been clamoring for his demise just the night prior? What was this sudden shift? Wait, something felt amiss. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed dangerously. Based on his understanding of Lu Ziyan, she could not possibly harbor such benevolence. He was far from naive enough to believe that her affections had blossomed simply because they had shared a bed the previous night. Perhaps this ruthless woman was concocting some devious scheme. It was entirely plausible that Lu Ziyan intended for him to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, extending his lifespan, only to subsequently torment him further once his health improved. Indeed, such a scenario seemed highly probable. How fitting it was that the heart of a woman could be so cruel. Having unraveled this intricate web, Lin Mo smiled wryly and rejected her offer. What if I decline, master? I have no ties left to this world. I implore you to grant me a swift end. You have no room to refuse, Lu Ziyan declared, looking down upon Lin Mo with an air of authority. Should you remain uncooperative, I shall ensure you become compliant. At her words, Lin Mo involuntarily shuddered. Truly, she embodied the ruthless woman of his recollections. When driven to madness, she would resort to any means necessary. For instance, imprisoning him, forcibly administering the life-extending elixir, and subjecting him to an array of medicinal concoctions to restore his health, only to commence his torment thereafter. At that point, he might find existence more unbearable than death itself. Left with no choice, Lin Mo donned a mask of indifference, numbly retrieving the jade scroll and storage ring. Begone! With a sharp reprimand from Lu Ziyan, Lin Mo departed with heavy steps. How absurd! If they want me to cultivate, shouldn't they first enhance my spiritual veins? With my pathetic excuse for a spiritual vein, how could I possibly practice the Yin Yang evil arts? After exiting the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo muttered to himself. Chapter 6. The Pure Yang Body. Miracles favor the downtrodden. Spiritual veins form the foundation of cultivation. The higher the grade of one's spiritual vein, the swifter the absorption of heavenly spiritual energy, and naturally, the faster the cultivation progresses. Spiritual veins are categorized into 10 grades, from the 1st to the 9th, and the divine grade above the 9th. However, Lin Mo possesses merely half of a spiritual vein, barely qualifying as a first-grade vein. This is the primary reason why his parents sold him to Chusheng sect as a menial worker. The number of spiritual veins one possesses is typically innate, though there are methods to augment their quantity through acquired means. Yet, the costs are exorbitant and the conditions exceedingly stringent, making such options unavailable to the average person. Even if Lu Ziyan were willing to invest heavily to enhance Lin Mo's spiritual vein grade, his inherent limitations, coupled with his age, would render any improvement negligible and perhaps even unfeasible. Thus, it is also why Lin Mo is reluctant to pursue further cultivation. He simply cannot fathom the logic of this fierce woman. Why can she not grant him a swift resolution? In the past, when he was consumed by fear for his life, he had to tread carefully, exhausting all his energy just to survive in the Chusheng sect. now desiring death. Lu Ziyan refuses to end his life. Who can he turn to for reasoning? With a perplexed mind, Lin Mo returned to his humble abode, a small wooden house situated on the grassy area to the right of the Zetian Palace entrance. The cabin, modest in size at around 10 square meters, contained all the necessary living amenities. At that moment, as the sun began to rise, standing on the grass before his wooden dwelling, Lin Mo felt a warm sensation within and suddenly harbored a flicker of hope to continue living. If this flickering candle of mine, swaying in the wind, could once again radiate a fierce glow, it would indeed be a blessing. Alas, miracles do not favor those who suffer. With a soft sigh, Lin Mo, burdened by his weary body, returned to the wooden house. He unfurled the Yinyang evil arts manual bestowed upon him by Lu Ziyan, revealing rows of profound and obscure characters and illustrations. The text detailed the methods of cultivation, precautions, and the associated benefits and drawbacks of the Yinyang evil arts. Strangely, despite his inadequate spiritual vein and lack of comprehension, Lin Mo found himself capable of understanding this elite forbidden technique without hindrance. What is happening? Is this truly something I can comprehend? Lin Mo was astonished, seemingly realizing something. He focused his mind and began to probe the spiritual veins within him. Yet, nothing occurred that deviated from Lin Mo's expectations. Within him, only half of the spiritual meridian remained, and his cultivation still lingered at the second level of the Qi refinement stage. However, wait. Although there was no change in the spiritual meridian, Lin Mo discovered that the yang energy within him was remarkably vigorous. Not only that, but his meridians and bones subtly emanated a heat akin to that of the sun, coupled with his innate talent for cultivation. He astonishingly grasped the esoteric methods of the Yinyang demonic arts. Lin Mo arrived at a bold and exhilarating conclusion. Could it be that I have awakened the pure yang sacred body? Suddenly, Lin Mo opened his eyes, and those murky orbs, which had weathered the passage of time, became significantly clearer at that moment. Overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembled slightly. For the past century, due to the inadequacy of his spiritual meridian, Lin Mo had not devoted much time to cultivation. Instead, he had perused numerous texts. It is no exaggeration to say that he had read nearly all the countless volumes in Lu Ziyan's study. Among them was a book detailing various special physiques found in the Tianyuan continent. According to the tome, there exists a rare physique known as the pure yang sacred body, characterized by its utmost yang and rigidity. This latent special physique could only be activated under specific and intense exposure to yin energy, with an astoundingly low probability of less than 1 in a billion. The odds of being struck by lightning while strolling on a sunlit street are far greater. Now it made sense why I could withstand an entire night battling the female demon without being utterly drained. It seems I inadvertently activated the pure yang body during my struggle with Lu Ziyan. This revelation was no longer puzzling. Ha ha ha. The heavens are indeed watchful. Lin Mo's pupils widened as he erupted into a near-manic laughter, unabashedly revealing the exhilaration and joy within him. Just moments ago, he had lamented that miracles do not favor the unfortunate, yet the tide had turned so swiftly. Moreover, according to the text, the pure yang sacred body not only boasts a terrifyingly rapid cultivation speed akin to a dragon drawing water, but also possesses unparalleled talent and comprehension. Furthermore, for men, there exists a most vital attribute, superb charisma. Regardless of whether one is a pure and virtuous saintess, a vain green tea girl, or a proud and fierce woman like Lu Ziyan, none can escape the irresistible allure of the pure yang sacred body. Regaining his focus, Lin Mo, who had previously felt detached from the world, reignited his desire to continue living with the pure yang sacred body. The prospect of this salted fish turning over was no longer mere fantasy. Without further delay, Lin Mo immersed himself in comprehending the yang scroll of the Yinyang demonic arts bestowed upon him by Lu Ziyan. With the extraordinary comprehension granted by the pure yang sacred body, the once obscure and profound techniques of the Yinyang demonic arts appeared to him as a broad and luminous thoroughfare. According to the cultivation method described in the scroll, Lin Mo managed to initially master the yang volume of the Yinyang evil demon technique within just a few days. This technique can be likened to the foundation of a house. The sturdier the foundation, the larger and taller the house can be built. Similarly, the higher the grade of the technique, the greater the spiritual energy one can contain at the same realm compared to those who have practiced inferior techniques. Thus, being an elite technique, Lin Mo naturally was not overly concerned about whether it was indeed a method of evil cultivation. However, Just as he intended to put away the yang volume of the yin-yang evil demon technique, Lin Mo discovered a line of hidden text at the end of the scroll. Out of curiosity, he probed his consciousness back into the Jade Scroll. An ancient voice immediately resonated in Lin Mo's ears. Congratulations, future practitioners of this technique. You have fallen into a trap. Lin Mo's eyes widened in confusion. What could that mean? I am the founder of the yin-yang evil demon technique, the Evil Demon Emperor. This technique is the world's leading dual cultivation method, coveted by countless evil cultivators across the continent. However, due to pressure from my partner, I was compelled to make some minor modifications. Practitioners of this technique will find that the yin-yang evil demon technique will bind to the yin or yang energy of their first dual cultivation partner. If one later changes partners and absorbs different yin or yang energy, it will invoke a backlash from the technique. The consequences could range from a drop in realm and significant loss of cultivation to severe damage to one's foundation, leaving irreversible harm that makes future progress exceedingly difficult. Chapter 7. Am I actually the alchemical furnace of the sect leader? Breakthrough. Lin Mo was taken aback. Is this truly what one would call a minor modification? Could it possibly be more treacherous? Had he known it would be this perilous, he would not have been so eager to cultivate the yin-yang evil demon technique. Therefore, future practitioners of this technique must carefully choose their dual cultivation partners. Do not blame me for the lack of warning. If you possess the rare pure yang sacred body, consider my words as mere nonsense. Fortunately, Lin Mo's heart, which had been in suspense, finally found solace after hearing the last part. Had they mentioned that the pure yang sacred body would be unaffected, it would have spared him much unnecessary worry. He finally understood why the fierce Lu Ziyan had refrained from killing him. Since the yang volume would bind to the yin energy of the first dual cultivation partner, the same must apply to the yin volume. If Lu Ziyan wished to continue cultivating the yin-yang evil demon technique and ascend to higher realms, she could not eliminate him. No wonder, after their encounter, Lu Ziyan not only provided him with the cultivation method for the yang volume, but also gifted him life-prolonging pills and resources for cultivation. It seems she intended to use him as a long-term alchemical furnace. If the partner in question were Lu Ziyan, Lin Mo could reluctantly accept it. Not to mention, Lu Ziyan's figure and beauty were indeed remarkable. Plus, having activated the pure yang sacred body, he had no worries about being drained by Lu Ziyan. Once Lin Mo commenced his cultivation, it would become ambiguous who would regard whom as a furnace for refining. However, before that moment arrives, I must endure a while longer. Although Lu Ziyan has bound herself to my yang energy, it does not imply that I can recklessly act without restraint in her presence. Should I provoke her ire? She would undoubtedly eliminate me on the spot, even at the cost of switching to other cultivation methods. Nevertheless, at the very least, I need not grovel as I once did, seeking survival in the crevices of existence. As long as I steer clear of Lu Ziyan's bottom line and refrain from making excessive demands, she is likely to turn a blind eye. For now, I should focus on enhancing my cultivation. Yet, prior to commencing my formal training, I must first consume a life-prolonging pill. Lin Mo estimated that he had no more than half a month's lifespan remaining. Even with the blessings of the pure yang sacred body and the yin-yang evil devil technique, it is clear that I cannot ascend from the second level of qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage in such a short span. Only by reaching the foundation establishment stage can my mortal body transcend the limits of its lifespan. From the storage ring gifted by Lu Ziyan, he retrieved a life-prolonging pill the size of a longan. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The pill had a somewhat bitter taste, but dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. The medicinal effects coursed down his throat, and within moments, Lin Mo could distinctly feel a vibrant energy spreading throughout his body. In no time, his once cloudy eyes cleared significantly. His skin, marked by the passage of time and resembling a withered flower, appeared to have reversed the ravages of time, becoming slightly more taut. Furthermore, Lin Mo distinctly sensed a resurgence of vitality, rejuvenating his previously dwindling energy. Truly miraculous, as he marveled at the profound transformations occurring within his body, which had been on the brink of death. Lin Mo could finally comprehend why a life-prolonging pill of modest rank could command such a high price. Spirit stones are but external possessions, yet for one on the verge of exhaustion, time is indeed an invaluable treasure. Just like Lin Mo now, with only a scant half-month of life left. Without the life-prolonging pill, what would activating the pure yang sacred body amount to? Merely a fleeting dream. A moment of false hope. Regaining his focus, Lin Mo withdrew 10 spirit stones from the storage ring and entered a state of cultivation. Lu Ziyan had been exceedingly considerate. Within the storage ring, there were even several pills designed to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. However, for Lin Mo at this moment, they were superfluous. Compared to the time when he possessed only half a spiritual vein, after activating the pure yang sacred body, Lin Mo's speed of absorbing spiritual energy had not merely undergone a qualitative leap. It soared like a young calf in a rocket, propelling him skyward. A continuous stream of pure spiritual energy flowed through his nostrils and entered his body through countless pores. After traversing numerous meridians, it ultimately converged in the Dantian. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had traversed this world for over 110 years, finally experienced the exhilarating sensation of enhanced strength brought forth by cultivation. Thus, the passage of half a month felt like a fleeting moment. With the endowment of the pure yang sacred body and the yin-yang evil technique, coupled with an ample supply of spirit stones for cultivation, Lin Mo transitioned from the second level of qi refinement to the third level in this brief span of time. Such rapid progress was undeniably remarkable. In the past century, although Lin Mo had not frequently cultivated, the cumulative time he had dedicated to it amounted to at least 7 or 8 years. Yet, this had only allowed him to advance from the first level to the second level of qi refinement. Now, however, he had achieved a breakthrough to the third level in merely half a month. Compared to his previous breakthrough, the time required for this advancement had been reduced by more than 100-fold. Indeed, this is the marvel of the pure yang sacred body. The reason Lin Mo ceased his cultivation at the third level was due to a knock at the door. Under normal circumstances, Lin Mo would have completed his tragic life by now. Thus, the management of all miscellaneous disciples at the initial sacred sect sent someone to retrieve his body. To avoid staining the place of the sect leader, Lu Zian. Since this involved the sect leader, the individual dispatched to collect Lin Mo's remains was Zhao Donghai, the head of the miscellaneous department's rebirth hall. However, upon seeing Lin Mo still alive and seated at the edge of his bed, exuding a remarkable vitality, Zhao Donghai found himself momentarily frozen in place, as did the two miscellaneous disciples accompanying him. Was it not said that Lin Mo had already passed away? What was happening here? Director Zhao? What brings you here on such a windy day? Lin Mo rose, a numb smile etched upon his aged face. He understood Zhao Donghai's purpose, but feigned ignorance at that moment. The personnel from the rebirth hall were not there to collect his remains, surely. They were not there to discuss life aspirations with him. Zhao Donghai, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "According to the personnel records in the miscellaneous department, you should have already passed away. I did not expect you to appear so radiant. It seems you may have a bit more time left, Lin Mo. Perhaps it is the heavens showing mercy on this old man." Allowing me to contribute one last effort for the sect leader, Lin Mo replied. "That is unnecessary," Zhao Donghai interjected firmly. "The upper management has already appointed others to oversee the miscellaneous affairs of the Zetian Palace. Since you still have some time left in this old body of yours, return to the miscellaneous department and enjoy your twilight years. You have devoted your life to the initial sacred sect. The department will not neglect you. In the future, I will ensure a dignified departure for you from this world." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled in an indescribable manner. He inquired sharply, "Supervisor Zhao, when you refer to the future, do you mean tomorrow or the day after?" Lin Mo harbored no doubts. Once he departed from the Zetian Palace and returned to the disciplinary division, it would not be long, at most 2 days, before he would succumb to a tragic fate. Stabbed in the back by 8 blades, Zhao Donghai, abandoning all pretense, mockingly retorted, "You're clearly on the verge of the grave, yet your mind remains remarkably sharp. Lacking both the talent for cultivation and the vigor to fulfill your duties in the disciplinary division, what value do you hold for the initial sacred sect? I am merely offering you a dignified opportunity. Should you prove ungrateful, I shall ensure your dignity is preserved in a different manner." The disciplinary division is the lowest-ranking department within the initial sacred sect, yet even among the ranks of the disciplinary division, there exists a hierarchy of disdain. Generally speaking, the position of a designated servant in the Zetian Palace is regarded as the most comfortable role available. Why is that? While Lu Zian may be somewhat strict, at least you are spared the bullying and oppression often inflicted by senior members of the disciplinary division, and you enjoy a relative freedom during your leisure time. Additionally, the most crucial aspect is the prestige that comes with the position. Once one departs from the role of a designated servant in the Zetian Palace, they can expect a smooth ascent within the disciplinary division. Aside from the designated servants of the Zetian Palace, other servant disciples, especially newcomers, are burdened with the most arduous and menial tasks, all while enduring the harassment and oppression from their seniors. Lin Mo, having spent his early years as a fledgling servant disciple in the initial sacred sect, is acutely aware of this reality. Even after becoming seasoned, he still grapples with internal strife within the disciplinary division. Anyone lacking cunning or who is overly rigid is likely to face a grim fate. Thus, the position of a designated servant in the Zetian Palace is coveted by numerous servant disciples. Initially, Lin Mo, devoid of background or connections, ascended to this esteemed position solely due to Lu Xian's personal endorsement. Frustrated by the repeated failures of other designated servants sent from the disciplinary division to the Zetian Palace, Lu Xian, in a fit of rage, punished the disciplinary division while personally selecting a capable servant, who happened to be Lin Mo. Lin Mo has diligently served in this capacity for a century, transforming from an ambitious youth into a frail elder with graying hair. Now, as his lifespan wanes, those in charge of the disciplinary division are eager to replace him with their own appointee. Should Lin Mo refuse to cooperate, they have ample means to enforce their will. After all, Lin Mo is indeed aging and his time is short. Even Lu Xian would not intervene at this stage. Although the initial sacred sect is a sect of dark sorcery, there exists a formal decree prohibiting internal slaughter among comrades, at least not overtly. However, if he returns to the disciplinary division, they possess numerous strategies to ensure Lin Mo's demise, allowing him to vanish from this world without a trace. As a seasoned veteran, Lin Mo is fully aware of this grim reality. Thus, he could never return to the servants' department with Zhao Donghai. By the time Lu Xian realized the situation, even if she wished to rescue him, he would likely have already reported to the King of Hell. Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon Zhao Donghai's eyes and retorted, "Director Zhao, what you say to me is of no consequence. I may accept the personnel arrangements of the servants' department and enjoy my twilight years there, yet it seems you, as the supervisor of the Hall of Rebirth, lack the authority to make such personnel changes." He continued, "If you wish for me to vacate this position to return to the servants' department, let the person in charge come to me." Zhao Donghai scoffed, "You old fool. It appears you have completely misunderstood your own worth. Do you really think you are worthy of having the person in charge come personally?" Lin Mo, being a mere nobody without connections or background, could not possibly have enjoyed such a comfortable existence in the position of a servant at the Purple Heaven Palace for so many years without his exceptional work. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Donghai signaled the two accompanying servant disciples to forcibly carry Lin Mo away. Lin Mo raised a hand, interrupting the actions of the two disciples, and leisurely remarked, "Director Zhao, this is the entrance to the Purple Heaven Palace. Should you dare to act recklessly, consider whether you can withstand the wrath of the sect master." All 100,000 disciples of the initial sacred sect are well aware that the sect master detests disturbances during her cultivation. "My life is of little consequence, but you, as the supervisor of the Hall of Rebirth, hold a life and future far more precious than mine." "Very well, then." Lin Mo's words brought Zhao Donghai, who had been a bit impetuous, back to his senses. Upon reflection, he realized that it was unnecessary to create such a commotion at the entrance of the Purple Heaven Palace for the sake of a dying man. "Stay here quietly, old fool," Zhao Donghai said with a cold, sinister glare. Once back at the servants' department, he had ample means and strength to deal with Lin Mo. Although the Hall of Rebirth did not possess the authority for personnel changes in the servants' department, Zhao Donghai nonetheless held the title of supervisor of the Hall of Rebirth. How could he tolerate the provocation of someone as lowly as Lin Mo? Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. "My health is poor, so I must decline to see you off." Director Zhao. After sending Zhao Donghai and his associates away, Lin Mo touched his nose and chuckled, "Just a mere supervisor of the Hall of Rebirth under the servants' department. One might think you were of some significance. Indeed, the saying goes, the King of Hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are troublesome," perfectly encapsulating the nature of Zhao Donghai. In the grand scheme of the initial sacred sect, Zhao Donghai's status was not much higher than that of the lowly servant disciples. That being said, Lin Mo still needed to devise a solution to this predicament. Were it not for the life-prolonging elixir, he would have already departed from this world. Hence, the servants' department had arranged for a replacement servant disciple to take over his position in advance. Chapter 9. Servants lack wisdom, forever suffer abuse. Lin Mo had initially considered seeking Lu Xian's intervention, but upon further reflection, he deemed it implausible. Lu Xian might step forward to assist him, yet the likelihood of her intervention remained slim. Perhaps that formidable woman is observing from within the Zetian Palace, having witnessed the recent events unfold right beneath her nose. However, Up to this moment, she has offered no response, indicating her disinterest in the matter. Alternatively, she may be inclined to observe how Lin Mo navigates the current predicament on his own. Whether or not Lin Mo accepts the position of a mere servant within the Zetian Palace is of little consequence to him. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that once he returns to the servant department, he is bound to face dire consequences. Damn it. If only he had reached the foundation establishment stage, this would not be such a bother. The servant department is essentially a congregation of the inept. Anyone possessing even a modicum of cultivation talent would hardly be assigned to serve as a mere disciple there. Even the overseer of the department barely possesses the initial stage of foundation establishment. The recent individual, Zhao Donghai, who oversees the Department of Rebirth, is merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yet, for Lin Mo at this moment, they remain formidable adversaries. Suddenly, Lin Mo experienced a moment of clarity. Servants lack intellect, and thus are destined to be bullied throughout their lives. Given his current cultivation level, he would undoubtedly struggle under the authority of the department's overseer. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Lin Mo is merely a helpless fish on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter. His greatest advantage presently lies in serving under the sect leader Lu Ziyan, accompanied by his tenure. Having spent over a century within the initial sacred sect, he dares not speak of its deeper secrets. At the very least, he is acutely aware of the unsavory affairs that transpire in the servant department. Consequently, Lin Mo hastened back to his quarters, retrieving paper and ink, and began to write with fervor. Approximately 2 hours later, a letter of accusation was completed. Upon exiting the wooden cabin and gazing at the gates of the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo found himself in a quandary. The pressing issue now was how to deliver the letter to Lu Ziyan. When not on duty, it is against the rules for a servant like Lin Mo to enter or exit the Zetian Palace freely. Old man Lin, it seems you have regained a considerable amount of vigor during our time apart. Just as Lin Mo was at a loss, a graceful figure, adorned in shades of blue and white and exuding a captivating fragrance, approached the Zetian Palace. It was a girl of approximately 18 years, her youthful, exquisite visage graced with an innocent, radiant smile. Her long, flowing hair was tied into a high ponytail, cascading like a waterfall down to her calves. Su Yu, the saintess of the initial sacred sect, is also Lu Ziyan's direct disciple. At the tender age of 18, she has already achieved the late stage of foundation establishment. Such an astonishing talent is truly rare, akin to a dragon among men. The appearance of Su Yu brought Lin Mo immense joy. Despite their disparate statuses, Su Yu's approachable demeanor allowed Lin Mo to engage in conversation with this esteemed saintess on several occasions. Upon encountering Lin Mo earlier, it was only natural for her to initiate a greeting. He hastily performed a respectful bow, addressing her with the utmost reverence. This humble servant greets the saintess. According to customary etiquette, Lin Mo, being merely a menial worker, should kneel before the esteemed saintess Su Yu. However, Su Yu seemed to prefer a less formal salutation, allowing Lin Mo to simply bow and exchange pleasantries after their few encounters. Was the saintess here to see the sect leader? Although it felt somewhat redundant to inquire, Lin Mo felt compelled to ask, is something amiss? Higi, nothing of great significance. Merely a matter that requires the saintess's assistance in delivering an item to the sect leader. What item? I happen to be visiting my master. You may hand it over. Lin Mo, not daring to delay, promptly presented the report letter to Su Yu. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, old man Lin. Without glancing at the contents of the letter, Su Yu accepted it and turned to enter the Zetian Palace. Once within the courtyard of the Zetian Palace, Su Yu finally unfolded Lin Mo's report letter to peruse its contents. A report against the steward of the menial department, Lu Mingtong? How intriguing. This surely warrants submission to Lu Ziyan. A subtle smile graced Su Yu's lips, and a glint of mischief sparkled in her bright silver eyes. In an instant, her expression returned to normal. Furrowing her brows slightly, she pondered, how peculiar. Why did I suddenly find Lin Mo rather handsome? I have never thought of him that way before. What could possibly be the cause of this? Confounded, Su Yu was at a loss. Returning to his quarters, Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. Once the report letter reached Lu Ziyan, he doubted she would disregard it. The internal affairs of the initial sacred sect were rife with unsavory practices, such as the higher-ups of various departments exploiting their positions for personal gain or engaging in corruption. Such incidents were all too common, yet everyone seemed to tacitly agree to remain silent about them. As long as these matters were kept under wraps, Lu Ziyan would merely turn a blind eye. It was impossible to eradicate these issues entirely. Lu Ziyan, as the sect leader, was well aware of this reality. As long as the operations of the initial sacred sect were conducted efficiently in exchange for monetary compensation, she would not delve too deeply into the details. However, if someone were to bring these matters to light, what were once insignificant issues could become monumental. Moreover, considering it was merely the menial department, even if it faced scrutiny, it would have little impact on the initial sacred sect. At worst, they could simply appoint another steward. In the Zetian Palace, within the study, Lu Zian reclined languidly on a soft couch, her delicate hand propping up her temple, the hem of her violet gauze dress cascading down, revealing her long, flawless legs that could drive countless male cultivators to madness. She did not hastily inspect the report letter submitted by Su Yu, but instead feigned ignorance, posing a question. Who delivered this, Su Yu? Reporting to Master, it was the old man Lin at the entrance, Su Yu replied earnestly, maintaining unwavering eye contact with Lu Zian. Lu Zian raised her lashes slightly, her tone devoid of any emotion as she spoke. From now on, do not hand over anything given to you to your master. Especially not something so trivial as a mere servant. Yes, master, your disciple shall remember this. After reprimanding Su Yu, Lu Zian gently waved her jade finger. Opening the report letter, she had initially believed that Lin Mo sought her assistance due to his inability to handle matters concerning the servant department. However, she soon realized her error. The letter submitted by Lin Mo through Su Yu was not a plea for help, but a report. The letter detailed the disgraceful misdeeds of the current overseer of the servant department, Lu Mingtong, although Lin Mo had not provided sufficient evidence. The existence of the report warranted an investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall according to the sect's regulations. Does that old fool not seek death? Why then is he attempting to save himself? Lu Zian scoffed internally. If Lin Mo truly wished for death, he could simply lie down and accept it. Why concoct a scheme to report the overseer for self-preservation? Indeed, men in this world rarely speak a single truthful word. Regaining her composure, Lu Zian handed the report letter back to Su Yu, instructing, deliver this to the Law Enforcement Hall and command them to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes, master. I shall attend to it at once. Chapter 10. What great authority you have. Who is the mouse and who is the cat? Knock, knock, knock. The following day, a series of urgent knocks forcibly drew Lin Mo from his meditative state. Who else could it be but Lu Mingtong, the overseer of the servant department? Lu Overseer. It has been quite some time since we last met. You appear to be looking increasingly youthful, Lin Mo greeted with a smile as he opened the door, revealing Lu Mingtong's familiar yet somewhat displeased face. How did you know that I advanced to Foundation establishment 5 years ago and gained an additional 200 years of lifespan? Lin Mo responded with an awkward yet courteous smile. Who asked you? Lu Mingtong feigned nonchalance before returning to the main topic, addressing Lin Mo in a condescending manner. Lin Mo, why do you not kneel upon seeing me? Is your bone itching, or do you crave a beating? Lin Mo maintained a composed smile, replying. Before the esteemed sect master, would you have me kneel to you? Lu Overseer, your authority is indeed formidable. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Mo was no longer inclined to tolerate Lu Mingtong's arrogance. After all, he had already submitted the report regarding Lu Mingtong. Regardless of Lu Zian's involvement, he no longer felt the need to grovel before Lu Mingtong as he had in the past. It was a matter of either Lu Mingtong being taken away by the Law Enforcement Hall or himself perishing. However, Lin Mo believed the former was far more likely. He remembered vividly how, upon his arrival at the initial sacred sect, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Lu Mingtong's bullying and oppression. Back then, Lu Mingtong had merely been an ordinary servant disciple, but his long tenure had allowed him to become quite the unscrupulous character. Unexpectedly, after a century has passed, the once arrogant boy who relied on his connections has now become the steward of the miscellaneous department. Lin Mo's invocation of Lu Zian's name left Lu Mingtong unable to retort. He was too apathetic to dwell on whether Lin Mo would kneel before him and instead scornfully remarked, Humph, it seems that during our time apart, your audacity has grown considerably. Are you aware of your impending demise? However, I shall not show you pity simply because you are nearing death. My purpose for coming today should not require reiteration. The affairs of the miscellaneous department of the Zetian Palace will henceforth be managed by others. You are to return to the miscellaneous department and enjoy a peaceful twilight. Seeing Lin Mo frozen in place, Lu Mingtong taunted, what is the matter? Unwilling to leave? Or do you wish for me to carry you back? With a grand gesture, he commanded the several disciples accompanying him to approach, intending to escort Lin Mo back. There's no need to trouble yourselves, Steward Lu. I shall depart on my own, Lin Mo asserted, stepping past Lu Mingtong and exiting the room. Under the escort of Lu Mingtong and his entourage, Lin Mo returned to the miscellaneous department. Upon his return, numerous gazes were cast upon him, some filled with curiosity, others with mockery, and a few with the idle fascination of the female disciples. Much like the situation with Su Yu, Lin Mo, despite his waning vitality, exuded a peculiar charm that captivated the onlookers. No longer a newcomer, he had learned to remain unperturbed by the scrutiny directed at him. Arriving at a secluded room within the miscellaneous department, Lu Mingtong instructed, "Enter. From this moment on, you are not to leave this room without my command, even in death. Remain within these confines." Lin Mo, disinterested in engaging in further verbal sparring with Lu Mingtong, understood him all too well. He had not changed much from a century ago. The only difference was that now, as the steward, he was even more unrestrained in his authority. Returning to the miscellaneous department, Lu Mingtong no longer felt the need to maintain pretense. In the vastness of the Chuxing sect, a figure like Lin Mo, a mere miscellaneous disciple, was hardly distinguishable from obscurity. Should a young miscellaneous disciple meet an untimely demise, he would still need to provide an explanation to the law enforcement hall. Yet Lin Mo was different. As a man nearing the end of his life, his passing would scarcely warrant scrutiny, granting Lu Mingtong considerable leeway. Clang. Once Lin Mo entered, two disciples promptly shut and locked the door behind him. "Keep an eye on him. Should he attempt to escape, you shall answer for it." "Yes, Steward Lu." Inside the room, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, his weary eyes resembling still waters, devoid of any ripple of emotion. From the perspective of Lu Ziyuan's attitude that day, if she truly wished for her own survival and had received the report she entrusted to Su Yu, it stands to reason that Lu Ziyuan would graciously accept this opportunity. Although Lin Mo had spent a considerable amount of time at the initial sacred sect, he possessed little in the way of connections. The sole connection he had was perhaps the unpredictable Lu Ziyuan. At this juncture, Lin Mo found himself placing all his hopes upon her. Seizing the moment of solitude, Lin Mo wasted no time and commenced his cultivation. His abilities were still woefully inadequate, whether within the initial sacred sect or anywhere across the Tianyuan continent. Strength remained the ultimate truth. Now that Lin Mo had activated the pure yang sacred body, there was no longer any justification for him to squander his potential as he had before. That night, the sound of a door creaking open, followed by a flurry of footsteps, jolted Lin Mo from his meditative state. He opened his eyes to find Lu Mingtong entering with a group of individuals, among whom was a familiar figure, the supervisor of the miscellaneous department's rebirth hall, Zhao Donghai. Zhao Donghai approached Lin Mo with a mocking expression and said, "Do you know what this situation is called?" "Old rag." "I certainly do," Lin Mo replied, lifting his eyelids slightly, his expression unfazed. "The final revelry." "Revelry? I see no reason for you to celebrate," Zhao Donghai corrected him. "You are like a mouse caught in a trap. Whether we choose to kill you depends entirely on our mood." The miscellaneous disciples behind them erupted into a cacophony of derisive laughter. Lin Mo, however, merely grinned and remarked, "Ah, Manager Lu, Supervisor Zhao, do you know? In this world, good people do not die, nor do bad people. Only one type of person meets their end. Do you know who that is?" His confident gaze lingered on Lu Mingtong and Zhao Donghai. Moments later, he provided the answer: "Fools. Foolishness is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is the ignorance of one's impending doom." At this, Zhao Donghai and the others laughed even more heartily. And even Lu Mingtong found himself amused by Lin Mo's audacity. It was akin to a surrounded prey telling its hunters that they were doomed. After the laughter subsided, Zhao Donghai continued his scornful taunts. "I praised your intelligence yesterday, but it seems I was mistaken. You are not clever. You are simply delusional, completely oblivious to your predicament." Chapter 11. Shangwan Wuqing. "Do you think you are worthy of killing me?" Without hesitation, Zhao Donghai waved his hand, and several miscellaneous disciples rushed forward, binding Lin Mo tightly. "Still pretending with me, are you?" Zhao Donghai noted the slight tremor in Lin Mo's pupils and sneered, "Are you afraid? You startled me for a moment. I thought you truly feared death." As he spoke, a jade vial appeared in Zhao Donghai's hand, within which rested a pitch-black pill. Zhao Donghai gently shook the jade vial and spoke at a leisurely pace. "Do you recognize what this pill is? If not, fret not. Allow me to elucidate. This is a death chi pill, as its name suggests. Upon ingestion, it voraciously absorbs the vital energy of the human body, ultimately leaving behind nothing but a decayed shell. I believe tomorrow, Steward Liu will announce to the public that Lin Mo of the Auxiliary Division has peacefully passed away in his slumber last night and thereafter. He will handle your remains with unreserved transparency. Trust me, no one will come to investigate. As Lin Mo gazed at the death chi pill in Zhao Donghai's hand, his withered and bound hands clenched tightly together, his heartbeat quickening in response. Does that female demon Luzian truly not care for my fate? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Mo's forehead. Either do not intervene, or if you must, could you not be more efficient? If the Enforcer Hall does not arrive soon, I fear I shall truly meet my demise at the hands of Lu Mingtong and Zhao Donghai. Why do the individuals from the Enforcer Hall possess such a penchant for delay? Despite the turmoil within, Lin Mo maintained an outward composure as steady as an ancient tree. Steward Zhao, it seems it is you who remain oblivious to your own predicament. Just then, an unusual and hurried sound of footsteps resonated from outside the room. Lin Mo's heart soared with joy, finally able to release the tension that had gripped it. He then laughed heartily. Huh? I reiterate, this is your last revelry. But it concludes here. Zhao Donghai opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Lu Mingtong, who had also noticed the series of footsteps outside that sent a thrill of anticipation through him. Go see what is happening outside. Yes, Steward Liu. Yet before the two auxiliary members could reach the door, it was violently kicked open, and a group of enforcers clad in uniform, wielding long spears and swords, surged into the cramped room, sealing it off completely. Lu Mingtong and Zhao Donghai were immediately struck with terror, their legs trembling. Turning around, they beheld a striking figure standing amidst the enforcers, a shrewd and capable fairy, her form both elegant and robust, with her hands clasped behind her back. Her keen eyes pierced through them like an eagle's gaze. Captain Wuching. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Mingtong's pupils dilated, his heart and breath halting in fear. Shangwan Wuching, the captain of the Zhuke division of the Enforcer Hall. Among the 4 division leaders of the Enforcer Hall, the one most dreaded to fall into the clutches of was undoubtedly Shangwan Wuching. The reason for this fear eluded Lu Mingtong. Yet a persistent legend circulated within the sect. Anyone apprehended by Shangwan Wuching never returned alive. Wuching, what have we done to incur your wrath? Overwhelmed by terror, Lu Mingtong trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for the support of 2 law enforcement disciples, he would have likely collapsed. Shangwan Wuching presented an arrest warrant issued by the Enforcement Hall. Her tone indifferent. It has been reported that you are suspected of secretly slaughtering over 100 servant disciples and embezzling thousands of spirit stones and various magical tools while holding the position of overseer in the servant department. Upon hearing this, LV Mingtong's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Shangwan Wuching paid no mind to LV Mingtong's reaction. She gestured for the 2 law enforcement disciples to move him aside. It was then that Lin Mo, bound hand and foot to a chair, came into view. Shangwan Wuching fixed her gaze on Lin Mo for a considerable time before continuing. The private abuse of elderly servants is a crime of greater severity. The higher-ups of the initial sacred sect are well aware of the bullying and oppression occurring within the various departments. Generally, such matters go unattended, as the sect upholds a doctrine of survival of the fittest and a strategy that rewards the victor. However, should someone choose to target you, the situation changes entirely. Just as it is now, Shangwan Wuching could have chosen to disregard Lin Mo's case, but when a dog is drowning, everyone longs to kick it. Moreover, Shangwan Wuching had her own motives for intervening. Yet, LV Mingtong remained oblivious. He had been pondering who could have reported him until Shangwan Wuching accused him of abusing elderly servants, at which point he came to a belated realization. Lin Mo, you reported me. LV Mingtong's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Lin Mo. If looks could kill, Lin Mo would have died at least 10 times over. Only Lin Mo, a seasoned veteran of the servant department for 100 years, could possess such knowledge of his transgressions. No wonder Lin Mo had appeared so unperturbed earlier. It all made sense now. So you reported me, without even waiting for an auspicious day? Lin Mo grinned and replied, I am no longer that naive child you used to be without understanding how to fight back. If you wish to end my life, take a good look at your own repugnant face. Are you truly worthy? Scoundrel. A wave of blood nearly erupted from LV Mingtong's chest. His eyes gleamed with malice, regretting that he hadn't sent Lin Mo to his grave sooner, only to find himself ensnared instead. He was unwilling. Silence. Shangwan Wuching struck LV Mingtong, sending him sprawling to the ground. Any words you have will be addressed at the enforcement hall. Subsequently, under Shangwan Wuching's directive, a law enforcement disciple loosened Lin Mo's bindings. You are Lin Mo, correct? Shangguan Wuching approached and inquired. Lin Mo nodded. Yes, Captain Wuching. As both the accuser and a victim of LV Mingtong's abuse, you must be well acquainted with the trivialities of the servant department. You are required to accompany me back to the enforcement hall for investigation and questioning. Do you have any objections? Lin Mo had no objections. He dared not voice any. In this room, everyone was summoned back to the law enforcement hall. Chapter 12. The Tangled Emotions of Lu Ziyan. Good news and bad news. The Azure Sky Palace. There remains a sense of superficiality to solidify her realm. It will require at least another decade or so. Inside the sleeping quarters, Lu Ziyan was troubled by her somewhat tenuous state of cultivation. One night, she had remarkably ascended from the pinnacle of the transformation stage to the void refinement stage, a feat that filled her with joy. Yet, this rapid advancement bore the consequence of instability. Had it not been for the substantial foundation she had accumulated during her time at the transformation stage, her abrupt leap would have rendered her state even more precarious. A single misstep could potentially see her plummet back to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Benefiting from the Yin-Yang evil magic art, although the dual cultivation method could hasten her progress, the swiftly gained power remained unsteady. Unless she continued to practice this dual cultivation method to firmly establish the advancements achieved. Yet, how foolish she felt, had she known. She would have sought a superior furnace for her cultivation. Instead, she found herself inadvertently bound to a Mirad, Lin Mo, who not only occupied the lowest rank as a menial servant in the initial sacred sect, but also faced a dwindling lifespan even after consuming a life extension pill. If Lin Mo could not break through to the foundation establishment stage and extend his life within the remaining time, it would be a lamentable fate. All due to her own choices. Lu Ziyan helplessly rubbed her temples. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, she had always regarded men as mere vermin in the sewers and had vowed never to form a bond with any partner, even if it meant living a life of solitude. When she first obtained the Yin-Yang evil magic art in an ancient ruin, she recognized it as a dual cultivation technique. However, in her arrogance, she believed she could refine the art through her own efforts without the need for a male counterpart. Additionally, the Yin-Yang evil magic art was the most formidable technique she had ever encountered. Thus, she abandoned her previous method in favor of this new one. It was only recently, after an accidental encounter with Lin Mo for their initial dual cultivation, that she realized the myriad benefits of this practice. Not only the pleasure of body and mind, but also a significant enhancement in her cultivation. If it weren't for that old fellow's repugnant demeanor, she might have reluctantly accepted the situation. Now, Lu Ziyan found herself in a quandary. On one hand, she reveled in the many advantages brought by dual cultivation. On the other, she felt that Lin Mo, to whom she was bound, was exceedingly beneath her in terms of identity, status, and appearance, utterly lacking in all respects. Observing Lin Mo's frail state, she worried that during one of their dual cultivation sessions, she might inadvertently drain him completely, leading to his untimely demise. Yet, due to the nature of the Yin-Yang evil magic art, once bound to an individual's yang energy, it could not be altered. Nonetheless, the thought of relinquishing the Yin-Yang evil magic art for another technique was something she was most unwilling to contemplate, as it would mean sacrificing her current level of cultivation. If the enemy sect were to become aware of this situation, it is highly likely they would seize the opportunity to strike against the initial sacred sect. At that juncture, the initial sacred sect could very well be eradicated, vanishing from the annals of history on the Tianyuan continent. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ziyan could only reluctantly accept this grim reality. She resolved to find an opportunity to summon that old man to assist her in solidifying her realm. Presently, Lin Mo had been taken by the law enforcement hall for investigation, although she could directly intervene to demand his release. Lu Ziyan was disinclined to let anyone else know that as the sect leader of the initial sacred sect, she was engaging in dual cultivation with an old, lowly servant. She could not afford to lose face. In the law enforcement hall at the Zhuke Division's office, after waiting for a while in a solitary inquiry room, Shangguan Wuching pushed the door open and entered. A somewhat drowsy Lin Mo quickly regained his composure and solemnly stated, "Captain Wuching, please feel free to ask. I shall answer all inquiries without reservation." "No need," Shangguan Wuching replied. Lin Mo's weathered face displayed a look of confusion. What could this mean? Evidence. Huh. Is it truly that significant? Shangguan Wuching replied with an inscrutable smile. "I just reviewed your records. You have been in the initial sacred sect for quite some time. Surely, you cannot be entirely ignorant of this place?" "Indeed, I am quite uninformed," Lin Emo admitted, perspiration beading on his brow. He was aware of the initial sacred sect's notorious reputation and knew some of the grim realities surrounding the servant department. However, he remained oblivious to the affairs of other divisions within the sect. It could be said that such matters were beyond the grasp of a mere servant. Furthermore, he had spent a century as the exclusive servant of the Zetian Palace. Aside from performing menial tasks there, he primarily occupied his time in his modest cabin reading, effectively living a life of seclusion. Primarily, he had no connections or background within the initial sacred sect, even if he ventured out from his cabin during his leisure. What could he possibly do? He was aware of the darkness within the initial sacred sect, yet the extent of that darkness remained a mystery to him. It was akin to a security guard in a high-end community. One could never truly discern the extravagant lifestyles of the residents within. Shangguan Wuqing appeared somewhat incredulous and perhaps even amused. I can enlighten you. Absolutely not. Lin Emo hastily shook his head, panic evident in his voice. Captain Wuqing, I simply wish to live out my twilight years in peace, without delving into matters beyond my ken. Shangguan Wuqing, unfazed, remarked, it is no matter. These are well-known facts and not secrets. Regarding Lu Mingtong, my orders from above are simply to apprehend him and promptly cast him into the self-cultivation and self-immolation tower. The rest does not concern me. For the inner disciples of various divisions, we in the law enforcement team still require evidence, but for the servant department, does that even matter? Implicit in my words is the notion that the thousands of servant disciples in the servant department are deemed insignificant. Lin Emo smiled with a sense of relief, remarking, hee, I am not concerned with such matters any longer, as my days are numbered. The fact that Lu Mingtong has been cast into the tower of self-cultivation and self-immolation is, for me, indeed a piece of favorable news. Lin Emo was well aware of the nature of the tower of self-cultivation and self-immolation. It served as a grim instrument of punishment by the initial sacred sect for those who transgressed its edicts, a repository for the casualties of the internal strife between various departments. Once one entered the tower, the likelihood of emerging alive was utterly extinguished. Your flesh, bones, and even your primordial spirit would be meticulously disassembled, repurposed as materials for alchemy or weapon forging. For the majority of disciples within the initial sacred sect, this marked the terminus of their existence. Even in death, they would be drained of any residual value. The initial sacred sect was no benevolent institution. Had its disciples failed to generate worth, it would have long since perished. You seem to be rejoicing a bit prematurely, remarked Shangguan Wuqing. Her arms crossed and her gaze fixed intently on Lin Emo, a cryptic smile playing upon her lips. While Lu Mingtong's downfall is indeed advantageous for you, there exists another piece of news that is rather disheartening. You are no longer a novice. There is no need for me to elaborate further. At these words, Lin Emo furrowed his brow, realizing the implication of Shangguan Wuqing's statement. With Lu Mingtong's fall from grace, the next steward of the miscellaneous department would surely be the current deputy steward, Jose, who happened to be both a compatriot and close friend of Lu Mingtong. Lin Emo could not guarantee that Jose would refrain from causing him trouble upon assuming the position. After all, Lu Mingtong's fate served as a cautionary tale. Chapter 13. The revelation of Shangguan Wuqing's intentions. What a predicament this is. Lin Emo found himself at a loss. He could report Jose. Yet the challenge lay in how to deliver the letter of accusation to Lu Ziyan this time. All he desired was a peaceful existence devoted to cultivation. Was that truly so difficult? Seemingly perceiving Lin Emo's distress, Shangguan Wuqing proposed, I can offer you a solution that would resolve your troubles for good. Would you care to listen? Please, enlighten me, Captain Wuqing, Lin Emo replied, his ears perked with interest. My residence is in need of a miscellaneous worker. Why not come to stay with me? I can guarantee you a tranquil and secure twilight of life. Shangguan Wuqing's expression was grave, indicating that she was not jesting. At her words, Lin Emo immediately became wary. To him, Shangguan Wuqing's proposal sounded akin to a little girl encountering a strange uncle on the street, who lured her with promises of delicious candies at his home. Is this the pure Yang sacred body? It truly defies reason. Lin Emo felt a surge of alarm within. Even in his current guise as a frail old man, the beguiling essence of the pure Yang sacred body had already captivated Shangguan Wuqing to the point of distraction. He shuddered to think what might occur should he be a decade or two younger. Lin Emo scrutinized Shangguan Wuqing from head to toe. It must be said, Shangguan Wuqing possesses an enviable physique. Her curves are accentuated in all the right places, and that slender waist, reminiscent of a sinuous water snake, is undoubtedly the result of meticulous training. Her visage embodies a striking and enduring beauty, though she may not rival Lu Ziyan within the entirety of the initial sacred sect. Shangguan Wuqing's allure certainly belongs to the upper echelons. However, the predicament lies within the fact that this is the initial sacred sect, an entity notorious for devouring its prey without leaving a trace. Who knows the depths of malice that lurk within Shangguan Wuqing? What significance does her position as the captain of the Law Enforcement Hall's division hold? Lin Mo finds her utterly untrustworthy. He yearns to return to the Zetian Palace, to retreat to his humble abode, where he can engage in his cultivation in peace. Ahem. Captain Wuqing, I, a mere lowly servant with little time left, am unworthy of such kindness. Lin Mo feigned a demeanor of utmost humility, declining her offer. Your goodwill is appreciated, but I must insist you leave me to my own devices. After a prolonged silence, Shangguan Wuqing finally shrugged her shoulders and replied nonchalantly. As you wish. I merely felt pity for you and wished to lend a hand, since you do not require assistance. I shall gladly relinquish my intentions and respect your fate. With hands clasped in gratitude, Lin Mo expressed, Thank you, Captain Wuqing, for your understanding. Now that I am not required for any inquiries or investigations, may I return? At any time, she replied, not pressing Lin Mo further. After a brief registration, she allowed him to leave. Exiting the Law Enforcement Hall's HK Division office, Lin Mo stepped into the enveloping night. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Although he had successfully departed from the ZK Division office, a sense of foreboding lingered. Could Shangguan Wuqing truly let him go so easily? It would be wise to hasten his return. With no time for further contemplation, Lin Mo quickened his pace, not towards the servants' department, but rather to the small wooden house at the entrance of the Zetian Palace. Only beneath Lu Ziyan's watchful gaze did he feel a semblance of security. Others may be oblivious, but at least Lin Mo could ascertain that Lu Ziyan would not attempt to take his life, at least for the time being. He understood well that he must endure. Once he cultivated his strength, with the extraordinary physique of the pure yang sacred body, he could attract countless women. What was one Shangguan Wuqing worth? He had no desire to risk the unknown for someone he knew nothing about. However, as he made his way back to the Zetian Palace, traversing a dim and secluded bamboo grove, an unexplainable chill swept through the air. Lin Mo's frail body trembled as an unexpected coldness surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The inevitable had arrived. In the next heartbeat, a shadowy figure darted from the bamboo thicket, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, racing towards Lin Mo. He barely had time to react before a swift strike rendered him unconscious. Then, a dark silhouette carried Lin Mo and swiftly vanished into the night, unnoticed by anyone. The following day, at the enforcement peak, the headquarters of the enforcement hall, Su Guanyu entered with a poised and steady stride. In the center of the grand hall, a woman adorned in palace attire sat cross-legged on a mat. Only when Su Guanyu arrived did the graceful woman slowly open her eyes. Despite her loose-fitting attire, her alluring figure remained undeniable, and her face retained a captivating charm. Guanyu, last night I instructed you to apprehend the steward of the miscellaneous department, Lu Mingdong. You did bring back that individual named Lin Mo as well, did you not? The woman's lips, painted a regal purple, parted to reveal a voice that could melt a man's very bones. Indeed. Where is he? The woman tilted her head slightly, locking her gaze onto Su Guanyu. Continuing to inquire. Su Guanyu was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands respectfully. Master, I am unaware. Last night, after registering him, I permitted him to leave. If all goes as expected, he should have returned to the miscellaneous department. However, Master, why do you concern yourself with the whereabouts of such a minor character? Su Guanyu questioned, puzzled. Lin Mo was undeniably a mere worker in the miscellaneous department. Yet why would his master, the head of the enforcement hall, inquire about Lin Mo's whereabouts? The woman did not answer Su Guanyu's question. Instead, she spoke with a tone of reproach. The personnel of the miscellaneous department did not see Lin Mo return last night. Then I am at a loss. Su Guanyu lowered his gaze slightly, his voice firm. I indeed allowed him to leave last night. My junior brothers and sisters in the office can attest to that. The woman fixed her gaze on Su Guanyu for a long moment, then softened her tone, speaking earnestly. Guanyu, you are one of my most esteemed disciples. I do not doubt that you let Lin Mo leave last night. The issue at hand is that he has gone missing, and you were the last person to see him. I implore you to utilize any means necessary, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground, to locate him. If he is alive, he must be found. If he is dead, his body must be recovered. But remember, do not create too much commotion. Disciple obeys. Su Guanyu dared not inquire further and hurriedly withdrew. Chapter 14. Su Guanyu. Comply obediently, and I shall spare you. Time passed, and Lin Mo finally awakened from his stupor. What greeted his eyes was a room of considerable opulence. The room was devoid of light, save for a few flickering candles that provided scant illumination in the darkness. Lin Mo wished to cry out for help, but given the circumstances, a loud plea would be futile. His hands and feet were bound, lying on a grand bed. The ropes restraining him seemed to be some kind of restricting magical artifact. Lin Mo intended to summon his spiritual energy to break free from his bindings. With a sigh of despair, Lin Mo lamented his helplessness. That evening, he could not clearly discern the identity of his assailant, yet he could venture a reasonable guess. The perpetrator was most likely the captain of the Zhuke division of the law enforcement hall, Shangguan Wuqing. Apart from her, Lin Mo struggled to conceive of anyone else who would wish him harm. What could Shangguan Wuqing possibly desire from him? Did she intend to use him as a furnace? Or was she merely enchanted by the overwhelming allure of the pure young sacred body, regardless of the motivation? It was evident that Lin Mo could not escape the clutches of Shangguan Wuqing through his own strength. What made matters worse was his uncertainty regarding Lu Xian's true feelings toward him. Therefore, relying on her to rescue him seemed a futile hope. Suddenly, the door creaked open unexpectedly, startling Lin Mo, who was deep in thought about how to extricate himself from this predicament. Instantly, a snap of fingers echoed, and the candles in the room flared to life, illuminating the space as bright as day. As anticipated, the visitor was none other than Shangguan Wuqing. Awake? She inquired, closing the door with a smile as she seated herself beside the bed. Captain Wuqing, I am but a dying man with no value left. What purpose does it serve to bind me? Lin Mo maintained his composure before her, devoid of panic. I ask you, do you possess any connections within the sect? Shangguan Wuqing countered, refusing to answer Lin Mo's inquiry. She had perused his personal dossier, which contained only the most fundamental information, lacking any mention of personal connections. Connections? Lin Mo was taken aback. How could he be unaware of any affiliations he might have within the First Holy Sect? Upon further reflection, observing that Lin Mo's response seemed genuine, Shangguan Wuqing continued, if you truly had no remarkable connections, why would my master be so concerned about your whereabouts and issue a strict order regarding you? Ah, I did not anticipate you would uncover that, Captain Wuqing. Lin Mo's mind sparked with clarity as he responded earnestly. In truth, my connections lie with the sect master. Uncertain why Shangguan Wuqing had suddenly inquired about his connections, Lin Mo speculated that there must be a reason behind her question. He contemplated whether he could leverage Lu Xian's name to impress her and perhaps gain his freedom. What if she was swayed by the mention of her? However, rather than being impressed, Shangguan Wuqing burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Surely you do not believe that after a century of serving as a mere errand boy in the Zetian Palace, the sect master would hold you in high regard? Even if it were a millennium or more, in the eyes of the sect master, a servant remains a servant, with no change whatsoever. Confronted by Shangguan Wuqing's revelation, Lin Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lin Mo shared a similar sentiment. Were it not for the binding issue of the yin-yang evil arts concerning his yang energy, he would have long been reduced to mere pulp by Lu Xian's slap. The only reason he remained unscathed was due to the slight value he still possessed. Consequently, Shangguan Wuqing reached a conclusion. Lin Mo was indeed nothing more than an insignificant errand boy without any connections. As for why her master had issued such a lethal command, Shangguan Wuqing could not ascertain, but as long as Lin Mo returned alive, there should be no issues. I do not wish to trouble you excessively, she remarked. I have bound you simply because I sense an intriguing charm about you that is reminiscent of the elderly. I have also heard that you were quite handsome in your youth, yet due to your lack of aptitude for cultivation, you were relegated to the errand department. Am I correct? As she spoke, Shangguan Wuqing perched herself at the head of the bed, slightly leaning forward, her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Mo's weathered visage. With a playful smile, she continued, if you obediently cooperate with me for a thrilling and exhilarating encounter, I might just release you in my delight. The desire for beauty is universal, and Shangguan Wuqing was no exception. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of the aged Lin Mo, with his white hair and weary appearance, stirred a flutter in her heart. The initial holy sect was not devoid of other elderly individuals. Yet none evoked any response from her, save for Lin Mo. Although she could not comprehend the source of her feelings, she chose to trust her instincts. Gazing at Shangguan Wuqing's exquisite face, which was so close, Lin Mo responded with a hint of skepticism. Captain Wuqing, I am quite advanced in years. Please do not deceive me. Should what she proposed be true, he might reluctantly acquiesce. Haha. Shangguan Wuqing seized Lin Mo by the collar, her demeanor both alluring and perilous. Do you believe you have a choice? Then kindly release me, and I shall be willing to cooperate, Lin Mo replied, resigning himself to compromise. Do you think you can outsmart me? Shangguan Wuqing's vigilance heightened. With a wry smile, Lin Mo admitted, Captain Wuqing, I am merely at the third level of qi refinement. Do you truly believe I can concoct any schemes before you? This was indeed the truth, before Shangguan Wuqing. Lin Mo's cultivation was akin to an ant on the ground, easily crushed at her whim. Upon reflection, Shangguan Wuqing acknowledged the validity of his statement and thus released him. Once liberated, Lin Mo stretched his limbs, allowing the spiritual energy within him to flow freely. Compared to being bound and at the mercy of Shangguan Wuqing, he preferred to take a more proactive stance. Then, Shangguan Wuqing began to shed her garments, revealing a breathtaking figure that could leave one breathless. Chapter 15. The Conquest of Shangguan Wuqing by Lin Mo. Shangguan Wuqing flashed a captivating smile, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Mo, shimmering with a fervent anticipation. Compared to the typically gallant and spirited Captain Shangguan Wuqing of the Enforcement Hall's Zhuke Squad, the current demeanor presented a stark contrast. Lin Mo had indeed heard a saying, the propriety of a woman is not dictated by her character. Even a lady who appears tranquil, gentle, and reserved may exhibit an unexpected boldness and initiative in the private company of someone she adores, thereby reshaping one's perception of her. Hence, Shangguan Wuqing's impatience in this moment is not without its explanations. Seeing Lin Mo dawdle, the eager Shangguan Wuqing decisively pushed him onto the bed, preparing for a forceful advance. Like a fish caught in a net, Lin Mo relinquished his resistance, allowing Shangguan Wuqing to indulge herself. He had never envisioned that such a day would come for him. This could only transpire within the ranks of the demon sect's initial holy sect, were it in the realm of the celestial path. Even with the endowment of the innate holy body, a celestial maiden would likely not exhibit the same urgency as Shangguan Wuqing. Regardless, due to the existence of the pure yang sacred body, Lin Mo found himself rather enjoying the experience, as Shangguan Wuqing eagerly merged with him. The yin-yang evil spirits within Lin Mo began to operate quietly, greedily absorbing her yin energy. Unbeknownst to her, the intense yang energy emanating from Lin Mo was also providing a reciprocal nourishment. Although Shangguan Wuqing's cultivation method was not the yin-yang evil spirit technique, the pure yang sacred body serves as a panacea for all female cultivators. The yang energy from the pure yang sacred body not only enhances beauty and strengthens the body, but can even subtly elevate the cultivation of female practitioners. This explains the immense allure the pure yang sacred body holds for women in the cultivation world. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, as the sky darkened outside, a slightly overwhelmed Shangguan Wuqing chose to conclude their intense bout. With a dazed expression and flushed cheeks, she remarked in astonishment, "Old fellow, your combat prowess is rather unexpected." Logically, her physical attributes and condition should have allowed her to dominate Lin Mo. Yet, astonishingly, she found herself unable to withstand his onslaught. This revelation both bewildered her and satisfied her physiological needs. Lin Mo merely smiled knowingly, saying nothing. It was a jest. Even Lu Ziyan had not managed to leave him wanting, let alone the mere Shangguan Wuqing. Remarkably, he had achieved a breakthrough. As he calmed his thoughts, Lin Mo was astonished to discover that this fierce battle with Shangguan Wuqing had propelled him from the third stage of qi refinement directly to the fourth stage. The potency of spiritual energy within his body, compared to the third level of qi refinement, was now several times more formidable. Remarkably, during his previous fierce battle with Lu Ziyan, there had been no apparent enhancement in his cultivation. Could it be attributed to the yin-yang demonic art? Aside from this, Lin Mo could not conceive of any other possibilities. After all, the yin-yang demonic art was a premier dual cultivation technique. And now that Lin Mo was further endowed with the pure yang sacred body, it seemed hardly surprising that after engaging in dual cultivation with Shangguan Wuqing and absorbing sufficient yin energy, he had directly advanced from the third to the fourth level of qi refinement. Furthermore, Lin Mo discovered that under the nurturing influence of the yin energy from Shangguan Wuqing, his previously emaciated physique was gradually experiencing a rejuvenation. The wrinkles upon his skin had significantly diminished, and he had gained a semblance of fleshiness, no longer resembling a mere skeleton. However, his face remained unchanged. Could dual cultivation truly yield such miraculous effects? It appeared he would need to devise more strategies to engage in dual cultivation henceforth. Having tasted the sweetness of this experience, Lin Mo began to entertain a bold notion. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry. His body had merely begun to show signs of revitalization. To witness a conspicuous transformation, he surmised he would need to break through to the foundation establishment stage. After all, only by reaching this stage could he extend the lifespan of his mortal form. Captain Wuqing, I have cooperated rather well just now. May I take my leave? Lin Mo inquired cautiously, wary that the tantalizing Shangwan Wuqing might renege on their agreement and detain him. Should that occur, he feared he would be left in tears. But before that, I have one condition, Shangwan Wuqing mused after a moment's contemplation. What condition? Lin Mo asked. In the future, should I require your assistance, you must not refuse me. If it were not for her master's strict orders, the enticed Shangwan Wuqing would have genuinely wished to keep Lin Mo for herself. For she had noticed that the spiritual energy within her was significantly more robust than before their encounter. It was no wonder that dual cultivation was regarded as a dubious practice by the celestial sects of Tianyuan continent. There was indeed some truth to it. In reality, however, if one did not practice dual cultivation techniques or possess a unique constitution, engaging in the most primitive forms of intimacy would yield no such effects. Her evident increase in cultivation was entirely due to Lin Mo's pure yang sacred body. Very well, Lin Mo conceded, recognizing his current weakness and the necessity of dual cultivation to expedite his advancement. However, should you dare to play tricks on me, you are well aware of the consequences. And should anyone inquire, you are forbidden to mention anything regarding me. Do you understand? Am I lost? Where's this place? No, I must return. Lin Mo rose to his feet, feigning ignorance of Shangwan Wuqing's presence, and murmured to himself, ha ha ha. Observing Lin Mo's compliance, Shangwan Wuqing opened the door for him. Initially, she had intended to escort Lin Mo to report to their master, but upon further reflection, she realized that such an action would only solidify the notion that Lin Mo had been ensnared by her. After much contemplation, she resolved to allow Lin Mo to return on his own, thereby circumventing unnecessary complications. Emerging from the room, Lin Mo, fearing that Shangwan Wuqing might change her mind, dared not linger and promptly fled the scene of potential discord. Rather than returning to the servants' department, he made his way directly to the small wooden cottage in Zetian Palace. By the time he arrived, it was already dawn on the following day. The sky was just beginning to brighten, with the sun yet to rise. Upon entering the cottage and lighting a candle, Lin Mo surveyed the familiar layout and furnishings within, feeling an unprecedented sense of nostalgia and security wash over him. There truly is no place like my little nest, he mused. Though modest, this cottage had been his home for over a century. If asked what he cherished most in this world, it would undoubtedly be this small wooden abode. Old servant, come to Zetian Palace and see this princess. Just as Lin Mo intended to lie down for a brief rest, the piercingly cold voice of Lu Ziyan echoed from the void, penetrating his ears. Chapter 16. The Sorceress's Summons. 100 concerns between two. Lin Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. He had barely returned for a quarter of an hour when Lu Ziyan summoned him. Surely this sorceress had not been waiting for his return all this time. That fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. Given Lu Ziyan's formidable prowess, nothing in the vicinity of Zetian Palace would escape her perceptive awareness. Yet, Lin Mo was uncertain as to the purpose of her summons, and regrettably, he had no choice but to comply. Sighing in resignation, he reluctantly abandoned his intention to rest. In the grand hall of Zetian Palace, seated gracefully in a flowing purple gown adorned with a white overlay, Lu Ziyan exuded an air of elegance and poise. Her silken hair cascaded down in gentle waves. A noble, ethereal aura enveloped her, captivating all who beheld her. With one leg crossed elegantly over the other, the hem of her gown revealed her alluringly long legs. Lin Mo stood 30 meters away, gazing from a distance, feeling the weight of her sovereign presence pressing down upon him, nearly rendering him breathless. What are you staring at? Do you wish to lose your eyes? Lu Ziyan's voice, both melodious and icy, snapped Lin Mo back to reality. Though he had seen her countless times before, he could not help but suppress a retort in his heart. Quickly dropping to one knee, he hoarsely declared, Lin Mo from the servants' department pays his respects to the esteemed master. He raised his head. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately obeyed Lu Ziyan's instructions and lifted his head. However, his eyelids remained slightly drooped, his gaze directed towards the ground, lest Lu Ziyan, this formidable woman, should unleash her wrath once more. With unwavering attention fixed upon Lin Mo's weathered visage, Lu Ziyan furrowed her brows in contemplation. What was amiss? Why did she find this old servant increasingly agreeable? Not long ago, After their encounter in the bath, Lu Ziyan had surmised that her feelings were merely a product of the recent dual cultivation with Lin Mo, leading her to experience a fleeting illusion. Yet, the current evidence proved otherwise. Prior to this, she had regarded Lin Mo with disdain, akin to refuse, and yet his appearance had remained unchanged. Could it be due to the influence of the Yin-Yang demonic arts? Or perhaps something else? Unable to decipher the reason, Lu Ziyan commanded Lin Mo to step forward to a distance of 5 meters and scrutinized him once more. This time, she discerned a peculiar allure emanating from him, an enchanting charm that captivated her mind. The source of this unusual magnetism eluded her understanding, but she caught a whiff of a fragrance that unmistakably belonged to another woman. Narrowing her beautiful eyes, she coldly inquired, "Where have you been since you left the Zhuke Task Force office until your return just now?" In response to Lu Ziyan's inquiry, Lin Mo displayed no hesitation, answering naturally. Reporting to the esteemed leader, perhaps the night was too dark, and this old servant momentarily lost his way. Were it not for the distinct recognition of the Zetian Palace, I might still be wandering aimlessly outside. Is that so? Lu Ziyan pressed further, her tone laced with an unmistakable warning. Indeed, Lin Mo replied with resolute clarity, wary of revealing that he had been abducted and subsequently bedded by Shangwan Wuqing. Who could fathom Lu Ziyan's mercurial temperament regarding such matters? With a swift motion, Lu Ziyan flicked her sleeve, unleashing a gust of wind that propelled Lin Mo several meters away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Had he not consumed a life-prolonging elixir and made recent advancements in his cultivation, his frail body might have shattered upon impact. Nevertheless, Lin Mo discerned that Lu Ziyan had refrained from using her full strength. Otherwise, with his 4th-tier qi refinement, even a slight exertion from her would have sent him to meet his ancestors on the spot. Struggling to his feet, Lin Mo voiced his discontent, as I suspected. "Esteemed leader, you intend to have me cultivate my vitality only to torment me further once I am in a better condition, correct? If so, even if you do not take my life, I shall end my own." Previously, Lin Maji dared to converse with Lu Ziyan in such a manner because he was entirely indifferent to everything. However, now he wished to cling to life. Yet he could not allow Lu Ziyan to perceive his newfound desire for survival. Otherwise, should she discern his reluctance to embrace death, his circumstances would inevitably worsen, perhaps to the point where he could not even lift his head in her presence. To put it plainly, he needed to extract some semblance of dignity from Lu Ziyan. Was it not worth preserving his face? Lu Ziyan parted her crimson lips, intending to utter something, but the words lodged in her throat, stifled by her own restraint. She had initially contemplated rebuking Lin Maji for the sin of other women that clung to him. Yet, would this not suggest that she cared too much for him? Or perhaps grant Lin Maji the mistaken impression that he was favored by her? This simply would not do. Nevertheless, the odor emanating from other women on Lin Maji was undeniably repulsive to her. Consequently, her earlier intention of inviting Lin Maji for a dual cultivation session to solidify their realms now seemed unnecessary. She had no desire to endure the fragrance of other women while engaging in such practice with him. Full of lies, I merely intended to administer a slight reprimand. What grievance do you have? Lu Ziyan offered a relatively reasonable explanation. After all, at this moment, she truly did not wish for Lin Maji to perish. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at being exposed by Lu Ziyan, Lin Maji nonetheless confirmed 2 things. First, Lu Ziyan had not attacked him without cause. Second, she genuinely did not want him dead. Thus, the encounter had not been entirely in vain. Might I inquire, esteemed sect master, what brings you to seek my presence today? He hastily shifted the topic to avoid revealing that he had been with Shangwan Wuqing. Lu Ziyan's mind raced. To provide no reasonable rationale would imply an undue concern for Lin Maji's recent disappearance. That simply would not do. In mere moments, Lu Ziyan devised a plausible question. Have you mastered the Yang volume of the Yin-Yang evil magic arts? Esteemed sect master, by sheer luck, I have managed to cultivate it. Lin Maji replied candidly. Having just been unmasked, he dared not continue with his deceit. Furthermore, whether he had indeed mastered the Yang volume was something Lu Ziyan, given her cultivation level, could easily discern. I have noticed, Lu Ziyan stated with a nonchalant tone, yet her words betrayed a hint of surprise, with your lack of wit. It is indeed astonishing that you have managed to cultivate the Yin-Yang evil magic arts. This surpasses my expectations, although she remained unaware of how Lin Maji had achieved this. It was undoubtedly splendid news for Lu Ziyan. Chapter 17. Lu Ziyan, do you consider yourself humorous? The Yin-Yang evil magic arts are divided into Yin and Yang volumes, with female practitioners cultivating yin and male practitioners cultivating yang. Under normal circumstances, engaging in dual cultivation with the opposite sex allows those who have practiced the yin-yang evil magic arts to rapidly enhance their cultivation and even break through bottlenecks in their realms. However, if both parties cultivate the yin-yang evil arts, then under the harmonious balance of yin and yang, where the yin and yang scrolls complement each other, 1 plus 1 can yield a result greater than 2. This is precisely why, even though the yin-yang evil arts bind the initial dual cultivators with their yin or yang energy, it remains the supreme method revered by millions of evil cultivators across the continent. Even if one's spiritual veins are not particularly distinguished and their innate talent and comprehension are rather ordinary, as long as both partners practice the yin-yang evil arts, they can achieve terrifying results comparable to those of prodigies. Therefore, Lin Mo's successful cultivation of the yin-yang evil arts is indeed monumental news for Lu Ziyan. Yet, it is clear that she would not divulge this to Lin Mo immediately. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, the jade scroll stored in Lin Mo's spatial ring flew out and landed in Lu Ziyan's grasp. Lin Mo was unconcerned about the retrieval of the Yang scroll's cultivation method, as he had already mastered it. I have a small favor to ask, and I hope the sect master can assist me. The matters of the servant department? Lu Ziyan inquired. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded slightly. He was uncertain whether the newly appointed manager of the servant department, Jose, would cause him trouble. But it was best to avoid such complications. Thus, Lin Mo pondered whether Lu Ziyan could intervene to resolve this matter, as he sought a peaceful environment for his cultivation. A trivial matter requires my intervention? Have you lost your wits, old servant? Lu Ziyan remarked with enthusiasm. If you cannot even handle a few ants from the servant department, what use do you have for me? Do we need a bull to kill ants? Wouldn't that diminish her worth? Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he should not have expected much from Lu Ziyan. However, upon reflection, her words held a certain validity. Asking her to resolve the servant department's issues did seem somewhat inappropriate. After a moment, Lu Ziyan sighed softly, and another spatial ring landed before Lin Mo. In light of your successful cultivation of the yin-yang evil arts, I shall grant you a modicum of worth. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Take them for your cultivation. If you manage to settle the servant department's affairs on your own, I will reward you with an additional 5,000 spirit stones. If not, then best of luck to you. Sectmaster, how can this be acceptable? Lin Mo protested verbally, yet his body was quite obedient. He promptly picked up the spatial ring from the ground and swiftly tucked it into his pocket. In the initial sacred sect, a servant's annual salary equates to merely 1 spirit stone. Thus, for Lin Mo, 1,000 spirit stones represented a considerable fortune. Consequently, once one becomes a servant disciple of the initial sacred sect, the difficulty of rising from humble beginnings is akin to reaching the heavens. Don't want it? Then return it to me. Master, you are not in need of this 1,000 spirit stones. Once given, it is akin to water cast away. There is no rationale for reclaiming it. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Mo boldly stated. Do you find yourself amusing? Lu Ziyan responded with a frosty demeanor. Yet, a flicker of amusement danced within her as she realized that she had overlooked Lin Mo's subtle sense of humor. Perhaps she had been overly stringent with him in the past, failing to regard him as a person worthy of consideration. Well, I suppose it's not entirely bad. Lin Mo replied, unabashedly. Sharp-tongued. You may take your leave, she retorted. Master, I shall take my leave now. Just as Lin Mo turned to depart, Lu Ziyan suddenly called out, Find a moment to wash away the foul odor clinging to you at Yuqing Pool. It is quite unbearable. Should you return to Zitian Palace with that stench, I shall ensure you relive the nightmares of your youth. Lin Mo paused in surprise. A foul odor? Though he was indeed aging, he was attentive to personal hygiene. How could he possibly smell? The implication of Lu Ziyan's words did not register immediately, as he was unaware that the scent she referred to was the lingering trace of Shangwan Wuqing. Lin Mo, unable to perceive it himself, wondered if Lu Ziyan had lost her senses. Understood, master, he replied, choosing not to engage in a debate over the matter of his scent, and promptly exited Zitian Palace. Upon returning to his modest abode, Lin Mo took stock of his current assets, including the spirit stones he had accumulated over a century. Along with the initial spirit stones Lu Ziyan had bestowed upon him, he now possessed approximately 1,300 spirit stones, accompanied by 5 spirit-enhancing pills. The spirit-enhancing pills were a type of elixir that could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy for a limited duration. They held little value for prodigies with 7th grade or higher spiritual veins, yet were of considerable worth to practitioners with veins below that grade. Thus, the primary demographic for such pills remained ordinary cultivators with lesser veins. With his pure yang sacred body, Lin Mo found little use for these few pills and contemplated selling them at the sect's trading market, which should yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. Presently, his foremost concern was devising a means to procure the 5,000 spirit stones from Lu Ziyan. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lin Mo mused to himself. Initially, he had hoped that as long as Zhou Zhe, the new overseer of the miscellaneous department, did not seek him out, he could enjoy a peaceful existence. However, Lu Ziyan, the formidable woman, had cast a bait before him. To secure the 5,000 spirit stones for cultivation resources, he found himself compelled to take the hook. 5,000 spirit stones. Even for an inner disciple of the initial sacred sect, that constituted a fortune. Typically, inner disciples were granted 500 spirit stones as startup capital upon entering the sect. Beyond that initial offering, acquiring additional spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts depended solely on one's own resourcefulness. Naturally, the initial sacred sect offered numerous avenues for earning spirit stones, including but not limited to sect tasks, trials, alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. The disciples may indeed profit immensely, yet the sect itself shall never incur a loss. Given this, even if Zhou Zhe does not seek trouble with Lin Mo, it seems Lin Mo must inevitably confront him. Moreover, the target set by Lu Ziyan is certainly not insurmountable. If memory serves, Zhou Zhe appears to possess a cultivation level of the 7th stage of qi refinement. Given Lin Mo's current prowess, facing Zhou Zhe could prove somewhat challenging. Thus, it is imperative to expedite the enhancement of his cultivation. Chapter 18. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the Celestial with Slippery Shoulders under Normal Circumstances. It would take me approximately a month to ascend from the 4th to the 5th stage of qi refinement, provided I have an ample supply of spirit stones for cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhe has assumed the position previously held by Lu Mingtong, swiftly taking charge of all affairs within the miscellaneous department. Having previously served as the deputy manager, Zhou Zhe is well acquainted with the department's operations. Consequently, Lin Mo evidently does not have the luxury of time to gradually elevate his cultivation level. After all, he cannot guarantee whether Zhou Zhe will seek to trouble him. Not to mention, Zhou Zhe's cultivation level stands at the 7th stage of qi refinement. With proper cultivation, and aided by the pure yang sacred body and the yin-yang evil demon technique, Lin Mo would still require at least 3 to 4 months to progress from the 4th to the 7th stage of qi refinement. Unlike Lin Mo, Zhou Zhe is not a solitary figure. Numerous disciples in the miscellaneous department look up to him. Therefore, reaching at least the 8th stage of qi refinement would be the most prudent course of action. However, how could one possibly achieve such a breakthrough in merely 10 days to half a month? If only Zhou Zhe would refrain from seeking trouble with me. Alas, such a notion seems implausible. Lin Mo is not unfamiliar with this individual. In comparison to Lu Mingtong, Zhou Zhe exhibits far more malevolence. Perhaps due to his status as a mere deputy manager, he lacks the authority of Lu Mingtong, thus treating the miscellaneous disciples with far greater brutality. Now, having just orchestrated Lu Mingtong's downfall through a report, it is highly probable that Zhou Zhe will act against him to avoid a similar fate. It appears there will be no time for respite. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo has already devised a preliminary plan. Traditional cultivation is undoubtedly out of the question. However, he has cultivated the yin-yang evil demon technique. By engaging in dual cultivation with a partner of the opposite sex, he can swiftly enhance his prowess. Much like the previous night with Shangguan Wuqing, wherein he ascended from the 3rd to the 4th stage of qi refinement within a single evening. In contrast, Lin Mo had previously spent a full half-month to progress from the 2nd to the 3rd stage, incurring significant expenditure in spirit stones. Thus, dual cultivation has become Lin Mo's foremost choice. At present, Lin Mo has only established a profound and amicable relationship with Lu Ziyan and Shangguan Wuqing. However, the idea of proactively seeking them for dual cultivation is evidently unrealistic. To Lu Ziyan and Shangguan Wuqing, Lin Mo may merely be a furnace to be discarded at will. How could he possibly reverse the cosmic order? This awareness is something Lin Mo possesses. As for where to seek a partner for dual cultivation, it may prove difficult within the celestial sects, but at the initial sacred sect, it poses no challenge whatsoever. In the initial sacred sect, there exists the Drunken Fairy Pavilion. To put it plainly, it is akin to a brothel. The Drunken Fairy Pavilion can essentially be regarded as the most lucrative enterprise of the initial sacred sect. They routinely capture young and beautiful female cultivators, sealing their meridians and cultivation, reducing them to mere furnaces and outlets for the disciples of the initial sacred sect. Not only are there female cultivator furnaces, but also male ones, but that is of no concern to Lin Mo. The key point is that, in order to maintain high profits, the furnaces at the Drunken Fairy Pavilion are typically one-time use. Of course, if someone desires to take a furnace home for leisurely enjoyment, that is also permissible. However, it entails personal responsibility for disposal, which can be quite troublesome. From a profit perspective, every individual in the initial sacred sect can patronize the Drunken Fairy Pavilion, even the errant disciples, provided they possess enough spirit stones. Having made up his mind, Lin Mo decided to take a look. If the prices are reasonable, he might swiftly advance to the 8th level of Qi refinement through this means. With determination, Lin Mo set off, pocketing 13 spirit stones, which granted him sufficient confidence to visit the Drunken Fairy Pavilion. At noon, Lin Mo arrived at the Drunken Fairy Pavilion. As he witnessed a stooped, elderly man approaching the entrance, the female disciple stationed at the door halted him. "Is this establishment a place for a mere errand disciple like you?" Her tone was indifferent, laced with a hint of dismissal. It wasn't he that the Drunken Fairy Pavilion forbade errand disciples from entering. Rather, it was simply not a venue they could afford to frequent. An errant disciple earns merely 1 spirit stone a year, and even after laboring for a century, their accumulated spirit stones would scarcely suffice for a single visit to the Drunken Fairy Pavilion. Lin Mo refrained from idle chatter and promptly produced a storage ring containing 13 spirit stones. After a brief inspection, the female disciple expressed her surprise. "Today, I must admit, I misjudged you. I did not expect a mere errand disciple to possess such wealth." She had no authority over the origins of Lin Mo's spirit stones, as long as he could afford to spend them. "Ahem, fair maiden, may I now enter?" Lin Mo coughed strategically. "Certainly, please follow me inside." The female disciple led Lin Mo into the main hall of the Drunken Fairy Pavilion, where flamboyant decorations adorned the space, and an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Mo felt as though he had stepped into a dreamlike establishment. "This is my first visit to the Drunken Fairy Pavilion. Might you kindly elucidate the rules here?" Regaining his composure, Lin Mo inquired leisurely. The female disciple remained silent, merely presenting Lin Mo with a jade token. Upon it was a detailed account of the consumption offerings at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Qi Refinement Stage, 300 Spirit Stones. Foundation Establishment Early Stage, 1,000 Spirit Stones. Foundation Establishment Mid Stage, 1,500 Spirit Stones. Foundation Establishment Late Stage, 2,000 Spirit Stones. Foundation Establishment Full Circle, 3,000 Spirit Stones. Without needing to inquire further, Lin Mo comprehended the information. The terms Qi Refinement Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage undoubtedly referred to the cultivation levels of the female cultivators, and the subsequent prices were self-explanatory. Would you prefer a cultivator of the Qi Refinement Stage or the Foundation Establishment Early Stage? The female disciple inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo raised his gaze and replied, "Let us start with one at the Qi Refinement Stage." "Can I select?" he asked. "Certainly," she affirmed. She then guided Lin Mo to the 2nd floor, where each room housed young and beautiful female cultivators. Although their figures varied, they all possessed an undeniable allure. After a meticulous selection process, Lin Mo ultimately chose a pure-looking female cultivator at the Qi Refinement Stage who resonated with his preferences. Upon confirmation, the disciple instructed Lin Mo to settle the payment immediately and escorted him to an empty room. "Please wait a moment. She will be here shortly," the female disciple said before turning to leave. Seated on the edge of the bed in the room, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable sense of tension, reminiscent of his first visit to a parlor in his previous life while awaiting a technician. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Come in," Lin Mo called. With a creak, the female cultivator he had just selected entered, now adorned in a loose, ethereal garment that slipped down to her collarbone, revealing her fair shoulders and an alluring neckline. Chapter 19. The cauldron fears for its life. "Afraid I might consume you?" Not only that, the female cultivator's gaze was dreamy, her breath fragrant. As soon as she stepped inside, she shed her garment. This stood in stark contrast to the terror and despair Lin Mo had witnessed earlier. He could easily deduce what had transpired, yet it was of no concern to him. He was merely an ordinary consumer, here to fulfill his dual cultivation objectives. Under the influence of the elixir, the female cultivator was indifferent to whether Lin Mo was an old man or a handsome youth. She proactively began to attend to him. Later that night, Lin Mo concluded his inaugural experience at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The female cultivator, who had appeared healthy during the day, now bore a pale complexion with purplish lips, her form seemingly having withered considerably. In contrast, Lin Mo appeared invigorated, entirely unlike someone who had just engaged in vigorous activity. Surprisingly, he had not achieved a breakthrough. After donning his clothes, Lin Mo assessed the spiritual energy within him. It was indeed significantly stronger than before. Yet he had still not advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement. The improvement is indeed quite remarkable. He is now merely a step away from attaining the 5th level of Qi refinement. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Is it due to the elevation of the old man's realm, or perhaps the weakness of this woman, whose yin energy is not particularly potent? Lin Mo contemplated silently. Considering both factors to be influential, it was evident that Shangguan Wuqing's cultivation was significantly superior to that of the captured female cultivator, and consequently, the yin energy within her was undoubtedly more robust. Suddenly, a frail voice called out from behind, "Help me, I beg you." This voice belonged to Baihua, the name of the female cultivator with whom Lin Mo was engaging in dual cultivation. Throughout the process, he had come to learn her name. Turning around, Lin Mo saw Baihua with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, gazing at him with a pleading expression. "Help you? How?" Lin Mo inquired, perplexed. Baihua proceeded to recount in detail what she had heard and seen. It turned out that once a female cultivator was captured at the Zui Xian Tower and had entertained guests, she became akin to a sword that had drawn blood, never to serve another. The vast majority of them would eventually be cast into the self-burning tower, where their remaining value would be thoroughly exploited. Grasping Lin Mo's thin arm, Baihua, in tears, implored, "I will not hold you in contempt. I only wish to survive. If you could merely tell them you intend to take me back, that would suffice. I promise that if fate allows, I will repay you." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Mo pushed Baihua's hand away, his expression devoid of emotion. "I'm sorry, young lady, but your life and death are of no concern to me." He was barely managing to secure his own safety, let alone assist another. How absurd. Throughout his life, Lin Mo had spent most of his time in the initial sacred sect, where he had witnessed countless similar occurrences. Even though Baihua's words were drenched in sorrow, they did not stir any compassion within him. Virtues such as kindness, innocence, and benevolence were foreign to the initial sacred sect. Those who possessed such noble traits would find it impossible to survive there, destined to meet a grim fate. Had Lin Mo been a Na'vi youth in his teens or early 20s, perhaps he would have helped Baihua. But alas, he was not. "Do not leave. I implore you. Please." Baihua's heart-wrenching cries echoed in his ears, but Lin Mo merely paused for a moment before firmly closing the door behind him and hastily departing. Was it over? Upon exiting, he found the female disciple from earlier still waiting at the entrance. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. "We welcome your next visit." With that, the disciple turned and re-entered the Zui Xian Tower, presumably to deal with Baihua. As for Baihua's ultimate fate, it was of no concern to Lin Mo. Upon returning to his small wooden abode in the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo promptly sat cross-legged, retrieving 50 spiritual stones to begin his breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Within a mere 2 days, he encountered no hindrances and smoothly ascended to the 5th level, as if it were a natural progression. Lin Mo swung his fist, and the rapid motion caused the air to compress explosively. The force of his punch surpassed that of the 4th level of Qi refinement by several degrees. Yet, it was still insufficient. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Mo's murky eyes. In the absence of fortuitous encounters, the swift enhancement of his cultivation relied on visits to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. However, from today's experience, Lin Mo concluded that as one's cultivation level increased, the efficacy of dual cultivation with lower-tier female cultivators would gradually diminish. Thus, he could not recklessly pursue female cultivators of the Qi refinement stage. Even if he returned to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion 3 more times and expended all his 1,000 spirit stones, he feared that breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement would still pose a challenge. Under normal cultivation circumstances, 1,000 spirit stones would suffice for him to ascend to the 8th level. Considering his current cultivation, it was prudent to first seek female cultivators of the Qi refinement stage for maximum benefit. Tomorrow, he would sell the spirit assistance pills and then head to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It would be fortuitous if Shangguan Wuqing could visit him once more in the interim, allowing him to save over 1,000 spirit stones. However, Lin Mo could not control Shangguan Wuqing's actions and could only leave it to fate. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the trading market of the initial sacred sect. This was a place for disciples of the sect to engage in free trade. But those setting up stalls were required to pay a 5% venue fee to the sect. Early in the morning, the market was already bustling with a throng of people. Lin Mo ambled in, unnoticed, and casually found a vacant spot to display a spirit assistance pill. Soon, a few inner disciples took notice of the pill, but they merely pointed and commented without any intention to purchase. Lin Mo, naturally, paid them no mind. Before long, a familiar figure appeared at Lin Mo's stall. It was Shangguan Wuqing. They exchanged a brief glance, but showed no signs of recognition. Old servant, do you know the general price of spirit assistance pills? Shangguan Wuqing inquired. It should be 150 spirit stones. Am I correct? He replied, yes, but 150 spirit stones is the highest price. Generally, selling for 100 to 123 would be quite good. Although the spirit assistance pills could temporarily enhance one's absorption of spiritual energy, they were, after all, consumables. Moreover, the pill's low grade significantly reduced its effectiveness for cultivators beyond the golden core stage. Selling for over 100 spirit stones was already commendable. Shangguan Wuqing's assessment was indeed accurate. Ultimately, Lin Mo sold all 5 spirit assistance pills for 130 spirit stones each. After closing his stall, Lin Mo paid the market management 33 spirit stones as the venue fee. Old servant, why are you walking so quickly? Afraid I might take advantage of you? Shangguan Wuqing caught up with him shortly after he left the trading market. Chapter 20. How astonishingly vigorous this old servant is. Is he back again? Captain Wuqing, please do not jest with an old man like me. Is there something that you seek from me? Lin Mo chuckled to himself and inquired. However, Shangguan Wuqing remained silent, merely gesturing with her eyes towards the surroundings. Following her gaze, Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. To his dismay, he discovered that no fewer than 5 inner disciples were secretly observing him with predatory intent, and he had been completely oblivious to it. Were they intent on seizing my spirit stones? Lin Mo thought, a sense of trepidation enveloping him. You are not as dull as I presumed, Shangguan Wuqing remarked. One naturally targets the vulnerable. After all, you are but a mere servant. What harm is there in taking your spirit stones? As long as they are not caught by the law enforcement hall on the spot, no one will pursue the matter later. It is a risk-free venture. I would partake in it myself. Had I not arrived in time, I fear your fate would have been much worse. You ought to express your gratitude to me. Were it not for her intention to utilize Lin Mo for her own cultivation advancement, Shangguan Wuqing would hardly have cared about such trivialities. After all, robbery was hardly a novel occurrence within the sect. The law enforcement hall had limited personnel and could hardly manage everything. Thank you, Captain Wuqing. I owe you this favor. Lin Mo said with a respectful bow, sincerity evident in his tone. Just the thought of it filled him with dread. Had Shangguan Wuqing not intervened, even if he had sensed something amiss earlier, he would have been defenseless. Given his strength, he could not withstand those inner disciples. At that point, not only would his spirit stones be taken, but he might even face death. In the eyes of these inner disciples, the life of a servant was worth little. As long as no one witnessed the act, the death of a servant would be of no consequence, and the law enforcement hall would not investigate further. Verbal gratitude is meaningless. Return my favor at our usual place in 10 days. I shall await you, Shangguan Wuqing said, a tantalizing glint in her eyes. Very well. I shall remember, Lin Mo replied, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Yet, his heart was already filled with joy. Earlier, he had been troubled about how to have Shangguan Wuqing seek him out. Now, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Perhaps he could indeed ascend from the 4th to the 8th level of Qi refinement in just half a month. Why would you not be pleased? You know how many senior brothers in the sect are eager to pursue me, yet they can barely catch a whiff of my presence? As an elderly servant, it is indeed your good fortune to have caught my eye, Shangguan Wuqing teased with confidence. It was worth noting that her beauty and figure were indeed among the finest in the ranks of the tens of thousands of female disciples in the initial sacred sect. Coupled with her status as the captain of the Zhuke division of the law enforcement hall, she had no shortage of admirers, numbering at least in the thousands. The words of the merciless captain resonate profoundly. Lin Mo feigned flattery, remarking that to be associated with her might indeed be a blessing accrued over 3 lifetimes. If he had not engaged in a deep and amicable exchange with Lu Zian, Lin Mo would genuinely feel fortunate. Moreover, he possessed the pure yang sacred body. Once he cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, rejuvenating his physique, What woman would he have to worry about lacking? Very well, attend to your matters, with me watching over. No one shall covet the spirit stones in your possession for the time being, said Shangguan Wuching with a narrowed-eyed smile. Lin Mo's flattery seemed to strike a chord with her. Upon returning to the drunken, immortal pavilion, Lin Mo spent 600 spirit stones to summon 2 female cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. The outcome was as he had anticipated. This time, he thoroughly absorbed the Yin energy from both female cultivators, barely managing to break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. The Yin energy from female cultivators in the Qi refinement stage had begun to prove insufficient for him. This could not continue. After breaking through to the 6th level, Lin Mo could distinctly sense that the energy and Yin required to ascend to the 7th level far exceeded that of his previous breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th level. The 9th level of Qi refinement can essentially be divided into 4 phases. The 1st to 3rd levels represent the early stage, the 4th to 6th levels the mid stage, and the 7th to 9th levels the late stage. Upon achieving the 9th level, one can further advance to the completion of the Qi refinement stage. Only upon reaching completion can one prepare for the breakthrough to foundation establishment. The accumulation of spirit energy required for each stage of Qi refinement multiplies exponentially. The last time he successfully transitioned from the 3rd level of the early stage to the 4th level of the mid stage was likely due to Shangguan Wuching's abundant Yin energy. Thus, Lin Mo realized that trying to break through to the 7th level by summoning 2 female cultivators in the Qi refinement stage would pose a significant challenge. Perhaps he should try summoning one from the early foundation establishment stage instead. Lin Mo assessed his resources and found he had just over 1,000 spirit stones, sufficient to summon a female cultivator from the early foundation establishment stage. So, he rested in his room for 2 days, adjusting his state and circulating his yin-yang demonic art to consolidate his cultivation. He then summoned a female disciple working at the drunken immortal pavilion, specifically requesting one from the early foundation establishment stage. Outside the door, listening to the series of flushed and fervent sounds emanating from the room, the female disciple quietly marveled. How curious! Where did this old servant acquire such an abundance of spirit stones? He appears on the brink of the grave, yet his vigor remains so robust. Even those impetuous inner disciples do not frequent this place as often as he does. But what did it matter? After all, this old fellow had provided her with a substantial commission, and with a bit more savings, she could purchase that magical artifact. After nearly 10 hours, Lin Mo's encounter with the female cultivator from the foundation establishment stage finally concluded. The prowess of a cultivator at this stage was indeed remarkable, despite Lin Mo's relentless onslaught. Her condition had only slightly declined. Unlike the female cultivators of the Qi refinement stage of Yur, she now appeared utterly drained. How peculiar, he thought, scratching his head. Contrary to his expectations, he had not smoothly advanced to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Instead, he found himself at an impasse. He then glanced at the foundation establishment female cultivator resting on the bed. She seemed to be in decent condition and could likely endure further exertion. If he failed to break through to the 7th level, his 1,000 spirit stones would be wasted. To his astonishment, the foundation establishment cultivator, who had thought her ordeal was over, was confronted by the reality of an elderly figure partially buried in the earth. Chapter 21. A Chance Encounter with the Saintess. The shock of Shangguan Wuching 2 hours later, nourished by the abundant Yin energy, Lin Mo finally managed to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Meanwhile, the foundation establishment female cultivator lay on the bed, appearing as though her essence had been completely siphoned away. In stark contrast, Lin Mo radiated vitality due to his recent breakthrough. Moreover, his arms, face, legs, and upper body seemed to have rejuvenated by a decade overnight. No longer resembling the frail figure he once was, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk him away. He pinched his now somewhat plump wrists and thighs, feeling a refreshing exhilaration that filled him with joy. Cultivating immortality is truly the most magnificent invention of this realm. Not long ago, he was but a decrepit old man, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, where there is a will, there is a way. After despair comes hope. A month prior, Lin Mo would never have dared to believe that he could experience such a reversal of fortune, though he lacked the quintessential golden finger systems that many transmigrators possessed. His pure yang sacred body could nearly be considered the strongest advantage in the Tianyuan continent. Thankfully, with the pure yang sacred body at his disposal, he feared he would otherwise be pinned upon the pillar of shame reserved for failed transmigrators. Lin Mo secretly reveled in his good fortune. Although he had already surpassed the age of 110, In the realm of cultivation, 100 is merely the prime of one's endeavors. He firmly believed that with diligent practice, even if he could not return to the visage of his 20s, he could at least regain the vigor of his middle age. That, he deemed, would be more than sufficient. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Mo departed from the drunken immortal pavilion. With 3 days remaining until the 10 days mentioned by Shangguan Wuqing, he had ample time to recuperate. Upon returning to his modest wooden cottage, he eagerly tested the powers of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Indeed, it was on an entirely different tier from the 6th level. However, reaching the 7th level had also left his pockets emptier than his face. Were it not for the 5,000 spirit stones target set by that female tyrant, he would have been at a loss as to where to procure spirit stones. Reclining at the head of his bed, Lin Mo pondered. The restrictions of being a miscellaneous disciple were far too constraining. Even if he wished to acquire spirit stones, he found himself unable to do so. The initial holy sect had established tasks for earning spirit stones, but they were exclusively available to inner disciples. The menial servants are not qualified to undertake the sect's tasks. And as for the sect's training, that is even more out of the question. Do the menial servants dare to participate in the sect's training? It is but a dream. In the future, one must find ways to extract more cultivation resources from Lu Ziyan. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo's mind began to conceive a bold idea. Rather than exhausting oneself in the arduous pursuit of cultivation resources, would it not be more delightful to procure them from Lu Ziyan? If one were to ponder who possesses the greatest wealth within the entire initial sacred sect, there would be no doubt that it is Lu Ziyan, the sect leader. Although this might imply a degree of dependence, in the realm of cultivation, there is no shame in such pursuits. Countless individuals aspire to partake in Lu Ziyan's generosity, yet fail to grasp it. Before long, 3 days had passed. On his way to the residence of Shangguan Wuqing, Lin Mo traversed a somewhat secluded woodland path. While idly surveying the scenery, he seemed to catch sight of a graceful silhouette emerging from the depths of the forest. Initially, Lin Mo suspected he was merely imagining things, but after rubbing his eyes and focusing intently, he confirmed his observations were accurate. Just from the figure's profile, Lin Mo had already conjured an image of an unparalleled beauty in his mind. Wait a moment. This silhouette appears somewhat familiar. In the next instant, Lin Mo realized with clarity. Is that not the Holy Maiden, Suyu? At that moment, a flying spirit beast descended before Suyu. She cautiously glanced around, then swiftly inserted a node into the beast's mouth. Observing this scene, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying significance. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be nonchalant as he hastily departed. After releasing the flying spirit beast, Suyu surveyed her surroundings once more. She had presumed no one had noticed her until she spotted Lin Mo, almost vanishing from her view. Suyu's delicate brows knitted slightly, and a glint of cold light flashed in her clear, lively eyes. Stealthily, she trailed behind him until she recognized Lin Mo's identity. Lin the Elder? How could he possibly be here? Suyu was utterly perplexed. She was uncertain whether Lin Mo had seen her. If he had, it would spell trouble. If he had not, then approaching him for information could easily raise his suspicions. Yet regardless of Lin Mo's actions, she could not simply dismiss her concerns. Suyu's gaze remained sharply fixed on Lin Mo's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Upon reaching a densely populated area, the chilling presence that had loomed behind him dissipated, allowing Lin Mo to finally exhale in relief. There was certainly something amiss with Suyu. Lin Mo mused inwardly. She must have noticed him. The question was no longer whether he wished to be entangled in this matter, but rather whether Suyu would let him go. Theoretically, the answer was evidently no. What, then, should be done? If Suyu truly wished for him to vanish without a trace, with Lin Mo's current cultivation, he would possess no means of resistance. Damn it. Why must I encounter such a stroke of misfortune? It is truly unfortunate. Just as I was finally on the verge of getting back on track, I inadvertently stumbled upon this predicament. Unless I remain ensconced within the small cabin of the Zetian Palace, I cannot conceive how to evade Suyu's assassination attempts. For the moment, the anticipation I initially felt in seeking mutual cultivation with Shangguan Wuqing has waned considerably. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. Worrying excessively serves no purpose. At worst, I could simply hide away in the small cabin of Zetian Palace. I truly do not believe Suyu would dare to kill me without provocation beneath Lu Ziyan's watchful eyes. Regaining my composure, Lin Mo quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived once more at Shangguan Wuqing's residence. She had been waiting for him inside for quite some time. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no one was in sight, Shangguan Wuqing opened the door and allowed Lin Mo to enter. It was still that impenetrably dark room from before. Shangguan Wuqing examined Lin Mo from head to toe, her surprise evident as she remarked, "You've reached the 7th level of qi refinement? No wonder you appear considerably younger." Previously, Shangguan Wuqing had not deliberately sensed Lin Mo's cultivation aura. However, she was quite certain that 10 days prior, at the sex trading market, Lin Mo had not possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of qi refinement. It was merely luck. There is no need for Captain Wuqing to be so astonished. Lin Mo responded with a nonchalant demeanor. "Indeed, this is excellent news for me." Shangguan Wuqing's lips curled into a slight smile, her emotions and desires laid bare. After all, she preferred Lin Mo to be somewhat younger. Especially given the frail and emaciated figure he had previously displayed. She had been cautious not to exert excessive force, fearing she might inadvertently break his aging body. Chapter 22. Just a reminder to the female demon, it is not her body I covet. 2 days later. "Well done, old servant. You've improved significantly since our last encounter." Shangguan Wuqing leaned against the wall, panting and radiating satisfaction. Over the past 2 days, she had not only found fulfillment but also sensed the faint signs of a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Originally, Shangguan Wuqing had estimated that she would need at least another 2 or 3 years of cultivation to achieve such a breakthrough. The previous instance had not been very pronounced, but this time she had deeply experienced the wonders of dual cultivation. What Shangguan Wuqing did not realize was that her significant increase in cultivation was entirely due to Lin Mo's pure yang sacred body. Had she been with anyone else, such effects would have been unattainable. Primarily, Lin Mo, an elderly man nearing his end, with cultivation still stagnating at the qi refinement stage, had never led her to consider the implications of the pure yang sacred body. "The merciless captain has overpraised me. You are not lacking either," Lin Mo chuckled. Perhaps due to the experience gained from the last encounter, Shangguan Wuqing's skills had evidently improved significantly. The moment Lin Mo raised his hand, Shangguan Wuqing instinctively understood his intentions. However, this was not the most crucial aspect. The most important factor was, as anticipated, he successfully broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement. In a mere fortnight, he had ascended from the 4th to the 8th level. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation, even within the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, would surely rank among the elite. The pure yang sacred body, the yin-yang demonic arts, and dual cultivation were all indispensable. Without a partner for dual cultivation, Lin Mo, adhering to traditional practices, would require at least 4 to 5 months to achieve the same breakthrough, provided he had ample spirit stones to support his endeavor. Thus, the prospect of advancing to the foundation establishment stage was imminent. Lin Mo felt a surge of delight within. Once he resolved the matters concerning the miscellaneous department and secured the promised 5,000 spirit stones from Lu Ziyan, he could enter seclusion to attempt the foundation establishment phase. 5,000 spirit stones would be sufficient to propel him from the 8th level of qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. However, conversely, if dual cultivation with Shangguan Wuqing yielded such remarkable results, then the effects of cultivating with Lu Ziyan were beyond his imagination. Shangguan Wuqing, a mere captain of the Law Enforcement Hall S subteam, could not possibly compare to Lu Ziyan. Lin Mo was unaware of Shangguan Wuqing's cultivation level, nor did he know Lu Ziyan's. Yet, he could easily deduce that the disparity in their cultivation was akin to an insurmountable chasm, an abyss with no end in sight. Nevertheless, Lu Ziyan, that formidable woman, exhibited a temperament as unpredictable as the weather. Considering her level of cultivation, 3 to 5 decades would feel no different than his mere 3 to 5 months. It was uncertain when she might next summon him for dual cultivation. Thus, he could not simply wait idly. He needed to devise a way to subtly remind her of the benefits of dual cultivation. Lin Mo primarily wished to discern what effects would arise from cultivating the yin-yang demonic arts alongside a powerhouse like Lu Ziyan, and it was certainly not mere lust for her form. Upon exiting Shangguan Wuqing's residence, it was morning. Lin Mo did not forget about Suyu. To avoid being ambushed by her, he chose to traverse through crowded areas. With great caution, he safely returned to the small wooden cabin in Zitian Palace. Upon reaching the cabin, Lin Mo had no time to rest. He promptly sat cross-legged and activated the yin-yang demonic arts within him to stabilize his realm. Lacking spirit stones, he resorted to absorbing the spiritual essence from the surrounding environment. Although the aura was not as rich as that derived from spirit stones, it was the only option available to him. Under the enhancement of the pure yang sacred body and the yin-yang demonic arts, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth continuously flowed into Lin Mo's body through his breath. It coursed through his meridians and flesh, ultimately converging in his dantian. The following day, a sudden, jarring knock on the door jolted Lin Mo from his meditative state. As anticipated, the visitor was none other than Jose, the newly appointed overseer of the miscellaneous department. A fortnight ago, Lin Mo might have felt trepidation, but now, in the presence of Jose, the latter resembled nothing more than an unarmed child. Despite the mere difference of a single level in chi refinement, it was sufficient to establish an overwhelming advantage, even to the point of instantaneous defeat. Thus, facing Jose once more, Lin Mo felt no apprehension. Nor did he feel the need to bow and scrape as he had in the past. I have heard that you have taken over the management of the miscellaneous department. What business do you have with me? Lin Mo initiated, his tone laced with disdain and contempt. Ha ha, Jose chuckled amiably, adopting a friendly demeanor. Do not misunderstand. Brother Lin Mo, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. When you first arrived, I may have bullied you, but that was merely the folly of youth, a trivial jest. I hope you can forgive me. Jose's words left Lin Mo momentarily taken aback. However, Lin Mo was not naive enough to believe that Jose had genuinely reformed his character. There was an adage that where there is abnormality, there lies a plot. Perhaps this young man was concocting some insidious scheme. Since we are old acquaintances, why not invite me in for a chat? Jose continued with a smile. Lin Mo, adhering to the maxim that one should not strike a smiling face, begrudgingly welcomed Jose inside, eager to discern the true intentions behind his visit. Once seated, Jose casually draped an arm over Lin Mo's shoulder, speaking earnestly, in truth, we are kindred spirits, having traversed the trials of the miscellaneous department together for many years. Lin Mo silently rolled his eyes, thinking, who on earth considers you a brother? Brother Lin Mo, you made out my sincerity, but listen to me. Jose seemed aware of Lin Mo's skepticism, thus speaking with heartfelt conviction. You might think that, given my long-standing friendship with Lu Mingdong, I would target you upon assuming this role. However, might it be possible that I owe you my gratitude? Had you not managed to oust that old scoundrel Lu Mingdong, I might never have ascended to this position. Lin Mo nodded perfunctorily and then extended his hand, stating, verbal gratitude is of little consequence, at the very least. I would appreciate something tangible. Ah, we are not strangers, after all, so that is easily arranged. Jose appeared to have anticipated this, promptly producing a storage ring containing 500 spirit stones and presenting it to Lin Mo. It may not be a substantial amount, but I hope you will accept it. Brother Lin Mo. He then lowered his voice slightly, speaking cautiously, do not make too much noise. You know these spirit stones are not entirely clean. Upon concluding his statement, Jose discreetly handed Lin Mo an additional 300 spirit stones, adding, consider this a small compensation for the times I wronged you. I hope you can overlook past grievances, yes? If it is still insufficient, shall I go back and find a few new female attendants to accompany you? Rest assured, they are genuine and authentic. Chapter 23, Why don't you seize the opportunity? Jose was caught off guard. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. He harbored serious doubts that Jose had perhaps hit his head before leaving home today. This was simply not right. Despite Jose's earnest declarations and tangible actions, Lin Mo remained skeptical that Jose would willingly lower his status to seek reconciliation with him. The reason was simple. They were in the merciless sect known as the Initial Sacred Sect. Had they been within a celestial sect, Lin Mo might have believed it. Lin Mo placed the 300 spirit stones Jose had sent over onto the table and gazed directly into his eyes. Manager Zhou, we are no longer newcomers. We cannot deceive one another. Let us speak candidly. What are your intentions? Ah, my intentions are quite simple, Brother Lin, Jose stated earnestly. I harbor no ill will towards you, nor do I wish to target you. I kindly ask that you refrain from reporting me in the future. Furthermore, you shall continue to oversee the female attendants of the Purple Heaven Palace. As long as you are alive, no one can usurp your position. Brother Lin, do you see? Lin Mo, stroking his beard leisurely, fell into contemplation. If Jose was indeed concerned about the possibility of Lin Mo reporting him, then his actions today could be somewhat justified. After all, humans are inherently selfish creatures. What value does loyalty hold in the Initial Sacred Sect? Yet, Lin Mo remained cautious of Jose. Perhaps he merely sensed that his cultivation was superior, prompting him to seek reconciliation. Had Lin Mo still been the same weakling he once was, Jose would have likely taken advantage of him without hesitation. Ultimately, in this world, strength is the only indisputable truth. If peace could be achieved, Lin Mo would prefer to avoid chaos within the servant department. Lin Mo accepted the compensation of 300 spirit stones and continued, "As for the female attendants, there is no need to send them to me. Convert that into spirit stones instead, based on the valuation of the Drunken Immortal Tower for the Qi refining stage. I shall consider it 1,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Jose's expression darkened considerably. 1,000 spirit stones could procure him over 100 female attendants. Lin Mo was well aware, as was Jose, of the caliber of the female attendants in the servant department. Those who ended up there were often cultivation failures, possessing neither beauty nor figure. Even those lacking in cultivation talent, but possessing striking looks and demeanor, were often taken by the higher-ups of the initial sacred sect to serve as handmaidens. Seeing Jose's countenance so grim it seemed as if it could yield water, Lin Mo chuckled, "Manager Zhou, it is merely 1,000 spirit stones. While other attendants may struggle to offer such a sum, for you, it should not be a significant amount, correct?" Jose's eyelids twitched violently. Was 1,000 spirit stones not a lot? With that sum, he could hire a golden core stage assassin. Why don't you seize the opportunity? However, considering that Lin Mo spends the majority of his time in this quaint wooden cabin, Jose had no choice but to relent. Although Lin Mo was merely a handyman, no one in the entire initial sacred sect dared to cause disturbances within the Purple Heaven Palace. Frustrated, Jose gritted his teeth and reluctantly handed over 1,000 spirit stones to Lin Mo, his heart bleeding profusely. He could accept spending 800 spirit stones to reconcile with Lin Mo, but 1,800 spirit stones felt like a brutal amputation of his own flesh. Yet, apart from this, Jose had no other recourse. If he wished to maintain his position in the handyman department peacefully, Lin Mo was an unstable element he could not afford to ignore. Otherwise, he would be restless even in his sleep at night. With a satisfied smile, Lin Mo accepted the spirit stones and said, "Manager Zhou, you truly are my brother. I have believed in you since childhood. With your boundless generosity and grandeur, it is only fitting that you hold the position of manager in the handyman department." Listening to Lin Mo's flattery, Jose felt anything but joy. Instead, it was as if he had consumed something vile. Such insincere praise was fit only for a 3-year-old. However, he could not reveal his true feelings and could only muster a forced smile, saying, "You are too kind, Lin brother. I shall not disturb you any longer. There are many matters awaiting my attention in the handyman department." With that, Jose rose and left without waiting for Lin Mo's response. The longer he lingered, the more he feared Lin Mo would strip him of his very dignity. "Take care, brother Zhou. I shall not see you off." Lin Mo's cheerful farewell echoed behind him. Jose stumbled, nearly losing his balance in a fit of anger, but fortunately, the accompanying handyman disciples caught him just in time. Otherwise, he would have fallen flat on his face. "You may be cheerful, but I am certainly not." Inside the wooden cabin, Lin Mo chuckled to himself. He had initially thought it would require considerable effort to deal with Jose, but the situation unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. Thus, for the foreseeable future, he need not worry about Jose troubling him again. By the time Jose sought to confront him, Lin Mo believed Jose would be as insignificant as an ant. The key point was that Jose had even gifted him 1,800 spirit stones. Lin Mo felt inclined to bestow upon him the title of benefactor of timely aid. With that, the matters of the handyman department were settled, and he could now seek out the female demon leader for the original stone. However, before that, recalling the last words spoken by Lu Ziyan during their previous meeting, Lin Mo thought it prudent to visit the Jade Clear Pool for a cleansing before heading to the Purple Heaven Palace. Although he could not detect any unpleasant odor himself, it was wise to err on the side of caution to avoid any unexpected repercussions from Lu Ziyan. After all, it would not cost him many spirit stones. In the Purple Heaven Palace, the ethereal artificial lake awaited. Lu Ziyan sat by the wooden bridge leading to the pavilion in the heart of the lake. Her snow-white feet immersed in the water, gently stirring the crystal-clear surface, exuding an air of tranquility. Siyu approached with a graceful and demure stride, respectfully announcing, "Master, I bring you delightful news. I have successfully reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment." "Indeed," Lu Ziyan replied with a slight nod, her demeanor seemingly unperturbed. Suyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she continued, "Master, might it be time for me to practice more profound techniques? Waiting until I break through to the Golden Core stage to learn other methods may hinder my progress." "That is a reasonable point," Lu Ziyan acknowledged. "There are indeed numerous advanced techniques within our sect. Do you have a particular one in mind?" "Respectfully, Master, I do have a technique I admire," but Suyu hesitated, finding it difficult to voice her desire. "But what?" "Speak plainly," Lu Ziyan urged, uninterested in guessing Suyu's thoughts. Chapter 24, Is the sect leader yearning for a man? The female demon lord summons again. Master, I merely feel you might not permit me to practice it, Suyu replied with a natural tone. I wish to cultivate the yin-yang evil technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyan ceased her playful splashing and turned to face Suyu. Under Lu Ziyan's intense gaze, Suyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her small fist clenched tightly behind her back, unable to meet Lu Ziyan's eyes. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ziyan finally spoke. Do not assume that the yin-yang evil technique is a commendable method. My reluctance to allow you to practice it is for a reason. Master, what is that reason? So you seemed unwilling to relent. You need not concern yourself with that. I would never harm you, Lu Ziyan reassured her. Furthermore, I possess a technique called the 10,000 Blood Pagoda Sutra, which, in terms of rank, is only slightly inferior to the yin-yang evil technique. Take it and cultivate with it for now. With a flick of her delicate fingers, a blood-red ancient parchment fell into Suyu's hands. Yet, Suyu's expression remained one of grievance, unwilling to acquiesce. Master, I still wish to, seeing Suyu's persistence. Lu Ziyan's tone grew somewhat frosty. I have already stated that the yin-yang evil technique is not a commendable method. Do not be misled by its adoration among countless evil cultivators. It harbors significant drawbacks. If you truly wish to cultivate the yin-yang evil technique, you must first find a suitable partner, and only then will I consider imparting it to you. From Lu Ziyan's perspective, Suyu's current pursuit of the yin-yang evil technique would undoubtedly be less advantageous than studying other advanced methods. She understood that once one delved into the yin-yang evil technique, without engaging in dual cultivation, it would be inferior to the 10,000 Blood Pagoda Sutra, indeed, vastly so. Even if she had a dual cultivation partner, it would only match the efficacy of the 10,000 Blood Pagoda Sutra. Only if her partner practiced the yang aspect of the yin-yang evil technique could it be deemed one of the continent's premier malevolent cultivation methods. Very well. I shall return to my cultivation, master. After hearing Lu Ziyan's words, Suyu felt it inappropriate to say anything further. Once Suyu departed, Lu Ziyan murmured to herself. The youth today are excessively impetuous, which is not a virtue. I, too, suffered from this folly in my earlier days. When she acquired the yin-yang evil arts from a remote ancient relic, she was captivated by its formidable reputation across the continent, carelessly abandoning her original techniques to pursue the yin-yang evil arts instead. Otherwise, with her innate talent and comprehension, her current cultivation should be far more advanced. Shortly after Suyu left, a tall, white-haired maiden dressed in red approached. This red-clad fairy, named Hongyue, was the grand elder of the initial sacred sect. She covered her mouth with a playful laugh and teased, "Oh dear, why do I sense that the esteemed sect leader appears rather lonely? Could it be that you are yearning for a man?" Casting a sidelong glance, Lu Ziyan coldly retorted, "Hongyue, you had best have a purpose, otherwise I would not hesitate to send you back for a few more years of rest." Hongyue was not only the grand elder of the initial sacred sect, but also a close confidant of Lu Ziyan. Were it not for their friendship, she would not dare to jest so freely given her esteemed position. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would likely have faced dire consequences. At the mention of this, Hongyue instinctively touched her rear, recalling the last time she had teased Lu Ziyan during a moment of her displeasure, resulting in a whip strike that left her bettered in for years. All right, you ought to temper that temper of yours," Hongyue said, settling beside Lu Ziyan and presenting a jade slip containing information. "Here are the sect's accounts from the past decade for your review." Lu Ziyan did not immediately peruse the accounts, but instead inquired, "Have there been any irregularities within the sect of late?" "Well, not particularly. Everything has been proceeding as usual." Hongyue paused for effect. Lu Ziyan inexplicably began a countdown. "Oh dear, you truly lack a sense of humor," Hongyue quickly interrupted, continuing. "Let me be direct. According to our latest intelligence, we have a mole within the sect. This individual holds a significant position and likely has access to core secrets, though we have yet to pinpoint them." "What is their purpose?" Lu Ziyan asked. "That remains unknown," Hongyue replied. "If we were aware of their intentions, locating them would be considerably easier. I grant you 3 years to expose them." Lu Ziyan issued a firm command. "I shall do my utmost. If I fail to uncover them, do not blame me," Hongyue remarked, though Lu Ziyan paid little heed to her words, for she understood Hongyue's capabilities. Over the past century, the initial sacred sect had seen no fewer than 20 infiltrators. However, the vast majority have been exposed by the Scarlet Moon, and this time should be no exception. The reason she expressed this was merely to provide herself a retreat. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Then I shall take my leave. Should you find yourself longing for a man, do remember to tell me, and I shall assist you in your search. Buzz. A piercing glare of death descended upon her, prompting the Scarlet Moon to flee from the Purple Sky Palace in haste. On another note, after soaking in the jade-clear pool, Lin Mo felt entirely rejuvenated. The 30 spirit stones spent were indeed worth it. By the time he returned to the wooden cabin, night had fallen. The brilliant stars hung high in the sky, forming a resplendent Milky Way that stretched across the heavens. There was still a wait ahead. Casting a glance at the gates of the Purple Sky Palace, Lin Mo mused quietly. As it was not the time for cleaning the palace, he intended to seek out Lu Ziyan for the 5,000 original stones, but he had to wait for her summons first. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was not particularly anxious. Given Lu Ziyan's standing, she should not break her word. However, there was one matter that weighed heavily on his mind, the issue concerning Suyu. After all, Suyu was the only disciple Lu Ziyan had taken after hundreds of years of searching. Moreover, Lin Mo lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate that Suyu posed any threat. If it were anyone else, it might be different, but this time the subject was Suyu. Without adequate proof, Lin Mo dared not speak recklessly in front of Lu Ziyan. Yet, he also harbored concerns about when Suyu might strike against him. Just as Lin Mo was embroiled in his thoughts, Lu Ziyan's mental transmission resonated in his mind. Come in. Lin Mo felt compelled to respond promptly. He reined in his thoughts and swiftly entered the Purple Sky Palace. Chapter 25. How could I harbor such feelings towards a mere servant? Servant Lin Mo. I greet the esteemed sect master. Upon encountering Lu Ziyan, Lin Mo offered his customary greeting. 8th level of Qi refinement. She observed him, her curiosity piqued and astonished. In just over a month, he had surged from the 2nd level of Qi refinement to the 8th. Such a terrifying pace was something even she, in her prime, could scarcely fathom. It made no sense. If this servant truly possessed such extraordinary talent, how could he have ever been relegated to servitude? Yet, Lin Mo's current 8th level of Qi refinement could not be feigned. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a superlative being, awakening only recently? Otherwise, how could someone with such abysmal potential and comprehension manage to cultivate the yin-yang evil demon technique so seamlessly? If Lin Mo were indeed the reincarnation of a powerful entity, she should have been able to perceive some indication of it. However, as Lu Ziyan scrutinized him from all angles, she found no signs of a reincarnated super being. Sect Master, what do you see? As Lu Ziyan continued to gaze at him in silence, Lin Mo could not help but feel a twinge of awkwardness. After pondering for a while, Lu Ziyan decided to inquire directly, "You are at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Pray tell, what does this entail?" Lin Mo contemplated for a moment before replying, "Respected Master, I am uncertain how it happened, but as I practiced, I inadvertently broke through. Might I be considered a genius?" "If you were a genius, then there would be no useless individuals in this world." Lu Ziyan promptly refuted Lin Mo's claim. "Then I am at a loss, however, Master. I believe I am not the mud you described. I truly can be propped against the wall," Lin Mo said somewhat boastfully, testing Lu Ziyan's perception of him. Yet, he realized that having merely been pushed against the wall was hardly a matter for pride. Without hesitation, Lu Ziyan struck back. "Having cultivated the yang volume of the yin-yang evil devil technique, you must possess some understanding of it. Enlighten me on the depth of your knowledge." "Yes, Master," Lin Mo replied earnestly. "If my understanding is correct, the yin-yang evil devil technique is a dual cultivation method, as the name suggests, requiring both aspects to truly harness its effects." Lu Ziyan narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Well stated, but refrained from speaking further. What you have uttered is merely a plethora of meaningless words." However, Lin Mo continued, "Regrettably, since I have mastered the yin-yang evil devil technique, I have been solitary in my cultivation, thereby failing to realize its full potential." "Is that so?" Lu Ziyan replied in a dispassionate tone, her chilling aura sending shivers down Lin Mo's spine. Steeling himself, Lin Mo nodded, "Indeed." Yet, as soon as he spoke, Lu Ziyan waved her long sleeves, sending him flying once more, akin to a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily against the wall, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Mo clutched his violently churning chest, perplexed and somewhat irate. "Master, did I say something wrong?" With an impassive expression, Lu Ziyan chastised him. "Wretched creature, I have long been aware that all men are but deceitful worms spewing lies. How dare you, a mere slave, repeatedly spout falsehoods before me? Previously, I remarked upon the foul stench you emanate. Do you think I meant that literally? The repugnant odor of womanhood lingers vividly in my memory. Mark my words, slave, should you dare to weave more lies before me next time, and I uncover your deceit, I shall make you experience the torment of 1,000 insects gnawing at your heart. Lin Mo opened his mouth, initially intending to defend himself, but upon further reflection, he decided against it. One lie necessitates 100 more to sustain it. Since Lu Ziyan had chosen not to pursue the matter further, continuing to argue would be tantamount to courting disaster. At this moment, Lin Mofong realized that the foul odor Lu Ziyan had mentioned previously referred to the scent of other women lingering on him. If memory served him right, he had just been released by Shangguan Wuqing during his last visit to Zitian Palace. Before his release, he had indulged in a passionate encounter with Shangguan Wuqing. Thankfully, he had visited the Yuling pool today. Otherwise, if that sorceress had detected multiple fragrances of other women on him, he might have met a grim fate. Reflecting on this, Lin Mofong felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that he could no longer frequent the Drunken Immortal building. Furthermore, he ought to minimize encounters with Shangguan Wuqing. If such meetings were unavoidable, a visit to the Yuling pool would be essential afterward. However, did this not suggest, in a roundabout way, that Lu Ziyan, this sorceress, actually cared about him? Lin Mofong pondered. If that were indeed the case, then the slap he received today could be considered worthwhile. Regaining his composure, Lin Mofong extended his sleeve and silently wiped away the blood on the ground. As he knelt, diligently cleaning the floor, Lu Ziyan felt a sudden surge of compassion for him. How could it be? Why would a noble like her feel such emotions for a mere servant? Lu Ziyan pressed her hand against her chest, bewildered by this unexpected sentiment. Yet, this feeling of concern was undeniably vivid and intense. With a sound, a storage ring fell to the ground just as Lu Ziyan's voice echoed. To each their own. You resolve the issues within the servant department through your own efforts. This is the spiritual stone I promised you. Lin Mofong picked up the storage ring and sensed the substantial quantity of spiritual stones within, an astonishing 8,000. In an instant, his fatigue dissipated, and the sting of Lu Ziyan's slap felt as if it had never occurred. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. Lin Mofong's voice was low and hoarse. Yet he could not conceal the excitement and joy in his tone. Lu Ziyan chose not to respond further and stood up, walking toward the inner chamber. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mofong hurriedly followed. Based on his understanding of Lu Ziyan, her lack of a clear dismissal indicated that she had more to discuss with him. He trailed behind her at a respectful distance of 10 meters, arriving at her boudoir. Chapter 26. Esteemed sect leader, you smell wonderful. Lu Ziyan sat elegantly on the soft, comfortable purple bed, crossing her legs gracefully. The cool moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on her exquisite profile, rendering her beauty even more ethereal. As if the world dimmed in comparison, Lin Mofong's gaze fell upon her delicate, smooth legs, revealed beneath her flowing purple skirt, a perfect embodiment of allure. In the past, Lu Ziyan would have readily punished Lin Mofong for such a gaze, but now it seemed unnecessary. That night, when Lin Mo took advantage of the moment, which part of her body had not been seen by him? To bring this up now would make her appear rather disingenuous. Do you harbor great hatred towards me, old servant? Lu Ziyan asked unexpectedly. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback, unsure of what this female tyrant was up to. Just moments ago, she had been fierce and threatening. Why had she suddenly become so gentle? I assure you, master, Lin Mo replied promptly, there is nothing of the sort. Is that so? Lu Ziyan's enchanting, captivating gaze bore into Lin Mo's eyes, seemingly attempting to penetrate his very thoughts. Indeed, Lin Mo stated, unabashedly meeting Lu Ziyan's gaze. For the past century, while you have been somewhat stern with me and have punished me on multiple occasions, I find it far preferable to being in the miscellaneous department, where I would suffer under the bullying and oppression of my seniors. I believe that had you not elevated me back in the day, assigning me to the Zitian Palace to oversee the miscellaneous affairs, I might have perished long ago at the hands of those seniors. How could I possibly have survived to this day? People often say that serving a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger, but compared to your punishments, the cruelty of the miscellaneous department seniors is far more brutal and sinister. Indeed, the very fact that I stand here today is entirely due to your benevolence. Otherwise, I would have long been a corpse buried deep beneath the earth. Even should I err one day and you decide to execute me, at least it would be a swift end. Lu Ziyan fell silent, her expression serene, her beautiful eyes revealing little of her thoughts. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Enough, your flattery has given me goosebumps. If I were truly merciful, there would be no wickedness left in the world. However, you, old servant, are quite eloquent. In light of your relatively honest demeanor this time, I shall permit you to overstep your boundaries once more. Master, are you serious? Lin Mo's murky eyes brightened, his voice trembling with excitement. Is there a possibility? Let's say, is there a chance that if I were to cultivate with Lu Ziyan, it could elevate my cultivation from the 8th level of qi refining straight to foundation establishment? After all, my experience with Shangguan Witching yielded such remarkable results. Surely, with Lu Ziyan as my partner, the outcome cannot be less significant? Do you think I'm just another deceitful man? Lu Ziyan retorted, flicking her fingers dismissively at her skirt, extending her alluring, shapely leg, making it clear that he should not overstep. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo understood. Lu Ziyan preferred to maintain the upper hand. Rest assured, Master, I am fully aware of my position, he replied. Slowly, Lin Mo bent down, lifting Lu Ziyan's long, delicate leg with excitement and remarked, Master, you smell delightful. Lu Ziyan supported herself on the edge of the bed, her body leaning back at a 45-degree angle. She closed her eyes, fully immersed in Lin Mo's tender caresses. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, Lu Ziyan was acutely aware of her surroundings. She felt a mix of shame, yet this unparalleled sensation captivated her. Initially, Lu Ziyan maintained the upper hand, but as the encounter progressed, the intertwining of her yin energy and Lin Mo's yang energy from the yin-yang demonic art began to operate, merging and complementing each other. Coupled with Lin Mo's formidable assault, which surpassed their last encounter, Lu Ziyan started to yield. In the ethereal realm of her mind, nourished by the continuous influx of yang energy, she could distinctly sense her somewhat ephemeral state solidifying at a visibly accelerated pace. This astonishing rate of enhancement far exceeded her own cultivation efforts by more than 100-fold. As Lu Ziyan absorbed Lin Mo's yang energy like a dragon drawing in water, his pure yang body began to exert its power. Meanwhile, the yin-yang demonic art within him relentlessly siphoned off the yin energy from Lu Ziyan, merging with his own yang energy to ultimately form the purest spiritual power. This immense spiritual energy coalesced into a torrent, flowing through his meridians and flesh, converging into his dantian, causing his aura to surge impeccably. Pleasant moments are always fleeting. In what felt like the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After the ordeal, Lu Ziyan shed her previous languorous demeanor and resumed her former lofty, icy disposition. Her delicate hand clenched, and the vast spiritual energy she gathered in her palm distorted the very fabric of space, achieving complete stability. Lu Ziyan marveled internally, surprised by the outcome. She had anticipated that even with Lin Mo's cultivation of the yin-yang demonic art, she would need 2 or 3 sessions of dual cultivation with him to truly solidify her realm. After all, the void refinement stage is not comparable to the golden core or nascent soul stages. However, the actual results surpassed her expectations. This was undoubtedly excellent news for her. If she could continue to cultivate at this pace, the Great Ascension stage seemed less out of reach than she had thought. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lu Ziyan's beautiful eyes. Perhaps it was time for her to reevaluate Lin Mo's worth. Her gaze then shifted to him, and she noticed that Lin Mo appeared notably younger than he had 3 days prior. His cultivation had broken through the 9th level of qi refinement, reaching perfection in the qi refinement stage, merely a step away from foundation establishment. It seemed this old servant had gained significantly from the experience. Under these circumstances, she need not worry about whether he could break through to foundation establishment within the limited time of the life-prolonging elixir. Observing Lin Mo's face, no longer gaunt and emaciated as before, Lu Ziyan blinked, sensing that something was amiss. She had once held all men in the world in equal disdain, so why? In recent times, had her perception and attitude towards Lin Mo gradually transformed within the depths of her heart? Perhaps it was linked to the secret that the old servant harbored. In just over a month, she had advanced from the 2nd to the 8th level of qi refinement. And Lu Ziyan had no doubts. Lin Mo surely possessed some secrets unknown to her at present. Chapter 27. The Soul-Devouring Blade Technique. Eyes in the Shadows. Qi refinement stage complete. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with emotion. At this rate, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was merely a matter of time. Lu Ziyan, this female tyrant, truly differed from the likes of Shangguan Witching and those superficial beauties. The astonishing dual cultivation effects were indeed astonishing. Although he had not successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, the ultimate results were already remarkable. Next, he only needed to cultivate quietly, condensing the Tao foundation within him to break through to the foundation establishment stage, freeing himself from concerns about time. Regaining his composure, Lin Mo lifted his gaze. There stood Lu Ziyan, poised and elegant at the window, sunlight streaming in, casting a golden veil over her already noble visage. Indeed. From this angle, Lu Ziyan was breathtakingly beautiful. Master, do you have further instructions? After the battle, Lin Mo had rekindled his respect for Lu Ziyan. With a slight glance, Lu Ziyan replied coolly, I shall be leaving shortly. In a month, you must clean the Zetian Palace. Additionally, while I am away, keep a close watch on who visits me and who enters the Zetian Palace. You must document everything in detail, understood? Yes, I shall remember, Lin Mo responded solemnly. Merely remembering is insufficient. If you miss even one person, I shall hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo stood at attention, suddenly realizing a grave concern. Was Lu Ziyan perhaps hunting for spies? Regardless of whether she was or not, one thing was certain. During Lu Ziyan's absence from the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo would find no genuine safe haven within the vast initial sacred sect. Should Su Yu seize this opportunity to eliminate him, Lin Mo acknowledged that, at present, he stood defenseless before her. Master, might you grant me a form of protection? Lin Mo ventured hesitantly. What kind of protection? Lu Ziyan inquired. Merely to allow you to guard the door. I did not instruct you to confront those individuals or apprehend them. As a mere servant, others would hardly concern themselves with you. Lin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He contemplated whether he should inform Lu Ziyan about Su Yu, as it pertained to his personal safety. Very well, I shall impart to you a blade technique. You may cultivate and comprehend it for now. As for a suitable weapon, you may procure one at Linghao Hall. After some contemplation, Lu Ziyan ultimately left Lin Mo a tattered tome. Lin Mo picked up the book and was struck by the bold, flowing characters emblazoned upon its cover. Soul-devouring blade technique. Should he encounter an insurmountable predicament, he was advised to seek out Han Yue at the Elder's courtyard, who would assist him. Lin Mo abruptly lifted his gaze, only to find Lu Ziyan's enchanting silhouette had vanished, leaving behind a lingering fragrance and the echo of her melodious voice, resonating in his ears, persistent and enchanting. How swiftly she departed. Lin Mo grimaced, noting her suggestion to seek the Grand Elder Han Yue for assistance. Yet, he surmised that he would scarcely gain entry to the Elder's courtyard. Even if he were to meet the Grand Elder, how could he possibly persuade her to lend her aid? He had heard whispers of Grand Elder Han Yue's notorious penchant for toying with others, coupled with her profound cunning. Lin Mo was in no doubt that, with his current capabilities, Han Yue would likely sell him out, all the while enjoying the spectacle as she counted her profits. It was evident he must rely on himself. With a heavy sigh, Lin Mo composed himself and departed from the Zetian Palace. Upon returning to his wooden abode, Lin Mo opened the soul-devouring blade technique left by Lu Ziyan. The first form, Soul Hook, was detailed within. As he continued to peruse, he encountered dense, obscure human figures that seemed to illustrate the cultivation method for the first form. To his astonishment, while these intricate patterns were exceedingly cryptic to the average person, they began to play vividly in his mind the moment he laid eyes upon them. The secrets, key points, and precautions for mastering Soul Hook were crystal clear. After flipping through several pages, Lin Mo promptly closed the book and, without hesitation, exited the small wooden house. He intended to seize the opportunity while Lu Ziyan had just departed, before anyone else became aware. A visit to the marketplace at Linghao Hall to acquire a fitting magical artifact was imperative, while the sex trading market also offered magical artifacts. Most were crafted by disciples engaged in refining techniques, resulting in mediocre quality. However, it was not entirely unheard of for rare treasures acquired by disciples during their adventures to surface at times. Yet, the likelihood of such occurrences was akin to winning a lottery of 5 million, extremely slim. Those who recognized valuable, powerful artifacts either kept them for personal use or sold them to Linghao Hall. The notion of stumbling upon a hidden gem? Lin Mo dismissed the idea, deeming it a cliché trope better suited for fantastical novels than his reality. Thus, it was far more prudent to procure his needs from the marketplace at Linghao Hall. Much like his first visit to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, upon witnessing an elderly servant arriving at the Linghao Hall marketplace, the disciple in charge immediately cast a skeptical glance at Lin Mo. Now Lin Mo finally understands why novels often depict scenes where the protagonist is ridiculed. It seems that such inspiration stems from reality. However, Lin Mo can comprehend the situation. It is akin to an elderly scavenger visiting a luxury car dealership, One can hardly expect the sales staff to regard him with any seriousness. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo surmises that he would likely behave similarly. Thus, he patiently addresses the shop assistant, saying, "My friend, I possess spirit stones sufficient to make a purchase. Kindly present me with a selection of blade treasures." Upon finishing his words, Lin Mo produces a storage ring containing 1,000 spirit stones. The shop assistant, taken aback, realizes that this seemingly lowly worker indeed possesses ample spirit stones to afford a treasure. "Well, it appears I have misjudged you today. I apologize." After verifying the contents of Lin Mo's storage ring, the assistant swiftly adopts a more respectful demeanor and retrieves 3 blade treasures as per Lin Mo's request, placing them before him. "These are all priced around 1,000 spirit stones. Please take a look." Lin Mo nods and begins to scrutinize the 3 blade treasures before him. The first is the Tiger Soul Blade, a low-grade spirit-level treasure priced at 1,000 spirit stones. The second is the Crimson Flame Blade, also a low-grade spirit-level treasure, priced at 950 spirit stones. The third is the Earth Sha Blade, another low-grade spirit-level treasure, similarly priced at 1,000 spirit stones. However, Lin Mo finds none of these treasures particularly appealing. His gaze then shifts, landing on a long, pitch-black blade hanging on the wall behind the shop assistant. "My friend, may I examine that blade?" Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, at that very moment, in a shadowy corner, a pair of ghastly, sickly eyes, akin to a vulture on the hunt, greedily fixates on him. Chapter 28. Are the lowly servants so affluent now? I shall pay double for his life. Despite initially doubting Lin Mo's purchasing power, the shop assistant retrieves the long, black blade as requested. This black blade, a mid-grade spirit-level treasure, is priced at 4,500 spirit stones. Lin Mo carefully examines the 5-foot-long blade, his eyes gleaming with delight. Regardless of its power, the sheer aesthetic appeal of the blade proves irresistible to him. "You possess discerning taste, old man. This black blade has the ability to plunder and erode bodily functions once it strikes an enemy. The deathly aura clinging to its edge invades their body. In less than a quarter of an hour, they are likely to meet their demise." The assistant succinctly describes the black blade, his expression hopeful. The price of a fine blade is not a flaw. It is merely a reflection of the inadequacy of those who cannot afford it. I shall take it." Without further ado, Lin Mo adds 3,500 spirit stones to his payment and acquires the black blade in full. The shop disciple stared in astonishment at Lin Mo's receding figure, disbelief etched across his face. For 1,005 spirit stones, a price that was relatively steep. Foundation establishment disciples could not afford such an expense, while those in the golden core stage looked down upon it. Thus, the black blade had lingered unsold for so long. Had the price been even slightly lower, the blade's ability to erode and seize bodily functions would have sparked a frenzy, preventing Lin Mo from ever making his purchase. Are the current menial workers truly so affluent? Perhaps I should consider becoming one myself. On his way back, as Lin Mo swiftly traversed a rather secluded path, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the side, blocking his way. Lin Mo's heart jolted. He initially assumed it was Su Yu, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a female disciple named Yun Fei, her complexion pale and exuding an aura of malevolence. Long-term consumption of addictive elixirs for cultivation had left her in such a wretched state, resembling neither human nor spirit. Were it not for the realm of cultivation, Lin Mo might have mistaken her for a ghost. "Fairy, may I inquire what brings you to seek this humble servant?" Lin Mo asked cautiously, tension coursing through him. He sensed a profoundly dangerous aura emanating from Yun Fei. She was not an opponent he could contend with. With a manic laugh, Yun Fei replied, "I've heard that you, old servant, possess quite a fortune, so I've come to relieve you of some spirit stones, hee. Will you willingly hand over your stones? Or shall I personally escort you? I am merely a struggling menial worker. What spirit stones could I possibly have?" Lin Mo maintained his composure, asserting, "Fairy, could it be that you're mistaken? Or perhaps looking for someone else?" Indeed, the inevitable had arrived. Previously, he had been fortunate to have Shangguan Witching come to his aid, but this time, luck seemed to be absent. In the initial holy sect, the principle was clear: if your fists were not powerful enough, you could not even safeguard your own spirit stones. How much less could a mere menial worker expect to fare? Innocent men bear the burden of guilt by association. Yun Fei beckoned with her pale, delicate hand, and a dagger glinting with a chilling light materialized instantly. In a voice as cold as ice, she asserted, "Your name is Lin Mo, correct? I have not made a mistake." Jose from your menial department explicitly told me that he had given you 1,008 spirit stones. In an instant, a chilling aura, nearly tangible, erupted from Yunfei, enveloping Lin Mo entirely. A potent sense of impending doom surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. Ah, so this is how you choose to play, is it? I knew Jose, that treacherous old man, would not harbor good intentions. Lin Mo's expression darkened. This tactic of using a knife to kill from a distance was indeed deftly executed. Yet, it must be said, Jose's methods were markedly more astute than those of El Mingtong. Lin Mo, filled with trepidation, promptly presented Yunfei with a sum of 18 spirit stones, lamenting. Spirit stones are mere external possessions. I would not risk my own life for such trivial wealth. Fair maiden, might you consider sparing my life? My days are numbered, and I merely wish to enjoy my twilight years. Accepting the spirit stones, Yunfei chuckled enigmatically. Ah, you old servant are quite perceptive. However, I never claimed I would spare you. With a sinister grin, she continued, let us ensure your demise is a bit more serene. Jose from your servant department offered me 500 spirit stones solely to purchase your life. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart sank, chilling him to the core. Judging by her aura, Yunfei's cultivation was certainly at least at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. His own perfected qi refining stage seemed insignificant before her, akin to that of an ant. Yet Lin Mo was not inclined to resign himself to fate. Fair maiden, hold on. Lin Mo's voice thundered, interrupting Yunfei's impending strike. Her eyes, gleaming with mockery, narrowed as she smirked. Do you have any last words? Delaying will not save you. To speak plainly, I never realized my worthless life could be valued at 500 spirit stones, Lin Mo replied. Since Jose offered 500 for my life, I shall double that amount if you are willing to kill him. Oh, you possess spirit stones? Yunfei's eyes widened, lust glimmering within them. How foolish. If I slay you, your spirit stones would rightfully belong to me. But fret not, after I take your life. I shall gladly fulfill your request and eliminate him as well. Ha. Lin Mo's countenance darkened. Indeed, he had underestimated the avarice of human nature. Yet, he could comprehend. Had he been in her position, he might have made the same choice. Perhaps this was the common disposition of many cultivators of the demonic path. Buzz. In the next breath, Yunfei lunged, her dagger transforming into a piercing beam of cold light, akin to the scythe of death, aimed directly at Lin Mo's throat. In that instant, Lin Mo's scalp erupted with alarm. The specter of death loomed, igniting within him a fierce desire to survive. In the past, he might have succumbed to fate. However, he was determined not to meet his end today. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated, sending violent ripples through the air. Lin Mo was hurled backward by the force. What a remarkable treasure you possess. You old servant continue to astonish me, huh? Yunfei exclaimed, her brow arched, observing Lin Mo with the curious demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. In his hand appeared a long, pitch-black blade. And it was this artifact that had thwarted Yunfei's lethal strike. Chapter 29. You speak the truth, yet this is the pure young sacred body. Remarkably, I have indeed withstood an attack worth 4,500 spirit stones. Lin Mo shook his slightly numb hand, secretly relieved. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Although he possessed a mid-grade spiritual treasure, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. If he continued to linger, he would surely perish at Yunfei's hands within 5 moves. His only hope lay in escaping to a more populated area, where perhaps Yunfei might hesitate to pursue him, mindful of the law enforcement hall's authority, though he was merely a lowly servant. The rules of the initial sacred sect explicitly forbade infighting among disciples, regardless of status. At least in the eyes of onlookers, there would be some restraint. Haha. Where do you think you're running? Yunfei's toes barely touched the ground as she transformed into a series of afterimages, swiftly closing in on Lin Mo. The inferiority of his physical attributes, compounded by the vast difference in their cultivation, meant that he hadn't managed to escape far before she was upon him like a relentless specter. Fairy, I harbor no enmity towards you. Why must you pursue me so? Lin Mo's gaze darkened as he gritted his teeth in desperation. If there is blame, it lies in the fact that you see me as nothing more than an insignificant ant, a servant whose death would elicit no concern. Ha! As her laughter faded, Yunfei formed a seal with her delicate hand, unleashing a chilling surge of spiritual energy that enveloped Lin Mo in a binding chain. Die in the icy torment of hell, she declared, her eyes wide with madness as she clenched her fist. The frigid chains, as cold as primordial ice, began to invade Lin Mo's body through his pores. Yet, to To her astonishment, Lin Mo's countenance did not pale as she had anticipated. He did not succumb to the encroaching cold, nor did he become a lifeless corpse radiating chill. The boundless yang energy of his pure yang sacred body countered the chilling spiritual force with unyielding vigor. The Yunfei's strength surpassed Lin Mo's by a considerable margin. The pure yang sacred body was not to be underestimated. In fact, Yunfei's cultivation, while formidable relative to Lin Mo, was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a rank that placed her among the lower echelons of the sect's inner disciples. What? How can this be? Yunfei's laughter was abruptly silenced. This was inconceivable. Lin Mo, with his perfected refining chi stage, should not have been able to withstand her spiritual assault. Truly, the pure yang sacred body is remarkable. Seizing the fleeting opportunity while Yunfei was momentarily stunned, Lin Mo summoned all his strength and darted toward the Zetian Palace. As long as he could reach its vicinity, he might evade her grasp. By the time Yunfei regained her composure, Lin Mo had vanished from her sight. Yet, she was undeterred. She could track his scent and pursue him relentlessly. Feeling the relentless approach of Yunfei behind him, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, refusing to slow his pace. Moments later, he pressed on with unwavering determination. Lin Mo arrived at the martial arts square of the initial sacred sect, where a multitude of disciples had gathered. Moreover, the Purple Sky Palace lay not far ahead. Realizing she had missed the opportune moment, Yunfei reluctantly decided against pursuing him further. She could have forcefully confronted Lin Mo to eliminate him, yet deemed it unnecessary. To commit murder in broad daylight would inevitably attract the attention of the enforcement hall, regardless of his status as a mere servant. Furthermore, she was not particularly intent on taking Lin Mo's life. As for the party that had commissioned her, Jose, his significance was minimal. She held little regard for such a lowly steward. Humph, consider yourself fortunate this time, old servant. I shall let you off the hook. After casting one last glance at Lin Mo, Yunfei turned and departed. Once she confirmed her departure, Lin Mo released a long sigh of relief. Yet, he could still distinctly hear the rapid pounding of his own heart. Calming his emotions, he left the martial arts square as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to his modest cabin in the Purple Sky Palace, he recalled how he had blocked Yunfei's lethal strike with his black blade. Yet the rebound had still inflicted considerable injury upon him. Had the Black Blade not been a mid-grade spiritual artifact, his wounds would have been far worse. What a formidable adversary Jose was. Do not sleep too soundly tonight. Lin Mo pressed his hand against his chest, his eyes dark and brooding, glimmering with a chilling intent to kill. He understood that the opportunity to eliminate Jose was limited to this very night. Once the night passed, and Jose realized he had not been slain by Yunfei, the prospect of quietly dispatching him would become exceedingly difficult. Although injured, he felt confident that taking down a 7th-level chi refinement cultivator like Jose would be effortless. Perfect, I shall use you to test my blade. Later that night, in the servant department, a middle-aged servant knelt before Jose, his demeanor obsequious as he presented a storage ring. Manager Zhou, I have been with the servant department for quite some time and have become quite familiar with its affairs. Might you consider promoting me to the position of deputy manager? Jose casually accepted the storage ring, discreetly pocketing it. Xiao Wang, he began, I have assessed your qualifications, and indeed, you possess the capability to serve as deputy manager. However, there are several other candidates with greater experience and competence than yourself. Jose hesitated, failing to articulate his point clearly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang immediately offered another storage ring. Jose accepted it without hesitation, again stowing it away. However, he continued, while those candidates may possess superior skills and experience, they are considerably older and their vitality has waned, rendering them less suitable for the role of deputy manager. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the position shall rightfully belong to you. Thank you, Manager Zhou. Thank you, Manager Zhou. Xiao Wan exclaimed, thumping his chest with fervor. If I am granted the position of deputy manager, I shall surely repay your kindness in promoting me. Jose chuckled lightly, patting Xiao Wang on the shoulder as he remarked, there is no need for repayment. Simply fulfill your duties well, and this position of mine will inevitably belong to you. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wang was overwhelmed with joy, his breath quickening in excitement. Very well, Jose continued, rising from his seat, it is getting late. I must return to rest. You may leave now. After sending Xiao Wang away, Jose's demeanor shifted dramatically, a smirk playing on his lips as he quipped. What I said holds true unless unforeseen circumstances arise. If they do, it is no longer my concern. Haha. Chapter 30. Are you surprised that I am still alive? Upon returning to his room, Jose found that two fairly attractive female servant disciples had prepared his bed. However, he was in no hurry to rest. He seated himself at his desk, reflecting on the day's gains. A total of 2,000 spirit stones, nearly enough to mend his earlier losses. A satisfied smile crept across Jose's face as he anticipated the news of Lin Mo's demise to arrive by the morrow. He believed that if Yun Fei could eliminate Lin Mo, then his expenditure of spirit stones would be justified. Initially, Jose had no intention of killing Lin Mo. Had it not been for that fateful day when Lin Mo swindled him out of 1,000 spirit stones. Jose would have willingly reconciled with Lin Mo for 800 spirit stones, thereby eliminating the threat he posed. Alas, human greed knows no bounds, and one must ultimately pay the price for their avarice. With Lin Mo out of the picture, Jose could finally rest easy. At the very least, with his standing and influence within the servant department, securing his position would not pose a problem. After storing his items, Jose approached his bed with a light heart. The attentive servant had even kindly pulled back the covers for him, just as he lay down, intending to indulge himself with the two female servants and reward himself. A chilling breeze swept through the room. In the blink of an eye, two streams of spiritual energy surged forth, and before the servant girls could react, they fell unconscious. In the next moment, just as Jose sensed something amiss, a black dagger pierced through his chest. He instinctively attempted to cry out, but a weathered hand covered his mouth. As he focused, a familiar face came into view, Lin Mo. Jose struggled, seemingly desperate to utter something. Simultaneously, he could feel the dagger embedded in his chest swiftly eroding his flesh and draining his vitality. Should he have the courage to look, he would see that the flesh surrounding the wound was deteriorating at an alarming rate. Are you surprised that I am still alive? Lin Mo's expression was chillingly calm. I do not know what you wish to say, but I can only guess it is something trivial, like begging for your life. Moreover, you will never have the chance to speak again. And thus, it was decided. As the vitality was continuously drained by the black blade, Jose's struggles became increasingly feeble, until the luster and spirit in his eyes faded entirely, leaving them hollow like dead ashes. Although Jose no longer breathed, Lin Mo felt it prudent to ensure his demise with a swift strike that severed his head from his body. Once he confirmed that Jose was irrevocably dead, Lin Mo proceeded to ransack Jose's entire storage ring. Within the small wooden cabin, Lin Mo mused, 8,005 spirit stones. This old schemer is surprisingly well off. This should suffice to compensate for the injuries I sustained today. After tallying Jose's assets, he clicked his tongue in admiration. Despite the position of a steward in the miscellaneous department being regarded as inferior, even beneath that of a dog in the eyes of inner disciples, the opportunities for profit it afforded were far from negligible. Perhaps many of the other miscellaneous disciples were impoverished, particularly the newcomers, who often possessed but a few spirit stones. However, with decades of perseverance, even a minor position within the miscellaneous department could yield substantial rewards. Not to mention Jose, who had served as the deputy steward for over a decade. Lin Mo was also acutely aware that the 8,005 spirit stones were far from Jose's ultimate limit. Since his appointment as deputy steward, he had been obliged to visit the Drunken Immortal Pavilion at least once each year, sometimes as frequently as 3 to 4 times annually. This indicated the considerable profits this young man had accrued. Moreover, Jose's dealings with unsavory matters required a fair amount of spirit stones for bribery, especially in instances of fatal incidents. To evade responsibility from the law enforcement hall, it was essential to spend a few spirit stones to cover one's tracks. As for tonight's act of killing Jose, Lin Mo was fully confident that he had not been detected by anyone during the operation. In fact, at the moment of the attack, he had first incapacitated the two female miscellaneous disciples before making his move. Even if the law enforcement hall conducted an investigation, he was certain they would not trace it back to him. After all, the only casualty was a mere steward of the miscellaneous department, and the law enforcement hall would not wish to unnecessarily burden themselves with additional work. They could simply replace him. The following day, the two female miscellaneous disciples who had been unconscious awoke to find Jose's dismembered body, leaving them traumatized. The personnel from the law enforcement hall arrived promptly, conducting a brief inquiry with the two women, asking if anyone had witnessed Jose's murderer. Unable to provide a specific suspect, the law enforcement officials merely handled Jose's remains and hastily closed the case. With Jose's death, The positions of steward and deputy steward of the miscellaneous department became vacant. A day later, Shangguan Wuqing paid a visit. "Jose, was it you who killed him?" Without any preamble, Shangguan Wuqing got straight to the point. Lin Mo did not respond, merely offering a non-committal smile. Shangguan Wuqing continued, "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to investigate your involvement in Jose's death, although I suspect it may indeed be connected to you. However, that is of little consequence. Every year, the number of unnatural deaths among the miscellaneous workers is staggering. If we were to investigate each case, our enforcement hall would be rendered ineffective." This outcome was largely anticipated by Lin Mo. He remarked, "Since you are not here to interrogate me, Captain Wuqing must have other matters at hand." "Indeed," responded Shangguan Wuqing with a slight nod. "Jose has passed away, and with the vast department of miscellaneous workers lacking management, the sect must appoint someone anew to oversee it. This responsibility has fallen upon me, hence my inquiry. Would you be interested in becoming the new manager of the department?" Lin Mo fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Captain Wuqing, there are thousands within the department. Why choose me? You possess sufficient cultivation and extensive experience, making you one of the best candidates. Moreover, our connection naturally places you at the forefront of my considerations for such favorable opportunities. Additionally, assuming the role of manager would afford you greater freedom, thereby facilitating our endeavors, would it not?" Shangguan Wuqing elucidated her rationale. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lu Ziyan had stepped out. Had she overheard that last statement from Shangguan Wuqing, he would have undoubtedly faced severe repercussions, and it would likely spell trouble for Shangguan as well. It appeared that this final remark was indeed her true reason for seeking him out. "I apologize, Captain Wuqing, but I fear I must disappoint you," Lin Mo declined politely. "To be frank, I am not interested in the position of manager in the miscellaneous department. I would suggest you seek another. Once seated in that position, it would entail managing numerous affairs. While it may offer some benefits, the multitude of trivial tasks would undoubtedly hinder his cultivation progress. In times past, Lin Mo might have aspired to the role of manager, but now, he perceived it as a burden that would impede his ascent to greater strength. "I respect your choice," Shangguan Wuqing replied without further persuasion, as if Lin Mo's response had been entirely within her expectations. She then inquired further about Jose. Although she did not yet know Lin Mo well, it was understood that, barring a few extreme exceptions, even practitioners of the demonic path typically had a premise for their killings. Lin Mo's silent slaying of Jose surely stemmed from a particular circumstance. After pondering for a while, Lin Mo recounted the events. "Based solely on your description, I cannot definitively identify who it was. There are at least 80 female disciples in the sect who fit your description." Shangguan Wuqing contemplated this, advising, "From now on, you should exercise greater caution." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Following this incident, he indeed needed to be more vigilant, particularly until he had sufficiently strengthened himself. The waters of the initial holy sect were far too deep. Especially for the menial disciples, it is all too easy to drown in this murky pool. Captain Wuqing departed slowly. After Shangguan Wuqing left, Lin Mo began to meditate and recuperate from his injuries. Fortunately, the wounds he sustained were not severe, and coupled with the formidable self-healing ability of the pure yang sacred body, he had nearly recovered after 7 days of quiet reflection. Lin Mo was in no rush to comprehend the soul-devouring blade technique. The most crucial task at hand was to first break through to the foundation establishment stage. During his seclusion, Lin Mo remained attentive to the entrance of the Zetian Palace. Thankfully, no one had come to seek out Lu Ziyan recently, allowing Lin Mo's cultivation to proceed smoothly without interruption. Thus, more than a month passed. Lin Mo's ever-increasing aura finally reached a critical juncture. Within the depths of his cultivation, Lin Mo sensed a vague obstruction, a barrier on the path from chi refinement to foundation establishment. For the average cultivator, this barrier is not easily surmountable. However, for Lin Mo, blessed with the pure yang sacred body, it was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, easily pierced through. As Lin Mo's mind stirred, an immense surge of spiritual power flooded forth like a deluge, breaking through the dam that held back the barrier to foundation establishment. In an instant, the torrent of spiritual energy surged through the meridians, which had become clogged over the years. As his aura continued to rise, Lin Mo's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His emaciated frame was filled out with flesh, and the wrinkles of time on his skin tightened visibly. The weathered visage that bore the marks of age regained a semblance of vitality. Upon breaking through the obstructed meridians, the boundless spiritual power ultimately converged in his dantian. coalescing into a golden foundational base radiating intense, pure yang energy. In that moment, Lin Mo's aura peaked. He had reached the early stage of foundation establishment. After more than a month in seclusion, Lin Mo opened his eyes once more. The murky gaze that once seemed lifeless now held a hint of clarity. After a century and 10 years, I have finally established my foundation, Lin Mo thought, clenching his fist and feeling the powerful spiritual energy coursing through him. Beneath his calm demeanor lay an overwhelming joy and excitement, akin to tears of elation. However, the trials and tribulations of over 100 years had tempered his mindset, rendering him more mature and composed, no longer as impetuous as in his youth. As he gradually settled from the exhilaration of his breakthrough, Lin Mo also recognized the changes in his physique. If previously he had appeared as a frail elder well over 100 years old, now he resembled a man in his 80s. The transformation was evident. He no longer bore the same disheveled appearance as during the chi refinement stage. Lin Mo did not expect to regain the youthful visage of his 20s, but to return to the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s would suffice. Next, it was time to commence the practice of the soul-devouring blade technique. Lin Mo, unwilling to indulge in idleness, took only a brief respite before retrieving the tome of the soul-devouring blade technique to begin his contemplation. Once he mastered this technique, bolstered by the power of the black blade, he was confident that should he encounter Yunfei again, he would be equipped with the means to safeguard himself. Unlike the last time, when he could only flee in a panic. In the following days, Lin Mo diligently immersed himself in the first form of the soul-devouring blade technique, Soul Hook, while simultaneously employing the black blade to enhance his training. Coupled with the extraordinary comprehension bestowed by his pure yang sacred body, Lin Mo fully mastered the Soul Hook in a mere 5 days. It was only at this juncture that he began to grasp the formidable nature of the soul-devouring blade technique. Indeed, this technique was far from an ordinary art. The mere execution of Soul Hook during his contemplation was enough to instill within Lin Mo a profound sense of trepidation. The term Soul Hook refers to the ability to seize the 3 souls and 7 spirits of an adversary. When applied against a formidable opponent at the nascent soul stage, it could inflict severe damage upon their primordial spirit, potentially even forcibly separating the spirit from the physical body. Of course, given Lin Mo's current cultivation level, it was evident that he posed no threat to a nascent soul expert. However, he did not expect to wield this technique against such a powerful foe at his present state. At the very least, within the same realm, if an enemy were unprepared, this Soul Hook would undoubtedly be lethal. Lin Mo even considered that challenging a slightly higher tier opponent would not be a daunting task. Truly, the technique bestowed by the female demoness was remarkable. As expected, crafted by Lu Ziyan, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Lin Mo was well aware that anything carried by Lu Ziyan could not possibly be a low-grade technique. Thus, when he next encountered Yunfei, it would no longer be he who needed to evade her. Rather, it would be Yunfei who should contemplate her own escape. He pondered that advancing to the foundation establishment stage was merely the beginning of his cultivation journey. Lin Mo recognized the need to temper his pride and impatience, allowing for a gradual development. He realized that his recent breakthroughs in cultivation had occurred at an alarming rate. Perhaps he required a technique for concealing his aura to better obscure his presence. This would not only facilitate a more unobtrusive development, but also, should he attract unwanted attention, a hidden cultivation level could lead enemies to underestimate him, thereby achieving a surprising advantage. Such techniques for concealing one's aura were not particularly rare. A visit to the sex trading market should yield some options. Speaking of which, it seemed nearly time to attend to the cleaning of the Zetian Palace. Upon stepping outside, the grand entrance of the Zetian Palace came into view, and Lin Mo suddenly recalled Lu Ziyan's admonition before she departed, stating that he was to clean the palace after a month had passed. Yet, over a month and a half had elapsed since then. Oh well. Since the female demoness was absent, there was no immediate rush. It would be prudent to first acquire a technique for concealing his aura. Chapter 32. The Saintess is astonished. Has Lin the Elder reached the foundation establishment stage? In the esteemed realm of the initial sacred sect, within the bustling marketplace of sect transactions, a young man of considerable grace and elegance, possessing a strikingly delicate appearance, approached with a request. His name was Chasing Fate, the captain of the Azure Dragon Division of the Law Enforcement Hall. Dear sister, have you found time of late? I have recently discovered a crimson flame flower, seemingly hundreds of years old, deep within the sect, though it is guarded by a fearsome beast. Alone, I cannot contend with this creature, but should we join forces, I am certain we can subdue it and procure the flower. Ah, brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but I fear that should we obtain the Crimson Flame flower, the distribution may not be equitable, potentially straining the harmony between us, replied the cold-hearted disciple, Shangguan Wuqing, with a gentle refusal. Fear not, dear sister, Chasing Fate reassured, a confident smile gracing his lips. The Crimson Flame flower, imbued with the essence of pure yang, is contrary to my cultivation methods. However, for you, it would be a tremendous boon. Utilizing it in your training could greatly enhance your progress. If nothing else, we could sell it to the Pill Pavilion for a handsome sum of spirit stones. Would you not agree? Yet, despite his earnest intentions, Shangguan Wuqing seemed entirely oblivious to his words, her gaze fixated on a rather shabby old servant who had just entered the marketplace. The intensity of her stare was almost palpable. This old servant, of course, was there to procure a method for concealing one's aura, a skill known as the hidden breath technique. Chasing Fate was taken aback. Is it not enough that a young, handsome, and talented brother stands before you? Why then, do you choose to gaze upon such a wretched old man? Sister Wuqing, are you even listening to me? With a hint of confusion, Shangguan Wuqing snapped back to reality. Chasing Fate, feeling slighted, could no longer contain his frustration. He had intended to share the rare Crimson Flame flower with her. Yet she had chosen to ignore him for a mere servant. Come with me for a moment, he said, inhaling deeply to suppress his jealousy and dissatisfaction. What is it, brother? She inquired, bemused. Who were you just watching? Unable to hold back any longer, Chasing Fate erupted. Is it merely an old servant? Why do you regard him so? What qualities does he possess that I lack? Have you considered my feelings in this? Understanding dawned upon Shangguan Wuqing. She had no intention of indulging him and retorted firmly. Brother Chasing Fate, it is my prerogative to choose whom I wish to observe, and you seem to have no authority to interfere. Furthermore, we are siblings in the sect, not romantic partners. Must I concern myself with your sentiments? I am aware of your feelings towards me, brother Chasing Fate. To prevent any misunderstandings, let me clarify, you are not my type. As Shangguan Wuqing uttered those words, Chasing Fate felt a darkness envelop his vision, as if the very heavens were collapsing upon him. Had all his efforts over the course of time been rendered utterly insignificant in the eyes of Shangguan Wuqing? Whether it was due to unwillingness or fear, Chasing Fate trembled uncontrollably. You cannot possibly mean to say that you have affections for that old man, can you? Ha ha ha, please do not jest. Perhaps Chasing Fate had lost his senses, or perhaps he found it difficult to accept such a harsh reality. For anyone, it would be challenging to comprehend that the woman of their dreams harbored an inclination towards the elderly. Thus, Shangguan Wuqing merely cast a cold glare at Chasing Fate, choosing to ignore him and turning to leave. Unwilling to concede, Chasing Fate pivoted and obstructed her path. Step aside. Shangguan Wuqing, disregarding their camaraderie, issued her final ultimatum. If you do not clear the way within 3 breaths, we shall no longer even be friends. Junior sister you. Chasing Fate clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. After a fleeting internal struggle, he ultimately yielded and allowed Shangguan Wuqing to pass. She did not spare him a second glance, resolutely departing, leaving Chasing Fate in a state of disarray, exposed to the whispers of onlookers nearby. Amidst the crowd, a lithe silhouette adorned in shades of azure and white observed with a mischievous glint in her eyes, having witnessed the entire exchange between Shangguan Wuqing and Chasing Fate. Meanwhile, after perusing the trading market, Lin Mo spent 700 spirit stones to acquire a technique for concealing one's presence, known as the breath concealment technique. Although its rank was modest, its practicality was undeniable. While formidable beings at the perfected golden core stage could see through its disguise, it sufficed for Lin Mo's needs. Upon exiting the trading market, Lin Mo was immediately struck by an icy wave of danger. A slight turn revealed Chasing Fate's gaze fixed upon him, imbued with a chilling intensity akin to death itself. Lin Mo was bewildered. Had he somehow offended the captain of the Azure Dragon Division of the Enforcement Hall? He contemplated approaching for clarification, yet the terrifying glimmer of bloodlust in Chasing Fate's eyes dissuaded him from doing so. Not daring to linger, Lin Mo hastily departed the contentious locale. Foundation establishment stage? What on earth is this old man Lin up to? In the crowd, Su Yume blinked in surprise, her eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. While others may not grasp the significance, she understood all too well. She vividly recalled that over 3 months ago, when Lin Mo had asked her to submit a letter of complaint to Lu Zian, he had only been at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. It was inconceivable. Could it be that I misperceived? In merely 3 months, he had ascended from the 2nd level of Qi refinement to the Foundation establishment stage. Even she, A prodigy with a near ninth-grade spiritual vein could not have accomplished such a feat. How could Lin Mo, a mere errant disciple, achieve this? No. There must be something more to this story. As Lin Mo gazed towards the vanishing figure, Su Yu's vibrant and crystalline eyes gradually morphed into a crimson hue. After departing from the sex trading market, Lin Mo felt an increasing sense of unease. Why did the captain of the Qinglong division of the law enforcement hall regard him with such a piercing gaze, as though he owed him 500,000 spirit stones? No, something was amiss. The turmoil within his heart suggested that there was a deeper intrigue at play. It seemed prudent to find a moment to seek clarity from Shangguan Wiching, lest misunderstandings arise. Chapter 33. The Elder Angler? I desire a heavenly grade artifact. Upon returning, Lin Mo promptly commenced his study of the breath concealment technique. Though of lower rank and not particularly profound, Lin Mo mastered it in just 2 hours. For now, he would restrain his aura to the initial stage of foundation establishment, as he had ventured out earlier and remained unaware of who might have sensed his presence. Should anyone discern that he was deliberately concealing his true cultivation level, would not his efforts in mastering the technique be rendered futile? Regaining his composure, Lin Mo entered the Zetian Palace, initiating the cleaning of its premises. The chores had been neglected for quite some time. And should Lu Zian unexpectedly return to find the palace still in disarray, the wrath of that fierce woman would surely be unleashed. While tidying up the study, a figure resembling a blood moon startled Lin Mo, causing him to tremble. Ah, little servant, am I truly that fearsome? Seated upon the soft couch in the study was none other than the Grand Elder of the initial holy sect, Hongyue. Calming himself, Lin Mo knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, "Esteemed Grand Elder, this humble servant pays his respects," as he had not previously interacted with the Grand Elder. It was wise to adhere to a courteous demeanor. "Rise, little servant," Hongyue said, her alluring gaze fixated on Lin Mo. "Do you know why I'm here?" Lin Mo shook his head, replying, "This humble servant is unaware. I beseech the Grand Elder for enlightenment." "Well, I did not expect much intelligence from you," Hongyue retorted playfully before addressing the matter at hand. "Answer me this. Have you been cultivating the Yang volume of the Yin-Yang evil demon art?" Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that since mastering the Yin-Yang evil demon art, this was their first face-to-face encounter. How was it that she knew of his cultivation? However, since Hongyue had brought it to light, he understood that denying it would be futile. Thus, he replied honestly, "To the esteemed Grand Elder, as you have stated, this humble servant indeed practices the Yin-Yang evil demon art. Just as I suspected," she mused. "It baffles me that among so many exceptionally gifted male cultivators in the sect, the master chose to allow you, a mere servant, to cultivate the Yang volume. Yet, it appears you do not tarnish the reputation of the Yin-Yang evil demon art." Lin Mo found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of what the Grand Elder truly intended to convey. "Very well, little servant." With a sigh, Hongyue returned to the main topic. "Recently, a significant figure has surfaced within our sect. I require you to serve as bait to draw this individual out." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes widened in protest. "Great Elder, I am but a mere servant. What merit do I possess for such a task?" Hongyue replied, "The bait does not refer to you personally, but rather to the Yin-Yang devil arts you cultivate. The Yin-Yang devil arts are a supreme technique sought after by countless malevolent cultivators, and many eyes are watching. Should anyone inquire, you shall respond truthfully." Lin Mo smirked. "It seems, Great Elder, that I have little room for refusal." "Ah, you are quite astute," Hongyue chuckled. "If I may be so bold, might I inquire if the person you speak of is the Holy Maiden?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before asking. "Oh," Hongyue raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "You actually know." Upon realizing that they were indeed referring to the same person, Lin Mo quietly exhaled. After all, Su Yu was the Holy Maiden of the initial sacred sect, with a status that was unparalleled. He would not dare to tarnish her name unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, Lin Mo recounted the events he had witnessed that day succinctly. After listening, Hongyue laughed. "With this information from you, my suspicions have only grown stronger. However, it is rather astonishing that you have managed to survive after encountering the Holy Maiden. She must have been uncertain whether you recognized her. Otherwise, you would have long since vanished without a trace." Lin Mo did not deny Hongyue's assertion. If Su Yu had ascertained that Lin Mo had discovered her, he had no doubt that he would have perished countless times over. He then inquired, "If I may ask, Great Elder, what led you to suspect the Holy Maiden?" Hongyue replied with a meaningful glance, "Since I intend to send you as bait, allow me to share my suspicions with you. Recently, while I was settling accounts with Lu Zian, I happened to overhear a conversation between Lu Zian and Su Yu. Coupled with the recent emergence of a traitor within our sect, and Su Yu's repeated requests for Lu Zian to teach her the Yin-Yang devil arts, I boldly speculated that this traitor might very well be Holy Maiden Su Yu herself. She may have come for the Yin-Yang devil arts. Thus, this was the reason for Hong Yue's visit to Lin Mo today. Initially, I held only a modicum of suspicion towards the Holy Maiden and intended to have you test her. However, after hearing your news, I am now almost certain that this significant figure is indeed the Holy Maiden, Hong Yue stated. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. He too was now convinced that Su Yu indeed harbored ulterior motives. Great Elder, I must admit, I am somewhat perplexed. If we can confirm that the Holy Maiden is an undercover agent, why not apprehend her directly? My cultivation is far inferior to hers, Lin Mo remarked. I understand your concerns, my young servant. The Crimson Moon sighed, saying, if the suspect were anyone else, I could apprehend them directly. However, this time, the person of suspicion is the Saintess. Without concrete evidence, I cannot rashly condemn her. Moreover, in this world, gains and risks inherently coexist, do they not? If you can flawlessly accomplish the task, I shall provide you with a satisfactory reward. Lin Mo's eyes immediately brightened. With a reward in sight, everything becomes negotiable. He would not willingly work for nothing. Esteemed Elder, the risks associated with this task are considerable. Might I inquire about the reward? Lin Mo asked eagerly. The Crimson Moon, charming and alluring, responded, oh, you little servant, how impatient you are. Would you prefer spirit stones, spell techniques, magical treasures, or various heavenly materials? What is it that you desire? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo articulated his request. Esteemed Elder, my demands are modest. I seek a heavenly grade magical treasure, along with 30,000 spirit stones. What do you think? Is that what you call a modest request? 30,000 spirit stones aside, even the most inferior heavenly grade treasure would cost no less than 300,000 to 500,000 spirit stones. The Crimson Moon chuckled, exasperated. Is that considered excessive? Lin Mo replied innocently, well aware that his request was indeed quite high. Although he lacked a concrete understanding of the prices for heavenly grade treasures, he understood that anything of such caliber was beyond the means of cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Do not feign ignorance, you little servant, the Crimson Moon laughed, though she acknowledged the considerable risk he was undertaking. A heavenly grade treasure is acceptable, but it must be of the inferior grade. Chapter 34, The Saintess's Defense Shattered. Why grant you the Yin-Yang evil demon technique and not me? Truly, the esteemed elder is generous. As for the type of magical treasure, I have a small request. I wish for a blade-type treasure. What do you think, esteemed elder? Lin Mo exclaimed with unrestrained joy. He had not expected the Crimson Moon to provide him with a superior or even top-tier heavenly grade treasure. While human nature may be greedy, one must not be overly so. It is easy to choke on one's aspirations. Superior or top-tier heavenly grade treasures typically command a price in the 7 figures of spirit stones. Not to worry. As long as the grade remains unchanged, the type of treasure matters little. The Crimson Moon waved her jade hand, providing Lin Mo with a deposit of 10,000 spirit stones. This is a down payment, little servant. After the task is completed, I shall pay you the remainder. No sooner had she finished speaking than the Crimson Moon's delicate brows furrowed suddenly. In an instant, she vanished from the study, leaving no trace behind, as if she had never been there. While Lin Mo was left in confusion, a light, graceful footstep suddenly approached from behind. It was Su Yu. Have you met the Saintess? Lin Mo quickly adjusted himself, bowing respectfully. Su Yu maintained her professionally innocent smile as she inquired, Lin, old man, what are you up to? As you can see, Saintess. Lin Mo gestured with the cloth in his hand and calmly inquired, is the Saintess here to see the master? Indeed, is he not here? Su Yu asked. Dear Saintess, I merely attend to the chores of the Zetian Palace on schedule and am unaware of the whereabouts of the master. Lin Mo replied with a chuckle. However, it is evident that the master is not present at the Zetian Palace at this moment. Perhaps the Saintess might consider returning after a while. Ah, I understand, Su Yu replied, showing no intention of leaving. After confirming that Lu Zian was absent, she immediately posed another question. By the way, Lin, old man, I recall not long ago you were still at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. How is it that you have advanced to foundation establishment so swiftly? No wonder you appear so much younger now. Could you share how you accomplished this? I am quite curious. Dear Saintess, Lin Mo hesitated, his expression revealing his difficulty in responding. So you tilted her head slightly. What is the matter? Is there something you cannot disclose? Lin Mo nodded. Oh, it's nothing. Do you not trust me? At worst, I can keep your secret, Siyu said, her bright, innocent eyes sparkling with sincerity. He, indeed, Lin Mo pondered for a moment before finally stating, since the saintess has previously assisted me, I shall not conceal the truth from you. In fact, it pertains to the cultivation method I practice. Cultivation method? What kind of technique is so formidable? Dear saintess, it is the yin-yang demonic art. Upon hearing this, Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned, Lin, old man, surely you jest. Master actually allowed you to cultivate the yin-yang demonic art? When I sought it from her last time, she refused to give it to me. So how could she grant it to you? At this moment, Siyu felt a surge of frustration. As the chief disciple of Lu Ziyan, she could not obtain the yin-yang demonic art. Why then did a mere servant like Lin Mo receive such privilege? Lin Mo smiled gently. I am not privy to that. Dear saintess, the cultivation method I practice is indeed the yin-yang demonic art. Suyu was momentarily speechless, her eyes reflecting a mix of resentment and confusion. The yin-yang demonic art was undeniably one of the continent's most elite demonic techniques. How could it be bestowed upon a mere servant who had only recently reached the second level of qi refinement, allowing him to break through to foundation establishment in such a short span? Suyu was secretly astonished. I still do not believe it. Suyu pouted in frustration, demanding, let me ask you this. Clearly, I am the disciple of Master, so why did she give you the opportunity to cultivate this while denying me? On what grounds? Lin Mo lowered his head in silence, seemingly at a loss for how to respond to Suyu's inquiry. Tell me why? Suyu's emotions flared, filled with unwillingness. Lin Mo asked, Saintess, if I may be so bold to inquire, why are you so fixated on the yin-yang demonic art? As far as I know, it is not a benevolent technique. It indeed has its drawbacks. Upon hearing this, Suyu noted that Lin Mo's words echoed almost exactly what Lu Ziyan had previously told her. What drawbacks? Speak. Suyu insisted, refusing to let the matter rest. You must be aware that the yin-yang evil demon technique is a dual cultivation method of the demonic path, correct? Once one embarks on the practice of the yin-yang evil demon technique, should they later engage in intimate relations with another, the technique will bind the first individual's yang energy. Once this energy is bound, any subsequent dual cultivation will invoke a backlash from the yin-yang evil demon technique. Among us practitioners of the demonic path, how many can claim to have but one partner throughout their lives? Holy Maiden, even so, do you still wish to persist in cultivating the yin-yang evil demon technique? The sect leader disallows you from practicing it for your own good. Holy Maiden, Lin Mo urged with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she fell into silence. Now she finally comprehended why Lu Ziyan had advised her to wait until she had found a partner before practicing the yin-yang evil demon technique. It was all due to the binding of yang energy. But why, then, did her master choose to cultivate it herself? Suyu pressed on. This old man cannot say for certain, Holy Maiden, Lin Mo replied with a wry smile. If you ask me, I can only wonder. Suyu took a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye, her innocent and youthful face resumed its previous innocent smile. Very well, I see it now. From what you've said, it seems the yin-yang evil demon technique isn't all that beneficial, is it? I shall take my leave now, old Lin. When Master returns, do remember to notify me at Ziyun Palace. As she departed, Lin Mo's gaze deepened. There was indeed something amiss with Suyu. Her longing for the yin-yang evil demon technique was too evident, casting suspicion upon her intentions. Lin Mo settled down at the tea table, brewing himself a cup while pondering discreetly. After their conversation, Lin Mo reached a conclusion. Holy Maiden Suyu is, to a significant extent, an undercover agent. Yet, it remains unclear which sect sent her, willing to invest such considerable resources. Nevertheless, it is no surprise. The yin-yang evil demon technique is constantly kept close by Lu Ziyan. Acquiring the method of its cultivation would require substantial effort. Though merely a servant, Lin Mo possessed some understanding of the relationship between Chusheng sect and other sections. Chapter 35. Does that old rascal dare to seek my junior sister? The yin-yang sect, being another sect of the demonic path, could be considered a rival to Chusheng sect. Due to this competitive nature, minor frictions frequently arise among the disciples of both sections. Additionally, there is the Sword Pavilion of the Immortal Path. Given the proximity of their territories and the inherent conflict between immortal and demonic paths, the opposition and friction between Chusheng sect and Sword Pavilion are notably more severe. The two sects often clash fiercely over opportunities or mining veins. Even minor disputes among disciples can escalate into larger conflicts. Ultimately, Lin Mo believed the likelihood of the yin-yang sect being involved was greater. The reason is quite simple. The Yin-Yang evil demon technique, after all, is a method of dark cultivation, and those who pride themselves on being righteous sects of the celestial way regard it with disdain, regardless of its formidable power. Conversely, the Yin-Yang sect, being affiliated with the demonic path, has a significantly greater likelihood of acquiring the Yin-Yang evil demon technique. Nonetheless, this remains merely Lin Mo's initial conjecture. Although the Yin-Yang sect appears to be the most probable source, it does not necessarily imply that the Saintess Su Yu is definitively sent by them. She could very well be an envoy from another dark sect. Regardless, the suspicion surrounding the Saintess as an undercover agent can be firmly established. What remains is the need for concrete evidence. Lin Mo leisurely savored his hot tea, murmuring to himself. Obtaining proof of Su Yu's status as an undercover agent would undoubtedly prove challenging. Given Su Yu's identity as a Saintess without undeniable evidence, it would be impossible to apprehend her for interrogation, unless she were to act recklessly or inadvertently expose herself. Lin Mo could not fathom how to procure the evidence of her undercover role. However, he had not entirely lost hope. In the next moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Mo's mind. Had he not stumbled upon Su Yu communicating with someone outside the last time? If he could encounter her in a similar circumstance once more, it would simplify matters considerably. Before that, he needed to continue enhancing his cultivation. Otherwise, even if he were to cross paths with her again, he might inadvertently find himself in peril. During this time, he also needed to remain vigilant against Su Yu, ensuring she did not take the initiative against him. At present, Su Yu was already aware that Lu Ziyan was not at the Purple Heaven Palace, rendering the small wooden house at the entrance no longer a safe haven. Therefore, before Lu Ziyan's return, Lin Mo believed it prudent to temporarily relocate. As for Lu Ziyan's instruction to guard the Purple Heaven Palace, Lin Mo felt it was manageable. The intent behind Lu Ziyan's directive was likely to capture the undercover agent. And now that a suspect had been identified, constant vigilance over the palace was no longer necessary. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo ceased his procrastination. Within a single day, he meticulously tidied the vast interior and exterior of the Purple Heaven Palace. Afterwards, he set out to seek out Shangguan Wuqing. Clearly, he could not visit the Grand Elder of the Red Moon. Should Su Yu discover his intention to consult her, it could easily alert her and compromise his position. Thus, within the expansive initial sacred sect, the only person he could slightly trust and rely upon was Shangguan Wuqing, with whom he had previously engaged in 2 profound and amicable exchanges. In the law enforcement hall, at the Zhuke Division's office, Lin Mo addressed his junior sister. Last time, I acted impulsively and without thought. I hope you can forgive me. In the reception room, he retrieved a brocade box from his storage ring and presented it to Shangguan Wuqing, sincerely apologizing. This is a scarlet flame blossom I picked yesterday. A token of apology for my outburst. Please accept it, junior sister. There is no need for such a gesture, senior brother. Across the table, Shangguan Wuqing pushed the brocade box back, saying, if it weren't for necessity, I would prefer to avoid a scene, especially since we will inevitably encounter each other again. You should take the Qian flower back. Chasing Fate did not retract the brocade box, but cautiously probed. So, does this mean you have forgiven me, junior sister? Shangguan Wuqing ambiguously replied, forgiveness? That may be an overstatement. I can only say that this incident has successfully altered my previous impression of you. Chasing Fate sighed, junior sister. You cannot dismiss me entirely based on a single incident, can you? We are all human. We all experience moments of impulse and irrationality. After all these years as brother and sister, do you not know what kind of person I am? It was precisely for this reason that Shangguan Wuqing found the other side of Chasing Fate, which he had displayed a few days prior, rather frightening. However, she contemplated it and chose not to voice her thoughts. Based on her understanding of her senior brother, if she did not relent today, he would not easily back down. After a moment of reflection, Shangguan Wuqing casually remarked, very well, but I hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise, we may not even remain friends. Rest assured. Junior sister, I vow to you with my integrity that there will absolutely be no next time. Upon hearing Shangguan Wuqing relent, Chasing Fate visibly brightened. He once again pushed the brocade box containing the Qian flower towards her, saying, junior sister, please accept this as a small token from me. I truly do not need it. Please take it back. Senior brother, Shangguan Wuqing refused, understanding the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. She was well aware of this principle. The two exchanged refusals several times until Shangguan Wuqing issued an ultimatum. Reluctantly, Chasing Fate retracted the Qian flower. Senior brother, I must begin my work now. After their exchange, Shangguan Wuqing immediately issued a dismissal. Then I shall not disturb you further, junior sister. Having finally placated Shangguan Wuqing, Chasing Fate did not dare to overstep his bounds. Sister Wuqing, there is an errand boy outside insisting on seeing you. No matter what I say, he refuses to leave. What do you suggest? Just as he exited the reception room, a law enforcement disciple from the Zhuke division approached to report. An errand boy? Shangguan Wuqing raised an eyebrow. Could it be Lin Emo? Chasing Fate furrowed his brow as well. Is it the errand boy you saw at the sex trading market 2 days ago? After all, he was merely an errand boy. Why waste so much time on him? Just send him away, Chasing Fate immediately suggested. However, the reporting disciple hesitated to act impulsively. Although Chasing Fate was the captain of a law enforcement subdivision, his superior was clearly Shangguan Wuqing. With a wave of her hand, Shangguan Wuqing quickly walked out. Junior sister. After a moment's hesitation, the concerned Chasing Fate followed closely behind. Just as Shangguan Wuqing had anticipated, outside the office, an old errand boy was pacing at the entrance. Who else could it be but Lin Emo? Indeed, it is that old rascal, daring to seek out my junior sister. In a fit of anger, Chasing Fate was about to confront Lin Emo's senior brother. This person has come to see me. What do you intend to do? Just as Chasing Fate took a step forward, Shangguan Wuqing reached out to halt him. Chapter 36 Captain Wuqing, do you not find this place more thrilling? At the same time, Lin Emo, who was waiting at the entrance of the office, noticed Shangguan Wuqing and Chasing Fate had already arrived. Before Chasing Fate could speak, Shangguan Wuqing inquired, Old servant, I was informed that you were looking for me. What is the matter? With a calm tone, her beautiful yet valiant visage bore little emotion, as if she and Lin Emo were strangers. In response, Captain Wuqing, I intended to report a matter to you, but it appears you are preoccupied at the moment. I shall return later, Lin Emo said, cupping his hands before turning to leave. Damn it. Isn't that the captain of the Qinglong division from the enforcement hall, Chasing Fate, who had been staring at me with a deathly gaze a few days ago? Lin Emo began to piece together the hidden truths. It would be wise to vacate this troublesome area quickly. Should Chasing Fate harbor any resentment, it would be akin to a mute suffering in silence. Hold on. Chasing Fate's booming voice echoed. Lin Mo's heart sank, as if plunged into an icy abyss. A wave of unease washed over him. Sensing impending trouble, Shangguan Wuqing preemptively spoke. Old servant, since you are here, there is no need to rush off. I have time. Come inside and elaborate on the details of your report. Turning to Chasing Fate, she continued, Senior brother, you know I dislike being disturbed while working. Please excuse yourself for now. Upon hearing this, Chasing Fate's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there nothing more you wish to say, senior brother? Shangguan Wuqing asked. Chasing Fate furrowed his brows. He had intended to express his anger, but recalling the recent thaw in his relationship with Shangguan Wuqing, he could only muster a forced smile and shake his head. No matter, junior sister. You carry on with your duties. I must take my leave as well. Once Chasing Fate had departed, Shangguan Wuqing beckoned Lin Emo to enter the office. What troubles you? Old servant, she initiated. Indeed, Lin Emo nodded and replied, I have become the target of someone else's attention. I wonder, Captain Wuqing, if you could provide me with some protection in the near future? Do you not reside at the entrance of the Sect Master's Purple Heaven Palace? Who would dare trouble you there? Shangguan Wuqing inquired, somewhat puzzled. Logically, the Purple Heaven Palace could be considered the safest haven within the entire initial sacred sect. As long as you had not offended the Sect Master, Lu Zian, no one would dare to cause you trouble there. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Emo explained. Captain Wuqing, you may not be aware, but the Sect Master is currently away, and it is uncertain when she will return. Thus, my humble abode has become unsafe. Is that so? Shangguan Wuqing pondered momentarily, then spoke. Why not tell me who has set their sights on you? I shall assist you in resolving this matter. Naturally, she could not stand idly by while Lin Emo faced difficulties, as she harbored hopes of cultivating together to swiftly enhance her own prowess. More importantly, due to the nature of her pure yang sacred body, coupled with Lin Mo's transformation after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he appeared significantly younger by 2 or 3 decades. This inadvertently ensnared Shangguan Wuqing in an ever-deepening infatuation. Regrettably, I must inform you, Captain Wuqing, that this individual is beyond your reach. However, as long as you are present, she would dare not trouble me, Lin Emo replied with a bitter smile. In terms of cultivation, perhaps Siyu is not Shangguan Wuqing's adversary. Yet her standing within the first sacred sect far surpassed that of a mere vice-captain of the law enforcement hall. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuqing was taken aback. Whom have you offended? Lin Mo continued. Moreover, Captain Wuqing, it seems that the captain of the pursuit squad harbors considerable animosity towards me. This exacerbates my peril. Shangguan Wuqing nodded. I understand. It is due to my connection that he has turned hostile towards you. I shall take responsibility for this. In light of this, you should temporarily reside with me. With this, Shangguan Wuqing shed her earlier stern demeanor, revealing an enchanting smile. She gracefully rose and settled onto Lin Mo's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck with her delicate, snow-white hands slipping beneath his collar. Gently caressing his chest, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, lately, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Please assist me in overcoming it. Drawing from her prior experiences, she felt immensely confident that another session of dual cultivation with Lin Mo would likely enable her to break through the barrier and ascend to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. If this scene were to be witnessed by the captain of the pursuit squad, his resolve would surely shatter. The aloof and ethereal Shangguan Wuqing, who appeared untainted by worldly affairs, was revealed in a completely different light before Lin Mo, embodying a seductive and alluring demeanor. Provoked by her advances, Lin Mo felt a stirring restlessness, wishing fervently that they were not in the office of the Jacquet squad, for he was tempted to indulge in her completely. Lin Mo's hands roamed freely over Shangguan Wuqing's form, albeit with a hint of concern. Captain Wuqing, I have no objections to staying at your place. My only worry is that should the captain of the pursuit squad discover us, the situation might become rather difficult to navigate. Who can guarantee that he won't secretly follow us? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuqing recognized the validity of Lin Mo's concerns. Given the nature of the pursuit captain, it was indeed plausible that he might track either her or Lin Mo. The next moment, she devised a plan. Do not worry, I will distract him shortly, and you can seize this opportunity to head to my residence. This is indeed a commendable approach. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, Shangguan Wuqing's delicate body trembled, and she promptly pushed Lin Mo's hand away, exhaling softly, do not be so impatient, you old servant. If you continue with such remarks, I shall be embarrassed in front of so many junior brothers and sisters. Lin Mo chuckled mischievously, an audacious idea forming in his mind as he said, Captain Wuqing, do you not find this situation rather thrilling? Shangguan Wuqing's cheeks flushed even deeper. Yet, one cannot deny that the reception room indeed possesses an exhilarating quality. Her heart raced fervently, igniting a daring impulse within her. Then let us indulge just this once. We shall discuss the rest when we return to my quarters tonight. After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Wuqing resolved to embrace the opportunity. At worst, she could simply stifle her sounds. Just as Lin Mo eagerly prepared to shed Shangguan Wuqing's garments, she halted him in his tracks, stating earnestly, wait a moment. I must first instruct the younger sisters outside to keep watch and ensure no one enters. Very well, he replied. Subsequently, Shangguan Wuqing tidied her somewhat disheveled clothing and flushed face, opened the door to the reception room to convey her instructions, then closed the door and returned. All right. Let us commence. Chapter 37. The true joy of a woman after accumulating a month's worth of pent-up desire. Lin Mo was exceptionally fervent. Although Shangguan Wuqing exerted every effort to suppress any sounds of embarrassment, Lin Mo's increasingly vigorous advances gradually overwhelmed her self-control. Fortunately, he managed to silence her in time. Otherwise, the disciples outside would surely uncover the activities transpiring within the reception room. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing's long-awaited encounter concluded temporarily. Having experienced an exhilarating battle, Shangguan Wuqing was drenched in fragrant perspiration, possibly due to the overly stimulating environment, as her chest continued to rise and fall vigorously. However, the expression of exhilaration and profound satisfaction on her face spoke volumes of her current sentiments. Before meeting Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing was unaware that she possessed such a carefree and unabashed side. Yet, this sensation was utterly delightful, continually awakening within her a primal joy. Particularly, the dual benefits of pleasure and the enhancement of her cultivation rendered Shangguan Wuqing utterly captivated. Indeed, one could argue that any woman in the mundane world would find it difficult to resist. So, Captain Wuqing, are you satisfied? Lin Mo asked with a gentle smile as he donned his attire. I am quite pleased with your performance, yet I desire more. As Shangguan Wuqing arranged her garments and untangled her disheveled hair, she added, I shall step out for a moment. Wait until nightfall to visit my quarters. I will ensure that brother chasing fate remains oblivious to your whereabouts. Shangguan Wuqing had begun to anticipate the tumultuous battle that awaited her upon returning to her residence. where she would engage in a fierce confrontation with Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Once Shangwan Wuqing had finished her preparations, the two of them feigned nonchalance as they departed from the reception room. Upon leaving the Zhuke branch office, Lin Mo made his way to the martial arts plaza, situated not far from the Zetian Palace, to ensure his own safety. Perched on the stone bench at the edge of the plaza, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. He soon realized that numerous eyes were fixed upon him, and to his surprise, all of them belonged to female disciples. This did not astonish Lin Mo. He presumed it was the result of his pure yang sacred body radiating its power, were it not for the throngs of people around. He had no doubt that these female disciples would pounce upon him like famished tigers, eager to devour him completely. Alas, sometimes the pure yang sacred body could be quite a nuisance, he sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, and dusk gradually enveloped the sky. Once night fell, Lin Mo seized the cover of darkness and quietly vanished from the martial arts plaza. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the crowd, a pair of eyes remained fixated on his retreating figure. Shortly after Lin Mo's departure, the owner of those eyes followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wuqing and Xue Ming were addressing a conflict between inner disciples. These two had resorted to physical confrontation in plain view of the public, prompting the law enforcement hall to intervene and mediate. Typically, the law enforcement hall refrains from interfering in private disputes unless they escalate into the open. Upon resolving the incident, Shangwan Wuqing deemed it time to part ways with Xue Ming, each returning to their respective dwellings. When Shangwan Wuqing arrived at her residence, she found Lin Mo had been waiting for quite some time. "So, did anyone follow you on your way here?" she inquired as she settled down and leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. While Xue Ming had been preoccupied with her, she could not discount the possibility of him dispatching someone to trail Lin Mo. "I have a feeling that no one is following me, but you know, Captain Wuqing, my cultivation is still rather insufficient compared to the inner disciples. If someone truly were to follow me and they were skilled at concealing themselves, I might not even notice." Lin Mo replied, shaking his head conservatively. "Well, it matters little," Shangwan Wuqing said. "At least while you are here, you're safe. Provided that the visitor isn't of my master's caliber or higher." Regardless, Shangwan Wuqing was not concerned about being discovered by Xue Ming. Her primary concern lay with Lin Mo's safety. Indeed, Lin Mo responded with a faint smile and a nod. He figured that his stay with Shangwan Wuqing would not last long. Once Lu Zian returned, he would be able to return to his small wooden cabin. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lin Mo and the others once again entered the dimly lit room. After closing the door securely, Shangwan Wuqing eagerly seated herself before Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Shangwan Wuqing's slender waist, his hand wandering freely across her form. Inhaling the intoxicating scent of her femininity wafting from her neck, Lin Mo grinned mischievously and remarked, "Captain Wuqing, if that captain chasing fate were to discover your rather lascivious demeanor in private, I wonder what his expression would be. It must be quite a spectacle. How did I not notice before that you, old servant, have such a wicked side?" Shangwan Wuqing swayed her hips and struck a playful pose, replying with a laugh, "Hee. With his temperament, if he were to find out, he would probably explode on the spot. But who cares? I certainly do not." Lin Mo feigned curiosity, asking, "Why is that?" "Captain Wuqing, although Captain Chasing Fate may not quite measure up to my youthful days, he is undeniably handsome. Moreover, his talent for cultivation is commendable." "Do you truly feel nothing for him?" "I feel nothing," she retorted. "That man is far too dull, merely attempting to placate me. Aside from his somewhat decent cultivation talent, I see no other redeeming qualities in him. A woman is not easily won over by mere flattery." Then, turning to Lin Mo, she embraced him passionately before continuing, "Besides, I have you, old servant. Compared to that tedious Chasing Fate, I much prefer you, my dear old man. You bring me the true joy that every woman seeks. Why should I exhaust myself trying to convince myself to accept him? That would only lead to my own dissatisfaction." Lin Mo chuckled softly, saying, "I am at a loss as to what merits this old man possesses that captivates you, Captain Wuqing." "It's quite simple," she replied. "Just as I cannot fathom why that brother Chasing Fate is so devoted to me. There are undoubtedly many seniors and sisters in the sect who surpass me." "Indeed, that is quite true," he acknowledged, sharing a knowing smile with Shangwan Wuqing. He then playfully slapped her rear, prompting her to understand immediately and rise to loosen her garments. Chapter 38. Is the junior sister cultivating? Indeed, in dual cultivation. In the Qinglong Division's Law Enforcement Hall, Are you certain you saw that old servant go to junior sister Wuching's quarters? Chasing Fate gripped a law enforcement disciple by the collar, his expression twisted with rage. Yes, brother Chasing Fate, I swear on my life. I saw him enter. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Chasing Fate released his grip on the disciple's collar. His eyes, dark and brooding, seemed to exude a chilling malice. A frenzied intent to kill surged deep within his gaze. Without delay, he rushed towards Shangwan Wuching's residence. Under the cover of night, Shangwan Wuching's dwelling was brightly lit. Concealed in the shadows, Chasing Fate strained to listen, but all he could hear were faint rustlings within. He contemplated knocking on the door, yet a twinge of fear gripped him at the thought of clashing with the unyielding Shangwan Wuching once more. However, the grim image of his junior sister potentially being subjected to Lin Mo's vile intentions flooded his mind, causing his body to tremble with indignation. Unable to accept such a fate. Impossible. His junior sister could never be that kind of person. Thus, he reassured himself, based on his understanding of Shangwan Wuching. She was not a woman to be trifled with so casually. After much deliberation shrouded in the darkness of night, he resolved to approach and knock on the door. Knock. Knock, 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 knock. He gently rapped on Shangwan Wuching's door, yet the silence within offered no response. Was his junior sister perhaps in the midst of cultivating? Indeed, Shangwan Wuching was currently engaged in her own form of cultivation, one of dual practice. Inside the room, despite the commendable soundproofing, the keen-eared Shangwan Wuching faintly detected the subtle knocking from outside. She paused abruptly, engrossed in her fervent endeavors with Lin Mo. Captain Wuching, what is it? Lin Mo inquired, sensing her distraction. It seems someone is knocking at the door. I suspect it might be senior brother Zhueming, she conjectured. Let him wait outside. You surely wouldn't wish for him to spoil the mood, Lin Mo remarked. That makes sense. Let us continue, my dear old man, Shangwan Wuching mused. She considered that if she were to step outside, there was indeed a high chance that Zhueming would disrupt the atmosphere. Thus, she decided to disregard him entirely. Even if Zhueming mustered the audacity of a bear heart and leopard courage, she was certain he would not dare to force his way into her abode. And so, after a fruitless bout of knocking, Zhueming retreated into the shadows once more. He remained outside, waiting until the sun began its descent the following day. Yet, Shangwan Wuching still did not emerge from her dwelling. At this moment, Zhueming felt increasingly assured that his junior sister was undoubtedly engaged in her cultivation. He could hardly believe that an old man like Lin Mo possessed such stamina. With this thought, the anxiety that had plagued his heart finally subsided. He returned to the Qinglong branch office, seeking out the enforcer disciple he had dispatched to follow Lin Mo, demanding, Are your eyes useless? Should I dig them out for you to donate? That old scoundrel was clearly not with his junior sister. No, that's impossible. The enforcer disciple insisted vehemently. Senior brother Zhueming, I truly saw him enter. If I lie, I will willingly walk into the self-immolation tower. Zhueming's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. Such an oath could be sworn. It seemed the fault lay not with his junior brother, but rather with himself. Yet, he was reluctant to admit his error. So he commanded, You claim you saw him enter, then I shall grant you a chance. Keep watch at junior sister Wuching's residence, once she departs. Eliminate that old scoundrel. If you truly misjudged and failed to locate the old scoundrel, you should know what to do. Indeed, senior brother Chasing Fate. If I cannot find him at sister Wuching's residence, I shall turn back and seek self-immolation in the tower of self-destruction. Another day has passed. In the dimly lit chamber, Shangwan Wuching gasped for breath, her rosy visage adorned with an enchanting and utterly satisfied smile. Under the nurturing influence of Lin Mo's pure yang energy, she seamlessly broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, her cultivation flourishing immensely. With deep affection, she gazed at Lin Mo beside her, marveling at her serendipitous fortune. Lin Mo, too, experienced considerable gains. While he did not quite reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the spiritual energy within him had undeniably strengthened compared to 2 days prior. He couldn't help but reflect on the comfort of being an evil cultivator. In satisfying both body and spirit, one could also enhance their cultivation. Was this not far more enticing than the path of celestial cultivators? Soon after, Lin Mo reclined for a brief respite. After a while, Shangwan Wuching, regaining her composure, propped her delicate hand beneath her chin and curiously inquired, By the way, old man, how did you come to join the initial sacred sect? Were you captured? Please do not mock me, Captain Wuching. I was sold here by my parents. Lin Mo replied candidly, unashamed to discuss the matter. Why would they do such a thing? Shangwan Wuching asked, perplexed. In the initial sacred sect, even inner disciples are regarded as individuals, while the status of servant disciples is inferior to that of dogs. How could your parents possibly sell you to such a place? Lin Emo sighed. I have over a dozen siblings, and I am the youngest, possessing the least talent for cultivation. With our family's poverty, what else could my parents do but sell me? As a transmigrator, Lin Emo had retained memories since birth, and he recalled vividly the pivotal moment in his childhood that altered the trajectory of his life. Do you harbor resentment towards them? Wuching continued, her curiosity piqued. Not quite hatred, Lin Emo replied, his tone eerily calm. Because of them, I came to this world. Yet it was also because of them that I endured a century of inhumane treatment in the initial sacred sect. I believe we are even now, with no debts remaining between us. Perhaps they have long forgotten that they even had a son. Old man, your mindset is quite commendable. Were it me, I fear I would have harbored deep hatred towards them, Shangguan Wuching admitted, feeling inferior in comparison. Lin Emo merely smiled, non-committal. Upon reflection, what purpose would hatred serve? Setting aside the question of whether he could even find them, even if his parents were to appear before him now, he might not recognize them. Perhaps they had failed to advance to the foundation establishment stage and had long since passed away. Let us speak of something else, Shangguan Wuching suggested, shifting the topic. Old man, have you considered transitioning from a servant disciple to an inner disciple? With your current cultivation, you should be able to pass the inner disciple assessment. Chapter 39, Transitioning to Inner Disciple for Convenient Dual Cultivation. In the esteemed initial sacred sect, the servant disciples yearn to defy fate and alter their destinies. There exists but one path, to participate in the sect's assessment and ascend to the ranks of inner disciples. Yet, throughout the annals of the initial sacred sect, the number of servant disciples who have successfully transitioned to inner disciples is exceedingly scant. These servant disciples were relegated here due to their insufficient cultivation talent, making the ambition to defy destiny a formidable challenge. Indeed, I have contemplated this matter, however. Whether I can partake in the sect's evaluation and elevate myself to an inner disciple hinges upon the will of the sect leader, Lin Emo mused thoughtfully. Within the confines of the initial sacred sect, the identity of a servant disciple imposes significant limitations. Lin Emo aspires to become an inner disciple. Yet the pressing question remains, what is Lu Xian's stance on this matter? I believe it should pose no issue, remarked the unyielding Shangguan Wuching. Should the sect leader grant permission, you may participate in the inner disciple assessment of the Law Enforcement Hall. I shall personally advocate for you to be assigned to our Vermilion Bird Division. This would greatly facilitate our future collaborative cultivation. Thank you, Captain Wuching, for your kind intentions. But this matter seems quite distant. The sect leader's return is still uncertain, Lin Emo replied ambiguously, wary of becoming too entangled in Shangguan Wuching's schemes. Despite her current kindness towards him, Lin Emo understood that it was merely a byproduct of his pure yang sacred body. Without this unique constitution, there would be little camaraderie between them. Throughout his 100 years in the initial sacred sect, Lin Emo had learned to place his trust cautiously in no one. Are you not inclined to join the Law Enforcement Hall? Shangguan Wuching pressed, clearly not easily swayed. Not at all. Rather, I hold the belief that the sect leader is unlikely to permit my transition to an inner disciple, Lin Emo stated, careful not to express his thoughts too definitively. Shangguan Wuching, however, held a different perspective. The servant division is neither enriched nor diminished by your presence. Why must the sect leader specifically designate you as the exclusive servant of the Purple Heaven Palace? Sighing, Lin Emo replied, it is a long tale. Should the sect leader agree, I shall certainly join the Law Enforcement Hall. Now that sounds more like it, Shangguan Wuching responded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips upon receiving the desired answer. Well then, I must return to my office. If you feel unsafe outside, you may remain here. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me out at the Vermilion Bird office. After donning her attire and ensuring her appearance was in order, Shangguan Wuching departed. Lin Emo settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the operation of his yin-yang demonic arts. The robust spiritual energy surged through every meridian in his body, and Lin Emo could distinctly perceive the significant augmentation of his cultivation. The sensation of such a marked improvement was undeniably exhilarating. A smile graced Lin Emo's lips as he expressed his excitement. After regaining his composure, Lin Emo began to attempt a breakthrough into the mid-stage of foundation building. Currently, he possessed approximately 22,000 spirit stones, a substantial reserve indeed. The outside world was decidedly unsafe for him. Apart from his cultivation, Lin Mo had little else to occupy his time. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the living room. As Shangguan Wuqing had left the door ajar, Lin Mo could hear the footsteps distinctly. Simultaneously, a wave of danger infiltrated Lin Mo's senses. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and immediately withdrew from his meditative state. With a swift motion, his black blade materialized in his hand. Soon, a figure appeared at the doorway. Judging by the attire, it was unmistakably a disciple of the law enforcement hall. I was right. You are indeed here. The newcomer flashed a smile, revealing a chilling intent to kill. Mid-Foundation establishment? From the aura, it was evident that this disciple was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Although his cultivation surpassed Lin Mo's, Lin Mo believed he still had a fighting chance. This fellow from the law enforcement hall, I do not believe we have met. Why do you wish to bring about my demise? Lin Mo squinted, inquiring. Humph, merely a servant. Is a reason really necessary for killing you? The disciple's lips curled with a mocking grin. However, I am known for my merciful heart, so I shall grant you a clearer understanding of your fate. Blame yourself for provoking someone you ought not to have. Besides, I have no desire to visit the self-immolation tower, so you must die. Though the name remained unspoken, Lin Mo could surmise its identity. Most likely, the person he should not have provoked was none other than the leader of the law enforcement hall's Azure Dragon squad. Chasing fate. How unfortunate, for I too have no intention of dying, Lin Mo retorted with a calm smile. That is no longer your choice. With that, a sharp, glimmering blade intent surged forward from the disciple. Lin Mo was the first to strike. Do you dare to resist instead of accepting your fate? How intriguing. In that case, let this old servant show you what it means to be at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shangguan Wuqing had just arrived at the entrance of the Vermilion Bird office when she heard Chasing Fate's voice from behind her. Junior sister, do you have matters to discuss with me? Shangguan Wuqing's expression remained impassive, her tone neutral. For reasons unknown, the more she gazed at Chasing Fate, the more displeased she felt. Perhaps it was due to Lin Mo's influence. Junior sister, have you reached the mid-stage of Golden Core? Congratulations. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Shangguan Wuqing, which was nearly on par with his own, Chasing Fate expressed mild surprise. Shangguan Wuqing merely nodded, her demeanor towards Chasing Fate markedly indifferent. Chasing Fate felt a pang of anguish within. Previously, Shangguan Wuqing's attitude towards him had not been so cold. She stood right before him, yet he felt his junior sister was gradually distancing herself from him. Junior sister, in celebration of your breakthrough, why don't we exchange a few moves? Let us keep it light. Chasing Fate maintained a smile on his face, feigning nonchalance. Shangguan Wuqing contemplated whether to acquiesce to Chasing Fate's sparring request. However, she suddenly realized something alarming. Chasing Fate's words echoed eerily like her own from days prior when she had been restraining him. In an instant, her instincts warned her of impending danger. Lin Mo? Casting a cold glare at Chasing Fate, Shangguan Wuqing swiftly made her way home. Junior sister? Chasing Fate furrowed his brows and pursued her, intercepting her path. Junior sister, even if you do not wish to spar with me, you ought to provide a clear answer, at the very least. What is the meaning of this? Chasing Fate, I will make myself abundantly clear. Shangguan Wuqing glared at him icily and declared, should your people intrude upon my home, be prepared to face the consequences from our master. Chapter 40. Chasing Fate's defenses breached. Am I not worth more than a menial? Upon Shangguan Wuqing and Chasing Fate's return, they beheld the house riddled with gaping holes, and a figure lay on the ground at the entrance, barely clinging to life. This individual was not Lin Mo, but a disciple from Chasing Fate's enforcement hall. Ugh. As they approached, they noticed the enforcement disciple's vacant gaze. His body twitching as if he had lost his very essence. A long gash at a sharp angle extended from his shoulder to his waist. Not stained with blood, but appearing as a withered, pitch-black scar that continued to spread, ravaging his bodily functions and siphoning away his vitality. Shangguan Wuqing recognized him as Zhu Fan, a disciple from the Azure Dragon squad. She was unaware of how Zhu Fan had come to this dire state and felt no concern for him. She shot a fierce glare at Chasing Fate and coldly remarked, Chasing Fate, you should prepare to face our master's wrath. Without further regard for the critically injured Zhu Fan, Shangguan Wuqing hurried inside. The interior was a scene of chaos, littered with traces of a fierce struggle. She searched frantically for Lin Mo's presence, but found no sign of him. Old man. Panic seized her. Despite broadening her search, she could not uncover any trace of Lin Mo. Only two possibilities remained. Either Lin Mo had been utterly destroyed by Zhu Fan, or he had managed to escape. Given the signs of the struggle and Zhu Fan's injuries, Shangwan Wuqing inclined towards the latter. Returning to the open space, fury ignited in her eyes. She approached and slapped Chasing Fate, sending him spinning like a top, whirling several times in place. Chasing Fate. Previously, I regarded you as my senior, thus granting you a modicum of respect. However, I did not anticipate your utter lack of discernment, daring to send someone to trespass upon my home. Henceforth, unless in indispensable circumstances, do not ever dare to present yourself before me again. Chasing Fate clasped his inflamed cheek, his pupils constricting, his chest heaving violently, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. He had never envisioned that Shangwan Wuqing would so resolutely sever ties over a mere servant. Shangwan Wuqing's words struck like the sharpest blade, piercing deeply into Chasing Fate's heart. His psychological defenses crumbled instantaneously, leaving him feeling as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. Very well. Quite splendid indeed, junior sister. Chasing Fate's countenance darkened like murky waters, suppressing the tempest of emotions threatening to erupt. He spoke in a low voice. In your eyes, I am even inferior to a mere servant, am I? Very well, I shall remember this. With that, Chasing Fate hoisted the unconscious Zhu Fan and departed. As for Chasing Fate's bitter words, Shangwan Wuqing remained oblivious. Her mind was consumed with concern for Lin Mo's condition. Zhu Fan, possessing mid-foundation stage cultivation, had managed to prevail against an old man of merely initial foundation stage. From Zhu Fan's condition, it seemed he might not survive. However, Lin Mo's fate was uncertain. Since he still possessed the strength to flee, it was reasonable to assume he had not sustained life-threatening injuries. Thus, the urgent matter was to ascertain Lin Mo's whereabouts. Otherwise, should his injuries worsen, it could become a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was fleeing, gradually distancing himself from the heart of the initial sacred sect, delving deeper into its inner sanctum. Eventually, he arrived beside a small stream, where a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Damn it! Lin Mo clutched his chest, his breath erratic. The fierce struggle with Zhu Fan replayed incessantly in his mind. At that moment, Zhu Fan unleashed a formidable technique, yet Lin Mo had simultaneously invoked the soul-snatching art. The technique siphoned away Zhu Fan's 3 souls and 7 spirits. But Lin Mo too suffered injuries from Zhu Fan's onslaught. Were it not for the protection of the pure yang sacred body, that strike from Zhu Fan would have surely claimed his life. Even so, his injuries were grievous. He lay beside the stream, feeling increasingly fatigued and weak. His vision began to blur. His combat experience was still far too scant. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such dire straits merely contending with a mid-foundation stage practitioner. In truth, prior to this, he had not engaged in any significant battle. The last encounter with Yunfei was less a fight and more akin to being singularly outmatched. With his current cultivation, the soul-snatching art could indeed slay a mid-foundation stage cultivator. However, due to his lack of combat experience, Lin Mo found it exceedingly challenging to evade his opponent's assaults, especially those of a wide-ranging nature. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated in Lin Mo's mind, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment of oblivion, he felt as though a hand grasped him from behind. Time passed, and when Lin Mo regained awareness, he found himself in an elegantly antiquated room. Who had rescued him? Supporting his forehead, he recalled the moment just before losing consciousness. Coupled with the present scene, it became evident that someone had indeed brought him back. Yet, he remained unaware of the identity of his savior. Remarkably, his internal injuries seemed to have healed significantly, far less severe than before his fainting. This improvement could be attributed to his pure yang sacred body. Strictly speaking, while the pure yang sacred body is recognized as a special constitution that attracts female cultivators, it also possesses a modicum of self-healing capabilities. However, compared to those specializing in self-regeneration, its prowess is not particularly outstanding. Of course, Lin Mo surmised that his recovery might also be due to the efforts of his rescuer. Just as he pondered over who had saved him, the door creaked open. A figure, enchanting in red, gracefully entered the room. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the initial sacred sect, Hongyu. Upon seeing Hongyu, the weight lifted from Lin Mo's chest. He intended to rise and pay his respects, but Hongyu waved her delicate hand, her alluring lips parting. Given your injuries, there is no need for such elaborate formalities. I am truly grateful for your life-saving assistance, esteemed Grand Elder. Lin Mo replied earnestly, despite his earlier intentions. Hong Yu flashed a captivating smile and teased. Ah, you were on the verge of trespassing into the forbidden grounds of the sect. Had I not intervened, I fear I could not have ensured your safety. Furthermore, I require your assistance in capturing the Saintess, so you must not perish so soon. Otherwise, my deposit of 10,000 spirit stones would be for naught. Chapter 41. Am I to be seized by the Grand Elder as a furnace? Lin Mo let out a wry smile, at a loss for words. However, your recovery is swifter than I anticipated. As she spoke, Hong Yu swayed her serpentine waist to the bedside. With her slender, jade-like fingers, she gently lifted Lin Mo's chin. Her deep crimson eyes scrutinized his weathered visage, and she remarked with slight perplexity, it is difficult to ascertain the reasons behind your condition. The Qingling pill I administered, while effective for internal injuries, evidently did not achieve such remarkable results. How curious. Hong Yu was not only puzzled by Lin Mo's unexpectedly rapid recovery, but also found herself inexplicably drawn to the traces of time etched upon his face. During their last encounter at the Zetian Palace, she had presumed it was merely a figment of her long-standing solitude. Yet, gazing closely at Lin Mo's aged features, she became convinced of her own perception. It appears that this is not merely her illusion. Little servant, why don't you explain what is happening? Hong Wen inquired. Returning to the Great Elder, perhaps it is simply that this old servant's fate is not yet sealed. Lin Mo casually offered an excuse to deflect the question. Observing Hong Yue's alluring demeanor, reminiscent of a cunning fox, he dared not reveal that he was a pure Yang sacred body. Should Hong Yue capture him to serve as a furnace, it would certainly be a grave misfortune. Oh, really? Hong Yue replied with a ghostly smile, clearly unconvinced by his words. Very well. After a brief moment, Hong Yue released Lin Mo's chin. Since you have awakened, it is time for you to depart. You have been absent for far too long, and it is likely to raise the Holy Maiden's suspicions. But Great Elder, my injuries have yet to heal. If I return now and the Holy Maiden were to attack me, I would be utterly defenseless, Lin Mo protested. One would think that with your current foundational cultivation, you could withstand the Holy Maiden, Hong Yue remarked meaningfully. What you need to do is not confront the Holy Maiden directly. Use your wits and tap into your survival instincts. I believe you can manage it, yes? Besides, acquiring 30,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade treasure is not an easy feat, by the way. Let me remind you not to expect my assistance every time, unless you possess irrefutable evidence of the Holy Maiden being an undercover agent. I will not intervene in any threats you may face from her. Very well, Lin Mo replied with a slight grimace. Indeed, he realized he could only rely on himself. If Hong Yue could assist, she would not have sought him out as bait. Would it not be simpler to capture the Holy Maiden, Su Yu directly? Subsequently, under Hong Yue's guidance, Lin Mo exited through the back door of the Elder's courtyard. He did not immediately return to the gates of the initial sacred sect, but instead sought a concealed cave on a nearby peak to tend to his injuries before making his way back. At the very least, Lin Mo was certain that the Holy Maiden Su Yu was completely unaware of his whereabouts. Thus, during his recovery, he need not worry about her seeking him out. The captain of the Azure Dragon Division, Chasing Fate, sat cross-legged upon a massive stone within the cave, and a fierce glint ignited in Lin Mo's eyes. He had initially wished to avoid provoking Chasing Fate, but if the latter sought to eliminate him, then it would be a different matter. Such grievances must be avenged. However, with his current level of cultivation, he was far from a match for Chasing Fate. His foundational level was still too weak. To firmly establish himself within the initial sacred sect, Lin Mo estimated he would need to attain at least the Golden Core stage. Too weak, far too weak. Lin Mo's heart had never yearned for greater power as it did now. Just contending with the Holy Maiden Su Yu nearly suffocated him. And now there was Chasing Fate to contend with. These two individuals loomed over him like towering mountains, pressing down upon his shoulders and leaving him no room for complacency. Soon after, Lin Mo ceased his procrastination and focused his mind. He began to operate the Yin-Yang Evil Demon technique, channeling the pure Yang energy within his body to mend his internal injuries. Coupled with the residual effects of the Qingling pill, Lin Mo's wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Thus, half a month passed. Lin Mo reopened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of stagnant air. He rose from the massive stone, bounding a couple of times to confirm that his body was no longer in peril, and a look of profound relief graced his features. Lin Mo? Old man. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Recognizing it to be the voice of Sheng Wanwuqing, Lin Mo's previously tense mind and body relaxed once more. Exiting the cave, he followed the sound and indeed saw Shangwan Wuqing not far away. "Captain Wuqing, over here," Lin Mo called out, and the bewildered and anxious Shangwan Wuqing finally noticed him. "Old man, it's wonderful." Upon seeing Lin Mo seemingly unscathed, Shangwan Wuqing's anxious heart finally settled, and she joyfully rushed towards him, as if they were lovers reunited after a long separation, throwing herself into his embrace. "Ahem, Captain Wuqing, I am fine, do calm yourself." After a while, Shangwan Wuqing's emotions finally began to stabilize. She inquired about the events of that day, and Lin Mo did not withhold the truth, recounting everything in detail. However, he chose to conceal the fact that the Grand Elder of the Red Moon had saved him. It was better that fewer people knew about the fishing incident concerning the Red Moon. "You're still smiling. Don't you realize how dangerous it was? Zhu Fan's cultivation is significantly higher than yours." Shangwan Wuqing expressed some irritation. "It was unavoidable," Lin Mo chuckled lightly. "In such circumstances, I had no choice but to confront him." "Indeed," Shangwan Wuqing said, filled with self-reproach. "It's all my fault. I never anticipated that Chasing Life would be so audacious as to send his people to invade my home. However, there is no need to worry now. My master, who is the head of the law enforcement hall, has punished Chasing Life and sent him away from the sect for training." Since then, Shangwan Wuqing had been searching for Lin Mo. She had nearly scoured the entire initial holy sect before finally locating him. "That's excellent news," Lin Mo sighed in relief. "Captain Wuqing, you need not blame yourself. It is I who has caused you trouble." Lin Mo had not expected the head of the law enforcement hall to impose a heavy penalty on Chasing Life for the sake of a mere servant. Nonetheless, the fact that Chasing Life had been dispatched for training outside the sect was undoubtedly good news for Lin Mo. At least, one less enemy was now watching him. Next, he could focus solely on navigating matters with the Saintess, Suyu. Chapter 42, The Meditation and Cultivation Method. "I am now terrifyingly powerful. It's no trouble. It is my duty to assist you," Shangwan Wuqing smiled gently. Shangwan Wuqing would not deny that it was indeed through her dual cultivation with Lin Mo that she managed to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core in such a brief span of time. Otherwise, given her aptitude for cultivation, it would have taken her a minimum of 3 to 5 years to reach the same stage through conventional means. Lin Mo smiled non-committally and said, "Captain Wuqing, it is time for us to return." Now that Chasing Fate was no longer present in the sect, Lin Mo felt emboldened to go back. With Shangwan Wuqing by his side, he was confident in his absolute safety. After all, the holy maiden Suyu would never dare to strike against him in the presence of Shangwan Wuqing. Upon returning to Shangwan Wuqing's residence, the two engaged in a fervent battle that lasted for 2 days and nights. Following this intense encounter, Lin Mo sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Seizing the moment while Shangwan Wuqing was out, he gathered his resolve and, after absorbing the spiritual energy contained within 3,000 spiritual stones, successfully advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. After the breakthrough, Lin Mo's consciousness unexpectedly slipped into an enigmatic state, a realm that felt both dreamlike and surreal. In this mysterious condition, his awareness found itself upon a desolate land. The howling winds revealed the stark white bones protruding from the ground. Suddenly, Lin Mo lifted his gaze and saw a shadowy figure, strikingly similar to himself, standing before him, wielding a 5-foot black blade. It dawned on Lin Mo what was transpiring. With a gentle grip, he summoned the black blade in his hand. A chilling gust swept through, igniting something within him. The shadow initiated the attack first. The black blade aimed directly at Lin Mo's heart. Instinctively, Lin Mo raised the black blade to defend himself, yet the recoil thrust him back over 1,000 meters. With a sudden gasp, as Lin Mo stabilized himself, the shadow was upon him in an instant, the long blade piercing through his chest. Clang! Lin Mo widened his eyes in disbelief as the black blade slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He could acutely feel his life force rapidly fading. Soon, he closed his eyes completely. He was dead. In a fleeting moment, Lin Mo's consciousness opened its eyes once more. He instinctively looked ahead, and that shadow, so strikingly similar to himself, remained steadfast in its position. So that was it. A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he began to grasp the entirety of the situation. This time, he took the initiative and launched an attack against the shadow. However, after just a few exchanges, he found himself unable to withstand the shadow's ferocious onslaught, ultimately falling victim to a move known as Soul Snare. Returning to the battlefield once more, Lin Mo reflected on his previous experience and refined his tactical approach. This time, He engaged the shadow in a fierce battle that spanned several rounds before finally succumbing. He sensed that the shadow seemed to be an extension of himself, its cultivation level matching his own. The advantage of the shadow lies in its wealth of combat experience and tactical acumen. Thus, Lin Mo was swiftly defeated in the initial 2 rounds. Here, time appeared to hold no significance for him. Time and again, he was bested by the shadow, only to rise again and continue the fight. Lin Mo had lost count of how many times he had been vanquished, 10, 100, or perhaps 1,000. After yet another fall, he resurrected with renewed vigor, standing tall once more. Grasping the black dagger, his gaze was profound, calm as still water. The countless battles he had endured had endowed him with a profound reservoir of combat experience, all thanks to the shadow's ever-evolving tactics, which were never repetitive. It is not an exaggeration to assert that throughout their myriad encounters, the shadow's strategies had never once been the same. It countered each of Lin Mo's moves, consistently exploiting the flaws in his offense and defense to deliver decisive blows. Consequently, Lin Mo's progress was rapid. In the next heartbeat, Lin Mo lifted his eyelids slightly, a confident smile curving his lips. He beckoned the shadow to advance first. The shadow, unfaltering, swung the black dagger, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, advancing like a wraith. With a resonant hum, the fierce intent of the blade surged forth, enveloping Lin Mo in a tempest of flashing assaults. Faced with such relentless and dense attacks from the shadow, Lin Mo subtly shifted his footing, making minute adjustments to his position. Although it seemed that each of the shadow's strikes would connect, Lin Mo skillfully evaded them at the most acute angles. At a certain moment, when the shadow's onslaught reached its zenith, Lin Mo, who had been on the defensive, deftly redirected his black dagger and thrust it fiercely backward. With a muffled thud, the shadow's assault came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had frozen. The black dagger pierced straight through the shadow's chest. In an instant, Lin Mo executed a graceful hand strike, and the shadow gradually dissipated like the wind. He had triumphed. The moment the shadow vanished, this dreamlike realm shattered. Lin Mo opened his eyes, returning to reality, only to realize he was drenched in sweat. The combat experiences accumulated from the countless battles with the shadow were vividly etched in his mind. A smile tugged at Lin Mo's lips. He felt terrifyingly strong now. In that moment, his heart brimmed with joy. What had previously been his greatest weakness, combat experience, had now transformed into his most formidable strength. The recent experience bore a resemblance to meditative training. Perhaps it should be aptly named the meditation training method. Certainly, the epiphany regarding the meditation technique that emerged during my recent advancement to the mid-foundation stage was not a mere coincidence, but an inevitability. One of the defining characteristics of the pure yang sacred body is its unparalleled talent and insight. Although Lin Mo triumphed in his battle against Zhu Fan, he emerged with grave injuries. He lamented his lack of combat experience and yearned to enhance his skills. This yearning led to the moment of enlightenment he just experienced. "What have you been doing hiding here?" came an alluring and seductive voice unexpectedly from the void. Lin Mo's sturdy frame trembled as he turned sharply towards the source of the voice, only to find Elder Hongyue had appeared behind him unnoticed. "Elder, how did you arrive here?" he inquired, astonished. "If I hadn't come, our plans would likely fail," Elder Hongyue stated with a serious demeanor. "While it may be safe for you to remain hidden, your prolonged absence will surely raise suspicions with the Saintess. Do you think Lin Laodu is avoiding me? Has he discovered that I've been watching him?" Lin Mo found himself momentarily speechless. Elder Hongyue's words indeed carried weight. "My dear servant, I do not oppose your desire for safety, but if you continue to hide, how can we proceed with our plan? You must occasionally reveal yourself before the Saintess." Chapter 43. The Saintess and the Tension of Limits. "Understood, my elder." Lin Mo nodded slightly. It was true. His extended absence from the small wooden cabin in the Zetian Palace would undoubtedly seem peculiar from the perspective of the Saintess, Suyu. Currently, she merely suspected Lin Mo had noticed her unusual behavior, but had not confirmed it. If Lin Mo were to avoid her, she would likely conclude that he was aware of her issues. Such a realization would be detrimental to Elder Hongyue's fishing tactics. Then why linger here? Hurry back. Lin Mo, feeling the urgency, bid farewell and hastily departed. On the rooftop, Elder Hongyue crossed her arms, gazing at Lin Mo's retreating figure, a playful smile curving her crimson lips. To reach the mid-foundation stage with such a pace of cultivation, it seems he rivals even the most exceptional talents of the 9th grade spiritual veins. Although Lin Mo possessed a technique to conceal his true aura, it was evident that he could not deceive a powerhouse of Elder Hongyue's caliber. She discerned his authentic cultivation level with a mere glance. While the Yin-Yang Evil Demon technique is indeed a supreme method, it evidently has not yet attained such astonishing heights. Coupled with this servant's remarkable self-healing abilities, perhaps he harbors some unknown secrets. I must return and investigate further. In the Tianyuan continent, there are countless cultivators. There are those born with inferior cultivation talents who, nearing the end of their lifespans, awaken some unique physique or bloodline, subsequently rising rapidly. Although rare, such occurrences are not without precedent. Thus, the Red Moon has ample reason to suspect that Lin Mo may indeed be one of those fated children of fortune. Rare in a millennium. Meanwhile, Lin Mo has yet to return to the Zetian Palace, encountering the Saintess Suyu along the way. Lin Mo believes this is no mere coincidence. Rather, the Saintess has intentionally awaited his arrival. Old man Lin? I can't believe you're still alive, Suyu exclaims. Seemingly taken aback upon seeing him, Lin Mo clears his throat, responding tactfully, ahem, Saintess, what brings you here? Do you perhaps wish for my demise? Oh no. Not at all. Suyu waves her hand, her expression bright and cheerful. I simply heard that you had a confrontation with a disciple from the law enforcement hall not long ago. It said that the disciple perished within 2 hours, and you vanished without a trace. Given the time that has passed, I assumed you two had met your end. Hee, I'm genuinely relieved to see you back. Lin Mo chuckles, feigning humility. Who would have thought that this humble servant would receive such concern from the Saintess? It is indeed an honor. Suyu beams. Status means little to me. Although our interactions have been few, I have always considered you a friend. Friends care for one another, don't they? If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother. Were there any Na'vi souls remaining, they might have believed Suyu's words. The disparity between the Saintess and a mere servant could be likened to that between heaven and hell. The idea of the Saintess considering a servant a friend? It would be met with disbelief, even by a child. Lin Mo harbors no such belief. Despite Cus' seemingly innocent demeanor, he remains cautious. The more unthreatened one appears, the more wary one must be, for one can never know when they might deliver a treacherous blow from behind. Having spent over a century at the initial sacred sect, Lin Mo has grown accustomed to being treated as a mere tool. Never before encountering anyone like the Saintess who regards him as a person. He wipes away a few tears, moved to the core. With such acting, he feels that the Oscars owe him a Golden Horse Award. All right, don't cry. Suyu reassures him. Our statuses may differ, but we are all human. Who is truly superior? At least, I believe I am not devoid of humanity, lacking even the basic moral compass. Lin Mo nods solemnly, in my eyes, Saintess. You are like a pristine lotus emerging untainted from the mud. I sincerely hope you can maintain this pure heart. Suyu lightly nods, her laughter vibrant and innocent. Don't worry, old Lin, I will. By the way, she continues, what transpired after your conflict with that disciple from the law enforcement hall? Could you share it with me? The Saintess expressed her curiosity, and the old man replied that he could certainly share with her. However, he mentioned that Lin Mo's account differed from Suyu's. In this version, Lin Mo was injured during his encounter with Zhu Fan and fled to a dark cave, where he recuperated for some time until his condition gradually improved. It was only 2 days ago that he was located by Shengwan Wuqing, and upon learning that the leader of the Qinglong division had gone out for training, he returned to the sect. This narrative was a mixture of truth and deception, making it difficult for Suyu to discern which parts were genuine. After listening, she nodded thoughtfully, refraining from questioning Lin Mo's account. Instead, she inquired from a different perspective. Regardless of the circumstances, it is good to know you are safe. However, I am somewhat puzzled about your relationship with Shengwan Wuqing of the Law Enforcement Hall's Zhuke Division. Lin Mo hesitated, saying, Saintess, I am not unwilling to share. But can you promise to keep it confidential? Of course. I am not one to spread rumors, she assured him. Well, I trust your word, Saintess. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before revealing, you may find it hard to believe, but the leader, Wuqing, has taken a liking to me and invited me to her home for dual cultivation. Suyu's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her astonishment evident. This is too. Shoo. Lin Mo gestured for silence, and Suyu lowered her voice, incredulous. Why would she? How could Shengwan Wuqing possibly be interested in you? From Suyu's perspective, this revelation clarified the situation. It was common knowledge that Chasing Fate had feelings for Shengwan Wuqing, a fact known to many, including Suyu herself. If Shengwan Wuqing genuinely invited Lin Mo for dual cultivation, it would undoubtedly provoke Chasing Fate's ire. Who knows? Lin Mo chuckled. Perhaps it's my good looks. Even though I am old, my charm seems to remain undiminished. Su Yu was momentarily speechless, not from a lack of words, but from an inability to refute his claim. Although her expression remained composed, she secretly acknowledged that Lin Mo possessed a unique charm characteristic of his age. She had sensed this when he had asked her to deliver a letter of complaint to Lu Zian months ago. Strangely, she did not feel the same allure with other elderly servants, inner disciples, or even deacons and guest elders, but only with Lin Mo. It was as though he exuded a distinctive magnetism that captivated her. Recovering from her thoughts, Su Yu burst into laughter and remarked, "No wonder chasing fate sent someone to kill you. You have captured his beloved's heart, and he must be in a frenzy." Lin Mo sighed, saying, "Ah, no need to discuss this further. I implore you, holy maiden, to keep this matter confidential between me and Captain Wu Qing. Please refrain from public disclosure. Rest assured, old man Lin, I am known for my discretion," Su Yu confidently assured, patting her chest. "Very well then. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Lin Mo concluded. Go on, Su Yu responded. After parting ways with Lin Mo, she made her way directly to the Baihu Division office of the Law Enforcement Hall. "Your Grace, what brings you here?" A disciple stationed at the entrance greeted her promptly. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I am here to see Captain Lu Li. Is she present?" Su Yu inquired with a cheerful smile. "Yes, holy maiden. Captain Lu Li is currently in the office. Allow me to escort you in." Before long, Su Yu found herself in the reception room, where she met the captain of the Baihu Division, Dugu Lu Li. She was a youthful maiden, strikingly pure and adorable, yet exuding an air of vitality. Her long, silky black hair cascaded in waves, and as sunlight streamed through the window, it illuminated her locks with a shimmering gradient of colors. Unlike humans, she possessed a pair of fluffy, pure white beast ears atop her head, which only enhanced her already captivating visage. Her heart-shaped purple eyes, tinged with a hint of allure, complemented her curvaceous figure, complete with a plush, white tail that further distinguished her from humanity. Indeed, this enchanting young lady was none other than Dugu Lu Li, the captain of the Baihu Division. "What brings the holy maiden to the Baihu office today?" Lu Li inquired languidly, taking a seat across from Su Yu and narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. "Well, I wouldn't call it an official directive," Su Yu replied earnestly. "Do you recall the incident that transpired at Shangguan Wu Qing's residence a month ago?" "Ah, you mean that incident," Lu Li responded, her eyes momentarily reflecting a glimmer of sorrow. "I am indeed aware. It is a pity that Brother Ming and Sister Wu Qing's discord resulted in the tragic loss of an innocent junior brother's life." Su Yu continued, "Indeed. The perpetrator responsible for the death of that law enforcement disciple has returned. Logically, the law enforcement hall should apprehend him for judgment, should they not? After all, the deceased was one of their own." Upon hearing this, Lu Li fell silent for a considerable time before raising her gaze to meet Su Yu's. "You are absolutely right, holy maiden. I have heard that the culprit is a menial worker. Where is he now?" Though she had initially hesitated to involve herself in the matter, after all, the hall master had not issued a directive to capture the assailant. Lu Li felt compelled to respond to Su Yu given her status. While the holy maiden's current cultivation might be inferior to hers, it was evident that Su Yu's position as the holy maiden indicated her potential to one day inherit the leadership of Lu Zian. She was merely a small division leader of the law enforcement hall, yet one could not provoke the saintess. His name was Lin Mo, a humble servant of the Zetian Palace, and he should currently be in the small building at the entrance of the palace, Su Yu succinctly remarked. "The Zetian Palace, ah? That poses a challenge," replied Dugu Lu Li, her expression revealing her concern. "After all, it is the residence of the esteemed sect leader. I cannot rashly venture there to apprehend anyone." Su Yu reassured her, "Captain Lu Li, there is no need for concern. Our master is not present at the Zetian Palace at the moment, so you can safely proceed to capture him without any repercussions." "Is that so? Then I understand. I shall take my team to retrieve that old servant for the saintess to deal with," Dugu Lu Li declared, deftly shifting the responsibility onto Su Yu. Even if Shangguan Wuqing were to confront her later, she could easily deflect the blame onto Su Yu. No, that won't do," Su Yu hastily interjected, shaking her head. "Dealing with a murderer is the duty of your law enforcement hall. I am merely providing you with information. You should apprehend him and manage the situation yourselves." "Very well. I understand," Dugu Lu Li replied, slightly exasperated. "If it displeases the saintess, it is a risk worth taking. I have long found Sister Wuqing unlikable. Why should everyone revolve around her? I am no less capable than she is." Meanwhile, on another front, as Lin Mo made his way back to the Zetian Palace, he sensed a malevolent gaze lurking in the shadows, fixated upon him. Frowning, an ominous premonition washed over him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Fortunately, he navigated through crowded paths, ensuring his safe return to the small wooden house within the palace. Although Lu Ziyan was absent, her mere presence would suffice to deter any potential aggressor. That lingering presence is unsettling, Lin Imo muttered, brushing off some dust from the chair. He could easily deduce that the person who had been watching him was undoubtedly someone warned by chasing fate before embarking on his journey. The individual possessed formidable strength, emanating a palpable sense of danger. Lin Imo estimated that this person was at least at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. With my current abilities, I can manage those at the late foundation establishment stage, but the peak presents a slight challenge. For now, I shall not concern myself with him, as he would not dare to act here. Lin Imo was entirely confident of this, unless Su Yu had revealed information indicating Lu Ziyan's absence from the Zetian Palace. Nevertheless, Lin Imo did not intend to linger in the wooden house for long. Just 2 or 3 days would suffice to dispel Su Yu's suspicions. During this time, he ought to be more wary of Su Yu than the individual dispatched by chasing fate. Soon, night fell. Lin Imo felt he could not afford to rest, nor could he enter a meditative state. He sat cross-legged upon the bed, constantly attuned to every subtle shift in his surroundings. At a certain moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed, indicating the presence of no fewer than 7 or 8 individuals. It was not Su Yu. Who could it be? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door of the wooden cabin was violently kicked open. Several disciples clad in the garb of the enforcement hall surged in, encircling Lin Imo with an imposing presence. Then, a distinct and alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Imo raised his gaze to behold a youthful, ethereal fox girl gracefully stepping past the enforcement disciples to approach him. Her violet eyes, subtly exuding an air of enchantment, scrutinized him from head to toe. Chapter 45. Why choose? I want them all. You must be Lin Imo? After a cursory examination, the enchanting Du Gu Liuli slightly tilted her head. Her voice, a melodious blend of allure and charm, sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine. A fairy. Lin Imo inwardly scoffed before responding. Yes. Du Gu Liuli chuckled playfully. You may not recognize me, but fret not. I shall introduce myself. I am Du Gu Liuli, the captain of the White Tiger Division of the Enforcement Hall. Do you know why I am here today? Feigning ignorance, Lin Imo shook his head. Playing the fool before me is futile, Du Gu Liuli remarked. About a month ago, you killed Zhu Fan of the Green Dragon Division. Correct? I am here specifically for this matter. The murder of an inner disciple, especially one from the Enforcement Hall, is no trivial offense. If this is not addressed seriously, will you not incite chaos among the lower-ranked disciples? Confronted with Du Gu Liuli's accusations, Lin Imo took a deep breath and countered, Captain Liuli. You assert that I murdered a disciple of the Enforcement Hall. May I be so bold as to inquire if you possess irrefutable evidence? Or is there anyone who witnessed this event firsthand? Du Gu Liuli smirked with amusement, leaning closer as her long fingernail traced Lin Mo's cheek. Oh dear. Are you suggesting I have wronged you? But worry not. For lower-ranked disciples, we require no evidence. Lin Imo found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond. Then, with a graceful wave of her hand, Du Gu Liuli commanded, take this old servant back to the interrogation room. I wish to thoroughly question him and see if his resolve is truly so unyielding. Yes, Sister Liuli. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Imo chose not to resist. He understood that, with his mid-foundation cultivation, he stood no chance against Du Gu Liuli and her associates. Rather than engage in futile struggles, it would be wiser to conserve his strength. Most importantly, as long as Shangguan Wuqing could come to his aid. Accompanying Du Gu Liuli to the White Tiger Division's office would certainly be safer than remaining in his own humble abode. Thus, Lin Imo was escorted back to the White Tiger Division office by Du Gu Liuli's entourage. On the way back, the solitary Liuli deliberately circumvented the personnel of the Zhuke Division office. She was acutely aware that if her ruthless senior sister, Shangguan Wuqing, discovered she had captured Lin Imo, Wuqing would undoubtedly rush to the Baihu Division office to rescue him. In the interrogation room of the Baihu Division office, Lin Imo sat bound to a chair, his hands and feet restrained by ropes. Though largely ineffective, the bindings served a decorative purpose. Is there anything you wish to express while you sit here? Liuli paced around Lin Imo, speaking with a tone of mock curiosity. Yes, he replied. I demand to see Captain Shangguan Wuqing of the Zhuke Division. Hearing this, Liuli swiftly positioned herself in front of Lin Imo, her long nails lifting his chin with a playful glint in her eye. So, you wish for Sister Wuqing to come to your rescue? How naive. Look at me. Listen to what I say. Lu Li exhaled softly, and Lin Mo instinctively gazed into her heart-shaped, violet eyes. In that moment, a faint pink glow emerged within her enchanting gaze. As the light flickered, Lin Mo's consciousness slipped into a momentary daze, as if he were floating in a dreamlike state. In the next breath, a searing wave of pure yang energy coursed through Lin Mo's entire being. He jolted back to reality, shaken from his stupor. Lu Li, still unaware of the effect of her charm, proceeded with her inquiries as planned. Tell me, what is your relationship with Sister Wuqing? Father-daughter relationship, he replied. Father-daughter. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing Lin Mo was observing her with an amused expression, seemingly mocking the ineffectiveness of her charm. How can this be? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Given her cultivation level, how could she fail to enchant someone as seemingly insignificant as Lin Mo? Yet, to mask her embarrassment, she chose to remain silent about it, and said instead, Humph, even if you don't admit it, I already know. You and Sister Wuqing share a dual cultivation relationship, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo recognized that Lu Li was merely speculating, albeit accurately. Thus, he remained silent, offering no reaction to her assertion. Unwilling to admit it? That's quite all right, Lu Li smirked. Tomorrow, I shall publicly declare your relationship with Sister Wuqing. Just imagine how the many suitors secretly harboring affections for her will react. Even if I do not kill you, I doubt you will survive to see the next day. Not true. Lin Mo's expression darkened. How can you be so wicked? Captain Lu Li, what do you truly want from me? He reluctantly inquired. If the truth of his relationship with Shangwan Wuqing were to be broadcasted by Lu Li, he feared he would not even know how he perished. Have you conceded? Lu Li proclaimed triumphantly. Indeed, I must concede that your assertions hold true. Lin Mo acknowledged with a nod. Had it been this way from the outset, it would have been far better. As Dugu Liuli's delicate hand brushed against Lin Mo's visage, she continued, according to the sect's regulations, the punishment for slaying an inner sect disciple is to be cast into the tower of self-cultivation and self-immolation. However, I can offer you a chance to survive. All you need to do is pledge to sever all ties with Sister Wuqing and cultivate with me. And I shall spare you. What say you? In this case, you wouldn't be at a loss, would you? Dugu Liuli perhaps was not even aware of it herself. Her charm, far from bewitching Lin Mo, had instead ensnared her own senses with his pure yang sacred body. When the Saint Siu approached her during the day, she indeed intended to capture Lin Mo and execute him. Yet, upon laying eyes on him, she immediately abandoned that notion. Dugu Liuli's proposal was unexpected for Lin Mo. Yet it fell within the realm of reason. Well then, even when faced with the enchanting fox maiden Dugu Liuli, the pure yang sacred body still exerted its influence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo did not immediately acquiesce to Dugu Liuli's demands, but countered with a question. Captain Liuli, do you harbor some grievances against Captain Wuqing? In Lin Mo's perspective, why should he have to choose between the two? Could he not have them both? Chapter 46. Dugu Liuli is quite adorable, but the graces from Captain Wuqing remain unpaid. I bear no grievances towards Sister Wuqing. I merely find you more to my liking and wish to compete with her, Dugu Liuli replied candidly. This was indeed the truth, albeit not entirely complete. Beyond the allure of the pure yang sacred body, Dugu Liuli felt a sense of disdain towards Wuqing, desiring to evade all that belonged to her. A moment of silence enveloped the interrogation room. A hint of grievance and defiance flickered in Dugu Liuli's eyes. Look, Sister Wuqing isn't all that great, is she? Always wearing a stern expression, thinking herself quite handsome. I simply cannot comprehend why the brothers of the law enforcement hall are so enamored with her. Brother Chasing Fate feels this way, and so does Brother Iron Hand. What gives? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo could only smile wryly. Now he understood. Dugu Liuli was overshadowed by the brilliance of Shangwan Wuqing, leading to feelings of jealousy. Hence, she sought to malign Wuqing in his presence and even wished to usurp everything that rightfully belonged to her. Adorable, indeed. Now, make your choice. Dugu Liuli pouted, leaving no room for argument. Will you be cast into the tower of self-cultivation and self-immolation, or will you sever all ties with Sister Wuqing? Lin Mo shook his head with a rueful smile. Captain Liuli, whether I sever ties with Captain Wuqing is beyond my control. Her cultivation level far surpasses mine. Should she employ forceful measures, I would have no means to resist. It is quite simple. I shall protect you, fear not. Dugu Liuli has also presented her solution. In truth, Lin Mo wished to express that he did not want to be a pawn in the conflict between Dugu Liuli and Shangwan Wuqing. However, Given his current cultivation level, he clearly lacked the authority to voice such sentiments. At this moment, Lin Mo gained a deeper understanding of the term helplessness. Captain Yoli, may I have the audacity to inquire who possesses superior cultivation between you and Captain Wuching? Lin Mo posed a crucial question. Well, Dugu Yuli replied. Pursing her lips slightly, her tone tinged with embarrassment, at present, she is indeed stronger than I, but I will inevitably catch up to her. Originally, her cultivation was on par with Shangguan Wuching's. Little did Dugu Yuli realize that Shangguan Wuching had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, allowing her to swiftly advance to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, leaving Dugu Yuli behind. Having received Dugu Yuli's response, Lin Mo finally seized upon a flaw and solemnly remarked, in that case, Captain Yuli, how can you protect me in face of the stronger Captain Wuching? I understand your feelings, yet often, one cannot act solely on impulse. One must consider the pragmatic factors at play. Just as Dugu Yuli pondered how to respond, a cacophony erupted from outside the interrogation room. Lin Mo faintly discerned the voice of Shangguan Wuching. Dugu Yuli furrowed her brows, clearly having heard it as well. Sister Wuching? Have I not successfully evaded her? How could she possibly find her way here? Dugu Yuli mused inwardly, perplexed. Then, the door to the interrogation room was forcefully swung open. Shangguan Wuching strode in with purpose, followed by several disciples from the White Tiger Squad's law enforcement hall. Clearly, Dugu Liuli's subordinates had failed to prevent Shangguan Wuching's entry. Sister Liuli, several disciples from the White Tiger Squad exchanged glances, uncertain how to explain the situation to Dugu Liuli. Dugu Liuli merely waved her hand, instructing them to leave. Although she had instructed them not to allow anyone into the interrogation room, it was evident that their strength was insufficient to stop Shangguan Wuching. Once the disciples of the White Tiger Squad had exited, Shangguan Wuching turned her gaze toward Dugu Liuli, demanding, Sister Liuli, what is the meaning of this? With an innocent expression, Dugu Liuli replied, Sister Wuching, I am afraid I do not quite grasp your meaning. Are you inquiring why I detained this old servant? What else could it be? Shangguan Wuching retorted, crossing her arms. Do not be so agitated, sister, Dugu Liuli reasoned. I merely apprehended a servant. There was no need for such an impetuous entrance. Furthermore, he did murder junior brother Zhu Fan from the Qinglong squad. According to sect rules, the law enforcement hall is indeed obligated to detain him. Sister, I trust one have not erred? Shangguan Wuching, exuding an air of authority, declared. If you possess evidence proving that junior brother Zhu Fan was killed by him, I would have no objections. But where is the evidence? Present it to me. None at all. Dugu Liuli, though her logic may be flawed, possesses an indomitable spirit. The enforcement hall is known for apprehending menial workers. A mere suspicion suffices, rendering concrete evidence unnecessary. Unless, of course, someone advocates for the captured workers. Such is the current predicament. Dugu Liuli must present irrefutable proof of Lin Mo's culpability in Zhu Fan's demise, or she will be compelled to release him. Is she truly inclined to do so? One would hope she does not wish to emulate her senior, the relentless Ming, in seeking external challenges. Junior Sister Liuli, Su Guanuking's tone bore an undercurrent of caution. Very well, since it is senior Sister Wuching who intercedes, I shall grant you this favor. Dugu Liuli paused, lowering her voice slightly, and inquired softly, however, senior Sister Wuching, I am rather curious, what is your connection with this old menial worker? I have never seen you show such sympathy towards them before. It is none of your concern. Su Guanuking replied, refraining from indulging Dugu Liuli's curiosity. She would not fall into Liuli's trap. A straightforward answer would only lead to complications. She swiftly untied Lin Mo and declared, You may leave now, old worker. Thank you. Lin Mo responded with solemnity. I am forever indebted to Captain Wuching. Your kindness shall remain with me for a lifetime. After expressing his gratitude to Su Guanuking, Lin Mo departed from the White Tiger Division's office. Senior Sister Wuching. As Su Guanqing was about to follow Lin Mo, Dugu Liuli unexpectedly called out to her. Wuching turned, querying, Does Junior Sister Liuli have something to discuss? Dugu Liuli revealed a cryptic smile and remarked, Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to share a fact with you. In truth, even if you do not speak of it, I am aware of your connection with that old worker. Upon hearing this, Su Guanuking furrowed her brow. So, Junior Sister Liuli, what are you implying? Hee, it is nothing significant. I simply feel sympathy for those junior brothers who admire you. They probably never imagined that the ethereal Su Guanuking, whom they regard as their cherished ideal, could be associated with a mere old menial worker. How unfortunate for them. Chapter 47. Luring the snake out of its hole. Captain Wuching, Is it permissible for your enforcement hall to apprehend individuals at the Zetian Palace? After leaving the White Tiger Division's office, Lin Mo inquired. Su Guanqing replied. According to sect regulations, as long as it is outside the Zetian Palace, it falls within the jurisdiction of the enforcement hall. However, the execution may vary slightly, typically. Any captain from the enforcement hall would avoid the vicinity of the Zetian Palace during law enforcement. The rationale is simple. No captain wishes to provoke the displeasure of the sect leader, Lu Zian, unless under extraordinary circumstances. I understand now. Su Guanqing's response confirmed Lin Mo's suspicions. Dugu Liuli's audacious approach to the small cabin by the Zetian Palace to apprehend him was likely based on information provided by Su Yu, indicating that the sect leader, Lu Zian, was absent from the Zetian Palace. Thus, Donggu Liuli need not worry about provoking any displeasure from Lu Zian. What is it? Shangguan Wuqing was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, how could junior sister Liuli have the audacity to venture into Zetian Palace to capture you? Could it be that she is aware of the absence of the sect master? Lu Zian's departure was revealed to her only through Lin Mo. But how did Donggu Liuli come to know this? Surely it is improbable that Lin Mo would inform her. The sect master is away. Come quickly and seize me. Let us not dwell on this matter. It is already past. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, reluctant to mention the Saintess Siyu to Shangguan Wuqing. Involving her might introduce numerous uncertainties. Shangguan Wuqing subtly began to piece together the situation. Previously, when Lin Mo sought refuge with her, he had mentioned that someone had set their sights on him. Moreover, this individual was far beyond her capacity to contend with. Perhaps this was indeed the same person Lin Mo had spoken of, who had leaked information to Donggu Liuli. Lin Mo's reluctance to share details with her was likely an attempt to shield her from entanglement. Yet, what sort of person had the old man provoked? Shangguan Wuqing pondered. Within the ranks of Chushing's sect, there were far too many she could not afford to offend. Thus, she found it challenging to deduce who Lin Mo was being pursued by. Captain Wuqing, could you assist this old man once more? Lin Mo's voice interrupted Shangguan Wuqing's thoughts. She nodded and inquired, what is it? Lin Mo leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of fierce intent flashed in Shangguan Wuqing's beautiful eyes, quickly vanishing. She remained silent, but solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Lin Mo and she parted ways. Rather than heading directly back to the small wooden house in Zetian Palace, Lin Mo wandered until he arrived at a secluded valley on the outskirts of Chushing Sect's mountain gates. Sensing the ever-looming aura of danger in the air, Lin Mo placed his hands behind his back and slowly closed his eyes, addressing the surrounding night. Since you have come, why hide away and not reveal yourself? I shall grant you this one opportunity. Miss it, and you shall never have another chance to strike at me. Silence. The only response to Lin Mo came from the rustling sounds in the surrounding darkness. With remarkable patience, he waited for 2 hours until deep into the night. Noticing that the other party still did not reveal themselves, Lin Mo decided to cease waiting and began to return to the mountain gate. Whoosh! Just as he had taken a few steps, a chilling gust of wind suddenly pierced the air. Illuminated by the cool moonlight, a tall figure blocked Lin Mo's path. Shrouded by the night, Lin Mo could not discern their features. However, judging by the aura, he could ascertain that the person before him was the very cultivator at the Perfected Foundation establishment stage who had been covertly tracking him earlier when he returned to Zetian Palace. You dare to provoke me into revealing myself. I cannot fathom your confidence with your mere Foundation establishment initial stage cultivation, the figure spoke. The individual in question is Lu Tai, a disciple of the Inner Circle under the Qinglong Division of the Law Enforcement Hall. It was precisely due to Lin Mo's illogical actions that he had remained hidden in the shadows. Wary of the possibility that Lin Mo might be laying a trap for him, he was uncertain whether Shangguan Wuqing had followed. Yet he understood that if he missed this opportunity tonight, he might never have another chance to confront Lin Mo. Thus, compelled by circumstance, he was left with no choice but to reveal himself. As the saying goes, one is not afraid of a thief stealing, but rather of a thief's lingering thoughts. Lin Mo, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with deliberate calmness. You have been watching me from the shadows, which makes me rather uncomfortable. It would be best to resolve this matter quickly. I bear you no grudge, and we have never met before. I presume you are sent by the captain of the pursuit team of the Qinglong Division. Lu Tai did not deny it, acknowledging, you possess a measure of wit for a mere servant. A servant should know their place and simply play the role of a dog. Why provoke someone beyond your means? You seem unaware of the meaning of death. Therefore, tonight, I shall send you on your way. With that, Lu Tai clenched his hand, and a massive axe materialized in an instant. The sharp glint of the blade sliced through the night sky, a chilling wind brushing against Lin Mo's face, causing a slight sting. Yet, Lin Mo remained unfazed, responding with unwavering composure. Your choice of words is quite apt, in my eyes. You are more suited to the role of a dog. I hold no animosity towards you, yet by the mere command of the pursuit team captain, you come scurrying to confront me. If you are not a loyal dog, then who is? At this, Lu Tai's eyelids twitched violently, and he retorted coldly. Enjoy your verbal sparring while you can, for soon you shall be silenced forever. With a chuckle, Lin Mo smiled, and a sudden gust of ominous wind swept through the air. Just as Lu Tai prepared to strike, an overwhelming aura of death descended upon him without warning, causing every pore on his body to erupt. Before he could react, a longsword pierced through his heart from behind. His towering figure stiffened abruptly, and as he gazed down, he saw the blood-stained blade reflecting in his eyes. Then, a voice as chilling as ancient ice resonated from behind him. Junior brother, the one who should be silenced forever is you. Senior sister? Why? Lu Tai's pupils constricted, his voice trembling in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the one who had thrust the sword into him was none other than Shangguan Wuqing. Humph. Shangguan Wuqing offered no further reply, merely twisting her delicate hand around the hilt of her sword. A surge of immense spiritual power coursed through the blade and invaded Lu Tai's body. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous explosion erupted. Lu Tai's body shattered into a mist of blood, staining the moonlight crimson. Having resolved the threat posed by Lu Tai, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance and smile towards Shangguan Wuqing as he said, Thank you, Captain Wuqing. Shangguan Wuqing sheathed her sword, a teasing smile playing on her lips. What do you call me? Lin Mo was taken aback, and had no choice but to shamelessly amend his address for Shangguan Wuqing. I misspoke. It should be Little Ching. Well, that's much better, Shangguan Wuqing replied with a smile, her face radiating joy. However, for Lin Mo, this so-called term of endearment felt rather cheesy. It had been a request from Shangguan Wuqing during their last dual cultivation session, where she whimsically insisted on Lin Mo using a more affectionate title for her in private. Clearing his throat awkwardly to alleviate the slight embarrassment, Lin Mo inquired, Will there be any repercussions from the death of the law enforcement hall disciple here? None at all, Shangguan Wuqing replied with unwavering confidence. Without a body, it can only be deemed a disappearance. The Qilong squad may conduct an investigation, but it will ultimately lead to nothing. That is indeed fortunate, Lin Mo nodded. He feared that Lu Tai's demise would invite endless troubles. Are you planning to return to the Zetian Palace? Shangguan Wuqing asked promptly. Yes, Lin Mo affirmed. I need to stay there for another 2 or 3 days before I come to find you. Originally, Lin Mo had intended to hide at the White Tiger Squad's office for a couple of days, but plans had changed. Reluctantly, he would need to return to the small wooden house in Zetian Palace for a few days. Be careful, I will have someone keep an eye on you, she advised. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the night, a pair of blood-red eyes were fixated on Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing. The presence of Shangguan Wuqing from the Zhiqi squad was indeed troublesome. 2 days later, Shangguan Wuqing received a summons from the head of the law enforcement hall and returned to the enforcement peak for an audience. Master, your disciple has returned. Shangguan Wuqing knelt on one knee, respectfully clasping her hands. The head of the law enforcement hall, Su Meiyu, remained seated gracefully on her mat in the grand hall, exuding elegance and poise. Su Meiyu lifted her phoenix-like eyes slightly and spoke softly. Lu Tai from the Qilong squad has gone missing. Wuqing, you are the one who killed him, aren't you? Shangguan Wuqing's pupils constricted, and her heart trembled. This matter was supposed to be known only by her and Lin Mo. How did her master find out? Her expression had already revealed the answer to Su Meiyu. Wuqing, Su Meiyu continued, your worth in my heart is far beyond that of Lu Tai. However, you need to lay low for a while. I will suppress this matter for you. The ninth mining vein of our sect has been persistently harassed by the Yin-Yang sect, and their disturbances have become increasingly rampant. You shall lead the Zhiqi squad disciples to clear them out, and once it's done, you may return. Very well, master, I will go at once. Shangguan Wuqing replied after a moment of silence, reluctantly accepting the task. Upon exiting the grand hall, Shangguan Wuqing paused, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Her instincts warned her that something was amiss. The fact that Su Meiyu knew about Lu Tai's death was already suspicious. She could never disclose anything to Su Meiyu, and Lin Mo was even less likely to do so. This implies that someone witnessed the ambush and execution of Lu Tai the night before last. which she and Lin Mo orchestrated together. Moreover, with Su Meiyu currently dispatching her to address the disturbances caused by the Inyang sect at the number 9 mine. It feels as though an invisible hand is maneuvering her from behind. Perhaps that unseen hand has its sights set on Lin Mo. She pressed her forehead in frustration. She wished to assist Lin Mo, but felt powerless. Given her current status and position within the initial sacred sect, she could not oppose that invisible force. If it could influence even her master, what could she, a mere captain in the law enforcement hall, accomplish? Old man, I hope you can navigate through this crisis on your own. At this moment, apart from praying for Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing was of no further assistance. Meanwhile, in the small cabin of the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo had been sequestered there for the past few days, unaware that Shangguan Wuqing had already departed from the sect. That evening, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him, growing ever more intense. I cannot remain passive any longer. Lin Mo disregarded his reservations and promptly left the cabin, intending to seek out Shangguan Wuqing. However, shortly after he stepped outside, several figures clad in law enforcement garb approached him. Leading them was Dugu Liuli. Upon seeing Dugu Liuli, Lin Mo felt a slight easing of the tension in his heart. Thankfully, it was neither Siyu nor the captain of the Xuanwu team from the law enforcement hall. A teasing smirk graced Dugu Liuli's lips. It's been a few days. Old handyman, where are you off to? Just wandering about, Lin Mo replied. May I inquire what brings Captain Liuli to seek me out? Apologies, old handyman, but it seems you cannot wander tonight. You must accompany me, she stated. If you wish to know why, it pertains to junior brother Zhufan. With a flick of her elegant fingers, several law enforcement disciples swiftly encircled Lin Mo. He could only manage a resigned smile. Since Dugu Liuli was still using Zhufan as leverage against him, it indicated that something had gone awry with Shangguan Wuqing. Captain Liuli, I am willing to accompany you, but before we proceed, may I ask you a question? Are you inquiring about senior sister Wuqing? Dugu Liuli seemed to predict Lin Mo's forthcoming question, and with an air of discontent, she coldly huffed. At this point, you are still concerned about senior sister Wuqing? If that is the case, you need not ask. I will not answer you. Lin Mo shrugged and chose to remain silent. This clearly suggested that something had indeed happened to Shangguan Wuqing. Otherwise, Dugu Liuli would not be leveraging Zhu Fan against him. Thus, the situation unfolded. Lin Mo entered the palace once more, only to be led again to the interrogation room of the White Tiger Division's office. Donggu Liuli did not commence the questioning immediately. Instead, she waited until the deep hours of the night before finally pushing the door open. She locked the door with a heavy click and sauntered towards Lin Mo with a sinuous grace reminiscent of a water snake, lifting Lin Mo's chin with a delicate finger. Her sultry gaze glimmered as she provocatively asked, Old servant, have you reflected upon what I spoke of last time? This time, you cannot rely on Sister Wuqing to rescue you. Lin Mo refrained from directly addressing Donggu Liuli's words, stating instead, Captain Liuli, your jealousy is quite pronounced. Sister Wuqing has never intended to compete with you. Should you insist on proving yourself superior to her, you may find yourself afflicted by a heart demon in the future. You are surely aware of the terror that heart demons represent for practitioners like us. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Donggu Liuli's forehead as she retorted defiantly. What heart demon? I do not envy her. A heart demon is often defined as an obsession so profound that one becomes ensnared by it, unable to find release from the burdens of the heart. Once ensnared by such a demon, whether one is a mere mortal or a genius, the path of cultivation is effectively at an end. Only by overcoming the heart demon can one bask once more in the warmth of the sun. Yet, among the multitude of practitioners plagued by heart demons, how many ultimately succeed in overcoming them? The answer lies within you. You are more aware of this than I. Everyone has their moments of innocence. The crux lies in the distance one must traverse on the path to growth. If one is bound by a singular event, the journey toward maturity may be infinitely prolonged, or worse, lead to an untimely demise along the way. If one reaches such a point, it becomes a fruitless endeavor. Each individual is unique and need not compare themselves with another. If you perceive Sister Wuqing as superior, surrounded by admirers, it is merely because you have yet to encounter anyone else of her caliber. She happens to be in your vicinity, thus becoming your point of comparison. Consider your fellow disciples. Are you not more accomplished than they? Captain Liuli, if you truly wish to prove your superiority over Sister Wuqing, your focus should be on self-improvement. Allowing your own brilliance to eclipse hers, rather than seeking to undermine her, deny her worth, or usurp her achievements. Lin Mo's tone remained calm. Yet each word resonated in Donggu Liuli's ears like thunder. She lowered her eyelashes, succumbing to silence, her once proud fox ears drooping in surrender. His words echoed like the voice of a sage and shone like the midday sun, illuminating the darkness within her heart. After an indeterminate time had passed, the haze in Donggu Liuli's eyes began to clear, as if she had experienced a moment of profound realization. Get up, come with me. Donggu Liuli uttered no superfluous words. She grasped Lin Mo's hand and strode out. Captain Liuli, where are you taking this old man? Lin Mo inquired. Donggu Liuli offered no reply, merely pulling him along with determination. The hour was late, and the White Tiger Squad's office was nearly deserted, which emboldened Donggu Liuli to hold Lin Mo's hand so boldly. Lin Mo made no attempt to resist. Beyond the futility of opposition, he could surmise that Donggu Liuli had been persuaded by his words. Half an hour later, Lin Mo followed Donggu Liuli to her abode. Upon entering her chamber, she unceremoniously tossed Lin Mo onto the bed and then forcefully shut the door. Hee. Were you afraid just now that I would cast you into the tower of self-immolation? Lin Mo remained silent, feeling no fear whatsoever. If Donggu Liuli truly intended to banish him there, she would have done so when she first captured him at the small wooden cabin, rather than bringing him back to the White Tiger Squad's interrogation room. All right, I shan't frighten you further, Donggu Liuli continued. What you said earlier was quite astute. My goal is to elevate myself, not to compete with the unfeeling senior sister. Though the reason eluded her, she felt a genuine attraction to Lin Mo, despite his age, drawn by a unique charm that elderly individuals often possess. Thus, in gratitude for your guidance, I shall reluctantly allow you to join me in a dual cultivation session. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Lin Mo chuckled lightly. My instincts suggest that I have little room to decline. Who could resist a lovely fox girl? Lin Mo pondered, acknowledging that he certainly could not. Moreover, he had never engaged in dual cultivation with a fox girl before. This promised to be a novel experience. Oomph, you're quite perceptive. Donggu Liuli exclaimed as she leaned closer, her neckline falling open, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her form. With her gaze fixed on Lin Mo's face, she playfully teased, So, old servant, how do you fare? This is my first experience in dual cultivation, so you'd best not disappoint me. At her words, Lin Mo chuckled, reassuring her. Captain Liuli, you needn't worry. I, too, harbor concerns that you may struggle to keep up. Is that so? Donggu Liuli raised an eyebrow, partly skeptical. Should I find any dissatisfaction in your performance afterward, I shall leave your fate in my hands. Lin Mo exuded confidence, fully assured of his abilities. What a jest. In terms of cultivation, I may not match Donggu Liuli, but to doubt the capabilities of one possessing the pure yang sacred body in that regard would be rather presumptuous. As a fox girl, Donggu Liuli may possess stronger desires than the unyielding Shangguan Wuqing, yet before the pure yang sacred body, all beings are equal. Very well, since you insist. Should you fail to satisfy me, prepare to face my retribution. With that, Donggu Liuli first removed Lin Mo's garments before undressing herself. When she revealed her entirety, Lin Mo drew a sharp breath. The captain of the White Tiger Division truly embodied the essence of her unit. A delicate blush colored Donggu Liuli's cheeks as she murmured shyly, This is my first time cultivating through dual practice. I'm not quite sure. Do we just begin directly? Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Since you lack experience, Captain Liuli, perhaps it would be best if I took the lead? Before this moment, he had assumed she was well-versed in such matters. Yet now, it seemed she was as untouched as a blank sheet of paper. Very well. Donggu Liuli obediently lay back. Lin Mo swiftly shifted, capturing her luscious, petal-soft lips in a deep kiss. While it was possible to commence the dual cultivation immediately, to him, it would be like eating dumplings without dipping sauce, lacking a certain essential flavor. For someone as seasoned as Lin Mo, the art of foreplay was indispensable before the true practice began. The moment his lips claimed hers, Donggu Liuli shuddered as if struck by lightning, her breath quickening. Before long, her fox-blooded nature awakened, and she grew increasingly bold and adept. Roughly half an hour later, the battle was imminent. As the clash commenced, the yin-yang demonic art within Lin Mo surged to life, greedily absorbing the yin energy radiating from Donggu Liuli. Through the harmonizing power of his pure yang saint body, the energy refined and merged into the foundation of his dantian. His aura steadily ascended, though not as dramatically as Lin Mo. Under the nourishing influence of his pure yang saint body, Donggu Liuli could distinctly sense her own cultivation rising at a visible pace. At this moment, she finally understood why her senior, Shangguan Wuqing, had broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in such a short time. Dual cultivation, where flesh and soul ascended in tandem, while cultivation flourished. As if discovering a new world, Dugu Liuli grew increasingly fervent. For 3 days and nights, Lin Mo and Dugu Liuli engaged in 300 rounds of battle. Even with the innate resilience of her fox lineage, Dugu Liuli eventually succumbed to Lin Mo's relentless onslaught. "You old fox," she gasped, half collapsed against him, her body still trembling. Beads of fragrant sweat glistened on her flushed cheeks, her expression a mix of satisfaction and disbelief. Had we continued, I've no doubt I would have been utterly ruined. Yet, in truth, these 3 days of relentless passion had been the most exhilarating of her life. Thanks to Lin Mo's prowess, she had come to understand the true pleasures of dual cultivation. In light of this, it appears that I shall not be punished. Lin Mo mused, playfully toying with the fox ears of Dugu Liuli, a smile gracing his lips. It must be said, in comparison to Shangwan Wuqing, the fox person Dugu Liuli possesses an undeniable charm of her own. Particularly, her fluffy tail serves as a delightful embellishment. "Ah, your performance has exceeded my expectations. Thus I shall spare you from punishment." With that, Lin Mo lifted Dugu Liuli and seated her upon his lap, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Captain Liuli, I implore you to answer an inquiry of mine, lest I be forced to impose a penalty upon you." No, please. I truly cannot endure it," Dugu Liuli exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency as she pleaded. "You merely wish to inquire about Sister Wuqing, do you not? I shall divulge the answer. She has simply been dispatched by our master to the 9th vein of the sect to address some disturbances from the Yin-Yang sect. She should return shortly." "Is that so?" Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly. If all goes as expected, it seems the orchestrating hand behind this is indeed the Saint Suyu. Just as Shangwan Wuqing departed, Dugu Liuli arrived to ensnare me. To claim that Suyu is not behind this would be utterly implausible. Yet, perhaps Suyu also underestimated the situation. She intended to use Dugu Liuli against me, but instead, she found herself entranced by my pure yang sacred body. From this incident, Lin Mo could draw a significant conclusion. It appears that Suyu is unwilling to take risks by confronting me directly. Instead, she prefers to wield her influence as the saintess of the initial sacred sect, commanding others to act on her behalf. This strategy makes her all the more formidable. In a moment, Lin Mo found himself overwhelmed. Not only does this complicate the task of gathering incriminating evidence against Suyu, but it also heightens his defenses. For one can never ascertain the strength of the next individual, so you might send to contend with me, empowered by her saintess status. Logically, at such a young age, a saintess should not possess such cunning and scheming capabilities. Could it be that a powerful figure is guiding her from the shadows? Of course, this remains merely Lin Mo's conjecture. It is also entirely possible that Suyu's machinations and strategies are inherently formidable. Noticing Lin Mo's furrowed brow, Dugu Liuli remarked with a hint of displeasure, "What is it? You seem quite concerned about Sister Wuqing. The Captain Wuqing has provided me with considerable assistance." "My concern for her is entirely reasonable," Lin Mo replied candidly. "Well, that is indeed just," Dugu Liuli said, wrapping her arms around Lin Mo's neck in a playful manner. "Please do not forget to show me some care as well. I can be of assistance just as she can." "Very well then. I shall count on your support in the future, Captain Liuli," Lin Mo replied, maintaining a composed smile. "In exchange, I hope you will indulge my requests more often." "That is a simple matter. As long as Captain Liuli has needs, I shall always be at your service," Lin Mo affirmed, for this was precisely what he desired. However, once Lu Ziyan returns, he will have to tread carefully and refrain from engaging in reckless antics with Shangwan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli. He chuckled, "What a good boy. I shall reward you with a kiss." Just as he was passionately kissing Lin Mo, Dugu Liuli's body suddenly trembled. She widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This is unacceptable." Her protests fell on deaf ears. Dugu Liuli ignited a fire she could not extinguish herself. Several hours later, she declared, "You should head back first. I need some time to cultivate." Lin Mo's vigor far surpassed Dugu Liuli's expectations, and she felt a twinge of fear. If this continued, she might find herself utterly exhausted. "Haha, Captain Liuli, do take a good rest. I shall take my leave now." Observing Dugu Liuli's disheveled appearance, Lin Mo finally decided to spare her. "What? Can I not conquer a mere fox girl?" After bidding farewell to Dugu Liuli, Lin Mo visited the office of the Zhuke division. Finding Shangwan Wuqing still absent, he returned to the small wooden house in Zitian Palace. I wonder when that female demon will return. Strangely, Lin Mo began to miss Lu Ziyan. Yet, pondering too much was futile. He should focus on cultivating and enhancing his abilities. With that thought, he settled into a meditative position, entering a state of cultivation. After dual cultivating with Dugu Lioli, his prowess had indeed progressed considerably. Coupled with the pure yang sacred body and the yin-yang evil demonic art, Lin Mo felt that reaching the later stage of foundation establishment was no longer a distant goal. Furthermore, he currently possessed around 19,000 spirit stones. Attempting to break through to the later stage of foundation establishment seemed entirely plausible. As for Su Yu, having concluded that she did not wish to take matters into her own hands, Lin Mo felt considerably relieved. As long as he remained in this small wooden house, it would not be easy for Su Yu to employ others against him. Should she choose to act personally, he would have the opportunity to grasp her weaknesses. Su Yu was merely at the perfection stage of foundation establishment. Lin Mo was confident enough to ensure he would not be eliminated in one strike. Unless, of course, she orchestrated a scheme involving others to assassinate him. If they were below the golden core stage, even in a surprise attack, Lin Mo would still have the chance to escape. Yet, if they were above the golden core stage, then he was prepared to face death. In summary, what difference did it make whether he took precautions or not? Thus, rather than worrying excessively, it would be more prudent to dedicate himself to enhancing his cultivation. Once he broke through to the later stage of foundation establishment, Lin Mo would feel confident in confronting Su Yu directly. 7 days later, at the reception area of the White Tiger Division's office, Su Yu spoke, laden with a hint of reproach. Captain Lioli, you captured Lin Mo. Did you not interrogate him? Dugu Lioli feigned a bewildered expression, replying innocently, my lady. Initially, I suggested bringing him back for your handling, but you said it was unnecessary. Having captured him, whether to judge or not is entirely my choice. Moreover, there is indeed insufficient evidence to prove that Zhu Fan of the Qinglong team was murdered by him. So he was at a loss for words. For the disciples of lower status, the notion of evidence holds little significance. The crux of the matter lies in Dongwu Lioli's apparent disinterest in judging Lin Mo any longer. Initially, Dongwu Lioli had been resolute in her intent to apprehend Lin Mo for judgment. Where, then, had the process gone awry? So you found herself in deep contemplation. After a moment, she regained her composure, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, I understand now, Captain Lioli. Without evidence, it is indeed challenging to pass judgment. I shall not intrude any further. Milady Saint, allow me to escort you, she continued. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. You attend to your matters. Then, do take care, milady. As Su Yu departed, Dongwu Lioli resumed her seat, a playful smirk curving her lips, if I am not mistaken. It seems the Saintess harbors a strong desire to see Lin Mo meet his demise. Though I am uncertain of the reasons, I must lend assistance to that old man. Meanwhile, gauging the time, Shangguan Wuqing had been away for a considerable duration and should soon return to the sect. Upon her return to Ziyun Palace, Su Yu sat down. A pained expression etched upon her face. After a lengthy pause, she lifted her gaze, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her clear, watery eyes. No. If my identity is exposed, I cannot escape death. Su Yu had no doubt that, given the nature of the Chusheng sect, even as a prodigious talent with a near ninth-rank spiritual vein, her status as an undercover agent would suffice for Lu Ziyan to end her life 100 times over. Moreover, without acquiring the yin-yang evil demon technique, she would have no means of evading punishment upon her return. Wait. Suddenly, Su Yu realized a crucial question. Is it possible that I could actually incite rebellion in that old man Lin? Though she had only been in the Chusheng sect for a few years, she was well aware of the inhumane treatment Lin Mo had endured during his century-long tenure there. To say the least, among the thousands of lower-status disciples in the Chusheng sect, apart from a handful of administrators, the rest were stripped of even the most fundamental dignity of being human. Many of them were oppressed to the point of servility. Lin Mo's situation, while not as dire, was hardly better. The prospect of inciting rebellion was indeed feasible. That very night, as Lin Mo was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura approaching the small wooden house. The Saintess? Lin Mo exited his meditative state, his eyes narrowing dangerously. This presence was undeniably that of Saintess Su Yu. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking followed, confirming that the visitor was indeed Su Yu. However, her bold approach raised questions in Lin Mo's mind. What could she possibly want at this hour? Ah, it is the Saintess visiting. I did not expect you to seek me out so late. Is there something you require? Lin Mo inquired with a tactical smile. On the youthful and innocent face of Su Yu, a naive smile lingered as she remarked, It's nothing. Master is away. And I've recently encountered a few perplexities in my cultivation. I thought it would be rather dull, so I came to see how your injuries from last time have healed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo clasped his hands together, his face brimming with gratitude as tears welled in his eyes. I have fully recovered, thanks to the Saintess's concern. In my 100 years at the initial sacred sect, it is the first time someone has shown such care for me. I mentioned before, didn't I? I consider you a friend, so there's no need for such formality, Suyu replied with a radiant smile. By the way, won't you invite me in for a moment? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me, my age has made me a bit forgetful. Please, do come inside, Lin Mo said, ushering her in. He kindly wiped a chair clean for Suyu and poured her a cup of hot tea. However, she made no move to drink it. Instead, she casually inquired. Old Lin, you've been at the initial sacred sect for many years, haven't you? Lin Mo revealed a bittersweet smile, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. It has been quite a long time for me. I have been here for several years and have yet to share my innermost thoughts with anyone. Please don't laugh at me when I do. Of course not. Saintess, please go on, he encouraged. Although I am indeed the Saintess of the initial sacred sect, I feel a deep sense of pity for you disciples of menial tasks. We are all human after all. Why is it that those in menial positions are treated with such disregard? Suyu furrowed her brow, seemingly genuinely advocating for the rights of the menial disciples. Lin Mo shook his head, offering a rueful smile. The essence of the world is such. After a century as a menial disciple in the initial sacred sect, I have come to understand a profound truth. Though we are all human, fate is inherently unjust. Some are born into circumstances that are unattainable for many, even after a lifetime of effort. Just like you, Saintess, your innate talent for cultivation is extraordinary, which is why you became the Saintess at such a young age. Many female disciples within the sect aspire to be the Saintess, yet lack the qualification. Thus, if one is to assign blame, one can only lament their own misfortune. He concluded. Suyu nodded thoughtfully, clearly in agreement with Lin Mo's sentiments, yet she had not come to discuss such philosophical notions of life. She shifted the conversation. So, Old Lin, have you never considered escaping from this place? It surely holds countless memories you'd rather not revisit. For you, the initial sacred sect must feel akin to hell. At her words, Lin Mo was taken aback. What was Suyu trying to imply? Did she wish to incite rebellion? In his youth, Lin Mo had indeed contemplated fleeing the initial sacred sect, but that was an impossibility. As he aged, he gradually abandoned that notion. Even if he were to escape, what then? The world is vast, yet he would have nowhere to stand. It would be far better to spend his remaining days within the initial sacred sect. As for now, Lin Mo had completely dismissed such thoughts. The reasoning is quite simple. For him at this moment, the initial sacred sect is not a hell, but rather a paradise. Such sentiments, Lin Mo would never dare to share with Suyu. The Saintess, such words cannot be uttered lightly. Lin Mo rose abruptly, his alarm evident. Are you unaware of the fate that befalls any menial disciple attempting to flee from the initial sacred sect? Noticing Lin Mo's intense reaction, Suyu furrowed her brow. She gently coaxed, Old Lin, there is no need to be so frightened. The master is not present. I speak to you as a friend because I see your plight. If you desire, I can assist you in leaving this place, ensuring no one will ever know. What do you say? Chapter 51. Battle the Saintess. Indeed. I have underestimated myself. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Lin Mo could ascertain that she was indeed attempting to sway him. However, he was not a naive novice easily swayed by others' words. Lowering his voice deliberately, he replied cautiously, Saintess, such matters are best kept between us. Do not let them slip to others. Considering that you regard me as a friend, I shall remain silent. As for departing from the initial sacred sect, after a brief pause, Lin Mo shook his head and chuckled. In my youth, I once entertained such thoughts, but now, for someone of my advanced years, stability is of utmost importance. I appreciate your goodwill. Very well, Old Lin, since you are unwilling to leave, I shall not press you. Suyu sighed softly, a glimmer of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Should I ever succeed the master and become the next leader of the initial sacred sect, I shall reform the menial department. To maintain the facade, Suyu followed up with a bold declaration. Lin Mo echoed her sentiment. Haha. I hope to witness that day in my lifetime. After engaging in a few more idle exchanges with Lin Mo, Suyu found an excuse to take her leave. Once the door was securely shut, Lin Mo had no time to ponder further distractions. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes. He entered a state of profound contemplation, akin to a dream yet not entirely so. drawing upon the information he had recently gleaned about Suyu. A graceful, slender black silhouette materialized before him. Though it merely mirrored Suyu's cultivation level, her combat style, weaponry, and techniques remained elusive at this moment. Nevertheless, it sufficed. It was at least a shadow of perfect foundational cultivation. The manner in which Suyu's shadow would engage in combat was beyond Lin Mo's control. As he lacked pertinent information about her in this regard, he could only allow Suyu's shadow to act freely. Let us see. With my current level of cultivation and combat experience, how many exchanges can I manage against a perfected foundational cultivator? With that thought, Lin Mo flipped his palm, and a black blade appeared. Whoosh! In the next instant, the sound of slicing wind echoed through the air. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted as he witnessed Suyu's shadow transform instantaneously into several indistinct black lines, darting towards him with the swiftness of lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo instinctively positioned his black blade before him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated, and a terrifying force surged through the blade and invaded his body. Lin Mo was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood erupting from his wounds. As he shakily rose to his feet, he beheld the shadow wielding a long, shadowy sword, gracefully sweeping it through the air. In an instant, a cataclysmic wave of spiritual energy erupted, resembling a towering tsunami, crashing down upon Lin Mo with the weight of a mountain. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's spirit surged as he channeled the scorching pure yang energy, which enveloped the black blade, igniting it with flames that blazed fiercely along its edge. Unfazed by the overwhelming spiritual tsunami approaching him, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. Boom! The yin-yang demonic technique surged to life, an endless flow of spiritual energy cascading onto the black blade, causing the flames to rise even higher. Then, as the tsunami bore down upon him, Lin Mo gripped the black blade tightly and executed a powerful downward slash. The magnificent pure yang spiritual energy erupted from the blade, morphing into a colossal phoenix of spiritual fire, fearlessly soaring to meet the oncoming wave. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, the flaming phoenix and the tidal wave of spiritual energy momentarily found themselves locked in a standoff. The pure yang flames enveloping the phoenix rapidly evaporated a significant portion of the tsunami's might. Had the disparity in their power not been so immense, Lin Mo had no doubt he could have even pressed the advantage against his foe. After a considerable duration, having consumed most of the tsunami's energy, the fiery phoenix ultimately dissipated, its energy exhausted. Witnessing this, a satisfied expression graced Lin Mo's weathered face. It sufficed. After all, the gap between two minor realms was evident. To achieve such a result with a mere stroke of his blade was more than sufficient. Then, the remaining spiritual tsunami, now less than 300 feet, surged towards him. Lin Mo chose not to resist, allowing himself to be engulfed by the wave, opting to restart the confrontation. He had gleaned a general understanding of the gap between himself and the perfected foundation establishment stage. Lin Mo intended to experiment next. When his soul-reaping strike reached Suyu's shadow, could he potentially deliver a fatal blow? However, time and again, he found himself falling, only to restart once more. Lin Mo never found the opportunity to unleash soul-reaping. On the rare occasions he did attempt it, Suyu's shadow evaded with remarkable agility. Ultimately, after over 1,000 restarts, Lin Mo seized an opening in the shadow's offensive and executed soul reaping, choosing a path of mutual destruction. The blade of soul reaping sliced through the shadow, eliciting a piercing, heart-wrenching scream from it. In but a fleeting moment, it dissipated like the delicate wisps of smoke brushed by a gentle breeze. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Mo found his consciousness firmly anchored back in reality. The vivid experiences of his meditation, particularly the battle against the shadow of Suyu, were indelibly etched in his mind and body. Although his cultivation had not seen tangible advancement, Lin Mo could distinctly sense a marked enhancement in his combat prowess compared to before his meditation. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Lin Mo murmured to himself, "It has been proven that, provided one strikes true, the soul-snatching technique can indeed fell a perfected foundation establishment cultivator." The initial practical application of the soul-snatching blade had rendered Zhu Fan devoid of his 3 souls and 7 spirits, transforming him into a mere shell devoid of self-awareness. He had not been instantly annihilated, but the reason Suyu's shadow was dispatched with a single stroke likely stemmed from its nature as a mere shadow. Reflecting on the initial clash of spiritual energies, Lin Mo stroked his chin, where only a few centimeters of beard resided, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. Initially, he had not anticipated that, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation level, he could achieve such remarkable results in a contest against the perfected shadow. It seemed that I had underestimated the potency of spiritual energy infused with pure yang. During my last encounter with Zhu Fan, I had sought opportunities to deploy the soul-snatching technique rather than fully engaging in a battle of spiritual energies. From the recent performance, Lin Mo harbored no doubts. Bolstered by the pure yang sacred body and the yin-yang evil demon arts, his own spiritual energy strength could rival, if not surpass, that of late foundation establishment experts. Chapter 52. The Terrifying Taijin Arts. Situations of life and death for Shangguan Wuqing. For the next month, Lin Mo remained in the small wooden cabin, diligently refining his skills. With the dual enhancements of the pure yang sacred body and the yin-yang evil demon arts, his absorption of spirit stones was rapid. 5,000 spirit stones seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye, and naturally, his cultivation ascended accordingly. Subtly, signs of nearing a breakthrough to late foundation establishment began to manifest. Simultaneously, hundreds of miles southeast of the initial sacred sect's mountain gate, at the number 9 mine, the incursions by the yin-yang sect had become increasingly frequent, with each wave bringing increasingly formidable foes. What was initially thought to be a brief assignment for Shangguan Wuqing turned into a protracted ordeal, preventing her from returning to the initial sacred sect. Finally, after 7 days, the yin-yang sect launched another large-scale assault. This time, the leader of the attack was a guest elder of the yin-yang sect, having reached the perfected golden core stage. The number 9 mine fell, and Shangguan Wuqing, besieged by 2 mid-golden core cultivators, was ultimately forced to retreat with injuries. As she fled, still 100 miles from the initial sacred sect's mountain gate, the 2 mid-golden core experts relinquished their pursuit. As I delve deeper into the past, it becomes evident that those who pose the greatest danger are none other than them. At long last, I have achieved a breakthrough. After several more days, and the expenditure of 9,000 spirit stones, Lin Mo has finally advanced to the later stage of foundation establishment. Experiencing a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation, he can feel within him a surge of potent spiritual energy, far more robust than that he possessed during the mid-foundation stage. A smile of exhilaration spreads across Lin Mo's face. With this newfound strength, perhaps he no longer needs to evade the saintess as if she were a plague. Of course, this is contingent upon Suyu remaining at the perfected foundation stage, without having ascended to the golden core stage. As Lin Mo's cultivation progresses, it is inconceivable that Suyu would remain stagnant. After all, she is an extraordinary talent with an exceedingly rare quasi-ninth grade spiritual vein. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Mo stepped outside. Having been in seclusion for over a month, he surmised that no matter what, Shangguan Wuqing should have returned by now. However, as he exited the small wooden cabin of Zitian Palace, he sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding the mountain gate. The air seemed thick with a foreboding tension, reminiscent of a storm brewing on the horizon. Upon inquiring further, he learned that the 9th mine of the initial sacred sect had fallen to the yin-yang sect. Aside from Shangguan Wuqing, who had escaped with injuries, the dozens of disciples from the Zhuke division who accompanied him, along with the long-term station stewards, other administrators, and hundreds of outer disciples and miners, had all met with disaster. Consequently, the Elder Council was organizing a counterattack against the yin-yang sect, determined to reclaim the 9th mine. For the initial sacred sect, the loss of life was regrettable, but the loss of a mine was a grave matter. After ascertaining the situation, Lin Mo hurried to the Zhuke division's office. He learned from the disciple stationed at the entrance that Shangguan Wuqing was severely injured and recuperating at home. Thus, Lin Mo made his way to Shangguan Wuqing's residence. As he naturally pushed open the door to Shangguan Wuqing's home, he was confronted by a voluptuous beauty clad in royal attire, blocking his path. The woman bore a cherubic face, her charm still evident. Having spent over 100 years in the initial sacred sect, Lin Mo recognized her instantly. Lin Mo of the miscellaneous department. I have met the head of the law enforcement hall, he said with a respectful bow. You are Lin Mo? Su Meiyu assessed him with a discerning gaze, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, Lin Mo replied respectfully, I did not expect the head of the law enforcement hall to recognize a mere nameless servant such as myself. A nameless servant, you say? Su Meiyu did not share that sentiment. Perhaps Lin Mo's status was indeed that of an unknown figure. But she clearly recalled that not long ago, the Elder Council had specifically requested her law enforcement hall to locate the missing Lin Mo. As for why the council would issue such a command for a mere miscellaneous servant, Su Meiyu was unaware. She need not be informed. However, Su Meiyu had some understanding of why Lin Mo appeared in the residence of Shangguan Wuqing. Recently, the conflict between Shangguan Wuqing and Zhu Yiming seemed to stem from Lin Mo. Since that incident, she had surmised that her esteemed disciple, Shangguan Wuqing, appeared to have entangled herself with Lin Mo, a mere servant. Initially, it was difficult for her to comprehend why Shangguan Wuqing, who even her brother Zhu Yiming looked down upon, would be involved with someone of Lin Mo's station. Yet now, upon seeing Lin Mo in person, she seemed to grasp the situation a bit better. What brings you here? Although she was already aware, Su Meiyu feigned ignorance. Lin Mo answered truthfully, Esteemed Hall Master, I have heard that Captain Wuqing has sustained injuries, so I came to pay a visit. Since the Hall Master is present, I shall take my leave. Master, let him in. At that moment, a quavering and somewhat shivering voice from inside the room called out. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Meiyu allowed Lin Mo to enter. Inside the room, Shangguan Wuqing lay upon the bed, her complexion pale and lips tinged with purple. Surrounding the bed were several red stones emanating a scorching heat, the nature of which Lin Mo could not discern. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the weak and feeble gaze of Shangguan Wuqing seemed to regain a flicker of spirit. Lin Mo frowned and inquired, May I ask, esteemed Hall Master, what kind of injury has Captain Wuqing sustained? From Shangguan Wuqing's appearance, Lin Mo could surmise some details. However, the specific nature of the spell that had rendered her thus remained a mystery. The Taijin technique of the Yin-Yang sect, Su Meiyu succinctly explained to Lin Mo. This is an exceedingly cold, and those afflicted by this technique will endure the relentless invasion of supreme Yin energy, and within 3 days, they will become a lifeless corpse. As rigid as stone, tortured by endless agony. Fortunately, Wuqing returned in time. Otherwise, once the chill of the Taijin technique spreads within her body, blocking her blood vessels and freezing her blood, unless a celestial being were to intervene, her fate would be sealed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. What is Captain Wuqing's current condition? I have administered a Yangxian pill to her and dispelled some of the cold energy. The lingering cold energy buried deep within her body can only be eradicated through the efficacy of the Yangxian pill, evaporating gradually, Su Meiyu replied. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Shangguan Wuqing. Yet, the Taijin technique of the Yin-Yang sect is feared for its cunning nature. Some of the cold energy may lie hidden in the deepest recesses of the body, exceedingly difficult to cleanse. When it erupts in the future, it will pose a significant threat. The Yangxian pill's efficacy may not entirely eliminate the cold energy of the Taijin technique unless it is of a higher grade. Only the sacred grade Taichu Yangxian pill can completely eradicate the cold energy of the Taijin technique. However, sacred grade pills are prohibitively expensive and scarce. I find myself utterly powerless. As the conversation drew to a close, Su Meiyu's tone was tinged with a profound sadness and a sense of helplessness. Chapter 53. What are the chances? 10 out of 10. If the cold energy of the Taijin technique cannot be entirely eradicated, then the chilling forces lurking deep within the body may erupt during Shangguan Wuqing's attempts to transcend her limits in the future, which could prove fatal. Master, I believe that completely eliminating the cold energy from Captain Wuqing's body does not necessarily require the divine Taichu Yangxian pill. Perhaps I could eradicate the cold energy entirely. After careful contemplation, Lin Mo summoned the courage to speak. According to Su Meiyu, the Taijin technique of the Yin-Yang sect is an exceedingly cold and sinister practice. While the description of it being extremely cold may seem exaggerated, it is evident that even Su Meiyu, the head of the law enforcement hall, finds it to be quite troublesome. It stands to reason that the Taijin technique is not merely a name without substance. From Su Meiyu's account, the Taijin technique does not possess significant immediate lethality. Rather, it is infamous for the cold energy that lies hidden within the human body. After all, no one would wish to harbor a ticking time bomb within their own flesh, one that could explode at any moment. Coincidentally, while Lin Mo may be uncertain about the extremes of the Taijin technique, he is acutely aware that his pure yang sacred body is the epitome of supreme brightness and resilience, perfectly countering all forms of cold and darkness in the world. Without a doubt, his pure yang sacred body could entirely dispel the yin cold energy within Shangguan Wuqing. However, Su Meiyu was unaware of this. With a hint of skepticism in her voice, she inquired, I do not wish to doubt you, old servant. You claim that you can completely eliminate the cold energy from Wuqing's body. Do share with me the method you intend to employ. Out of respect for Shangguan Wuqing, Su Meiyu was already granting Lin Mo a measure of consideration. After all, the Taijin technique was a malevolent practice that even she felt powerless against. It would be hard to believe that a mere foundation establishment servant could possess a solution to eradicate the cold energy of the tying technique, wouldn't it? Please forgive me, Master, but my method is not convenient to disclose, Lin Mo replied earnestly. If you trust me, allow me the opportunity to try. Su Meiyu's lips parted slightly, ready to reprimand him, when Shangguan Wuqing unexpectedly interjected, Master, I believe in him. Let him give it a try. Wuqing, do you understand what you are saying? Su Meiyu furrowed her brows. She was not opposed to allowing Lin Mo a chance, but she needed to know precisely how he intended to eliminate the cold energy. It was unreasonable to expect her to trust Lin Mo solely on his word and entrust her prized disciple to him for treatment. Shangguan Wuqing was struggling to articulate her thoughts, prompting Lin Mo to continue, Master, do you not find yourself at an impasse? Moreover, in your presence, what tricks could I possibly employ? Captain Wuqing has extended considerable assistance to me in the past. I merely wish to repay your kindness. If you can procure the Primordial Sun Profound Pill for Captain Wuqing, I shall have no further objections. Su Meiyu initially intended to express more, but upon witnessing the pleading gaze of Shangguan Wuqing, she turned to Lin Mo and inquired, Old servant, how confident are you? 10 out of 10, Lin Mo replied, his tone remarkably calm yet brimming with unwavering confidence. Su Meiyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Lin Mo's absolute assurance. Regardless of whether Lin Mo truly possessed such certainty, his confidence certainly alleviated Su Meiyu's concerns. Excellent. Such tenacity. Old servant, I shall grant you 7 days. If you fail to dispel Wuqing's chill, I shall not hold you accountable. However, should anything happen to her, you will bear the consequences. With that, Su Meiyu exited the room to avoid causing any distractions for Lin Mo. Without delay, Lin Mo assisted Shangguan Wuqing, and as his hand made contact with her, he was met with an intense, bone-chilling cold, akin to holding a block of ice. He gently positioned her at the head of the bed and immediately began to circulate the yin-yang evil demon technique, drawing forth the pure yang energy within him. Through a mouth-to-mouth process, he consistently infused this pure yang energy into Shangguan Wuqing's body. As the scorching pure yang energy coursed through her, Shangguan Wuqing experienced an overwhelming sense of warmth and, under its influence, the chilling energy permeating her meridians, flesh, and bones began to visibly dissolve. Approximately 2 hours later, her complexion gradually took on a rosy hue, and her body, once as cold as ancient ice, started to warm. Thus, 2 days later, feeling that sufficient progress had been made, Lin Mo ceased the infusion of pure yang energy and parted from Shangguan Wuqing's lips. Her exquisite countenance now radiated with a healthy glow, appearing even more vibrant and spirited than before. In contrast, Lin Mo appeared somewhat pale, as the extensive transfer of pure yang energy had left him somewhat drained. Your spiritual power, why is it so? After 2 days, Shangguan Wuqing had discerned that Lin Mo was merely channeling a fervent energy into her. Yet, what puzzled her was why his energy bore such a scorching quality and had such a pronounced effect against the chill of the tying technique. Captain Wuqing, do not inquire. Lin Mo gestured for silence, leaving the matter unspoken. Shangguan Wuqing seemed to grasp his implication. Had there been anything to disclose? Lin Mo would have done so 2 days prior when he had spoken with her master. Then, Shangguan Wuqing tightly embraced Lin Mo, whispering softly into his ear, Thank you. Old man, it was merely a trifling effort. Captain Wuqing, no need for gratitude. So, has all the cold energy within me been thoroughly dispelled? Warmth enveloped Shangguan Wuqing's heart, and her tone had never been so gentle. Should I provide you with a little more energy? Very well. Thus, Lin Mo once again pressed his lips against Shangguan Wuqing's. After an hour, as the pure yang energy coursed smoothly through every corner of Shangguan Wuqing's body and then returned to Lin Mo, he could ascertain that the cold energy within her had been completely eradicated. It is done, thoroughly cleansed. Shangguan Wuqing said nothing, but offered Lin Mo a deep, affectionate kiss. Chapter 54. A New Breakthrough. The golden core stage approaches. In addition to the complete removal of the energy within her, Shangguan Wuqing could distinctly sense an elevation in her cultivation. Could it be attributed to the peculiar spiritual energy of the old man? His intense energy seemed to have an extraordinary effect on me. Those afflicted by the tying technique typically remain in a weakened state, even after expelling the energy from their bodies, making any increase in cultivation highly improbable. Thus, aside from this explanation, Shangguan Wuqing could conceive no other possibilities. In the living room, upon witnessing Lin Mo emerge from the room alongside the fully restored Shangguan Wuqing, Su Meiyu, who had been waiting outside, could not help but display a look of incredulity in her beautiful eyes. Wuqing, how do you feel? Su Meiyu inquired. Shangwan Wuqing smiled faintly and replied, I feel perfectly fine, master. Su Meiyu remained somewhat skeptical. In just 2 short days, had Lin Mo truly managed to eliminate all the energy within Shangwan Wuqing? Thus, she employed her spiritual power to examine Shangwan Wuqing's condition. Unsurprisingly, everything within her was well. Entirely unlike the dire state she had been in before Lin Mo's arrival. Taking a deep breath, a gentle smile graced Su Meiyu's alluring face as she said, Lin Mo, I must admit I underestimated you earlier. Regardless of the methods you employed, it is evident that the energy within Wuqing has indeed been completely eradicated. As her mentor, I ought to express my gratitude to you. As she spoke, Su Meiyu presented Lin Mo with a beautifully adorned wooden box, stating, This is a foundation establishment pill, valued at 50,000 spirit stones. Consuming it will allow a foundation establishment cultivator to directly ascend 1 level. You may take it now or wait until you reach the late foundation establishment stage to directly achieve completion. The timing of consumption is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Engaging in earnest cultivation, even breaking through to completion at the late foundation establishment stage, would likely not require an expenditure of 50,000 spirit stones. However, the advantage of the foundation establishment pill lies in its ability to shorten the time required to break through to the next realm, particularly for cultivators with inherently lower spiritual vein grades. A single foundation establishment pill can save them a decade, or even several decades, of time. This is where the true value of the foundation establishment pill lies. However, its exorbitant price of 50,000 spirit stones is beyond the reach of ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators. You are being too courteous. It is but a trifling effort on my part, Lin Mo remarked, though his hands moved with remarkable swiftness, deftly seizing the wooden box from Su Meiyu and placing it into his storage ring. While he could normally break through to the later stages of foundation establishment within a few months to half a year, the present moment demanded power urgently. Undoubtedly, a foundation establishment pill would be of tremendous assistance. Compared to the 5,000 spirit stones, the cost seemed trivial, Su Meiyu noted. Subsequently, she departed with Shangwan Wuqing. As the law enforcement hall needed to partake in the campaign against the Yin Yang sect to reclaim the Ninth Mind due to its recent loss, for Shangwan Wuqing, the animosity from her previous encounter with the Taiyin technique must be avenged. Strictly speaking, Lin Mo was also a member of the initial sacred sect. Yet, what relevance did such matters hold for him as a mere servant disciple? Unless one day the initial sacred sect faced annihilation, then perhaps it would concern him. After a week's rest, the initial sacred sect commenced its counter-offensive against the Yin Yang sect. During these 7 days, Lin Mo utilized the foundation establishment pill to successfully reach the consummate stage of foundation establishment. However, achieving this breakthrough through the pill left his foundation somewhat tenuous. Lin Mo then devoted several more days and 1,000 spirit stones to solidify his standing. Thus, his foundation establishment stage was finally robust enough. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Lin Mo emerged from his meditative state, a glimmer of confidence igniting in his eyes as he murmured to himself, Saintus, it is now my turn to strike. Previously, due to his insufficient cultivation, he had been forced into passive defense against the threats from the Saint Suyu, responding with an action. Now, having broken through to the consummate stage of foundation establishment, he might finally initiate a counterattack. For nearly 2 months, Suyu had remained silent. If he continued to respond with inaction as before, he would undoubtedly remain at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing wind pierced Lin Mo's ears, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In an instant, his hair stood on end. Without the luxury of further contemplation, Lin Mo's body abruptly burst through the ceiling of the small wooden cabin. Bang! In that very moment, a longsword gleaming with a cold luminescence pierced through the cabin, creating a massive hole in the outer wall of Zitian Palace. Who dares? Lin Mo exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he scanned his surroundings with utmost vigilance. Acutely aware of every rustle in the environment, the next moment awaited him. A shadow emerged from the darkness, rushing forth with astonishing speed. Fortunately, having amassed a wealth of combat experience through meditation and training, Lin Mo drew his black blade and positioned it before him just in time. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal reverberated, sparks flying in all directions. A terrifying force surged through the hilt into his body, causing a momentary numbness in Lin Mo's hand. This overwhelming power sent him hurtling backward. He soared through the air for several thousand meters before finally stabilizing himself, far from the Zetian palace. Upon looking up, he beheld a figure in the night, gripping a cold gleam as it approached rapidly. A golden core cultivator. Lin Mo's gaze darkened. Judging by the opponent's aura and the two attacks just launched, it was clear that his assailant possessed at least golden core level prowess. Let me see what makes the golden core so remarkable. The attacker evidently aimed to take his life. Lin Mo understood that, in terms of speed, he could not compete with a golden core expert. All he could do now was confront the threat head-on. Bang! In a moment of focus, blazing red spiritual energy enveloped the blade. As the shadow charged directly at him, Lin Mo stood firm, his black sword ablaze with fire slicing through the night sky. Cleaving downward. Clang. After merely a few moments of stalemate against the shadow's assault, Lin Mo was once again sent flying. However, this time, he caught a clear glimpse of his attacker. Clad in dark attire, the figure's face was concealed by black gauze, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Yet, judging by the slender silhouette, Lin Mo concluded that his assailant must be a female cultivator. Suyu? Chapter 55 Such commotion for an old man like me? Buzz. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. The opponent seemed intent on not granting Lin Mo a moment's respite, launching a fierce onslaught like a tempest. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, Lin Mo fought while retreating. Observing the opponent's somewhat inexperienced and sluggish movements, he deduced that this individual's practical combat experience was decidedly mediocre. Yet, the gap between a perfected foundation establishment and the golden core was insurmountably vast. Though the distance between foundation establishment and golden core was merely a single step, the difference was greater than that between early foundation establishment and perfected foundation establishment. The breakthrough from foundation establishment to golden core represented not just a quantitative change, but a qualitative transformation. The two were incomparable. Were it not for the opponent's relative inexperience and the overwhelming power of pure yang energy backing her, Lin Mo would have likely been slain by now. At this rate, I will surely meet my demise at her hands. While defending, Lin Mo's mind raced. The golden core was undeniably powerful, and this opponent was no ordinary golden core cultivator. Soon, Lin Mo formulated a strategy. With a forceful reception of the opponent's direct strike, Lin Mo swiftly retreated a considerable distance, propelled by the inertia of the rebound. Subsequently, he raised his black blade high, and the scorching flames of spiritual energy coiled around it. In an instant, he brought the blade down in a sweeping arc. A magnificent surge of fiery spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal phoenix of 500 feet. The radiant glow of the flaming phoenix illuminated the night. Realizing Lin Mo's intentions, the opponent seemed to grasp that he was attempting to create a significant commotion to attract attention. If anyone were to rush over, she would have no choice but to retreat. Without hesitation, she swung her sword, unleashing a blade of icy spiritual energy that emanated a chilling aura. Although her energy was inherently disadvantaged against fire, its sheer magnitude allowed the blade to annihilate Lin Mo's flaming phoenix, resulting in their mutual obliteration. Nevertheless, the collision of these two forces generated a terrifying wave of residual energy that spread widely, creating quite a stir. For Lin Mo, this was undoubtedly good news. He could hardly believe that all the members of the initial sacred sect were blind to such a commotion. However, at that moment, their attention was captivated by the Yin-Yang sect, and he could not expect anyone to come to his aid. The opponent, pointing her long sword from a distance, spoke in a raspy, deep voice that seemed to carry a dual tone, neither entirely masculine nor feminine. Yield and meet your demise. I shall leave you intact. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened. It became clear that the Yin-Yang sect's sudden occupation of the No. 9 mine was a ploy to divert the initial sacred sect's attention. Although the opponent had employed some means to temporarily alter her voice and style of speech, Lin Mo was not a fool. The only person he could conceive of standing before him, aside from the Saintess Suyu, was her. To eliminate this uncertain variable, they were indeed willing to expend considerable resources. Upon further reflection, it made sense. Suyu was, after all, an extraordinary talent with a near 9th grade spiritual vein, and the significance of the Yin-Yang evil arts was paramount. Yet, the use of such tactics did not seem overly extravagant. What a farce! Despite the turmoil within, Lin Mo maintained an exterior as steady as a rock. Let us see how you intend to kill me today. With that declaration, Lin Mo focused his mind, causing the fiery spiritual energy clinging to the blade to dissipate, replaced by a profound darkness exuding an aura of death. Under the cover of night, It was imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the harbinger of his impending soul snatch technique. With few formidable means at his disposal, Lin Mo knew that to escape unscathed from a golden elixir stage expert, he could only rely on the element of surprise offered by the soul snatch. Then, Lin Mo took the initiative, propelling himself forward as if shot from a cannon. As he closed the distance to within 10 feet, he suddenly unleashed the soul snatch. Buzz! Amidst the resonant hum of blade intent, shrouded by the cloak of night, an invisible blade of light cleaved through the darkness, hurtling towards a shadowy figure. The soul-devouring blade technique. The opponent recognized Lin Mo's maneuver, disbelief flickering in their eyes. In a moment of shock, they swiftly evaded Lin Mo's soul-snatching strike. Enough. It is time for you to bid farewell to this world. At that moment, the murderous intent in the shadow's eyes surged even more fiercely. As a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, it was already humiliating for her to be delayed so long by Lin Mo, a mere foundation establishment expert. The soul-devouring blade technique that Lin Mo had just executed only deepened her murderous resolve. In an instant, the shadow raised her longsword, holding it aloft as her hands rapidly formed intricate and esoteric seals. Subsequently, Lin Mo witnessed the longsword before the shadow multiply into hundreds, even thousands of blades. Under the shadow's command, they surged forth in a dense and overwhelming torrent, attacking him from all directions. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, fully focused and mentally attuned. Facing the onslaught of countless blades, he made the most minute adjustments to his stance. Each sword seemed poised to pierce his body, yet he narrowly evaded each strike. This was the result of his meditation and training. There was indeed some skill involved, but this is where it ends. Seizing the moment when Lin Mo was ensnared by the sword formation, the shadow once again gripped her longsword. She transformed into a dark silhouette, aiming directly for Lin Mo's heart. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of death surged toward him, helplessly watching as the shadow lunged with her blade. Lin Mo found himself ensnared by the onslaught of swords. At that crucial moment, a powerful stream of spiritual energy, akin to a meteor, surged from the depths of the night below, hurtling towards the shadow that was advancing upon Lin Mo. The spiritual energy anticipated the shadow's trajectory. If she insisted on striking Lin Mo, she too would be struck by this force. After a brief moment of contemplation, the shadow's gaze sharpened, and she ultimately chose to abandon her assault on Lin Mo, evading the spiritual energy. Then, a graceful figure with 3 fox tails emerged from the darkness, launching an attack on the shadow. It was none other than Dugu Yuli, the captain of the White Tiger Division of the Law Enforcement Hall. Humph. After exchanging several blows with Dugu Yuli, the shadow huffed in frustration. She swiftly chose to retreat, vanishing into the night. After repelling the shadow, Dugu Yuli opted not to pursue, instead rescuing Lin Mo. Old man, how are you? Are you injured? Chapter 56. Teach me a lesson. Spare no compassion. The demoness returns? Lin Mo feigned a casual smile and shook his head, saying, I am quite well. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Lioli. Although Lin Mo had not sustained any visible injuries during the recent battle, the recoil from each clash with the shadow had taken a toll on his body. The cumulative effect had caused some disarray in his internal energy. However, the issue was not severe. A few days of rest would suffice. As long as you're all right. It's fortunate I arrived in time. Let us return and discuss further. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Dugu Lioli's residence, she lowered her voice and inquired softly, Old man, was the one who attacked you just now the Holy Maiden? Surprised, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Though she did not reveal her true self, I suspect it to be so. But how did you deduce it was the Holy Maiden, Captain Lioli? Quite simply. Dugu Lioli proudly recounted her reasoning. Ah, I see, replied Lin Mo, no longer puzzled. It was evident that Su Yu's attempts to have Dugu Lioli capture him for judgment were deliberately targeted. It was clear to anyone with sense that the Holy Maiden Su Yu desired his demise. I'm just a bit perplexed as to why the Holy Maiden wishes to kill you. Dugu Lioli expressed her confusion. Lin Mo merely smiled and refrained from answering her question. All right, if you prefer not to discuss it, I shall not pry. Dugu Lioli wisely ceased her inquiries. Lin Mo then shifted the conversation, asking, Captain Lioli, did you not participate in the expedition against the Yin Yang sect? Senior sister Wuqing and senior brother Taizhou both went. And senior brother Jiming is out on a journey. Surely the law enforcement hall cannot function without its captain present? If I had not remained at the sect, tonight you might have met an untimely end, old man, Dugu Lioli teased. So, how do you intend to repay me? Lin Mo cleared his throat, feigning ignorance. What would Captain Lioli desire as a reward? A mischievous smile appeared on Du Gu Lioli's face as she suddenly embraced Lin Mo from behind, playfully saying, "What do you think, old man? It has been 2 months since our last intimate encounter, and I have missed you dearly." As she spoke, her hands began to wander. Suddenly, Lin Mo's body tensed. It was evident that Du Gu Lioli was feeling rather eager, feeling overwhelmed by her advances. Lin Mo could no longer contain himself and swiftly lifted her in a princess carry back to the room. "Ah," she exclaimed as he gently placed her on the bed, her alluring waist swaying provocatively. With a flirtatious glance, she eagerly implored, "Come here, old man, and teach me a lesson without mercy." Lin Mo had never encountered such a request in his lifetime, and thus felt compelled to discipline the mischievous Du Gu Lioli. Under Lin Mo's relentless encouragement, Du Gu Lioli cried out in anguish, yet reveled in the experience. The fierce contest persisted for several days until Du Gu Lioli begged for mercy, at which point Lin Mo momentarily relented. "Captain Lioli, I must take my leave," Lin Mo announced, noticing the satisfied expression on Du Gu Lioli's face. If memory served him correctly, that night, Zitian Palace had suffered a breach courtesy of Su Yu, although his own humble abode had also sustained significant damage. The restoration of Zitian Palace took precedence. Should Lu Ziyan return unexpectedly and discover a gaping hole in the palace's exterior, Lin Mo would find himself at a loss for an explanation. "All right, next time I shall visit you, dear old man," Du Gu Lioli replied. Apprehensive of a sudden resurgence of Lin Mo's primal instincts, as had occurred previously, which would be quite challenging for her to endure. Before returning, Lin Mo, as was his custom, made a detour to the Yuling pool to avoid the potential embarrassment of Lu Ziyan detecting the scent of another woman on him. After several days of labor, Lin Mo finally completed the repairs on the outer wall of Zitian Palace. However, his little wooden house bore 2 large gaping holes, with the ceiling also having been breached, appearing precariously close to collapse. "My old friend, you have suffered greatly," Lin Mo lamented, "for this humble abode, which had accompanied him for a century, he could not bear to see destroyed." Thus, he dedicated another half-day to mending his cherished dwelling. Upon returning indoors, Lin Mo settled down slowly, contemplating. The Saintess has indeed reached the golden core stage. His gaze grew profound as he muttered to himself. He had initially anticipated that after achieving perfection in the foundation establishment stage, he would finally be able to take the initiative. Yet, judging by his encounter with Su Yu that night, he seemed to remain at a disadvantage. The disparity between the perfected foundation establishment stage and the golden core stage was indeed vast. Without the dual enhancement of the pure yang sacred body and the yin yang evil demon technique, he might have perished multiple times that evening. Previously, Lin Mo speculated that Su Yu was reluctant to engage directly. However, it now appeared that was not entirely accurate. Furthermore, before making her move, Su Yu had cleverly drawn the attention of the initial holy sect with the matter of the ninth mine, which prompted her to act against him. This indicated that Su Yu was not merely cautious, but exceptionally so. Yet, Lin Mo mused with a smile, if she were not so cautious, I would not have had such ample time for growth. From Su Yu's perspective, delving into the tiger's den warranted a degree of prudence. However, she had not anticipated the rapidity of Lin Mo's advancement. Henceforth, the Saintess would likely refrain from rash actions for the time being. Even if she were to strike again, it would undoubtedly be through the manipulation of others, Lin Mo conjectured while stroking his pale beard. At least, were he in her position, after a failure, he would certainly conceal himself more deeply. If his deductions were accurate, in the short term, he could continue to replenish his strength, striving to soon break through to the golden core stage. "Old servant, come forth to see this palace." Just as Lin Mo intended to continue his cultivation, a familiar, cold voice, reminiscent of an ice queen, echoed in his ears after a long absence. The master of the demon sect? Hearing Lu Ziyan's voice once more filled Lin Mo with unrestrained joy. For reasons unknown, the once terrifying Lu Ziyan now seemed to emanate a sense of safety through her voice. Overcome with elation, Lin Mo hurriedly made his way to the Zitian Palace, taking 2 steps at a time. In the study, Lu Ziyan reclined upon a soft couch, exuding a bewitching allure that captivated all. Beneath the couch lay a charming black cat with 2 tails, exuding an aura of both cuteness and danger. Old servant pays respects to the master. Upon entering, Lin Mo knelt on one knee, displaying utmost reverence. Lu Ziyan lifted her eyelashes slightly and nonchalantly remarked, "Old servant, tell me, who has visited in my absence?" Chapter 57. All efforts and sweat of this old man. Demonis, is it difficult for heaven? Reporting to the master, two individuals have come. The first is the Grand Elder, Hongyu, and the second is the Saintess, Suyu. At that time, the old servant was cleaning the Zetian Palace, and Grand Elder Hongyu sought my assistance for a fishing venture. As for the Saintess, I only know she was looking for the master. She did not mention the purpose of her visit. Upon learning of your absence, she left, with a serious expression. Lin Mo recounted all the information he possessed to Lu Ziyan. Hongyu sought your cooperation in capturing a ghost? Lu Ziyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly surprised. She had not anticipated that Hongyu would approach Lin Mo regarding the infiltration. Do you have any leads? Lu Ziyan inquired further. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo cautiously replied, there are some clues. The Grand Elder and I suspect that the big fish is the Saintess. But we have yet to obtain conclusive evidence proving that she is indeed the ghost of our sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyan's eyes sharpened. In that instant, Lin Mo could distinctly feel the temperature in the study plummet, as if enveloped in an ancient layer of thick ice, radiating a chilling aura that penetrated to the bone. He could not help but shiver. Suyu, Lu Ziyan murmured, lost in thought. Uncertain of Lu Ziyan's stance regarding Suyu, Lin Mo cautiously asked, Master, this matter pertains to the Saintess. I am unsure if it is appropriate till Lu Ziyan's demeanor turned resolute. Ghost catching knows no rank. Even the Saintess is not exempt. Do you understand? If there is sufficient evidence to prove that Suyu is the ghost of my initial holy sect, I shall not spare her. Within the depths of Lu Ziyan's gaze, a fleeting shadow of sorrow and regret flickered. Suyu was, after all, the prodigious disciple she had sought for centuries, only to be informed that this exceptionally gifted disciple might indeed be an undercover agent. Who among us could remain unscathed by such heartbreak and lamentation? Understood, esteemed sect leader. Lu Ziyan's words brought Lin Mo a sense of reassurance. Returning to you, old servant, in the blink of an eye. Lu Ziyan regained her composure and shifted the conversation to Lin Mo. I have only been away from the sect for a little over half a year. How is it that your cultivation has seen such tremendous advancement? Lin Mo possessed a technique to conceal his true cultivation level. Yet who was Lu Ziyan? The disguise of the concealment technique could scarcely deceive even Elder Hongyu, let alone Lu Ziyan. With but a glance, Lu Ziyan saw through Lin Mo's true cultivation level. Foundation establishment perfection. She distinctly remembered that upon her departure from the sect, Lin Mo was merely at the peak of qi refinement. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, this old servant had soared to foundation establishment perfection? Lin Mo, with a hint of pride, replied, It is solely due to my exceptional talent, coupled with diligence and perseverance, along with a touch of fortunate opportunity, nothing more. Lu Ziyan rolled her eyes in response. Exceptional talent and hard work could be found in abundance within the initial holy sect. Why was it that their cultivation advancements were not as rapid as yours? Nevertheless, Lu Ziyan discerned some clues. Relying solely on the yin-yang evil arts, given Lin Mo's past talent, it would be inconceivable for him to achieve such remarkable progress in such a short span of time, no matter how diligently he trained. Perhaps, this old man harbored a monumental secret within him, unknown to others. It appeared that this matter required further investigation at an opportune moment. Returning to reality, Lu Ziyan spoke with a hint of sarcasm. So it seems I have misjudged you. Could it be that you truly are a genius? Lin Mo, unfazed by Lu Ziyan's sardonic tone, replied with a triumphant smile, Esteemed sect leader, I believe you ought to be bold and remove the could it be. Lu Ziyan intended to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Given Lin Mo's rate of progress, to call him a rare genius would not be an exaggeration. However, considering that Lin Mo had remained at the second level of qi refinement for a century, the reality was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Impatience is a grave folly for cultivators. Lu Ziyan admonished, foundation establishment is but the starting point on the path of cultivation. How many geniuses in this world have met their demise due to impatience and arrogance? You are merely at the inception of your cultivation journey. What is there to be proud of? Before you have truly matured, what genius, in my eyes, differs from any other cultivator? Compared to those of average talent, geniuses often face greater peril. Throughout my life, I have encountered countless geniuses, yet few have truly flourished. To presume that your foundation establishment cultivation alone warrants my acknowledgement? You might be overestimating yourself. Indeed, I shall heed the teachings of the esteemed leader. Lin Mo nodded solemnly. Lu Ziyan's admonition was not born from her pride or reluctance to acknowledge her own excellence. It was simply the truth. Many prodigies in this world, relying on their extraordinary talents, display arrogance and haughtiness from a young age, ultimately stunting their own growth. As a traverser, Lin Mo was acutely aware of this principle. He merely wished to take a moment of pride before Lu Ziyan. In the presence of others, Lin Mo maintained a disposition of humility. Take, for instance, the Pure Yang sacred body. Were it anyone else who had activated the Pure Yang sacred body, they would likely be eager to proclaim to the world their uniqueness. Yet Lin Mo? Since the activation of his Pure Yang sacred body, only he was aware of it. Perhaps Lu Ziyan would discover this truth in the near future. For now, Lin Mo was fairly confident that Lu Ziyan remained unaware of his rapid progress in cultivation due to the activation of the Pure Yang sacred body. Boldly, Lin Mo inquired, "Esteemed leader, may I be so bold as to ask, what realm must one attain to be deemed as having truly grown?" Lu Ziyan regarded Lin Mo, who knelt before her, and replied coolly, "In the path of cultivation, all beneath the nascent soul are but ants. However, my standards are higher, to earn my recognition. Reaching the transformation stage is the minimum requirement. Individuals of such caliber in the transformation stage are often capable of leading significant sects or serving as esteemed elders." Given Lu Ziyan's cultivation level, she indeed had the right to make such claims. For ordinary cultivators, the mere thought of the transformation stage is a distant dream, as they often find themselves striving for the realms of the nascent soul or golden core. The transformation stage, however, seemed a distant horizon. Yet, for Lin Mo, endowed with the Pure Yang sacred body and aided by the Yin Yang evil demon technique, it was not entirely out of reach. In fact, one might say, barring unforeseen circumstances, the transformation stage was well within his grasp. "Esteemed leader, the transformation stage appears to be a trivial matter for me," he declared. Chapter 58. A Wager. The leader is unparalleled in wisdom and beauty. Though he possessed little prowess, his words were audacious. How dare a mere foundation establishment ant presume to claim that the transformation stage was trivial? I have just warned you that impatience is the great taboo of cultivators. It seems you have not taken my words to heart, Lu Ziyan scoffed. What does it mean to cultivate? The quality of one's spiritual meridians merely determines the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and advancing through minor realms compared to those with inferior grades. Once one reaches the golden core stage, every major breakthrough is akin to a chasm that demands self-overcoming. It is not merely the quality of one's meridians that guarantees smooth progress. Comprehension also plays a critical role. What does it matter if one's spiritual veins are of a higher grade if their comprehension is lacking? Countless prodigies with 7th or 8th grade spiritual veins find themselves stymied at the stages of Yuan Ying or Hua Shun, never to transcend this hurdle, ultimately resigning themselves to a life of regret. Not so, Lin Mo replied with a serene smile, exuding confidence. "Respected master, your counsel is etched in my heart. However, for me, the Huashan stage is indeed not beyond reach." Should Lu Ziyan question his ability to break through the combined stage and ascend, Lin Mo would remain hesitant. Yet, to belittle the Huashan stage seems an underestimation of the Pure Yang sacred body. "Haha, splendid." Lu Ziyan, intrigued by Lin Mo's unwavering bravado, declared, "If you assert that Huashan is not arduous, then demonstrate to me your potential, old servant." Lin Mo raised his gaze, his obsidian eyes fixed upon Lu Ziyan. Reclining upon her soft couch, "May I inquire, esteemed master, if I were to attain Huashan, would that signify your acknowledgement of me? Grant yourself 200 years. Old servant, Lu Ziyan replied earnestly, "If within this time you achieve the Huashan state, I shall reserve your place in the Zetian palace. Should you fail, you shall remain a mere cauldron, unworthy of standing alongside me." The 200 years of Huashan represents the pinnacle of her own achievements. She harbors equal disdain for all male cultivators in the realm. To be her partner, one must not only match her prowess but surpass it. For what merit lies in being less than her? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with renewed confidence. "Respected master, what if I were to attain Huashan within a century?" Lu Ziyan, seemingly amused by Lin Mo's audacious claim, scoffed, "A century for Huashan? It seems you possess a rather limited understanding of the path." Nevertheless, she conceded, "Since you mentioned it, if you truly achieve Huashan within a century, I shall acknowledge your conquest of me." A century for Huashan, how many across the vast Tianyuan continent have ever accomplished such a feat? Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Ziyan felt a flicker of anticipation within, hoping Lin Mo could indeed reach Huashan in a century. If so, together they could elevate the initial sacred sect to unprecedented heights. "Marvelous," Lin Mo exclaimed. "I trust you will not forget today's words." He initially contemplated adding that should he fail to reach Huashan within a century, he would willingly remain a cauldron for life. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that while he possessed unwavering confidence, it is wise not to speak too grandly. Moreover, excessive boasting often yields no additional benefits. So, he chose to remain silent. Lu Ziyan huffed lightly, seemingly expressing skepticism toward Lin Mo. Unfazed, he proceeded to inquire, "Respected master, do you believe that with my current cultivation, I am ready to partake in the sect's assessments, transitioning from the role of a menial disciple to that of an inner disciple? What? Are you weary of your days as a menial in the Zetian Palace? Are you afraid that I shall torment you once more?" Lu Ziyan remarked with a sharp tone. Lin Mo, both exasperated and amused, shrugged and replied, "Master, you are overthinking. I merely feel that being a mere servant disciple comes with numerous inconveniences, such as being unable to participate in sect training or undertake sect tasks." Lin Mo's reasoning was quite justifiable. Therefore, Lu Ziyan responded, "Is it not simple? I shall instruct Hong Wei to grant you all the privileges of an inner disciple." "Very well," Lin Mo sighed. Given Lu Ziyan's assertion, what more could he say? However, Lin Mo's sigh aroused Lu Ziyan's vigilance once again, and she coldly remarked, "You seem rather disappointed. Are you perhaps wishing to exploit the identity of an inner disciple to frivolously pursue female disciples within the sect?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo panicked and hastily defended himself. "Master, I harbor no such intentions. I simply did not realize you could facilitate such matters." You had better not." Lu Ziyan shot him a death glare, clearly perturbed. Lin Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and proceeded to flatter her. "Master, your brilliance is unparalleled, your beauty unmatched, and your cultivation transcendent. How could the superficial female disciples of the sect possibly compare to you?" Although aware that Lin Mo was merely flattering her, Lu Ziyan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, there are few women in the world who can resist compliments. "Cease with the insincere flattery in my presence," she said, though her heart was pleased. "Yes," Lin Mo smiled knowingly, understanding the underlying message. "Keep it coming, I enjoy it." Lu Ziyan then shifted the topic. "Have you mastered the soul-devouring blade technique I provided last time?" "Reporting to master, I have achieved mastery," Lin Mo replied. "While the first move, Soul Hook, possesses formidable lethality, hitting the target proves exceedingly challenging. The ability to seize the target's 3 souls and 7 spirits, along with severely injuring their primordial spirit, is indeed powerful. Its greatest drawback lies in its limited range. Unless one strikes unexpectedly, landing a direct hit remains quite difficult." Lu Ziyan did not dispute this point, stating, "It then depends on how you utilize it." She then handed Lin Mo a book. The words soul-devouring blade technique were inscribed prominently on the cover. "This is the second move, which compensates for the first shortcomings. You may interpret and comprehend it at your leisure." "Thank you, master," Lin Mo said earnestly as he tucked the book away. "Go to Ziyun Palace and summon Siyu for me," Lu Ziyan instructed. "Master, you are..." Lin Mo hesitated. Lu Ziyan calling for Siyu at this moment could potentially jeopardize his fishing plan with Hong Wei, which would be quite troublesome. "What are you worried about?" Lu Ziyan was well aware of Lin Mo's concerns and nonchalantly remarked, "I summon her in my capacity as a master. It will not interfere with your plans or those of Hong Wei." "Yes, esteemed sect leader." Chapter 59, Soul Severing. Has the Grand Elder uncovered Lin Mo's secret? Ziyun Palace. Fairy, please announce that Lin Mo from the Miscellaneous Department seeks an audience with the Holy Maiden. Lin Mo requested of the maid stationed at the palace entrance. Please wait. Before long, a maiden clad in a flowing azure garment, draped with a sheer white veil, emerged, her face adorned with a naive and radiant smile, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Although only a few nights had passed since their previous encounter, Lin Mo and Siyu seemed to share an unspoken understanding, as if the events of that evening had never transpired. "Lin Laotu, what brings you to seek me?" Siyu inquired first. Lin Mo chuckled. "Did you not mention earlier that if the sect leader returned, you would like to be informed? The sect leader has indeed returned and wishes to see you. I kindly ask you to visit the Zetian Palace." "Is that true? How wonderful." Upon hearing this, Siyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. On their way to the Zetian Palace, Siyu seemingly inquired with casual intent, "By the way, Lin Laotu, I heard you were attacked a few days ago. Are you all right?" "Thanks to the Holy Maiden, I am unscathed." Lin Mo frowned, perplexed. "However, I cannot fathom why that assailant was a formidable gold core cultivator. Aside from the leader of the Qinglong team from the Law Enforcement Hall, I have not provoked any other gold core strongholds. Moreover, for that individual to dare assault me at the Zetian Palace is truly audacious." Having said that, Lin Mo deliberately glanced at Suyu, only to notice her eyelids twitch slightly. She feigned indifference and replied, "How would I know about your affairs?" Nonetheless, the audacity of your attacker is indeed remarkable. Therefore, Lin Laotu, you must exercise greater caution. That person might well have been sent by the law enforcement halls chasing fate. Haha, perhaps, Lin Mo replied ambiguously. Thank you for the warning, holy maiden. I shall be more vigilant in the future. Indeed, if time permits. I will also assist you in investigating who possesses such audacity. Then I extend my gratitude to the holy maiden. Upon returning to the entrance of the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo bid farewell to Suyu, back in his wooden abode. Lin Mo refrained from dwelling on thoughts of Suyu and instead retrieved the second form of the soul-devouring blade technique to begin his comprehension. The second form, known as soul severing, diverges from the first form, soul hook. Soul severing is more akin to a powerful, wide-ranging destructive maneuver when executed with full force. Soul severing can unleash a terrifying lethality several times to even 100-fold greater than one's own cultivation. The strength of the soul-severing strike is contingent upon the depth of one's understanding of this technique. Moreover, the rank of the magical artifact employed during the execution of Zhanpa remains to be seen. Goodness, if I were to master this Zhanpa to its utmost perfection, a single strike might compel even a gold core stage expert to momentarily retreat from its brilliance. After comprehending the fundamental aspects of the second technique of the soul-devouring blade technique, Zhanpa, Lin Mo was utterly astonished. He vividly recalled that fateful night when he was relentlessly overwhelmed by the initial stage gold core practitioner, Suyu, leaving him no room to counter. Had he possessed the skill of Zhanpa at that moment, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo entered a meditative state, commencing his understanding and practice of the second technique of the soul-devouring blade, Zhanpa. In the Purple Sky Palace, Suyu approached Lu Ziyan with an air of trepidation. She initially believed her cover had been compromised, yet it appeared her fears were unfounded. Lu Ziyan merely engaged her in a discussion concerning cultivation, inquiring if there were any aspects she found perplexing. Suyu, in turn, posed several pre-prepared questions to Lu Ziyan, who patiently addressed each one. Ultimately, as Suyu returned the sheepskin scroll containing the cultivation methods of the 10,000 Blood Pagoda to Lu Ziyan and was about to take her leave, Lu Ziyan suddenly remarked, "Suyu, it has been over 6 years since you became my disciple. How have I treated you? To receive your esteemed recognition, master, is a blessing earned through 3 lifetimes of cultivation," Suyu replied, kneeling with utmost reverence. "Since my arrival at the initial sacred sect, you have diligently nurtured me, guiding me through the confusions of cultivation. It is thanks to you that I have managed to break through to the gold core stage at such a young age." "Indeed." Lu Ziyan nodded thoughtfully. "Return and devote yourself to your training. Do not grow lax. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. With your aptitude and insight, the position of master may one day rightfully belong to you." "Yes, master, I shall remember your words." "Then you may go." As she turned to leave, tears streamed uncontrollably down Suyu's cheeks, dampening her face. She dared not look back, fearing Lu Ziyan would notice. Lu Ziyan observed Suyu's seemingly disheartened figure, her beautiful eyes gradually deepening with contemplation. After a long pause, Lu Ziyan spoke into the void, "Hong Yu." Whoosh. Moments later, a red figure suddenly materialized. "Ah, our esteemed leader has returned," Hong Yu teased upon her arrival. Lu Ziyan rolled her eyes in exasperation, uninterested in banter, and proceeded with the matter at hand. "I have heard that you and that old servant Lin Mo are collaborating to uncover the specter lurking within the sect." Hong Yu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Oh, you are aware of this? However, if you are inquiring about the progress, I cannot say. You ought to consult Lin Mo regarding that." Yet, Lu Ziyan stated, "I did not summon you merely to inquire about your ghost hunting progress, but rather to discuss matters concerning Lin Mo. Have you encountered him? Have you noticed anything unusual about him?" Hong Wei pondered for a moment and replied, "Ah, now that you mention it, I do recall something. Not long ago, he had a confrontation with a disciple from the law enforcement hall and sustained severe injuries. I intervened to rescue him, administering a healing elixir known as the Qingling Dan. Strangely, his recovery rate far exceeded the expected efficacy of the elixir. Furthermore, his cultivation improvement has been rather extraordinary. Given these observations, I have developed a certain curiosity about him. Logically, one would not anticipate such a remarkable self-healing ability or such astonishing progress in cultivation from him. Consequently, I consulted some texts and arrived at a stunning conclusion." At this point, Hong Wei suddenly paused. What conclusion? Lu Ziyan narrowed her beautiful eyes dangerously. Why not take a guess? It will certainly exceed your imagination. Hong Wei said with a smile. 3, 2. Chapter 60, to confine Lin Mo as a furnace cauldron? The sorceress's dilemma. Stop. Hong Wei raised her delicate hand, interrupting Lu Ziyan's incantation. You truly lack a sense of humor. Very well, I shall state my conclusion directly. That Lin Mo may possess a rare constitution known as the Undying Sacred Body. The Undying Sacred Body is an exceedingly rare special constitution that grants astonishing self-healing abilities and enhances the holder's cultivation aptitude. If the Undying Sacred Body reaches its pinnacle, it could be deemed immortal and indestructible. Unless one were to completely obliterate his physical form, primordial spirit, and consciousness in one fell swoop, he cannot be killed. Such a unique constitution is virtually unheard of. Hong Wei was initially skeptical of Lin Mo possessing the Undying Sacred Body, yet his condition bore an uncanny resemblance to it. The Undying Sacred Body, you say? I beg to differ. Lu Ziyan shook her head and remarked, the Undying Sacred Body is an innate special constitution. If Lin Mo truly possessed it, how could he have fallen to the status of a mere errand disciple in the initial sacred sect? In his youth, I have subjected him to torment on numerous occasions, and each time he required extensive recuperation to recover. He exhibited no signs of the Undying Sacred Body whatsoever. Hong Wei nodded thoughtfully. Given Lu Ziyan's assertion, Lin Mo indeed did not seem to possess the Undying Sacred Body. Thus, she countered, it is evident to any discerning observer that Lin Mo has undergone a significant transformation from the past century to the present. Clearly, something extraordinary has transpired in his life. My dear sect leader, what is your interpretation? Lu Ziyan chose not to respond, but instead rose to search the shelves. Soon locating the tome she sought, comprehensive records of special constitutions in the Tianyuan continent. Thus far, only 9 types of special constitutions have been documented in the Tianyuan continent. Thus, Lu Ziyan swiftly deduced, based on her understanding of Lin Mo, a special physique that was more suitable for him than the Undying Sacred Body, the Pure Yang Sacred Body. The Pure Yang Sacred Body? This seemed rather implausible. Seeing Lu Ziyan linger on the introduction page of the Pure Yang Sacred Body, Hong Wei couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. There was no further explanation. Lu Ziyan stated with utmost certainty. As Hong Wei had not engaged in dual cultivation with Lin Mo, her understanding was understandably limited. However, Lu Ziyan was well-versed in the matter. According to the text, the Pure Yang Sacred Body is a unique acquired constitution that can only be activated under exceedingly rare circumstances, specifically upon the first intimate encounter with a female, provided that a significant degree of Yin energy is present. By this criterion alone, Lin Mo appeared to meet the prerequisites for activating the Pure Yang Sacred Body. In over a century at the initial sacred sect, Lin Mo had not only refrained from intimate relations with women, but had not even touched a woman's hand. Not long ago, during a fateful night, Lin Mo, on the brink of despair, seized the opportunity. Under the coercive allure of the yin-yang demonic art, Lu Ziyan, half reluctantly, found herself entwined with Lin Mo. Given her peak cultivation at the divine transformation stage, the Yin energy she possessed was more than sufficient for Lin Mo, who was at the second level of Qi refinement. Moreover, the text clearly states that the Pure Yang Sacred Body possesses formidable self-healing capabilities, albeit inferior to the unparalleled regenerative powers of the Undying Sacred Body, coupled with the extraordinary seductive attributes of the Pure Yang Sacred Body. It was no wonder that the more Lu Ziyan observed Lin Mo, the more appealing she found him. It turned out to be the influence of the Pure Yang Sacred Body. Lu Ziyan exhaled deeply. Initially, she believed her change in perception stemmed from Lin Mo having claimed her body, making her less disdainful of him than before. It was a revelation. Furthermore, the Pure Yang Sacred Body offers immense benefits to female cultivators, earning it the moniker of a miraculous elixir for enhancement. Thus, the extraordinary results Lu Ziyan achieved during her second dual cultivation with Lin Mo exceeded her expectations. All right, since you are so certain, I shall trust you, Hong Wei responded. Then inquired, what shall we do next? Based on his early experiences at the initial sacred sect, once he grows stronger, he might seek revenge against us. Or he may choose to flee the sect. Wouldn't all our efforts in nurturing him then be in vain? Lu Ziyan fell into contemplation. Soon after, with a glint in her eye, Hong Wei proposed, why not, while he is still weak, confine him and use him as a cultivation furnace? Absolutely not. Lu Ziyan pondered for a considerable time before expressing her stance. If this had been at the outset, she might have considered such an approach. However, now, it was no longer necessary. Why? Hong Yue asked, perplexed. Can you guarantee that he won't seek revenge or escape the initial sacred sect once he grows stronger? Lu Ziyan inclined her head slightly. I will handle it properly, Hong Yue. The essence of cultivating immortality lies in the pursuit of becoming an immortal, does it not? If I were merely to confine him as a furnace cauldron, my innate talent would render my aspirations for immortality futile. The only path to transcendence is to rely on Lin Mo, once he has matured, to lend me his support. The thought of attaining immortality brings a subtle smile to Lu Ziyan's crimson lips. When Lin Mo first claimed her body, she lamented why she had not sought a superior furnace cauldron beforehand, instead binding herself to this humble servant's yang energy. In retrospect, it seems she has stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. Among the countless cultivators of the Tianyuan continent, it is rare, even over millennia, to encounter a pure yang sacred body. Such an extraordinary stroke of luck has fortuitously befallen her. What remains now is to nurture Lin Mo discreetly and devise a means for him to forgive her past actions. Ultimately, she must capture Lin Mo's heart and make him her Tao partner. Before discovering that Lin Mo possessed a pure yang sacred body, Lu Ziyan felt as though her exquisite swan flesh had been devoured by a mere toad. Now, it appears that she has elevated herself to Lin Mo's level. At the mere mention of immortality, Hong Yue's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. My dear sister, do not forget me in your quest for immortality, she cooed, entwining her arms around Lu Ziyan. Rest assured, I shall not forget you, Lu Ziyan replied. However, it is premature to speak of immortality. Our immediate task is to cultivate him and alleviate his grievances against the initial sacred sect. This endeavor, while challenging, is not insurmountable. Conversely, it is not as straightforward as it may seem. Lin Mo is no inexperienced youth of 20, at over 110 years old. He has witnessed much darkness within the initial sacred sect. His mind matured beyond measure. Conventional methods of persuasion will undoubtedly prove ineffective. Thus, how to persuade Lin Mo to release his grievances against the initial sacred sect requires Lu Ziyan and Hong Yue to engage in thoughtful deliberation. Chapter 61, The Restraint of the Female Demon Lord, exploring uncharted realms after several days of meditation and practice. Lin Mo has fully grasped the essence of the second form of the soul-devouring blade technique, soul severing, exhaling a long breath as he emerged from meditation. Lin Mo smiled. Now, I only lack a fine blade. The black blade, while commendable, is regrettably of too low a grade. Should he encounter a higher grade artifact, it might shatter in an instant. Purchasing a high-tier blade would be prohibitively expensive for him. It seems he must await the arrival of the low-grade heavenly artifact from Elder Hong Yue. Lin Mo remains unhurried, as there are no immediate threats. As for Su Yu, with the soul-severing technique in his arsenal, even wielding a mid-grade spiritual artifact, he would not be entirely defenseless against her. At that moment, Lu Ziyan's voice once again echoed in his ear. Lin Mo tidied himself up and once again arrived at the Zetian Palace, initially believing that Lu Ziyan had some instructions for him. However, he heard her say, Old servant, this palace requires your yang energy to aid in my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was instantly intrigued. Although his cultivation had seen some improvement after the dual cultivation with the Gili Li, the progress was rather limited. Perhaps with the elevation of his cultivation, the yin energy from female cultivators in the Golden Core stage was no longer sufficient. As Lu Ziyan, the headmaster of the initial sacred sect, she was undoubtedly a complete tonic for Lin Mo. If he could seize this opportunity to break through to the Golden Core stage, it would be exhilarating. Filled with aspirations for the Golden Core stage, Lin Mo immediately approached Lu Ziyan. Initially, he was somewhat cautious, not daring to make bold moves. However, as the atmosphere in the study gradually heated up, Lin Mo grew bolder. He kissed every inch of Lu Ziyan's skin and then bravely ascended to greater heights. Noticing that Lu Ziyan had yet to voice any objections, he swiftly pressed her beneath him. The once aloof and ice-like female tyrant now had a dazed expression. Her cheeks slightly flushed, exhaling like an orchid, presenting herself as a shy maiden. Headmaster, may I kiss you? Lin Mo's attention fell upon Lu Ziyan's alluring, luscious lips, seemingly delicate enough to break with a mere breath. In their previous encounters, Lin Mo had attempted to kiss Lu Ziyan but had always been evaded. These enticing lips appeared to be her last bastion of modesty. The more Lu Ziyan resisted, the stronger Lin Mo's desire to explore that uncharted territory became. Yet, surprisingly this time, Lu Ziyan agreed to Lin Mo's request. For a moment, he was taken aback. After a few breaths, Lin Mo prepared himself adequately and, to his delight, finally explored Lu Xian's enchanting red lips. The sensation was akin to soft cotton candy, sweet like honey, causing Lin Mo's breath to quicken. Lu Xian then wrapped her arms around Lin Mo's neck, responding to his movements with her passionate kiss. Within the study of Zitian Palace, the air brimmed with springtime warmth. Throughout this process, under the nourishing influence of Lin Mo's pure yang energy, Lu Xian could distinctly feel her cultivation experiencing a remarkable enhancement. The texts were indeed not mistaken. The pure yang energy of the pure yang sacred body was the most precious remedy for female cultivators and, moreover, an inexhaustible source. Coupled with the fact that both she and Lin Mo practiced the yin-yang demonic arts, the results of their dual cultivation multiplied exponentially. This session of dual cultivation between Lin Mo and Lu Xian shattered previous records, continuing for a full 7 days before finally reaching a conclusion. Fortunately, it was Lu Xian, whose cultivation was far superior to Lin Mo's. Had it been Degiliu Li or Shangwan Wuqing, they would have succumbed long ago to Lin Mo's fierce and enduring assault. After the battle, Lin Mo sensed the power within him and could not help but furrow his brow. His dual cultivation with Lu Xian had indeed resulted in a significant enhancement of his abilities. However, he remained one step away from breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Before this endeavor, he had contemplated the possibility of directly transcending to that level. It seemed feasible. After all, he could always strive for the Golden Core stage later. Lin Mo was not overly ambitious, understanding well that haste makes waste. Drawing from his previous life's experiences with myriad web novels, he recognized that an immediate breakthrough during dual cultivation might lead to a superficial state of being. Therefore, such a monumental advancement in realm ought to be achieved through diligent comprehension of the Tao. As Lin Mo regained his focus, he noticed Lu Xian had donned her gauzy attire and was tidying her slightly disheveled, silky hair. This scene presented an enchanting allure. I am quite satisfied with your performance. From now on, when you meet me, you need not bow, provided there are no outsiders present, Lu Xian remarked as she arranged her hair. Understood, esteemed master. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. It appeared that Lu Xian was gradually yielding to his charm. This was indeed a promising sign. It was only natural. Lin Mo truly doubted there were many women capable of withstanding the allure of a pure yang sacred body. Lin Mo, do you still harbor resentment for the many trials I subjected you to in your early years? Speak the truth, Lu Xian inquired further. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? This was the first time she had addressed him by name, having previously referred to him as either a servant or a worthless being. Such a shift in nomenclature was evident to anyone not lacking in perception, signifying Lu Xian's changing attitude towards him. Rather than responding directly, Lin Mo cautiously asked, Esteemed master, can you assure me that upon revealing the truth, you will not be angered? Proceed, Lu Xian nodded. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Lin Mo finally spoke. Esteemed master, physical scars may fade with time, yet the shadows cast upon the spirit and psyche may linger for a lifetime. Abandoned by my parents, I was sold to the initial sacred sect as a menial. Before arriving at the Zitian Palace, I endured bullying and oppression from many seniors in the menial division. They would strike me when they were in ill spirits or simply displeased with me, often waking me from sleep with blows. In those moments, I would weep at night, resenting each of them, and also myself for being so inept. Several times, I nearly succumbed to despair, questioning the very meaning of my existence in this world. Feeling that perhaps death would be preferable. Yet, I lacked the courage to end my own life. I feared being a victim and dreaded death even more. Moreover, to die in such a pitiful manner seemed far too ignoble. Thus, I exhausted all my strength merely to survive, harboring the hope that one day I would exact vengeance upon those who had once tormented me. Chapter 62. Do not forget, you have also hurt me. Eventually, with the support of the esteemed sect leader, I found myself in the Zitian Palace as a lowly servant, far removed from the bleak existence of the servant quarters. At that time, I was immensely grateful to you for liberating me from the abyss of servitude. However, it soon became evident that my gratitude was premature. At this juncture, Lin Mo could not help but let out a bitter laugh before continuing. During my century as a servant in the Zitian Palace, you have indeed subjected me to torment on numerous occasions. Yet, in comparison to those harrowing years in the servant quarters, it was undoubtedly a significant improvement. At the very least, I no longer had to fear being inexplicably roused from my slumber each night. To speak of hatred, I do harbor some resentment towards you. but it pales in comparison to the animosity I feel for those who mercilessly bullied me in the servant quarters. As for the sect leader, my sentiments lean more towards fear. Esteemed leader, these are my honest thoughts. Upon hearing Lin Mo's heartfelt revelations, Lu Ziyan remained silent, merely gazing at him, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, as the atmosphere in the study grew somewhat awkward, Lu Ziyan finally spoke, breaking the tension. It is natural to fear me. In the first sacred sect, with rare exceptions, all are wary of my presence. In your eyes, I may well appear as a capricious tyrant, prone to tormenting, abusing, and slaughtering others. I do not deny this, yet I wish to emphasize that, barring certain specific clans, no one is born a demon. Lin Mo could not dispute this assertion. Indeed, as Lu Ziyan stated, no one is born with a propensity for sadistic violence. The transformation of Lu Ziyan into her current self is likely linked to her early experiences, though Lin Mo remains unaware of the details. Regardless of Lu Ziyan's past, she remains a formidable figure in Lin Mo's eyes. If you wish to learn about my story, then strive diligently in your cultivation. Once I deem you worthy, I shall divulge whatever you seek to know. As for your current feelings of hatred towards me, let them be. After all, I have indeed inflicted pain upon you. After a brief pause, Lu Ziyan added, yet, do not forget, you have also caused me harm. At this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, before eventually responding with a resigned smile. Indeed, esteemed leader, I shall not deny this. Lu Ziyan, of noble status and virtue, had preserved her chastity for centuries, only to be violated that fateful night. For a woman like her, who had guarded her purity for so long, chastity was of paramount importance, perhaps even more than life itself. Thus, Lu Ziyan's claim that Lin Mo had once hurt her holds no fault. Lu Ziyan chose not to elaborate further, simply gesturing for him to leave. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, Lin Mo reflected on the recent conversation and the shift in her attitude towards him. Has the formidable Lu Ziyan already discovered that I possess the pure yang sacred body? Lin Mo pondered deeply, his eyes reflecting a profound contemplation. If that were not the case, Lu Ziyan's sudden shift in demeanor seems improbable. One cannot dismiss the likelihood of this possibility. The reason he had meticulously concealed the fact of his pure yang sacred body was out of fear that Lu Ziyan might imprison him as a furnace for her cultivation. While such a fate would offer him physical pleasure, it would be an excruciating torment for his psyche. If his speculation held true, it seems he need not worry any longer. Regardless, this is at least a piece of good news for me. Although it might also be a ruse by Lu Ziyan to obscure his perception, given Lin Mo's current cultivation and the disparity in strength between him and Lu Ziyan. He struggles to comprehend why she would go to such elaborate lengths. Would it not be simpler to imprison him directly for her purposes? Just as Lin Mo withdrew his thoughts and prepared to break through to the Golden Core stage, Shangguan Wuching approached him. She brought with her a token that would grant him the rights of an inner sect disciple while still being classified as a servant disciple. After handing the token to Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuching inquired, somewhat perplexed, why the sect leader did not permit him to participate in the inner sect disciple examinations, instead opting to have the Elder Council issue him this token. Upon securing the token, Lin Mo chuckled softly, explaining, the sect leader's intention is clear. She is disinclined to seek out another servant disciple who would meet her standards to manage the affairs of the Zetian Palace. Oh, I see. Well then, Shangguan Wuching sighed, a note of regret in her voice. Although Lin Mo now possessed the privileges of an inner sect disciple, it remained somewhat inconvenient for her. Given that Lu Ziyan was present in the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo refrained from discussing the matter further and swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, Captain Wuching, has the number 9 mine been reclaimed? Yes, Shangguan Wuching succinctly recounted the events. After the number 9 mine fell, the Yin Yang sect seized the opportunity to extract a substantial quantity of spiritual stones. However, upon the arrival of support from the Chuxing sect, the Yin Yang sect's members were so disinclined to engage that they promptly retreated. Consequently, the reclamation of the number 9 mine proceeded smoothly. Having absorbed this information, Lin Mo grew increasingly convinced that the Yin Yang sect's sudden assault on the number 9 mine was indeed orchestrated by the Saintess Su Yu. Her objective was to divert the attention of the Chuxing sect, thereby creating an opportunity for her to assassinate Lin Mo without drawing notice. Yet, Su Yu, in all her scheming, had failed to account for the fact that Donggu Liuli, who once served as her pawn against Lin Mo, had unexpectedly aligned herself with him. The recent actions of the Yin Yang sect are exceedingly peculiar, yet I am at a loss to articulate their strangeness. In the eyes of Shangguan Wuqing, a profound sense of bewilderment resides. Such behavior, striking a blow, seizing a slight advantage, and then retreating, is indeed most unusual. Nevertheless, what does it matter? After all, with the sect leader and the elder council to bear the brunt of any calamity, it is unnecessary for us to fret excessively. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Shangguan Wuqing resolved to cast aside these worries. Rather than dwell on such concerns, it would be far more prudent to devote time to enhancing one's own cultivation. Do you have a moment? Shangguan Wuqing began, but was abruptly silenced by Lin Mo's hand over her mouth. Lin Mo nearly broke into a cold sweat, as he could surmise the nature of what Shangguan Wuqing was about to say. If Lu Zian were to overhear and learn of a potential affair between him and Shangguan Wuqing, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. Consequently, Lin Mo gestured for silence and casually remarked, "Captain Wuqing, unless there is anything else, I intend to enter seclusion for a while to see if I can elevate my cultivation." Chapter 63, Shangguan Wuqing in shock. The little old man has achieved golden core? In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed. The transition from the perfected foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage is a threshold that has haunted countless cultivators throughout their lives. For those lacking in comprehension, it may prove insurmountable even over a lifetime, leaving them to lament as their time draws near. However, this is merely the case for those who struggle with understanding. For Lin Mo, endowed with the pure yang sacred body and possessing exceptional insight, breaking through to the golden core stage is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. After a period of 2 months in silence, the foundational energy within Lin Mo's Dantian suddenly erupted in a brilliant golden light, transforming into an overwhelming torrent of spiritual power that surged tumultuously within him. This immense energy then burst forth from his Dantian, coursing through his meridians, flesh, and bones. Where the torrent of spiritual energy flowed, a profound transformation unfolded throughout his body. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's visage underwent a remarkable change. The skin, previously etched with the lines of age, began to fill out anew. Particularly, his face, which bore the marks of an octogenarian, seemed to reverse the ravages of time. The replenishing flesh gradually rendered his once weathered features smooth and taut. Even the small dark spots left by the passage of time began to vanish at a visibly accelerated pace. As the vast spiritual energy cleansed every corner of his being, it ultimately converged back into his Dantian like a river flowing into the sea, beginning to compress and solidify. This process persisted for several days. Under the relentless pressure of the abundant spiritual power, the shape of a golden core began to manifest. Yet, many stray wisps of spiritual energy lingered within the Dantian, unable to coalesce with the nascent golden core. With a focused mind, Lin Mo activated the Yin-Yang demonic arts with all his might. In an instant, the embryonic golden core emitted a terrifying pull. The dissipated spiritual energy found no refuge and was ultimately absorbed entirely by the golden core. Once the scattered spiritual energy was fully consumed, a complete golden core, radiant and aflame like the sun, began to hover within Lin Mo's Dantian. In that moment, Lin Mo's aura shattered the constraints of the foundation establishment stage, propelling him officially into the realm of the golden core. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut for over 2 months. His deep, dark pupils seemed to shimmer with a hint of golden light before fading away. Is this the golden core? Indeed. There exists a stark contrast between it and the foundation establishment stage. As he sensed the vast, unparalleled power coursing through him, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with emotion. Only upon ascending to the golden core did he truly comprehend the terrifying disparity between the two realms. Reflecting on the past, he marveled at how he had managed to endure for so long under Suyu's scrutiny. It felt almost dreamlike. Perhaps this is the terrifying might of the pure yang sacred body. The roles had now reversed. After being under Suyu's watchful eye for so long, Lin Mo finally felt a surge of confidence to confront her directly. Even if Suyu had advanced to the mid-golden core stage during his period of seclusion, it mattered little. Lin Mo was absolutely certain that, with his current cultivation and abilities, overcoming a minor realm to contend with a mid-golden core practitioner would pose no significant challenge. However, he realized he was running low on spiritual stones and would need to earn some. During his ascension to the golden core, he had consumed 6,000 spiritual stones. Now, only 3,000 remained in his storage ring. While 3,000 stones were considerable for a foundation establishment practitioner, they were woefully inadequate for someone in the golden core stage, rendering him nearly impoverished. A mere bout of cultivation could deplete his remaining stones entirely. Within the sect, there were numerous ways to earn spiritual stones, such as working in various halls or selling alchemical or refining products. Nevertheless, the quickest method to acquire them was undoubtedly through undertaking sect missions. Generally speaking, the tasks issued by the sect were of considerable difficulty, yet the rewards were substantial. Thus, Lin Mo resolved to challenge a sect mission. Given that he was neither skilled in weapon refinement nor alchemy, working would yield stones at a painfully slow pace. With his decision made, Lin Mo set off toward the law enforcement peak. Upon reaching the celestial bridge leading to the peak, he encountered the unyielding Captain Su Guo, accompanied by several law enforcement disciples from the Vermilion Bird Division. Lin Mo? Su Guo remarked, studying him intently, nearly failing to recognize him. The transformation after his breakthrough to the Golden Core was indeed remarkable. He had shed the appearance of an 80-year-old, now resembling a robust individual in his 60s. Were he to don a white Taoist robe and wield a whisk, he would truly exude an ethereal aura. Captain Su Guo, it has been a while. How have you been? Lin Mo greeted him with a smile. Is that really you? I almost didn't recognize you. You look so much younger than before. Lin Mo spoke, and Shangguan Wuqing immediately confirmed she had not mistaken him, her face alight with joy. In just over 2 months, Lin Mo had undergone such a remarkable transformation. It seemed he had successfully broken through. Has my change truly been so significant? Lin Mo replied with a cheerful laugh, his spirits high. Indeed. Shangguan Wuqing nodded. Increasingly fond of Lin Mo, are you heading to the law enforcement peak? Lin Mo nodded and shared his intention to undertake a sect mission. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuqing remarked, this is your first time taking on a sect mission, isn't it? May I accompany you? That would be great, Lin Mo responded, as he was not quite familiar with the process of accepting a mission. With Shangguan Wuqing by his side, he could avoid many potential detours. Thus, she dismissed a few of her junior disciples and took Lin Mo to the mission hall at the law enforcement peak. Inside the hall, disciples from various departments of the initial sacred sect were bustling about, sifting through and accepting sect missions. The atmosphere was lively and vibrant. Old man, what level of task are you looking to take on? Shangguan Wuqing inquired. The sect missions were indeed categorized by levels, determined according to the realm of cultivation. The higher the task's level, the greater the risk and the more substantial the reward. From his aura, Lin Mo appeared to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, Shangguan Wuqing understood that given Lin Mo's seemingly rejuvenated appearance, his true cultivation level was far beyond that. Golden Core, he stated simply. Golden Core. Lin Mo's calm declaration struck Shangguan Wuqing with profound astonishment. She had anticipated that his cultivation surpassed the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but she had never imagined he had already reached the Golden Core stage. Did this mean he was rapidly catching up to her? Shangguan Wuqing couldn't help but gasp. What a terrifying speed of cultivation. Chapter 64. Astonishing Shangguan Wuqing an entire year. You could easily be a saint. Follow me. Once she regained her composure from the shock, Shangguan Wuqing led Lin Mo to the Golden Core task section. Compared to the tasks for the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, the Golden Core task section had notably fewer disciples gathered around. Those present were either direct disciples from various departments or seasoned inner disciples. Lin Mo, clad in coarse linen, attracted considerable attention upon his arrival. However, upon seeing Shangguan Wuqing accompanying him, everyone prudently refrained from provoking Lin Mo. To those disciples who were at the late stage or even at the peak of the Golden Core stage, Shangguan Wuqing's cultivation might seem rather ordinary. Yet, due to her status as the captain of the Zhuke team in the law enforcement hall, no sensible disciple would dare to intentionally provoke her. After all, attracting the attention of the enforcement hall can indeed be quite troublesome. However, several female disciples at the Golden Core stage cast infatuated glances at Lin Mo Jr.'s sister. What are you looking at? One particularly flamboyantly dressed fairy gazed at Lin Mo with an enamored expression, her imagination already indulging in fantasies of intimacy with him. It was only when her senior brother waved his hand in front of her that she snapped back to reality. She hurriedly withdrew her gaze, somewhat embarrassed, and exclaimed, "Ah? I wasn't looking at anything, senior brother." Yet, out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't resist stealing another glance at Lin Mo. That old servant is so handsome and exudes such masculine charm. It turns out I am drawn to this type. As for the infatuated gazes directed at him, Lin Mo had long since grown accustomed. His attention swiftly shifted to the taskbar, searching for tasks that were relatively easy yet offered high rewards. However, it soon became apparent that Lin Mo was overthinking. Such tasks, if they existed, had already been claimed by others. Just as Lin Mo pondered which task to accept, Su Guanwuling retrieved a task token. Located at the number 3 mine in the falling Sunset Mountain Range, the disturbances caused by the Yin-Yang sect have become increasingly frequent. Please proceed to suppress and eliminate them. For each Yin-Yang sect Foundation establishment disciple killed, a reward of 1,000 spirit stones will be granted, with no upper limit. For each Yin-Yang sect Golden Core disciple killed, a reward of 30,000 raw stones will be granted, with no upper limit. This seems acceptable. But Lin Mo expressed some confusion, questioning, "Isn't the disparity between the rewards for Foundation establishment and Golden Core disciples a bit excessive?" Su Guanwuling explained. "This is quite normal. After all, this is a Golden Core level taskbar, where those accepting tasks are at least at the Golden Core stage. For a Golden Core practitioner, eliminating a Foundation establishment disciple is as effortless as squashing an ant, so 1,000 spirit stones is already quite generous." That makes sense. After Su Guanwuling's explanation, Lin Mo found the reasoning suddenly quite reasonable. Since it was his first time accepting a task, he decided to go for something simpler. If there are Foundation establishment disciples, he would eliminate them. If there are Golden Core disciples, he would take them on as well. As long as they weren't Golden Core late-stage experts, he had no fear. "Follow me to register." Confirming Lin Mo's selection of the task to clear the mine's disturbances, Su Guanwuling led him to the counter in the sect's task hall. "Senior Sister Wuqing, are you taking this task?" The disciple responsible for registering sect tasks was a fellow named Li Qian. "Greetings, fellow practitioner. I am indeed taking it," Lin Mo volunteered. "You?" Li Qian scrutinized Lin Mo, shaking his head. "At the mid-Foundation establishment stage, you wish to undertake a Golden Core level task? Furthermore, you are a servant disciple, according to sect rules. You are not qualified to accept sect tasks." Lin Mo silently produced the token issued to him by the Elder Hall. Upon examining the token, Li Qian altered his tone, saying, "All right then, but your cultivation is still somewhat lacking. Let us not even discuss clearing out the disturbances from the Yin-Yang sect. Your cultivation at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment is at stake. Whether you can return alive remains uncertain. If you seek to earn spirit stones, why not consider undertaking tasks at the Foundation establishment level? It is only because of Shangguan Wuqing's presence that Li Qian is so accommodating. Otherwise, his demeanor would be markedly different. A practitioner at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment attempting to accept tasks meant for those at the Golden Core level is nothing short of ludicrous. Junior Brotherly, Lin Mo is the one accepting the task, and I am merely his teammate, so there is no need for you to deliberate on that matter. Just proceed with the registration," Shangguan Wuqing interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard rumors concerning the relationship between Shangguan Wuqing and Lin Mo, but to witness it firsthand was entirely unexpected. He dared not inquire further and hurriedly registered Lin Mo for the task. "Thank you, Captain Wuqing. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome for me to take on this task," Lin Mo expressed earnestly as they exited the sect's task hall. Shangguan Wuqing waved her hand with a smile, indicating it was no trouble at all. "Captain Wuqing, are you also planning to accept the sect task?" Lin Mo inquired next. "Certainly, if I am in need of spirit stones," Shangguan Wuqing replied earnestly. "Though the position of the leader of the Zhuke division provides me with a fair amount of spirit stones, there are times when it falls short. Hence I also undertake sect tasks to earn additional spirit stones." "I see," Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, old man, have you truly reached the Golden Core stage?" Shangguan Wuqing finally voiced her lingering curiosity. She was aware that Lin Mo concealed his true cultivation level, but could not discern it. Lin Mo did not respond, merely offering her a knowing smile. The answer was abundantly clear. "You, if not for your age, with the pace at which your cultivation has advanced, would have been more than sufficient to become the holy son of the sect." Shangguan Wuqing was astounded by the revelation. Who would have imagined that nearly a year ago, when she first met Lin Mo, he was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and now, within less than a year, he had surged forth to the Golden Core stage. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation could only be described in 2 words: monstrous talent. Shangguan Wuqing surmised that Lin Mo must have encountered some extraordinary fortuity to enable this old servant, on the brink of expiration, to experience such a transformation. However, since Lin Mo did not volunteer any information, she deemed it inappropriate to press further. "I do not deny it," Lin Mo replied, not feigning modesty. "Had I activated the pure yang sacred body in my youth, not only would I have been a holy son, but I could have easily become the young master of the sacred sect." "Well then, let us set forth," he concluded. That night, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing arrived at the Luoxiao mountain range, 1,000 miles from the entrance of the initial sacred sect. Reaching the third mine of the Luoxiao mountain range, Shangguan Wuqing led Lin Mo to the management office for registration to confirm their presence in support of the third mine. During the initial days of their arrival at the third mine, the Yin Yang sect refrained from any incursions, and everything seemed to be tranquil. Throughout these days, Shangguan Wuqing introduced Lin Mo to the mining operations. Overall, the extraction of spiritual stones primarily involved the outer disciples of the initial sacred sect. These outer disciples possessed superior cultivation talents compared to the miscellaneous disciples but did not meet the criteria for entering the inner sect. However, they were not devoid of hope. Should their cultivation reach the foundation establishment stage, they could ascend to the ranks of the inner disciples of the initial sacred sect. As time swiftly passed, the fifth day arrived. With nightfall, the extraction of spiritual stones at the third mine continued diligently. Seeking excitement during their leisure, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing ventured into a small grove near the mine. In a playful display, Lin Mo pinned Shangguan Wuqing against a large tree. Her delicate hands caressed his face as she spoke tenderly, "Darling, I miss you so much. Please kiss me." Lin Mo obliged, reveling in the sweetness of Shangguan Wuqing's affection. Overcome with longing, she eagerly shed Lin Mo's garments, then knelt before him. Lin Mo surrendered himself to the fervent love emanating from Shangguan Wuqing. Soon, the grove was filled with soft, flushed sounds of their intimacy. As night deepened, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing concluded their first encounter. Just as they prepared to embark on the second round, a resounding blast echoed through the night sky, striking the entrance of the third mine with precision. Flames erupted, illuminating the darkness. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm of the third mine rang out. Subsequently, waves of spiritual assaults rained down indiscriminately upon the entire mine. Had the moment finally arrived? Disappointed, a glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. How disheartening. They should eliminate them all without leaving a single one behind. Shangguan Wuqing hastily donned her attire, equally displeased by the timing of this intrusion. Just as Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing emerged from the grove, they beheld a dozen figures hovering in the air, unleashing their spiritual powers in reckless abandon against the third mine. Retreat. Upon witnessing Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing, and the management team of the third mine charged forth, the assailants exhibited no inclination to linger, promptly deciding to withdraw. The management team pursued for a short distance but halted, wary of falling into a trap designed to lure them away. This was precisely why Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing had come to provide support. Lin Mo took a moment to assess the situation. Among the dozen or so assailants, the vast majority were at the foundation establishment stage, with two formidable individuals at the mid-core formation stage. These two core formation experts had been providing cover for the group of foundation establishment disciples, preventing Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing from finding an opportunity to eliminate them. Upon realizing that only Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing were in pursuit, the two mid-core formation experts suddenly halted. Subsequently, one of them waved his hand, and the remaining disciples at the foundation establishment stage swiftly surrounded Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing. Aha! Is that not Captain Shangguan Wuqing of the Enforcement Hall of the initial sacred sect? It seems you've fallen into our hands once more, one of the brothers mocked. Shangguan Wuqing, momentarily taken aback, quickly recognized her adversaries. A glimmer of icy murderous intent flickered in her beautiful eyes. It's you? It appears our paths are destined to cross again. What is going on? Lin Mo inquired. They're the brothers from the Yin Yang sect, Yang Tian and Yang Yun, who injured me previously with their dark Yin technique. Shangguan Wuqing succinctly explained their enmity. So it is them. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He, Captain Shangguan Wuqing. Last time you managed to escape by sheer luck, but this time, fortune will not favor you. Yang Tian, the older brother, taunted. Observing Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing with the glee of a cat playing with a mouse. You dare to pursue us with a mere foundation establishment mid-stage ant? Should I call you foolish, or simply foolish? It appears you have not learned your lesson. Tonight, you will find your graves here. In terms of both numbers and cultivation, they held an overwhelming advantage over Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing. To say they were at a distinct advantage would be an understatement. The Yang brothers could hardly fathom how Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing could possibly escape tonight. I can hold one of them off, but what about those foundation establishment disciples? Shangguan Wuqing furrowed her brow, speaking in a serious tone. Lin Mo, being at the core formation stage, had no trouble restraining one of the Yang brothers. The issue lay with the dozen or so foundation establishment disciples. While they might not pose a direct threat, any interference from them could disturb the standoff in an instant. With a slight smirk, Lin Mo's gaze fell directly upon the Yang brothers. Leave this pair to me. You deal with those Foundation Establishment ants. Despite the presence of over 10 Foundation Establishment disciples, they were akin to ants in the face of Shangguan Wuqing's prowess. With just a bit of time, she could easily dispatch them all. Ha ha. This old man must be losing his mind. Ha. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, not only did the Yang brothers scoff, but even the surrounding Foundation Establishment disciples erupted in derisive laughter. From their perspective, Lin Mo was merely at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, in a one-on-one confrontation. Whether he could defeat even one of their mid-Foundation Establishment disciples remained a significant question. Dare one claim to confront the formidable Yang brothers among them? Lin Mo could only smile, his hand gripping firmly as the obsidian blade materialized. Yang Tian, Yang Yun, is it? Tonight. It shall be I who seeks retribution for the injuries you inflicted upon Captain Wuqing with your lunar technique. Humph. Yang Yun scoffed. I thought you possessed formidable prowess. Yet you are merely at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. How dare you boast before me? It would require neither of my brothers' efforts to vanquish you. With a single strike, I could send your soul spiraling into oblivion. Oh, is that so? Then I shall gladly put your claim to the test. With that, a vibrant surge of fiery energy enveloped the blade. Lin Mo lightly tapped his toes against the void, propelling himself forward with explosive speed. The fiery blade cleaved through the night sky, bearing an unstoppable force as it swung directly toward Yang Tian. What is happening? Upon witnessing Lin Mo's advance, Yang Tian, who had previously worn a scornful expression, furrowed his brow. He dared not underestimate the situation, manifesting a long sword in response. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Although Yang Tian managed to block Lin Mo's frontal assault, he was still sent reeling backward. What? How is this possible? Is this old man not at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment? How could he possibly repel senior brother Yang Tian with a single blow? Observing this scene, Yang Yun and the other disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage widened their eyes in shock. Disbelief etched across their faces. Buzz. The blade hummed with intent. Lin Mo did not pursue Yang Tian further. Instead, he redirected his assault toward the still-dazed Yang Yun. By the time Yang Yun registered the threat, Lin Mo's dark blade was already perilously close. He hastily retreated to evade, yet the blade still grazed his side, leaving a shallow wound. In terms of damage, the mere graze was not severe, but the blade's corrosive properties caused Yang Yun's expression to darken. Damn it! Feeling vitality ebbing away and flesh decaying, Yang Yun cursed under his breath, swiftly using his fingers to seal the wound with spiritual energy, momentarily halting the spread of the blade's necrotic effects. Even so, the small patch of necrotic flesh on his side still impacted his combat effectiveness. With a single strike, he had repelled Yang Tian and wounded Yang Yun. The onlooking Shangguan Wuqing was momentarily rendered speechless. She had intended to caution Lin Mo against recklessness, yet in light of the current situation, it seemed she had underestimated his prowess. Senior brother Yang Yun. At this sight, the dozen or so disciples from the Yin Yang sect stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. Were they dreaming? The one whose aura was merely at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, Lin Mo, had managed to subdue both Yang Tian and Yang Yun with such ease? The old man concealed his aura. His true cultivation level was at least in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and he might be just a step away from the late stage. Underestimate him at your peril. At that moment, Yang Tian, who had just been repelled, soared back into the fray. Lin Mo stood suspended in the air, wielding a black blade ablaze with scorching spiritual energy. A gentle breeze swept by, causing his sleeves to flutter audibly. Perhaps you have overestimated me, Lin Mo remarked with a detached expression, before ceasing to mask his aura, revealing his cultivation at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Initial stage of the Golden Core? Impossible. Yang Tian and Yang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. They would rather believe that Lin Mo was a formidable opponent nearing the late stage of the Golden Core than accept that he was a mere insect in the initial stage. Otherwise, what would become of their reputation if word got out? Lin Mo chuckled mockingly and said, Captain Wuqing, I shall leave the more than 10,000 spirit stones to you. I will take responsibility for acquiring these 60,000 spirit stones. What spirit stones? Yang Tian, Yang Yun, and the others were momentarily baffled by Lin Mo's words. Oh, you were unaware? Lin Mo compassionately elaborated. Disciples of your Yin Yang sect in the Foundation Establishment stage are worth 1,000 spirit stones, while those in the Golden Core stage are valued at 30,000 spirit stones. I have calculated that if I were to eliminate all of you, I could obtain 75,000 spirit stones. I shall claim them all. At this declaration, Yang Yun and the others felt their eyelids twitch violently. His abilities may be limited, but his arrogance was certainly not. With a cold snort, Yang Tian disdainfully retorted, "That was merely me underestimating you earlier. Are you feeling proud? By the way, let me inform you that your initial sacred sect disciples in the Golden Core stage are not worth much here. Only about 20,000 spirit stones. Even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Once I kill you, I will proudly return to the sect with your heads and claim my spirit stones." Oh. The Foundation establishment disciples surrounding Lin Mo and his companion immediately felt their morale surge. Indeed, they had merely been caught off guard by Lin Mo earlier. Since he was only at the initial stage of the Golden Core, there was nothing to fear. Lin Mo? Shangguan Wuqing glanced at Lin Mo, analyzing the situation. It was clear that the current circumstances were indeed unfavorable for them. Lin Mo simply gestured, and Shangguan Wuqing instantly understood his intent. "If you possess such capability, I would not mind. Unfortunately, you do not." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Mo, without warning, launched another assault. He charged straight at the already injured Yang Yun. Having anticipated this, Yang Yun was not caught off guard by Lin Mo's approach. A mere initial stage Golden Core dares to boast? Seeking death. A gleaming trident appeared in Yang Yun's hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he thrust it directly at Lin Mo, who was rushing toward him. However, what seemed to be a direct attack from Lin Mo was merely a feint. The moment Yang Yun's trident was thrust forward, Lin Mo's figure flickered and vanished. Having crossed the trident, the obsidian blade in hand surged towards Yang Yun. However, Yang Yun, possessing mid-stage Golden Core cultivation, was not to be underestimated. He was momentarily startled but swiftly regained his composure. At this juncture, there was no time to retract his attack. Leaning back, Yang Yun narrowly evaded Lin Mo's frontal strike. Simultaneously, a chill crept up from behind Lin Mo. It was Yang Tian. For disciples of the Celestial Path, there exists a semblance of martial ethics. A reluctance to engage in the despicable act of overwhelming the few with the many. Yet, the Yin Yang sect, a faction of demonic cultivation, does not adhere to such lofty moral standards. What of it if the strong prey upon the weak, or the many conspire against the few? History is invariably pinned by the victors, regardless of the means employed. Facing Yang Tian's ambush, Lin Mo remained unfazed. After sending Yang Yun flying with a kick, he turned to deliver a sweeping strike. The clash of metal reverberated, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual energy. After a brief stalemate, both Lin Mo and Yang Tian were forced to retreat, though it appeared Lin Mo had the upper hand. It was time to deal with them. Noticing that Lin Mo could manage the Yang brothers, Shangguan Wuqing directed her icy, murderous gaze towards the dozen or so Foundation establishment disciples. Despite their numbers, they quailed at the prospect of confronting Shangguan Wuqing, who had reached mid-stage Golden Core. "Fear not, she is but one. We can overpower her together." They rallied, oblivious to their folly. Shangguan Wuqing's slaughter commenced. Meanwhile, Lin Mo engaged in an exhilarating battle with the Yang brothers. Despite facing two opponents and a slight disparity in cultivation, Lin Mo deftly maneuvered through their fierce onslaught. Bolstered by his remarkable combat experience and the enhancement of his pure Yang sacred body, he exhibited no signs of faltering. Rather, he seemed to grow more formidable with each exchange. As the tide of battle shifted, the expressions of the Yang brothers darkened. They already held a cultivation advantage, not to mention their numerical superiority. Coupled with their harmonious cooperation, they could contend even against those nearing late-stage Golden Core. Yet today, they were utterly unprepared for an old man of early-stage Golden Core to force them into such a predicament. "We can no longer afford to delay." Yang Tian and Yang Yun exchanged glances, recognizing that the evolving situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Consequently, the brothers retreated in unison, distancing themselves from Lin Mo's reach. They swiftly began to weave intricate and esoteric hand seals. At that moment, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. The Art of the Great Yin. Chapter 67. The Art of the Lunar Shadow. But I am the pure Yang sacred body. The chilling wind howled, a piercing cold that swept through the air. The humidity in the atmosphere surged dramatically in an instant. A continuous stream of spiritual energy erupted from Yang Tian and Yang Yun, coalescing into a river of spiritual power that enveloped them. Above this river, an icy chill radiated, as if it sought to freeze the very fabric of this world. Then, under the command of the Yang brothers, the vast river of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a mist of ice that shrouded the surroundings for miles. This bone-chilling fog infiltrated Lin Mo's body through his pores, an incessant invasion. Is this the art of the lunar shadow? Feeling a hint of coolness on his skin, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Soon after, he noticed the enveloping mist of ice surging rapidly towards him. Is this old fool a simpleton? Has he never heard of our Yin-Yang sect's art of the lunar shadow? Seeing Lin Mo standing still, Yang Yun mocked him. Regardless, as long as the art of the lunar shadow takes effect, his combat prowess will gradually decline, ultimately leaving him at our mercy. Yang Tian crossed his arms, looking at Lin Mo, who was surrounded by the icy fog, with a mocking expression. Victory seemed assured. The art of the lunar shadow indeed lacks immediate lethality. What renders it most feared is its potent chill. Generally, unless one's cultivation vastly surpasses that of the practitioner of the art, it is nearly impossible to completely shield oneself from the encroaching cold. Before long, the pervasive fog had fully infiltrated Lin Mo's body. Just as Yang Tian and Yang Yun prepared to seize Lin Mo, a radiant crimson aura suddenly emanated from him. Not only was he unaffected by the art of the lunar shadow, but his presence even underwent a marked enhancement. The young brothers furrowed their brows, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Aha, thank you for your generous gift." Lin Mo couldn't contain his laughter, looking skyward. Initially, he had contemplated using the Yin-Yang evil art to harness the pure Yang energy to counteract the influence of the lunar shadow, only to discover with astonishment that the pure Yang sacred body was assimilating the invading chill. Then, as the Yin-Yang evil art circulated, he absorbed the cold energy, transformed by his pure Yang sacred body into pure spiritual power, converting it for his own use. What is happening? You were not affected by the art of the lunar shadow? The Yang brothers instinctively retreated a few steps, their pupils constricted, their minds shaken. They had never encountered such a situation. The art of the lunar shadow had completely failed. Moreover, the very technique they employed had inadvertently elevated Lin Mo's cultivation. What manner of creature possesses the ability to transmute the chilling essence of the lunar art into power of its own? Lin Mo's lips curled into a sardonic smile, uttering provocatively, "Shall you attempt that once more? Perhaps there was an error in your previous execution." Furious, the countenance of the Yang brothers darkened profoundly. How could they have anticipated that Lin Mo, a mere ant in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, could not only confront them, two formidable mid-stage Golden Core cultivators, but also disregard their secret technique, the lunar art? In that fleeting moment, both Yang brothers began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Despite their combined efforts, they had been unable to subdue Lin Mo. With his newfound strength, their ability to contend with him had diminished further. Your incessant disturbances at my initial sacred sect's mind shall cease here. With a thunderous impact, Lin Mo unleashed his spiritual power, wielding a dark blade with lethal intent. Moreover, the grievances from your previous assault on Captain Wuqing shall be settled as well. Retreat. Sensing the palpable, almost tangible coldness of Lin Mo's murderous aura, the elder brother, Yang Tian, felt an ominous premonition. Without hesitation, he began to withdraw rapidly. Yang Yun, not daring to lag behind, hastened to follow his brother's lead. "I did not grant you permission to leave," Lin Mo remarked, lifting his eyelids slightly, raising his black blade high. Soul-devouring blade technique, second form, soul-severing. As his words fell, the elevated black blade descended violently toward the fleeing Yang brothers. Buzz. The blade's intent resonated, a fiery crimson arc, extending for dozens of miles, cleaved through the night sky. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon the heads of the Yang brothers, who, gripped by terror, could only watch helplessly. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous explosion of energy erupted, shaking the very earth and illuminating the darkness. The shockwave radiated outward with the speed of lightning, severing mountains in its path. In the distance, Shangguan Wuqing, having just dispatched a dozen Foundation establishment disciples, was compelled to erect a barrier to shield herself from the approaching shockwave. What transpired over there? Shangguan Wuqing furrowed her brows, uncertain whether the commotion stemmed from Lin Mo or the Yang brothers. Once the shockwave subsided, she swiftly severed the heads of the slain disciples and stored them in her spatial ring, then raced toward the source of the explosion. The energy storm raged for a while before gradually dissipating. At the center of the blast, a bottomless pit emerged. At that moment, Shangguan Wuqing arrived, gazing in astonishment at the unfathomable chasm before her. However, upon seeing Lin Mo unharmed, the tension in her chest finally eased. Given the current circumstances, it seems that Lin Mo has emerged victorious. Have you resolved matters on your end? Lin Mo inquired casually. Indeed, Shangwan Wuqing replied, nodding lightly. It appears I have underestimated your strength. Regardless of the potency of the energy explosion just now, I can no longer sense the presence of the Yang brothers. This indicated that the Yang brothers, who had previously dominated their last encounter, had now become mere victims beneath Lin Mo's blade. Perhaps Lin Mo's cultivation level did not surpass hers, yet his actual combat prowess had indeed transcended her own. You flatter me, Captain Wuqing. Lin Mo responded with a faint smile, subsequently descending into the pit's depths. There lay the Yang brothers, their garments tattered and bodies marred with wounds, utterly devoid of life. With a decisive motion, Lin Mo severed their heads from their bodies. However, his unease prompted him to stab their corpses several times, ensuring they were irrevocably deceased before he ceased his actions. After claiming the heads of the Yang brothers, Lin Mo also collected the magical artifacts they had wielded. Although he did not employ swords or tridents himself, he recognized the potential for a lucrative sale. Suddenly, as he secured the heads and artifacts, an exceptionally formidable aura enveloped Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing's senses. This overwhelming presence was approaching them at an alarming speed. Chapter 68. Another Master? A Nascent Soul Elder? Space Suppression. Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing exchanged a glance, both acutely aware of the formidable nature of this aura, whose owner was at least at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Shangwan Wuqing visibly paled, even before the individual had arrived. They were already under an almost suffocating pressure. It seems highly likely that this person is Tsang Ying, the guest elder of the Yin Yang sect, who previously led the assault on the number 9 mine. Shangwan Wuqing stated gravely. What are we waiting for? Retreat. Lin Mo had not yet deluded himself into thinking he could confront someone at the peak of the Golden Core stage. The distance to the Chuxing sect's mountain gate was merely over 1,000 miles, a trivial distance for a Golden Core cultivator. Lin Mo estimated that, with full effort, he could reach it in under 10 minutes. Without delay, Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing took flight, hastening towards the direction of the Chuxing sect's mountain gate, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and sonic booms. Think you can escape after taking a life? Prepare to pay with your own. Tsang Ying's speed far surpassed that of Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing. In less than 2 minutes, his figure appeared behind them. With a swift motion, he summoned the surrounding spiritual energy, crafting a formidable barrier that descended upon Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing with relentless force. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he unleashed another decisive strike. With a single, forceful strike, the blow from the Tsang Ying was barely countered. In that fleeting moment, the Tsang Ying had already obstructed the path of Lin Mo and his companion. Before them stood an elderly man, frail and decrepit, hovering in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an unsettling aura of malevolence. How could mere practitioners of the early and mid stages of the Golden Core leave behind Yang Tian and his entourage? The Tsang Ying scrutinized Lin Mo and his companion. Incredulity etched on his face. Though I know not how you have accomplished this, today you shall not escape the fate of demise. Lin Mo, with hands similarly clasped behind him and a demeanor of indifference, displayed no signs of panic. Fearlessly meeting the Tsang Ying's gaze, he remarked, Your Yin Yang sect only employs petty tricks that are fit for children. Do you truly believe you can slay us and walk away unscathed? With a sidelong glance toward the direction of the Chuxing sect's entrance, he continued, This place is not far from my sect's gate, and with little effort, you may find it challenging to detain us. When our reinforcements arrive, how do you intend to escape? The Tsang Ying stroked his pale beard, chuckling softly. Do you wish to intimidate me? I do not deny that this proximity to the Chuxing sect poses a risk, and should their support arrive, I would find myself in peril. Yet, dealing with you will be but a matter of an instant. To me, you are mere insignificant pests, devoid of any capacity to resist. Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. A glimmer of determination flashed in his deep, dark eyes as he tightened his grip on his black blade. So be it, then. Come at me, as a practitioner of the early Golden Core stage. Exchanging my life for one at the perfected stage is a fair trade. Shangwan Wuqing also relinquished any illusions, summoning all her inner spiritual energy, prepared for a desperate struggle. An ant shaking a tree, utterly unaware of its own limitations. The Tsang Ying scoffed disdainfully, ready to strike Lin Mo and his companion down. Yet, at that very moment, since when have mere ants of the Golden Core stage dared to boast at the gates of the Chuxing sect? A voice, ethereal and imbued with an unparalleled sense of authority, suddenly resonated through the air. Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing were taken aback, but their astonishment quickly transformed into elation. It seemed the voice's owner was one of their own from the Chuxing sect. Sisterly Shinran? In the next heartbeat, Shangguan Wuqing recognized the source of the voice. Where there is joy, there is also despair. As the ethereal voice echoed, that Song Ying's body bristled with fear, his scalp tingling in alarm. He frantically scanned his surroundings, seeking the origin of the voice. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lin Mo and his companions, a graceful and enchanting figure descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating her exquisite form. Lin Mo finally beheld her visage clearly. She donned an exquisite gown of pure white fabric, its voluminous layers accentuating rather than concealing her stunning curves. The warm rays of dawn illuminated her profile, radiating beauty and ethereal coolness, yet exuding an air of authority and intimidation. In a swift motion, the hand of her senior sister, Li Shinran, gracefully extended outward, reaching for the soaring eagle in the sky. Crack, crack. The space surrounding the eagle began to collapse inch by inch, forming a spatial cage that ensnared the creature. The power of space, a Yuaning master. Witnessing this scene, the eagle's pupils constricted, a tide of overwhelming fear surged through it. Fairy, fairy, spare me. And I vow never to tread within 1,000 miles of the initial sacred sect again. The eagle's voice trembled, its desperate yearning for survival forcing it to relinquish its pride. The initial sacred sect and your yin-yang sect are natural adversaries. What reason is there to show you mercy? Li Shinran's beautiful gaze remained indifferent as her hand, still poised in the air, gently closed. The eagle could not even utter a scream before being obliterated by the collapsing space, leaving not a trace behind. This is truly the power of a Yuaning master? How terrifying. Lin Mo swallowed hard, secretly astonished. Simultaneously, he felt an immense relief. Fortuitously, this enchanting fairy, Li Shinran, was one of their own. Otherwise, faced with such a formidable Yuaning master, he could scarcely conceive of a means to escape with his life. Having dealt with the eagle, Li Shinran slowly turned to face them. Her gaze first landed on Shangguan Wuqing beside Lin Mo. You are the junior sister, Shangguan Wuqing? It has been some time. You have already reached the golden core stage. It is I, senior sister Shinran. Shangguan Wuqing flew forward, her face alight with joy and admiration at the sight of Li Shinran. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she beckoned Lin Mo to approach. Let me introduce you. Senior sister Shinran. This is Lin Mo, who is somewhat of a servant disciple in the sect. Servant disciple Lin Mo, I greet you, senior sister Li. Lin Mo cupped his hands in a respectful bow. Indeed. Li Shinran nodded, then appraised Lin Mo. Have the servant disciples of the sect all reached the golden core stage now? It's just an exception, senior sister Shinran. It's difficult to convey the full story in just a few words, Shangguan Wuqing explained before providing Lin Mo with a brief introduction to Li Shinran. Li Shinran, the former captain of the Zhuke division of the Law Enforcement Hall. Upon achieving the perfection of the golden core stage, she attempted to break through to the Yuaning stage but was unable to comprehend the path of Yuaning. After a prolonged period without a breakthrough, she decided to venture out for training, only recently returning to the sect. Fate is indeed peculiar. I intended to return directly to the sect to report to my master. But upon encountering signs of battle, I came to investigate, Li Shinran remarked. Thanks to you, senior sister Shinran, Shangguan Wuqing said with a beaming smile. Otherwise, the outcome for Lin Mo and me tonight would likely have been quite dire. Lin Mo echoed in agreement, expressing his gratitude. Yes, I am truly thankful for your assistance. Senior. Senior, you say? Shinran replied with a faint smile. In terms of both age and cultivation, I indeed qualify as your senior. So it is perfectly acceptable for you to refer to me as such. Lin Mo smiled gently. Having previously felt that it was somewhat inappropriate for him to address Shinran as senior sister alongside Shangguan Wuqing, especially since his own master was not the esteemed Su Meiyu, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. After much contemplation, he concluded that calling her senior felt more fitting. Are you on a sect mission? Shinran inquired further. I suppose we can consider it completed. Shangguan Wuqing turned to Lin Mo, asking, what do you think? I believe it can be deemed accomplished as well. Our task here was to assist in clearing the disturbances at the third mine, and having dealt with the Kanjing and the Yang brothers, we have indeed fulfilled our mission. Lin Mo shared his perspective. With their opinions aligned, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing accompanied Shinran back to Chuxing sect. Upon arriving at the law enforcement peak, Shinran went to report to Su Meiyu, while Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing proceeded to the mission hall to submit their task results. When the steward in charge of task settlements, Liao Jin, saw the numerous severed heads and the identity tokens of the Yang brothers they had brought back, He was momentarily taken aback. Shangguan Wuqing, did you truly slay all of these? Liao Jin asked, somewhat incredulously. Yes. Is there a problem, Senior Liao? Shangguan Wuqing nodded. No. Not at all, Liao Jin remarked, astonished. However, considering your cultivation levels, it is quite astonishing that you managed to kill 2 mid-stage Golden Core disciples from the Yin-Yang sect, along with several Foundation Establishment disciples. It is not just Liao Jin. Anyone would find it hard to believe. After all, judging by his aura, Lin Mo was merely at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, while Shangguan Wuqing, despite her mid-stage Golden Core prowess, was still facing 2 mid-stage Golden Core disciples and several Foundation Establishment disciples working in unison. The fact that they returned alive was already a testament to divine favor. Who could have anticipated that Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing not only returned unscathed but had also vanquished all their foes? Shangguan Wuqing chuckled lightly, saying, It's not just you, Senior Liao. I too find it quite incredible. I was responsible for slaying the Foundation Establishment disciples, while Lin Mo handled the 2 mid-stage Golden Core disciples. Upon hearing this, Liao Jin's face was immediately filled with disbelief. Shangguan Wuqing, you must be joking. Tell me, how could this mid-stage Foundation Establishment fellow possibly slay 2 mid-stage Golden Core disciples? Come, old servant. Enlighten me on how you managed to defeat these 2 mid-stage Golden Core disciples. Ahem, it was merely luck. Lin Mo tactfully coughed and said, Senior Liao Jin, could you kindly settle our task rewards? Lin Mo pondered that even if he revealed his true cultivation level to Liao Jin, the latter would still find it implausible. Thus, it was better to conserve his words. According to the bounty on the task token, you have slain 2 Golden Core disciples and 15 Foundation Establishment disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, totaling 75,000 spirit stones. Here you go. Were it not for the testimony of Shangguan Wuqing, Liao Jin would have genuinely considered asking Lin Mo to verify how he had dispatched the Yang brothers. Thank you, Senior Liao Jin. With the 75,000 spirit stones in hand, Lin Mo and his companion cheerfully exited the task hall. The next step was the division of spoils. Oh no. Rather, the reward distribution. Lin Mo had intended to split the 75,000 spirit stones evenly with Shangguan Wuqing, but she interjected, There's no need. You contributed more than I have, so let us just take our respective shares. I'll take 15,000, and you can have 60,000. Besides, I have numerous channels for acquiring spirit stones. You wouldn't want to be running back and forth to accept sect tasks for spirit stones, would you? It's better to focus on your cultivation and seclusion. Very well, I appreciate your generosity, Captain Wuqing. Lin Mo, no longer hesitant, accepted the 60,000 spirit stones. Are you in a hurry to return? Shangguan Wuqing inquired further. Not particularly. Why do you ask? Lin Mo replied. Then why not come to my place? Shangguan Wuqing winked at Lin Mo, saying, Last night's encounter with the Yin-Yang sect dampened our spirits. You must still be longing for more enjoyment. Let us go then. Lin Mo had initially intended to return for further seclusion and cultivation, but since Shangguan Wuqing had made such a suggestion, it would be a shame to forego the dual cultivation of the Yin-Yang evil art and the pure Yang sacred body. After all, Lu Zian likely understood that he was out completing sect tasks. Whether he returned a few days earlier or later was of little consequence. However, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing remained oblivious to the fact that as they made their way to Shangguan Wuqing's residence, Donggu Luli had spotted them. That old man and Senior Wuqing? A hint of jealousy flickered in Donggu Luli's beautiful eyes. She was aware of Lin Mo's connection with Shangguan Wuqing, and judging by their direction, they were undoubtedly heading to her home. Want to monopolize that old man? I want to allow it. Thus, Donggu Luli stealthily followed them. On the other side, after securely closing the door, Shangguan Wuqing eagerly leaped into Lin Mo's arms, allowing her to kiss him. Lin Mo embraced her and brought her to the tea table in the hall. As their actions grew increasingly fervent, the atmosphere in the hall became charged with intensity. Just as Lin Mo had begun to remove half of Shangguan Wuqing's clothing, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. The pair's movements came to an abrupt halt, and it was evident that both Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing were somewhat displeased. Who is it? With a displeased tone, Shangguan Wuqing inquired. Is there something you need? Junior Sister Liuli? Outside, the playful voice of Dugu Liuli echoed. Shangguan Wuqing furrowed her brows in annoyance. What is it, Liuli? Of course I have something to discuss, sister. Why don't you let me in? Dugu Liuli's voice persisted. What to do? Shangguan Wuqing's frown deepened, her anger palpable. Yet, as the elder sister of Dugu Liuli, it seemed unreasonable to refuse her entry. What do you think? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Since the visitor was Dugu Liuli, Lin Mo felt little concern. However, Shangguan Wuqing remained unaware of the connection between him and Dugu Liuli. Even if she were to discover it, she would likely harbor some reservations. Thus, Lin Mo intended to respect Shangguan Wuqing's wishes. Perhaps you should hide for a moment. I will swiftly send her on her way, suggested Shangguan Wuqing, surveying the hall for a suitable hiding spot. Ultimately, the only option appeared to be the tea table they leaned against, with a tablecloth draping over it. As long as Dugu Liuli did not intentionally lift it, she would certainly not discover Lin Mo's presence. Lin Mo had no objections and promptly crawled beneath the tea table. Sister? Meanwhile, outside, Dugu Liuli, noticing Shangguan Wuqing had not responded, called out once more. Coming. Flustered, Shangguan Wuqing hastily adjusted her disheveled attire before rising to open the door for Dugu Liuli. Upon entering, Dugu Liuli began to scan the surroundings, whether intentional or not. She pointedly asked, Sister, are you home alone? Feigning nonchalance, Shangguan Wuqing approached the tea table and sat down, casually remarking, I have yet to find a companion. So who else would I be with at home? Oh right. My apologies, sister. I've been rather fatigued lately, and my mind may be a bit foggy. Dugu Liuli, having witnessed Lin Mo returning with Shangguan Wuqing, was not convinced. She then wandered about the living room, searching for Lin Mo's presence, to conceal Lin Mo's existence. Shangguan Wuqing remained seated at the tea table, wary of Dugu Liuli's potential action to lift the tablecloth. Meanwhile, Lin Mo beneath the table was anything but still. Fortunately, Dugu Liuli's focus was not on him at that moment. Shangguan Wuqing secretly sighed in relief and discreetly kicked Lin Mo with her jade foot, signaling him to remain quiet. Turning to Dugu Liuli, she said, Junior sister, is there something specific you're looking for? Just speak plainly. I have little time. Not much, really. I merely thought about our previous unpleasant encounter, so I came to chat and bridge the gap between us. As they conversed, Donghua Liuli had already arrived at the threshold of the impenetrable chamber. Shangguan Wuqing was well aware of the matter to which Donghua Liuli alluded. Thus, she responded with a magnanimous demeanor, Junior sister, you worry too much. That matter has not occupied my thoughts. So there is no need for you to be overly concerned about it affecting the bond between us sisters. Hee. I knew that Sister Wuqing would not be so narrow-minded. Donghua Liuli chuckled, pointing towards the door of the room. Sister, this is your chamber, is it not? May I take a look inside? While conversing with Shangguan Wuqing, she had scanned the entire hall, yet had not caught sight of Lin Mo. Therefore, Donghua Liuli was certain that Lin Mo must be hiding within the room. Initially, Donghua Liuli had anticipated that her sister Wuqing would vehemently obstruct her, but instead, she heard Shangguan Wuqing say, If you wish to see, then feel free to look. There is nothing of consequence within. Really? Then I shall enter, Donghua Liuli replied. The ease with which she received Shangguan Wuqing's consent stirred a twinge of suspicion in her heart. Nevertheless, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, revealing its contents at a glance. Aside from a barren bed, there was a desk and a bookshelf, with little else to behold. It cannot be. I distinctly saw the old man enter. How could he possibly be absent? Donghua Liuli pondered in silent confusion. She merely skimmed through the room before confirming that it was empty and exiting. Meanwhile, seated at the tea table, Shangguan Wuqing's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing Donghua Liuli's footsteps, she hurriedly composed herself and inquired, Have you finished, Junior sister? If there is nothing else, I shall begin my cultivation. It shouldn't be. Donghua Liuli seemed not to have heard Shangguan Wuqing's words, as she approached with a perplexed expression. What shouldn't be? As she asked. Shangguan Wuqing discreetly pushed Lin Mo back beneath the tea table. Donghua Liuli took a seat opposite Shangguan Wuqing, unhesitatingly pouring herself a cup of tea, stating, It's nothing, I'm just a bit parched. I'll have a cup of tea before I leave. While pouring the tea, Donghua Liuli naturally crossed her legs. However, as she did so, her motion suddenly froze. It seemed she had kicked something. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon Donghua Liuli. Observing this, Shangguan Wuqing's heart sank. Sensing impending trouble, feigning nonchalance, Donghua Liuli continued pouring tea, her smile enigmatic as she remarked, Sister Wuqing, are you truly alone at home? Otherwise, Shangguan Wuqing clung to the last vestige of hope. Is that so? Donghua Liuli smiled knowingly and, without warning, abruptly lifted the tablecloth to take a look beneath. In an instant, Shangguan Wuqing's pupils contracted, and her heart and lungs momentarily ceased. Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat and promptly emerged from beneath the table. Wuqing, Since you are home alone, it is only natural to suspect that this individual is a thief, isn't it? Dugu Liuli said with a beaming smile. Sister, how could you be unaware of a thief entering your home? Fortunately, I discovered it in time, and I shall take him back for a thorough interrogation. Sister, Shangguan Wuqing hastily interrupted Dugu Liuli, her tone grave. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Have you been secretly following us all along? Dugu Liuli replied calmly. Sister, do not make it sound so harsh. It was merely a coincidence that I saw you, so I decided to follow. Besides, I am not oblivious to your relationship with Lin Mo, so what is there to fear? Having been caught by Dugu Liuli, Shangguan Wuqing chose to lay her cards on the table. So, you were aware and still chose to follow us. What is your true intention? Chapter 71. You may question my character, but do not doubt my pure yang sacred body. Dugu Liuli smiled meaningfully, raising an eyebrow at Shangguan Wuqing. I suspect you alone may not withstand Lin Mo's advances. Shangguan Wuqing was taken aback. What do you mean? Moments later, realization dawned upon her, illuminating her understanding. Dugu Liuli's implication was that she too had engaged in dual cultivation with Lin Mo, hence her awareness of the challenge in resisting his advances alone. Liuli, you and they. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Shangguan Wuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. When had her junior sister become involved with Lin Mo? Hadn't she previously brought Lin Mo to the White Tiger Division's office? As expected of my senior sister, you are quite astute, Dugu Liuli chuckled with narrowed eyes. Shangguan Wuqing then turned to Lin Mo, hoping to hear a different response from him. Lin Mo nodded, not concealing the truth. Ahem, Captain Wuqing, that is indeed the case. Well, although the progression of events is somewhat unexpected, it seems there is little I can change. Shangguan Wuqing shrugged her shoulders. While she felt a twinge of discomfort, her emotions remained relatively stable. She understood that her relationship with Lin Mo was not one of romantic partners. Strictly speaking, it was merely a mutually beneficial dual cultivation arrangement. Due to the nature of the pure yang sacred body, Lin Mo undeniably attracted Shangguan Wuqing. Yet, she was acutely aware that in the realm of the demonic sect, one should not entertain notions of true love, not to mention the myriad of demonic sects. Even within the initial sacred sect, many couples who once swore oaths under heaven, envied by others, ultimately severed ties over interests or faced opportunities, fortuitous encounters, or even the inheritance of a certain powerful being. Between companions, conflicts may escalate to the point of violent confrontations, even treachery. Within the sect of demonic cultivation, when one devotes oneself wholeheartedly to another, it often signifies that one is not far from demise. Although there is a hint of reluctance in sharing Lin Mo with Dugu Liuli, Shangguan Wuqing has always felt that their current relationship, akin to friendship with mutual benefits, is quite satisfactory. Moreover, she harbors a genuine affection for Lin Mo. Yet, she remains uncertain about Lin Mo's true feelings towards her. Therefore, prior to discerning Lin Mo's stance, she must retain a degree of caution to avoid plunging into an abyss from which there is no return. Among the myriad of words in existence, none can wound quite like the word love. Countless male and female cultivators have succumbed to the perils of love, ultimately falling into the abyss of demonic despair, tainted by inner demons, leading to their irreversible downfall. Shangguan Wuqing is determined not to follow in their footsteps. Truly, as expected of a senior sister. You possess remarkable insight, Dugu Liuli remarked with a sly smile. So, junior sister, do you intend to join the fray today? Is that permissible? Shangguan Wuqing did not respond but instead turned her gaze towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. I am indifferent, after all. Even if you both attack together, you are no match for me. Is that so? Dugu Liuli responded with a hint of skepticism. I must concede that you are indeed formidable, but remember, we are 2 against 1. Are you truly capable? Just don't beg for mercy later. Lin Mo replied with a confident smile. You may question my cultivation, my character, and my morals, but you cannot doubt my pure yang holy body. 7 days later, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli were utterly subdued. Despite their combined efforts, they were thoroughly defeated. What now, captains? Lin Mo inquired. Perched casually at the edge of the bed, a look of ease and delight upon his face. However, it must be said that after a week of relentless battles and absorbing a significant amount of yin energy from Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, his cultivation had only seen limited enhancement. It was nowhere near as pronounced as during the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages. It seems that if he wishes to continue rapidly advancing through dual cultivation, he must seek out a female demon or a higher-level female cultivator, Lin Mo pondered quietly. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that the Yin energy from Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Luli would yield substantial improvement. His primary focus was on achieving physical and mental pleasure. I sometimes truly wonder if your stamina is forged from iron. Dugu Luli gasped, breathless. I concede, Shangguan Wuqing admitted, thoroughly impressed. From now on, I shall not question your abilities. Given your prowess, who could possibly rival you? Dugu Luli remarked, and Shangguan Wuqing nodded in agreement. Haha. Lin Mo let out a hearty laugh, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Before bidding farewell to the two women, having been away for nearly half a month, it was about time for him to return. After Lin Mo departed, Shangguan Wuqing and her companion exchanged glances, each appearing somewhat awkward. When Lin Mo was present, they did not feel this way. However, with his absence, the atmosphere in the room shifted to become noticeably uncomfortable and delicate. Soon after, the two women, in perfect harmony, dressed themselves. Senior sister, how do you think Lin Mo, that little old man, became so formidable? Dugu Yoli was the first to break the awkward silence. It might be related to the secrets he harbors, Shangguan Wuqing speculated. But he seems reluctant to divulge them, so let us refrain from probing too deeply. After all, our dual cultivation with him greatly benefits our own cultivation. Indeed, Dugu Yoli readily agreed. She could distinctly feel her internal power becoming more robust and substantial after each session of dual cultivation with Lin Mo. Meanwhile, after leaving Shangguan Wuqing's residence, Lin Mo did not head straight back to the small wooden house at Zitian Palace. Instead, he first visited the Yuqing pool. Upon arriving at the entrance, a familiar figure approached him, none other than the Yuaning elder, Li Xinran, who had saved both him and Shangguan Wuqing that day. Li Xinran recognized Lin Mo as well. He hesitated, contemplating whether to greet her, considering she had indeed saved his life. However, before he could decide, Li Xinran spoke first. You are the attendant who accompanied junior sister Wuqing on her mission, correct? I believe your name is Lin Mo? Yes. It is an honor to be remembered by Senior Li, a mere nameless individual, Lin Mo replied with a chuckle. He casually inquired. Are you also here to bathe at the Yuqing pool, Senior? Li Xinran nodded, smiling. Yes. My master instructed me to come to the Yuqing pool to cleanse the dust of my trials. She then gestured for Lin Mo to join her. Lin Mo, unfazed and unreserved, accompanied her to the reception area of the Yuqing pool. There, Li Xinran confidently addressed the female disciple at the front desk, Little Fairy. Please prepare 2 of the most luxurious individual bathing pools for me, preferably adjacent to one another. Chapter 72, A Year of Qi Refinement Breaking into Golden Core? Redefining my perception of genius. Within the misty embrace of the bathing pool, Lin Mo leaned against the edge, feeling his body and mind involuntarily relax. Each visit to the Yuqing pool was a moment of tranquility for him. At a certain moment, Li Xinran's voice drifted in from the adjacent pool. Lin Mo, startled, momentarily broke free from his state of relaxation and responded, Please, Senior Li, go on. At your age, having just broken through to the Golden Core stage. Although your talent in cultivation may not be deemed extraordinary, gaining entry into the inner sect should be achievable. Why then? Are you merely an attendant disciple at the lowest tier? Li Xinran inquired. It is indeed a source of embarrassment, Lin Mo replied. Since my arrival at the initial sacred sect, I have served as a mere servant disciple for over a century. Recently, the Elder Council bestowed upon me a token granting all the privileges of an inner sect disciple. Whether I am officially recognized as an inner disciple is of little significance to me, Lin Mo remarked calmly. Is it truly a rare occurrence for a servant disciple to achieve such a reversal of fortune? I comprehend now. While the ascendance of a servant disciple is indeed uncommon, it is not without precedent. Nevertheless, this instance is the first I have encountered. Might you share when you commenced your rise? Li Xinran inquired further. I do not recall the specifics clearly, but it was approximately a year ago, Lin Mo responded. A year ago? Li Xinran's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Indeed. Senior Li Xinran, Lin Mo replied. 1 year ago, I was but a mere ant in the Qi refinement stage. And it was within this year that my cultivation has surged forward remarkably. He refrained from disclosing that he had been a waste of talent at the 2nd level of Qi refinement a year prior, fearing it might startle Li Xinran. To ascend from the 2nd level of Qi refinement to the Golden Core stage in just 1 year, each character is familiar, yet together, it is a notion that, I believe, most on this continent would find incomprehensible. Were it not for my own experience, I too would regard it as a tale of science fiction. Nonetheless, this revelation struck Li Xinran like a thunderclap. After a prolonged silence, Li Shinran finally exclaimed, "Hold on. What did you say? Ascending from Qi refinement to golden core in a single year?" Lin Mo chuckled with ease. "Senior, it may sound absurd, but it is indeed the truth. I have no need to exaggerate my accomplishments. The facts speak for themselves." Li Shinran fell silent once more. After a considerable pause, her voice returned. "I have ventured into the world for decades, encountering countless prodigies, yet never have I met anyone like you. To rise from the Qi refinement stage to the golden core stage in such a brief time. This utterly redefines my understanding of genius. It is no wonder the Elder Council has awarded you the token symbolizing the identity of an inner disciple." Li Shinran harbored no doubts. Had Lin Mo not experienced such a late life reversal? His extraordinary feat of ascending to the golden core stage in merely a year would undoubtedly mark him as a prospective sect leader. Even among the foremost sects of the continent, he would hold the highest status and receive the finest treatment. "Ah, senior, your praise leaves me somewhat abashed. The prodigies I have encountered are all boastful in their own right. By comparison, you appear remarkably humble. Your flattery is unwarranted. I have simply outgrown the impetuousness of youth. Were I 100 years younger, I might surpass all the geniuses you have ever met in arrogance." Lin Mo responded in kind. "The fact that you have ascended to the nascent soul realm is testament enough that you shine brighter than most prodigies." Li Shinran, displaying a commendable humility, remarked, "In the Tianyuan continent, geniuses abound like fish crossing a river. I am merely one among the more ordinary." "You are too modest, senior." Lin Mo replied with a noncommittal smile, then cautiously inquired, "Those who can transcend to the Yuaning stage are certainly not to be underestimated. As I am but a miscellaneous disciple without a mentor to guide me, should I encounter a bottleneck in my cultivation, may I seek your guidance?" The dual cultivation with Shangguan Wuqing and Duge Liuli had yielded limited enhancements to Lin Mo's own cultivation. In contrast, the effects of dual cultivation with Lu Ziyan had been remarkably extraordinary. However, such matters were beyond Lin Mo's control. The decision to engage in dual cultivation rested solely with Lu Ziyan. Unless she took the initiative to summon him to the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo could only watch helplessly. Thus, he contemplated the necessity of seeking another fairy with a higher cultivation level for dual cultivation. Clearly, Li Shinran, having reached the Yuaning stage, presented an excellent option. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Shinran remarked, "With your current cultivation level, I am confident I can offer you some guidance. Given your good rapport with Sister Wuqing, do not hesitate to seek me out should you encounter any obstacles." Upon hearing Li Shinran's response, Lin Mo felt reassured and expressed his gratitude. "Senior, you truly embody the spirit of your status. Such a broad-minded disposition is rare. I thank you in advance. No need for such formality. It is but a small effort on my part," she replied. A day later, Lin Mo and Li Shinran emerged from their bath. Perhaps due to the warmth of the bathwater, Li Shinran's cheeks bore a slight flush. Moreover, after their soak, a refreshing fragrance emanated from her, making her even more alluring. Li Shinran cast a casual glance at Lin Mo and suggested, "Though you are a miscellaneous disciple, you possess a token representing the inner sect. You should consider replacing your coarse garments. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient in many areas of the sect. I shall heed your advice, senior, and will give it due consideration." Lin Mo responded with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. "Well, I must return. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to visit me at the law enforcement peak." After parting ways with Li Shinran outside the Yiqing pool, Lin Mo reflected on the advantages of being a pure young sacred body. It made courting fairies remarkably effortless. Previously, it had been Shangguan Wuqing and Duge Liuli drawn to him by his pure young sacred body, but today he had taken the initiative with equally impressive results. Lin Mo had no doubt that, were it not for the existence of his pure young sacred body, Li Shinran would not have been so amiable in their conversation. That scoundrel Wang Chong. How could he secretly pursue other women behind my back? I shall never forgive him. Kaijun, I have long told you that a man's words are merely deceitful, and to trust what they say is akin to believing that a sow can ascend a tree. Yet, a sow infused with the essence of heaven and earth might indeed climb. I ask, can you truly let him go? How could one so swiftly forget? Since he has sought solace in the arms of another, I too shall seek a man to exact my revenge. As I walked, two enchanting maidens approached, their beauty and grace captivating. Their conversation brought a smile to Lin Mo's face. To seek genuine affection within the confines of a demonic sect is tantamount to courting misery. However, just as Lin Mo brushed past them, a voice, tearful and indignant, called from behind. Hey, You there, the lowly servant, stop. Chapter 73. The Maiden's Revenge Must Be Entertained, Old Man. Did you just address me, fair maiden? Lin Mo paused and turned to inquire. Who else could it be? Besides you, are there any other servant disciples here? Kaijin stepped forward, arms crossed, her tone laced with accusation. Were you laughing at me just now? Lin Mo, with a puzzled expression, replied, Fair maiden, I believe you are mistaken. I am but a stranger to you. How could I mock you? Although, truth be told, her predicament was somewhat amusing. Is that so? I distinctly saw a smirk at the corner of your mouth. Deny it if you can. Kaijin retorted sharply. Such a thing occurred? Lin Mo scratched his head, momentarily bewildered by her words. Perhaps his lips had indeed curled slightly? Indeed. Kaijin nodded gravely. Lin Mo promptly refuted. That is utterly impossible. You merely perceive me as weak and wish to torment me to relieve your own frustrations. Speak. What do you desire? Kaijin quickly countered. You misspoke. I am not one to act without reason. You heard our conversation, did you not? Lin Mo nodded, and he seemed to grasp her intentions. That scoundrel, Senior Brother Wang Chong, has betrayed me for another. I shall certainly retaliate, and it shall be a fierce revenge. What could be more ruthless than targeting a servant disciple within the sect? Kaijin scoffed at that moment. I shall tell him, you are even less worthy than a servant disciple. Old servant, consider yourself fortunate today. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Who benefits whom? Fair maiden, I am but a mere servant, not worthy of provoking the likes of Senior Brother Wang Chong. Allow him to claim this fortune instead. Lin Mo turned to leave, wishing to avoid trouble. Moreover, empowered by his pure young sacred body, he could easily find a woman of his choosing. Why stir trouble over an unfamiliar Kaijin and incite someone whose worth is uncertain? Ah, what is there to fear? Kaijin, quick-witted and agile, swiftly pulled Lin Mo back, saying, Senior Brother Wang Chong has merely attained the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. My cultivation is not inferior to his. I can certainly protect you. Besides, I wouldn't disclose your name to him, so rest assured, if you find one person insufficient, bringing along my dear friend Yun Xia is also an option. Yun Xia chimed in. Well, although I don't typically associate with the miscellaneous workers, for Kaijin's sake, I shall sacrifice a bit of my allure. 2 beautiful ladies attending to you alone? You should wake up laughing from that dream. Lin Mo smiled knowingly. They likely had no inkling that he had just engaged in a fierce battle with Shangwan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, exchanging blows for 300 rounds. Others might think differently. But not Lin Mo very well, since both fairies have spoken. If I refuse to comply, it would be quite ungracious of me. To die beneath the peony flower is to be a spirited ghost. I shall gladly bear the brunt of Kaijin's retribution. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo acquiesced. You old servant, you seem quite eager now, despite your earlier pretense. Then let us proceed, to avoid any sudden return of Senior Brother Wang Chong. Shall we retreat to the mountains of the sect? Kaijin's words seemed to seek Lin Mo's consent, but were more akin to an announcement. Lin Mo shrugged in compliance, indicating his lack of objection. Thus, the 2 fairies, Kaijin and Yun Xia, led Lin Mo to the foot of a mountain at the outskirts of the initial sacred sect. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Mo remarked, Ladies, must we venture this far? We are already quite distant from the mountain gate. Of course, it is necessary to avoid being discovered. Kaijin reasoned. Surely you wouldn't want to be interrupted midway. Would you? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled in relief. The fairy's logic was sound. He had been overly cautious. Then let us commence. Kaijin and Yun Xia were quite proactive, assisting Lin Mo in loosening his garments with great attentiveness. After approximately 2 hours, as the encounter intensified and reached a critical juncture, Kaijin, sensing the opportune moment while on top of Lin Mo, discreetly signaled Yun Xia. Yun Xia understood immediately. With a graceful flick of her wrist, a sharp dagger appeared, aiming straight for Lin Mo's throat. Clang! In a flash, the sound of metal striking metal resonated. The dagger in Yun Xia's hand was deflected, and before she could comprehend, a black blade was already pressed against her neck. Simultaneously, Kaijin, who had been engaged with Lin Mo, found herself grasped by the throat. A slight squeeze would be enough to end her life. Everything transpired so swiftly that neither Kaijin nor Yun Xia had the opportunity to react. Their very lifeblood was firmly grasped in Lin Mo's hands. Yun Xia, I strongly advise against any rash actions, Lin Mo warned with an indifferent expression. This blade possesses the ability to rend flesh and erode vitality. Should you move, even slightly, and accidentally incur a small wound, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Yun Xia, who had contemplated resistance, was instantly paralyzed by fear. When did you discover this? Yunxia inquired, her face darkened with both dread and shock. Lin Mo scoffed mockingly, your performances are so amateurish that they might fool naive children. But to think you could deceive me is rather presumptuous. Kai Zhen and Yun Xiao exchanged awkward glances. Were their acting skills truly so lacking? Here lies your chance for survival. Speak the truth. Who sent you? Lin Mo demanded, leaving no room for argument. Humph. Kai Zhen retorted disdainfully. We are disciples of the Dragon in Phoenix Hall. How dare a mere servant threaten us? Any misstep on our part will surely lead the hall to you. And you will regret your actions. Is that so? Lin Mo replied with an unnameable smile, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. You mentioned that this place is secluded enough not to attract attention, correct? One of you is at the early stage of Golden Core, and the other has reached the peak of Foundation Establishment. I am merely at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. Do you truly believe the Law Enforcement Hall would accept that I possess the capability to eliminate you? My patience is limited. So I shall ask you one final time. Who sent you? Do you truly dare to kill us? Kai Zhen said, her bravado faltering. A desire for survival urged her to concede, yet her pride prevented her from bowing to a mere servant disciple. Shall we test that? Lin Mo tightened his grip on Kai Zhen's neck, a surge of suffocating dread and the intense aura of death flooding the air. Kai Zhen's eyes rolled back in an instant. Stop. I will speak. Is that not sufficient? Seeing this, Yin Xia hastily interjected. Lin Mo relaxed his hold, gesturing for her to continue. You must understand, it is not in your interest to withhold information. The individual who summoned us is someone beyond your reach. I cannot disclose her name, or we, too, will face repercussions. I already know who it is, and it is the Holy Maiden Su Yu, is it not? Lin Mo's tone remained calm, imbued with unwavering confidence. As the name of the Holy Maiden left Lin Mo's lips, Kai Zhen and Yun Xia's pupils dilated in shock. They said nothing, yet Lin Mo gleaned the truth from their expressions. It appeared that reality aligned precisely with his expectations. Old servant, do not make baseless accusations. We never claimed that the Holy Maiden summoned us. Kai Zhen quickly denied. In their eyes, a flicker of fear and panic emerged. Had it not been for Su Yu's assurance that if they eliminated Lin Mo, she would negotiate with the leader of the Dragon in Phoenix Hall to elevate them to the status of direct disciples. Kai Zhen and Yun Xia would have no desire to sacrifice their allure. However, upon laying eyes on the target, they found themselves reconsidering, deeming the situation somewhat acceptable. To them, Lin Mo's appearance was indeed a tad aged, yet he exuded a unique charm that captivated them. Since you fear the Saintess's reckoning so much at that instant. With a swift motion of the black blade in Lin Mo's hand, blood gushed forth like a fountain. In Kai Zhen's shocked and terrified gaze, Yun Xia's head was severed from her body. Perhaps it is better for me to grant you an escape from your plight. After dispatching Yun Xia, Lin Mo's gaze shifted towards Kai Zhen. In that moment, every hair on Kai Zhen's body stood on end as the sheer terror of death drained the color from her face. Please, don't kill me. Did you not say that if I spoke, you would spare us? Her fear rendered her words disjointed. I did say that, but have you truly spoken? Wasn't it the Saintess you that I deduced? Lin Mo's seemingly harmless smile appeared menacing in Kai Zhen's eyes, akin to that of a reaper. Her pupils constricted to pinpricks, and the overwhelming dread rendered her momentarily speechless. Just as despair enveloped her, Lin Mo's tone shifted. Fairy Kai Zhen, I am not opposed to granting you another chance. What? What do you mean? Upon hearing the glimmer of hope for survival, Kai Zhen regained her ability to speak. You interrupted my enjoyment earlier, preventing me from relishing the moment. Kai Zhen quickly grasped his meaning. Trembling, she cautiously replied, I am willing to indulge you. As long as you spare my life, I shall do whatever you desire. With that, Lin Mo pressed Kai Zhen to the ground and subjected her to a brutal humiliation. Is that sufficient? Afterward, she gazed at Lin Mo with pleading eyes. Meh. Rising from Kai Zhen, Lin Mo summoned his black blade once more. Speaking coldly, due to your incessant fear, this experience was rather lacking. Moreover, should I allow you to return today, you might bring me untold troubles in the future. With a swift strike, Kai Zhen's head was severed, marking her as yet another soul claimed by Lin Mo's blade. I must insist you generously embrace your demise. Kai Zhen's head rolled a meter away, her eyes wide, mouth agape, as if she had words left unspoken before Lin Mo executed her. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains brings endless troubles. Lin Mo fully understood this principle, thus, from the very beginning. He never intended to let either Kai Zhen or Yun Xia leave alive. Within the sect of the Magic Gate, any semblance of compassion may very well invite one's own demise. After donning his attire, Lin Mo remained uneasy and proceeded to deliver a few more strikes to the lifeless bodies of Kaijin and Yunxia, confirming their irrevocable state of death before he finally ceased. Although unaware of the promises the Saintess had made to them, he reminded their souls to remember not to be exploited in their next life. Subsequently, Lin Mo hastily vacated the scene of the crime. He then made a visit to the Jade Clear Pool before retracing his steps back to the modest wooden cabin at the Purple Sky Palace. It appeared that the time had come for him to take proactive measures. With a profound gaze, Lin Mo murmured to himself, given the circumstances of the day, if he remained in a passive defensive posture, he could only wonder what means Suyu might employ against him next. Though Suyu had only recently joined the initial sacred sect, her status as a saintess was sufficient to garner the favor of many who sought to curry her favor and associate with her. Even if Suyu were not to inherit the leadership position from Lu Ziyan in the future, her standing within the initial sacred sect would undoubtedly remain formidable. Thus, should Suyu voice her needs, many would be eager to offer their assistance. However, the question loomed, how could he possibly confront the saintess? The disparity between his status as a mere servant disciple and her exalted position as the saintess was so vast that Lin Mo found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The only viable option seemed to be to track her movements and gather concrete evidence. After much contemplation, Lin Mo could devise no better strategy. Due to their differences in status, this was his sole means of dealing with Suyu. If he could seize another opportunity to catch her in the act of contacting outside parties, he would obtain irrefutable proof of her being an undercover agent. Ah, Saintess, do not allow yourself to be ensnared by me. Should I succeed, your misdeeds will be laid bare. A wicked smile curled upon Lin Mo's lips. Given Suyu's repeated attempts on his life, he was determined that if he captured her, he would not find solace without subjecting her to harsh humiliation. 2 days later, a sudden series of knocks resounded at the door. Instantly jolted from his meditative state, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes with a dangerous glint. Who goes there? He inquired cautiously. Open the door, Enforcement Hall. Came a deep, rugged voice laden with an authoritative tone. So they have arrived. After a brief hesitation, Lin Mo rose to open the door. Standing before him were 7 or 8 disciples of the Enforcement Hall, with a robust man at the forefront, a towering figure reminiscent of an iron tower. Boasting a fierce countenance and a face adorned with a thick beard that could frighten children merely by his presence. Lin Mo recognized him as the captain of the Xuanwu division of the Enforcement Hall, Iron Hand. Captain Xuanwu paid a visit, leaving Lin Mo perplexed about his intentions. He furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance. Was he this Iron Hand captain known for his valor? Yet he dared to bring men to the Zetian Palace to enforce the law while Lu Ziyan remained there. What do you think? Iron Hand's brow furrowed. His expression unfriendly as he stated, yesterday, disciples Kaijin and Yun Xia from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall were found dead on the outskirts of the sect. Prior to this, numerous witnesses reported seeing you with them. Hence, you were the prime suspect in their demise. Do you understand? Lin Mo smiled, his mind at ease. The methods of the Saintess Suyu were indeed convoluted, akin to a sow donning a bra, replete with layers of deception. He had anticipated this tactic even before Iron Hand's arrival. Just as Iron Hand prepared to issue orders for Lin Mo's arrest, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli arrived. Brother Iron Hand. Shangguan Wuqing's stern voice interrupted Iron Hand's incantation. Sister Wuqing, Sister Liuli? What brings you here? Iron Hand immediately donned a jovial demeanor in the presence of Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli. Please, come over here. After a brief hesitation, Iron Hand stepped aside with the 2 sisters. This is untenable, sisters. There are indeed witnesses, and the Dragon and Phoenix Hall's leader has been informed. It complicates matters greatly. Lin Mo could discern snippets of conversation between Iron Hand and the 2 sisters. They conveyed that while witnesses saw Lin Mo with Kaijin and Yun Xia, no one actually witnessed him committing the murders. Iron Hand's tone, though calm, was resolute. He was determined to bring Lin Mo back to the Xuanwu Division's office regardless of the circumstances. After an extensive discussion, Iron Hand returned, issuing a command that several disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall immediately moved to apprehend Lin Mo. He offered no resistance or struggle. Lu Ziyan was undoubtedly aware of the unfolding events. Her absence indicated her desire to refrain from interfering. Any form of struggle would only exacerbate the situation. Ultimately, the matter hinged solely on the fact that someone had seen him with Kaijin and Yun Xia 2 days prior. There remained room for negotiation. Lin Mo, do not fret. As long as you did not commit the act, no one can falsely accuse you. Upon being led out, Shangguan Wuqing reassured Lin Mo. When we reach the Xuanwu office, keep your composure, old chap Sister Wuqing, and I will devise a plan for you. Dugu Liuli added. Thank you, Captain Wuching and Captain Liuli. I am aware. Lin Mo replied with a smile, indicating that they need not worry, unable to sway Iron Hand. Shangguan Wuching and Dugu Liuli could only watch helplessly as Lin Mo was taken away by Iron Hand. At the Xuanwu Division S office, in the interrogation room. After Iron Hand locked Lin Mo inside, he did not immediately interrogate him. Sitting in the chair of regret, Lin Mo glanced around and noticed various torture instruments in the interrogation room. He frowned slightly, recalling the infamous reputation of the Iron Hand captain of the Xuanwu squad. Known for his ruthless methods, few of his disciples had met a favorable end. Refusing to confess? No matter, a powerful memory restoration technique would soon ensue, which few could withstand. Lin Mo realized he needed to devise a plan. He certainly did not wish to be subjected to Iron Hand's methods. Attempting to force his way out was out of the question. He wasn't foolish enough to confront the entire law enforcement hall. Unless, of course, he was prepared to sever ties with the initial sacred sect. It seemed he could not count on Shangguan Wuching and Dugu Liuli for assistance either, as Iron Hand had already managed to capture him right in front of them, which spoke volumes. Relying on others was far less reliable than depending on oneself. As Lin Mo pondered how to navigate this predicament with Iron Hand, Dugu Liuli came to visit him. While she might not be able to extract him from Iron Hand's clutches, at least a visit was permissible. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dugu Liuli got to the point. Old man, what was the situation back then? You shouldn't have known Kaijin and Yun Xiao from Longfeng Hall. Why were you with them? It's a long story, Captain Liuli. What has happened cannot be changed, and discussing it further seems futile. Lin Mo responded with a hint of helplessness, shaking his head. At that moment, he had no choice. Even if he had refused Kaijin, she and Yun Xiao would not have let him leave easily. After all, they had come with a purpose. If he had resisted, a mere shout of harassment from them would have tarnished his reputation beyond redemption. Accompanying them was not an option, yet neither was refusing them. It was a blatant trap. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Mo decided to go along with them and see what schemes they had in mind. At least for now. He felt he still had a chance to turn the tide. All right, he conceded. Subsequently, Dugu Liuli shared some intelligence. She and Shangguan Wuching had previously approached Su Meiyu, who expressed her inability to assist, as the leader of Longfeng Hall demanded a thorough investigation from the law enforcement hall, and Su Meiyu could not afford to offend her. Old man, do you have a plan to deal with this? Dugu Liuli inquired. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he replied, Captain Liuli, could you tell me what kind of person the Iron Hand captain is? I pondered Iron Hand's words. He is rather reserved, despite his fearsome appearance. In the presence of the unfeeling sister, he behaves quite bashfully, resembling a young boy. Furthermore, he is more amenable to gentle persuasion than to sternness, often seeking to take advantage of trivialities. You may wonder why this is relevant. Although I struggle to comprehend it fully, Dugu Liuli succinctly conveyed to Lin Mo the intricacies of Iron Hand's character and disposition. No matter. I appreciate the intelligence shared, Captain Liuli. Lin Mo suddenly displayed a confident smile. I have already formed a plan in my mind. Chapter 76. 3,000 is 3,000. Can Iron Hand truly be dealt with? Do you have a strategy? Dugu Liuli expressed her delight. Lin Mo nodded slightly, exuding an air of enigmatic calm as he replied, Rest assured, barring any unforeseen events, I shall remain unharmed. Indeed, you must not encounter any misfortune. Otherwise, who will accompany me and the unfeeling sister in our dual cultivation? At this juncture, Dugu Liuli found herself with no recourse but to place her faith in Lin Mo. The following day, Iron Hand finally arrived. He pulled a chair to sit directly opposite Lin Mo, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. Lin Mo remained unfazed, meeting his stare without a hint of trepidation. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Iron Hand's massive palm struck the table, reducing it to splinters. Old servant, you must have noticed the instruments of torture in this chamber. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to cooperate fully. Iron Hand initiated the interrogation with an intimidating tone. However, Lin Mo remained undeterred. He was not one to be easily intimidated. Mere threats could not breach his mental fortitude. Lin Mo nodded, responding obediently. Very well, Captain Iron Hand. I shall answer your inquiries truthfully. Observing Lin Mo's compliant demeanor, Iron Hand softened his tone slightly and inquired, Tell me, what were you doing with the two female disciples, Saijin and Yun Xiao, from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall on that day? Do you know them? The situation was as follows. Lin Mo recounted the events candidly. At that time, The fairy Caijin requested my assistance in seeking revenge against her so-called senior brother Wang Chang. Upon hearing this, I realized it was an obvious trap. Even if it were not, I could not contend with that Wang Chang, so naturally, I declined her request. Is that so? Iron Hand squinted his eyes, questioning however. The witnesses I have indicate that you left with them. How do you explain that? Lin Mo feigned a look of grievance, lamenting. At that moment, I was unwilling. Yet they forcibly abducted me. Captain Iron Hand, given my advanced age and weakened cultivation, how could I possibly stand against the likes of the fairies Caijin and Yunxia? Ultimately, I seized an opportunity while their guard was down, which allowed me to escape their clutches. Besides, I am merely at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. How could I possibly defeat two fairies at the early stage of Golden Core and the perfected stage of Foundation establishment? Captain Iron Hand, I am but a victim here. Surely someone is slandering me from the shadows. You must stand up for me. As he spoke, Lin Mo discreetly offered Iron Hand a storage ring. Upon inspection, Iron Hand was astonished to find it filled to the brim with 10,000 spirit stones. Ahem. He swiftly tucked away the storage ring without leaving a trace. However, furrowing his brow, he replied with difficulty, "This is merely your word against theirs. Without anyone to corroborate your claims, I find it difficult to believe you." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo presented another 10,000 spirit stones, his expression one of sincere grievance. Indeed, no one can attest to my innocence. But surely my cultivation at the mid-foundation stage cannot be feigned? To accuse me of murdering Caijin and Fairy Yunxia is as absurd as claiming an ant could slay an elephant. Captain Iron Hand, I trust that your wisdom and discernment will not lead you to accept such ludicrous accusations. Continuing to accept Lin Mo's offerings of spirit stones, Iron Hand's expression subtly shifted. As he chuckled, "You, an old servant, possess quite the discernment. Without some skill, I would not hold the position of captain of the Xuanwu division. What you say does hold merit. A mid-foundation stage cultivator killing someone at the peak of the foundation stage, or in the early golden core stage, is indeed preposterous." He paused before shifting his tone. "However, I believe you, yet the Lord of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall may not share that sentiment." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately grasped the underlying meaning of Iron Hand's words. He promptly offered another 10,000 spirit stones, his demeanor one of pitiful desperation. "Captain Iron Hand, as a mere servant, my voice carries little weight. I must trouble you to explain my plight to the Lord of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. I am indeed wronged. Such a trivial matter should pose no challenge for your esteemed intellect." Iron Hand stroked his chin thoughtfully, "Given your cooperation, I shall reluctantly speak on your behalf to the Lord of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall." With 30,000 spirit stones now in his possession, Iron Hand's heart brimmed with delight. Lin Mo also silently sighed in relief, grateful that Dougal Yuli had forewarned him about Iron Hand's character. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to navigate Iron Hand's psyche. As long as spirit stones could resolve the matter, it was not a problem. Spirit stones could be earned again, but a life lost would be irrevocable. Perhaps this could be seen as a case of wealth dispelling misfortune. "Captain Iron Hand, may I return now?" Lin Mo cautiously inquired. Ahem. Iron Hand rubbed his fingers together, prompting Lin Mo to present another 3,000 spirit stones. Upon noticing the meager amount, Iron Hand frowned slightly. Lin Mo shrugged, indicating he had exhausted his resources. "Very well." Iron Hand sighed. 3,000 will suffice. Altogether, he had received 33,000 spirit stones from Lin Mo, and it would be unreasonable not to assist him. Moreover, for Iron Hand, it was merely a matter of using his words. Earning 33,000 spirit stones was indeed a tremendous gain. With that, Iron Hand rose, his demeanor shifting from the initial hostility. He personally stepped forward to assist Lin Mo from his chair. Patting his shoulder with a playful grin, he said, "Lin Mo, my friend, after careful consideration, I realize I have indeed misunderstood you. The notion that a mid-stage foundation establishment can slay an early-stage golden core and a perfect foundation establishment is so absurd that even a 3-year-old would not believe it. You may return now. Henceforth, you need not worry about this matter affecting you again. I shall see to it." Lin Mo responded with exaggerated gratitude. "Thank you ever so much. Truly, you are the illustrious and just Captain Iron Hand. I have believed in you from the very beginning. Such a sagacious leader would never wrong an innocent nor let a villain go unpunished." "Haha." Captain Iron Hand laughed heartily. "Indeed, under my supervision, there has never been a case of wrongful conviction." He called out, "Someone, please escort my friend Lin Mo out respectfully." Upon exiting the office of the Xuanwu division, Lin Mo felt as though a weight had finally lifted from his chest. This Captain Iron Hand is indeed capable, He truly gets the job done. At that moment, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli were already waiting outside. Seeing Lin Mo emerge unscathed, both women displayed joyful expressions and hurried to greet him. "Old man, are you all right? Did Captain Iron Hand give you any trouble?" They examined Lin Mo closely, relieved to confirm he had not been subjected to the great memory restoration technique by Iron Hand. Captain Iron Hand is quite amiable, unyielding in justice, and certainly would not deliberately make things difficult for an errand boy like me. What are you saying, old man? Captain Iron Hand is good-natured? Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli exchanged incredulous glances, each catching a glimpse of disbelief in the other's eyes. Chapter 77. The Spirit Stones I Just Earned. What luxury to raise a beast. Indeed, Iron Hand is rather decent, but this is only relative, and limited to the camaraderie among the captains and their respective disciples. Beyond the disciples of the Xuanwu division, Iron Hand's demeanor towards others is far from kind. Not to mention those outside the enforcement hall. Do you not feel the same? Shangguan Wuqing, rubbing her forehead in confusion, asked. So, what exactly transpired just now? Logically, Captain Iron Hand's attitude towards you should not have been so favorable. Exactly. Dugu Liuli chimed in. Yesterday, when I and Sister Wuqing spoke with him for so long, he was adamant about taking you back. Why is he suddenly so benevolent today? Well, it's quite simple. Lin Mo whispered a few words to them. In an instant, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli understood. As expected of you, old man, to think of such a clever solution. Dugu Liuli gave a thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration. Indeed. It does seem like something Captain Iron Hand would do. Shangguan Wuqing chuckled, relieved. Had I known it would be this simple. Both Liuli and I would not have had to worry so much. Lin Mo smiled gently, teasingly remarking. I can't help but feel a bit pained over my spirit stones. I've just earned 60,000, and now half of it is gone. Lin Mo also mentally noted to hold Suyu accountable for this loss and would demand a double repayment in due time. Oh, it's nothing, old man. Spirit stones can always be earned back, comforted Dugu Liuli. Meanwhile, from a crevice in a nearby artificial hill to the left front of Lin Mo and the others, a pair of bright, clear eyes, imbued with a chilling aura, were intently observing him. It was evident that these beautiful eyes held a hint of confusion and bewilderment, perhaps questioning why the captain of the Xuanwu division, Iron Hand, had also released Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was sharing a light-hearted banter with Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, his expression suddenly shifted. He abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the artificial hill. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Mo's abrupt change, both Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli inquired in unison, following his line of sight. However, aside from the artificial hill, they found nothing amiss. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I just misperceived, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Lin Mo was certain that Suyu had been secretly observing him from an unseen corner. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo bid farewell to Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli and returned to the small wooden house of the Zetian Palace. No sooner had he arrived than a tall, elegant figure draped in purple approached with a dignified yet graceful demeanor. Master, Lin Mo exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, hastening to greet her. Lu Ziyan remained silent, simply entering the small wooden house. Lin Mo followed closely behind, promptly cleaning a chair for her. Lu Ziyan accepted his kindness without protest and took a seat. Lin Mo then poured her a cup of hot tea. After taking a delicate sip, Lu Ziyan set the cup down, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Have you reached the golden core stage? Yes, master, Lin Mo nodded, not denying it. You returned rather swiftly. I had anticipated that handling this matter would require considerable time and effort on your part, Lu Ziyan observed, not lingering on Lin Mo's cultivation. Lin Mo let out a wry smile and tentatively ventured, Master, are you truly not concerned that Captain Iron Hand might confine me to the Tower of Self-Immolation? Lu Ziyan scoffed lightly, responding, if you cannot even handle such trivial matters, you are not fit to lead the Zetian Palace. The perils I faced in my early years were 100-fold more dangerous than what you currently encounter. At that time, who extended a helping hand to me? The path to greatness has always been strewn with thorns. These thorns may wound you grievously, tormenting and even shattering your will. One misstep could lead to an abyss of despair. Can one transcend the thorns that obstruct their path and ascend to the highest peaks? This distinction marks the divergence between the strong and the weak. I am profoundly grateful for your wise counsel, esteemed master. Lin Mo respectfully clasped his hands, acknowledging the lesson. Although Lu Ziyan's words may be somewhat unpalatable, they resonate with truth. Those who stand atop the continent as mighty beings have never enjoyed a path devoid of adversity. Even the most extraordinary talents encounter myriad challenges and obstacles in their journey of growth. Surmounting these trials leads to becoming a revered figure admired by countless cultivators. Failing to do so relegates one to the annals of history as merely another extinguished genius. In years to come, your name and all that you are will fade into obscurity, stirring not a ripple in the world. Lu Ziyan, sparing her words, uttered no more. With a graceful gesture, she summoned forth Meow. A pitch-black cat with two tails bounded into the room and promptly leapt into Lu Ziyan's embrace. Lin Mo recalled this feline. Seemingly a mystical beast she had brought back upon her return from an outing. I shall retreat for a period of quiet cultivation, and thus I entrust this hellish nine-tailed cat to your care. Should it perish under your watch, I shall hold you accountable, Lu Ziyan instructed. Yes, esteemed master, Lin Mo acknowledged, aware that refusal was not an option. Fortunately, he had some experience with cat care prior to his transmigration. Though he was uncertain if it would suffice for this hellish nine-tailed cat, Lu Ziyan then produced a storage ring, stating, "This creature feeds solely on spiritual stones and various rare treasures. Here are 100,000 spiritual stones, sufficient for 3 years' sustenance. Do not dare to appropriate these funds for personal use. If you nurture it well, I shall reward you in kind." At her words, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently. How could raising a mystical beast for 3 years possibly cost 100,000 spiritual stones? Such extravagance was astounding. How many golden core cultivators could manage to spend that much in 3 years? Yet here, it was merely for the upkeep of a pet. Rest assured, esteemed master, I shall ensure it grows plump and healthy, Lin Mo proclaimed, patting his chest with fervor. That would imply it has not perished, then? Lu Ziyan quipped unexpectedly. Lin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this dark humor? Chapter 78, The Bottomless Beast of Gold. Be noisy, and I might just sell you. After outlining a few precautions, Lu Ziyan departed. Gazing at the hellish nine-tailed cat sprawled across the tea table, its obsidian eyes fixated upon him. Lin Mo tentatively mewed a few times. To his astonishment, the feline abruptly rose from its prone position, its two tails standing erect, its body arching as it regarded him with a vigilant demeanor, hissing softly. In theory, a hellish nine-tailed cat of your caliber is hardly worthy of my attention. Nevertheless, Lin Mo had no intention of engaging in a trivial squabble with it. He promptly took out several spirit stones, waving them enticingly before the black cat. Upon catching sight of the spirit stones, the cat's previously wary gaze transformed into one of clarity. Lin Mo smiled and placed the stones upon the table before him. Tempted by the allure of the spirit stones, the black cat cautiously approached, ensuring Lin Mo posed no threat, and in an instant, devoured all 5 stones laid out on the table. After finishing, the black cat looked up at Lin Mo, meowing as if still desiring more. Lin Mo proceeded to feed it no less than 100 spirit stones. Yet, the black cat seemed insatiable, gazing at Lin Mo with longing. Truly, it was a bottomless pit. No wonder the female demon remarked that 100,000 spirit stones would only suffice for 3 years of expenses. Silently lamenting, Lin Mo decided not to continue indulging it further. Whether as a pet or a mystical beast, one must not be excessively accommodating. Having just taken charge of this hellish nine-tailed cat, Lin Mo understood the necessity of taming it. Otherwise, over time, the cat might lose all discernment. After several days of play, Lin Mo enchanted his storage ring to release 100 spirit stones daily for the nourishment of the cat. He then commenced a period of secluded cultivation. Aside from the 100,000 spirit stones entrusted to him by Lu Ziyan, Lin Mo had an additional 30,000 stones in reserve, sufficient to support his retreat for a while. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this period of intense cultivation, Lin Mo expended 22,000 spirit stones. There were noticeable changes in the golden core within his dantian, and he sensed that he was nearing the mid-stage of the golden core realm. However, the remaining 8,000 spirit stones were insufficient to facilitate his breakthrough to the mid-stage. Thus, Lin Mo entered a state of meditation. Within the confines of his meditative space, he diligently practiced for another month. As he continued to accumulate combat experience, his comprehension of the second form of the soul-devouring blade technique, Soul Cleave, deepened significantly. Exiting his meditative state, Lin Mo took a deep breath. Reveling in the burgeoning spiritual energy coursing through him, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. For months of seclusion had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had he progressed closer to the mid-stage of the golden core, but he had also ascended to a higher realm in both combat experience and his understanding of Soul Cleave. At that moment, the black cat's meow captured Lin Mo's attention. Following the sound, he beheld hundreds of spirit stones scattered across the ground, with the black cat perched amidst the pile, gazing at them eagerly. A spirit stone was unexpectedly ejected from its mouth. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. It seemed this creature had grown weary of spirit stones and desired a change in taste. The hellish nine-tailed cat feasts solely on spirit stones and various heavenly materials. The admonitions of Lu Zian echoed once more in Lin Mo's ears. No wonder the expenditure over 3 years amounted to 100,000 spirit stones. It appeared that one could not solely sustain it on spirit stones, but must occasionally offer a variety as well. How delicate it was. Lin Mo collected the spirit stone that had fallen to the ground, making a sardonic remark. It became clear that the hellish nine-tailed cat was indeed a beast beyond the means of ordinary folk to nurture. Lin Mo was not well versed in the nature of the hellish nine-tailed cat. I shall see what manner of beast you truly are. He resolved to procure a book in due time to delve into the origins of the hellish nine-tailed cat. He then assessed the expenses provided by Lu Zian. After 4 months of consumption by the black cat, only a little over 88,000 spirit stones remained in his storage ring. At a rate of 100 spirit stones per day for nourishment, 100,000 spirit stones would scarcely suffice for this little creature over 3 years. Truly, it was a bottomless pit of a gold-devouring beast. Very well, I, too, am in need of spirit stones for my cultivation. I shall take you out to acquire some heavenly materials and treasures to vary your diet. After tidying up his abode, Lin Mo set forth with the black cat. This time, Lin Mo had no intention of undertaking sect missions. He still possessed 2 magical artifacts obtained from the Yang brothers. Both were of superior spirit grade, and he anticipated fetching a handsome price for them. Securing a space in the sect's trading market, Lin Mo displayed the sword and trident belonging to the Yang brothers. In the market of the Spirit Treasure Hall, superior spirit-grade artifacts generally commanded prices exceeding 20,000 spirit stones. Conversely, should one wish to sell, the Spirit Treasure Hall would offer a mere 15,000 spirit stones at most. Hence, Lin Mo decided to present them in the sect's trading market at a price of 18,000 spirit stones each, hoping to sell them. Even after accounting for a 5% venue fee payable to the sect upon sale, it would undoubtedly yield greater profit than selling to the Spirit Treasure Hall. After setting out the 2 artifacts, inquiries soon arose. However, most merely asked the price and departed. After waiting for a considerable time, many approached to inquire. Yet not a single soul was willing to part with their spirit stones. The black cat nestled in Lin Mo's embrace began to protest. Quiet down, or I might just sell you as well. Lin Mo threatened with mock severity. Awu. The black cat seemed to comprehend Lin Mo's words, promptly retreating once more. How do I sell these artifacts? Just then, a melodious voice, like the chime of silver bells, inquired. 18,000 spirit stones each, non-negotiable. Lin Mo lifted his gaze to discover that standing before his stall was none other than Li Xinran. Ah, it is Senior Li Xinran, he remarked with a smile. With your esteemed cultivation, you surely cannot be interested in such artifacts, can you? Li Xinran smiled and nodded, saying, Ah, I see you have been here for quite some time. It seems the issue lies with the price. Disciples capable of purchasing high-grade spiritual treasures are not fools. While the price of 18,000 spirit stones is indeed more economical than that at the Spiritual Treasure Hall, everyone is aware of the selling price for high-grade spiritual treasures at the hall. I suggest you reduce the price by another 1,000 spirit stones. After accounting for the 5% venue fee owed to the sect, you would still earn over 1,000 spirit stones more than selling to the Spiritual Treasure Hall. Chapter 79. Announcing to all, your name is Lin Mo, from the miscellaneous department of the initial sacred sect. Ah, I understand now. Thank you for your advice, esteemed senior. I shall give it a try. Heeding Li Xinran's suggestion, Lin Mo lowered the price by 1,000 spirit stones. Indeed, within an hour, both treasures were astonishingly sold. The 2 treasures fetched a total of 34,000 spirit stones, and after deducting the 1,700 spirit stones venue fee, Lin Mo still pocketed 32,300 spirit stones. Adding this to his original 8,000, he now possessed a reserve of 40,000 spirit stones. Exiting the sect's trading market, Lin Mo sincerely expressed his gratitude to Li Xinran before hastily making his way to the Wandan Hall's market. The Wandan Hall's counters primarily displayed a variety of medicinal pills. Meow, meow, meow. The black cat leaped from Lin Mo's arms to his shoulder. incessantly meowing at the medicinal pills on display. It appeared that, compared to various rare materials and treasures, it had a greater affection for medicinal pills. This was hardly surprising, as medicinal pills are crafted from an array of rare materials combined with the essence of various magical beasts. Thus, the allure of medicinal pills was undoubtedly far greater for the black cat than that of singular rare materials. Lin Mo cast a glance around, eventually fixating on the Xian Huang Dan priced at 50 spirit stones each. "Dear brother, is there a discount for purchasing in bulk for the Xian Huang Dan?" he inquired of the shop attendant. "For 50 pieces, a 10% discount. For 100 pieces or more, an 8% discount," the attendant responded. "Very well. Then I shall first acquire 100 pieces." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo decided to purchase 100 to test the waters. Meow, meow, meow. As the attendant began to package the pills, the black cat resumed its meowing. Following its gaze, Lin Mo's expression darkened. "Good heavens! This little creature has taken a liking to the Wanhua Dan, priced at 1,000 spirit stones each. Get lost. With the meager spirit stones I possess, you can't afford that." Lin Mo lightly tapped the black cat on the head, feigning ferocity. 1,000 spirit stones for a single pill? How many spirit stones would one need to spend? Although Lu Zian had provided him with a considerable sum of 100,000 spirit stones, the amount seemed rather limited when stretched over 3 years. Meow. The black cat immediately began to fret, circling Lin Mo's legs and rubbing against him incessantly. Lin Mo chose to ignore it. After the shop attendant had finished packaging the 100 Xian Huang Dan and he had settled the payment, Lin Mo was just about to depart. The black cat clutched his pant leg tightly, hissing incessantly, seemingly unwilling to let him depart. Even its 2 ebony tails began to emit an eerie black flame. All right, I yield to you. I shall purchase one," Lin Mo relented, though he was resolute that he would acquire no more. At a loss for words, he turned back to procure a Wanhua Dan, thus expending 9,000 spirit stones. Of the 100,000 spirit stones given by Lu Zian, only 79,000 remained. However, only 4 months had elapsed of the 3-year expenditure period Lu Zian had mentioned. Having obtained the Wanhua Dan, Lin Mo did not immediately feed it to the black cat but instead ambled back on his own. Anxiously, the black cat trailed behind him, yowling incessantly. Sensing the right moment, Lin Mo finally presented the Wanhua Dan to the cat after its cries had subsided. At last, savoring the long-desired Wanhua Dan, the black cat wagged its tail in satisfaction, nuzzling against Lin Mo. On the return journey to the Zitian Palace, Lin Mo fortuitously encountered Shangguan Wuqing, who was patrolling with several junior disciples from the Zhuke division. Shangguan Wuqing noticed Lin Mo from a distance and waved to greet him. "You rascal, come here." Lin Mo quickly tucked the black cat into his embrace and approached her. It had been some time since their last meeting, and Captain Wuqing appeared even more enchanting than before. Lin Mo smiled warmly. This was not mere flattery. Under the nurturing essence of the pure young sacred body, it would be unusual for Shangguan Wuqing not to exhibit some change. "You two seem rejuvenated," Shangguan Wuqing remarked with a squint and a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Mo inquired about the incident involving Kai Zhen and Yun Xia. From Shangguan Wuqing, he learned of the developments thereafter. After Iron Hand had released him, he immediately reported to the leader of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, citing insufficient evidence and the considerable disparity in cultivation levels between Lin Mo and the 2 women. Given Lin Mo's cultivation, it was deemed improbable for him to have killed Kai Zhen and Yun Xia, leading to his release. Although the hall leader appeared to accept this outcome, Shangguan Wuqing surmised that he would not simply let the matter rest. Kai Zhen and Yun Xia, while not direct disciples, were nonetheless among the most distinguished of the inner disciples of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. The inexplicable deaths of 2 exceptional disciples would not be easily overlooked by the hall leader. Thus, you should exercise caution, Shangguan Wuqing advised. "Thank you for the warning, Captain Wuqing. I shall remain vigilant." If the adversary were indeed the leader of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, heightened caution was warranted. While it was unlikely that the hall leader would dare to invade the Zitian Palace, Lin Mo clearly could not remain confined within the small wooden cabin of the palace indefinitely. As I busied myself with my duties, the recent spate of internecine conflicts among the disciples within our sect has become increasingly alarming. My patrol responsibilities weigh heavily upon me. I shall reach out once I find a moment of respite. Captain Wuqing, your efforts are commendable. I will not intrude further. After bidding farewell to the unyielding Captain Shangguan Wuqing, Lin Mo, accompanied by his black cat, embarked once more on the journey back to the Purple Heaven Palace. "Hey, Little servant, come here. Just as he neared the quaint wooden cottage, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Lin Mo turned towards the sound and beheld the graceful figure in red, the esteemed Grand Elder, Hong Yue, beckoning him from the palace entrance. Old servant pays his respects to the Grand Elder. Lin Mo approached, bowing with reverence. Let us dispense with the formalities, Hong Yue replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Little servant, you have been at the initial sacred sect for over a century now. Would you care for a breath of fresh air? Lin Mo hesitated, perplexed. Old servant is dull-witted and fails to grasp the meaning behind your words, Grand Elder. Hong Yue stifled a soft laugh, not to imply your expulsion, rather. I intend to inform you that in approximately 6 months, a martial arts tournament will be held in Qingzhou City, situated at the confluence of the initial sacred sect, the Yin Yang sect, and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Qingzhou City, Lin Mo mused, recalling his origins. He had been born there, sold by his parents to the initial sacred sect due to a slightly higher offer for miscellaneous laborers. This so-called martial arts tournament was, in essence, a gilded affair organized by the city lord for his son, aimed at bestowing titles upon him to secure preferential treatment when he eventually joined his sect. Consequently, most participants would be a motley collection of cultivators, generally lacking in prowess. Participate in the tournament. With your current abilities, your only worthy opponent will likely be the young lord of Qingzhou City. Should you manage to defeat him and claim victory, Hong Yue paused, a sly smile curling her lips, you must, upon reaching the podium, boldly declare your name as Lin Mo, hailing from the miscellaneous department of the initial sacred sect. Do not forget to announce it loudly for all to hear. Understood? May I inquire, Grand Elder, what significance does this hold? Lin Mo asked, slightly bewildered. Is it truly that important? Though Qingzhou City occupies a strategic position at the intersection of the initial sacred sect, the Yin Yang sect, and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, its true significance lies more in its role as a buffer among the three powers. Do not dwell on it too much for now. You will understand in due course. The Grand Elder replied enigmatically. Very well, Lin Mo thought to himself, sensing that the Grand Elder was withholding some intriguing secret. Yet, at this moment, he could not fathom what mystery lay within her intentions. With half a year until the martial arts tournament in Qingzhou City, time would tell. It seems feasible to strive for a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Should Lin Mo succeed in transcending to this level, his chances of securing the championship would increase significantly. Such minor competitions hosted by the Lord of Qingzhou City are unlikely to attract any formidable Yuan cultivators. Upon returning to his wooden dwelling, Lin Mo configured his storage ring to allocate 100 spirit stones daily, along with a small technique that provided 2 Xin Huang pills every 7 days. He then settled into a meditative posture, embarking on his quest to reach the mid-stage of the Golden Core. In the blink of an eye, 5 months slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, the hell nine-tailed cat, lounging on the tea table, exhaled towards Lin Mo, who lay on the bed. In an instant, the dormant aura that had been subdued for 5 months surged explosively. A vibrant crimson spiritual energy, radiating intense heat, erupted from his being, propelling his essence to a new pinnacle. As the fiery spiritual energy retracted back into his body, Lin Mo opened his eyes, which had remained closed for 5 months. Compared to 5 months prior, his presence was now far more formidable, robust, and composed. Had he merely focused on the breakthrough, Lin Mo, who was already on the verge of the mid-stage of the Golden Core, would have only needed 2 months to achieve it. The reason it took 5 months was primarily for the purpose of consolidation, allowing for a profound accumulation of strength before launching forth into the mid-stage with a powerful momentum. Consequently, following this breakthrough, Lin Mo's current realm was remarkably stable, with a solid foundation for his cultivation. The path of cultivation resembles the construction of a building. One cannot simply hastily add floors without a sturdy foundation, which is always of utmost importance. Otherwise, if the base is unable to support excessive height, a catastrophic collapse is inevitable. From the second layer of Qi refinement to the Golden Core stage, I expended merely a year, from the initial stage to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. It took nearly another year. As I continue to advance, the time required will inevitably lengthen. It is no wonder that Lu Zian initially doubted my ability to reach the transformation stage within a century. Her skepticism was not without merit. The joy of my breakthrough lies deeply within, and I murmured to myself that, were it not for the pure Yang sacred body and the Yin Yang evil demon technique as extraordinary cultivation aids, achieving the transformation stage within a mere 100 years would indeed pose a challenge. Nevertheless, now endowed with these 2 formidable advantages, I harbor considerable confidence in my ability to ascend to the transformation stage within the century. At this moment, the black cat leaped onto the bed, circling around Lin Mo and affectionately rubbing against him. Ruffling the cat's head, Lin Mo instinctively cast a glance at the floor, noticing that, unlike before, there were no spirit stones scattered about. It seems that the strategy of varying the treats for this little creature every 7 days is proving effective. Constantly referring to it as Little Rascal does not seem quite fitting. Perhaps it is time to bestow upon it a proper name. The black cat then gracefully leapt onto Lin Mo's lap, gazing up at him with wide eyes. It appears to suggest bestowing a more melodious name upon it. Hey, considering your entirely black appearance, let us call you Black Charcoal Head. Upon hearing this, the black cat immediately let out a howl, baring its teeth and huffing towards Lin Mo, clearly displeased with the name. Lin Mo smiled widely. Black Charcoal Head was merely a playful jest aimed at this little creature. Should Lu Zian learn that her pet was given such an unusual name, she would likely be quite discontented. Thus, Lin Mo pondered for a moment before deciding on the name Lindsay. Although this hellish nine-tailed cat belonged to Lu Zian, it was now under his care. Moreover, since the black cat was female, Lin Mo derived a character from both his and Lu Zian's names, naming the cat Lindsay. This name may not be extraordinary, yet it is certainly far superior to the previous one. The black cat seemed to accept this new name. With the naming dilemma resolved, Lin Mo resumed his meditative cultivation, dedicating nearly half a month to his practice. With 10 days remaining before the martial arts tournament in Qingzhou City, he finally emerged from his state of cultivation. Oh! Noticing Lindsay's aura, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It appeared this little creature was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. After nearly a year of nurturing with spirit stones and elixirs, Lindsay's third tail had nearly fully developed. Once the third tail completely formed, it would signify her ascension to the Golden Core stage. With such abundant resources invested, it would be unacceptable for Lindsay to show no progress. I must step out for a while. Stay at home and don't wander around, Lin Mo instructed, not intending to take Lindsay along to Qingzhou City this time. Meow? Lindsay seemed agreeable, as she too was preparing for a breakthrough, and it was not advisable for her to roam about. After tidying his abode, Lin Mo closed the door and set off towards Qingzhou City. Qingzhou City lay approximately 2,000 miles from the gates of the initial sacred sect. Situated at the intersection of 3 powerful factions, it was a veritable melting pot, often referred to as a no-man's land. Consequently, control of Qingzhou City frequently changed hands every few decades or centuries. Naturally, this frequent turnover was orchestrated by the influential forces behind the scenes. The initial sacred sect and the other factions regarded Qingzhou City as a buffer zone. Thus, they were disinclined to see the city's ruler grow in strength. Soaring gracefully on his black sword, Lin Mo arrived at the outskirts of Qingzhou City in just 2 hours. The city gates stood open, bustling with a continuous flow of people. Numerous officials were stationed at the entrance, scrutinizing each individual entering the city. Ah, it is a Taoist from the initial sacred sect. Please, come in. Lin Mo merely presented the token symbolizing his status as an inner disciple of the initial sacred sect, and the guards at the city gate, with faces full of obsequiousness, readily allowed him passage. Regardless of who the lord of Qingzhou City may be, none would dare offend the disciples of the 3 major sects surrounding it, particularly the inner disciples, unless they wished to relinquish their title as lord. After a lapse of over a century, returning to Qingzhou City stirred a wave of nostalgia within Lin Mo. Who could the current lord of Qingzhou City be? He resolved to inquire further shortly. As he traversed the cobbled streets of Qingzhou City, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings. The present-day Qingzhou City seemed not to differ greatly from his memories. The streets were bustling with various vendors hawking their goods, and some cultivators, standing before the stalls, were passionately arguing with the vendors over a mere handful of spirit stones, their faces flushed in fervor. Perhaps it was the impending martial arts tournament that contributed to the unusual liveliness of Qingzhou City. Among the throngs of people, cultivators embarking on the path of immortality comprised the majority, predominantly those in the Qi refinement stage, with the number of foundation establishment cultivators being exceedingly few. The initial sacred sect, the Yin-Yang sect, and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion looked down upon the martial arts tournament organized by the Lord of Qingzhou City. However, for the wandering cultivators, it represented a rare and significant event. Even if they failed to place in the tournament, there were participation prizes to be had, though not substantial. These prizes were sufficient to entice those struggling to make ends meet to seize the opportunity. This was the Lord of Qingzhou City's primary strategy to attract cultivators from various regions to participate. After all, Hosting a martial arts tournament to embellish his son's reputation would be rather embarrassing if no one showed up to compete. Lin Mo first sought out an inn to reside in, then spent a few spirit stones to acquire a pristine white robe. As he donned the immaculate attire, a sense of ethereal elegance enveloped him. The adage that a person is defined by their attire proved true. Having shed the coarse hemp garments he had worn for 100 years, Lin Mo felt as light as a feather as he walked. Subsequently, Lin Mo arrived at Qingzhou City's largest tavern, the Qingfeng Residence. "Ah, Taoist, you have arrived. Please come in." The doorman of Qingfeng Residence warmly welcomed Lin Mo. Guided by the doorman, Lin Mo took a seat at a table nestled against the wall, primarily due to the overwhelming number of patrons in the tavern, leaving him with little choice. "Bring me a pot of your finest tea," Lin Mo requested. "Certainly, Taoist. Please wait a moment." Shortly thereafter, the doorman returned with a pot of hot tea. Lin Mo promptly tossed out 10 spirit stones and inquired, "My young friend, as I am new here, could you enlighten me on the identity of the current lord of Qingzhou City?" The doorman, overjoyed to accept the spirit stones, elaborated. "Are you here to participate in the martial arts tournament? The current lord of Qingzhou City is named Lin Tiandao." Lin Mo suddenly interrupted the doorman, inquiring about the name of the lord of Qingzhou City. The doorman replied, "His name is Lin Tiandao." He then continued with an enthusiastic elaboration, "What you may not know, esteemed Taoist, is that this Lord Lin, 80 years ago, fortuitously encountered a great opportunity. Initially at the qi refining stage, his cultivation soared to remarkable heights, ascending to the golden core stage in less than 50 years. As for how he later became the new lord of Qingzhou City, that is a matter of much speculation." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo waved his hand, dismissing the doorman. Lin Tiandao, he murmured to himself, repeating the name of the lord of Qingzhou City. His deep, dark eyes trembled slightly, for his father's name was indeed Lin Tiandao. If this were true, then I finally comprehend the intention behind Elder Hongyue's summons for me to participate in this martial arts tournament. No wonder she specifically instructed me to announce my name and lineage to all after winning the tournament. It all makes sense now. In that case, let me see just how capable the son is, for whom my father takes such pride in hosting a martial arts competition to bestow glory upon. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his heart tumultuous with emotion. "Esteemed Taoist, would you mind sharing a table?" Suddenly, a voice as clear as water and as melodious as celestial music pulled Lin Mo back to reality. Upon looking up, he beheld a fairy clad in a fitted garment, adorned with a conical hat. The fabric of the hat obscured half of her face, yet it could not conceal her stunning beauty. "Would you mind?" After a moment, Lin Mo averted his gaze, leisurely sipping his hot tea and responding with indifference. Unperturbed by Lin Mo's rejection, the fairy continued, "The hall is filled to capacity, and only here remains a vacant seat. My name is Chen Huan, a wandering cultivator who has arrived here. Might it be possible for the esteemed Taoist to grant me this convenience today?" Hearing this, Lin Mo cast a glance around the hall, noting that several tables were indeed still unoccupied. The fairy carried herself with great poise and exuded an air of confidence, her understated attire failing to mask her graceful elegance. The conical hat and its draping fabric could not conceal her breathtaking visage, reminiscent of a celestial being. If you were indeed a wandering cultivator, you ought to have been captured by some ancient Yuaning master to serve as a cherished consort. As their conversation unfolded, Lin Mo exposed Chen Xinghuan's pretense. Yet, she remained unfazed, bowing her hands in admiration. "Truly, the esteemed Taoist possesses a keen eye. To be frank, I hail from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." The 10,000 Swords Pavilion? The teacup, poised at his lips, suddenly halted as Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in intrigue. How interesting. Could it be that Chen Xinghuan has discerned my origins from the initial sacred sect? As the thought briefly crossed his mind, Lin Mo promptly dismissed this conjecture. After all, he was merely one among the thousands of miscellaneous disciples of the initial sacred sect, far from being a saintly son or a young sect master. To call him inconspicuous would not be an exaggeration. Thus, only one possibility remained. Chen Xinghuan was drawn to him by the allure of his pure yang sacred body. With a subtle gesture, Lin Mo indicated that she could take a seat. Chen Xinghuan, unfazed, poured herself a cup of tea. "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" she asked. "My surname is Lin, with the single character Mo," he replied. Upon learning his name, Chen Xinghuan continued, "Ah, so you are Taoist Lin. If I am not mistaken, you must be a wandering cultivator attracted by the martial arts competition?" From her perspective, Lin Mo, with his ethereal demeanor, appeared to have barely reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. What else could he be if not a wandering cultivator? Her keen insight was commendable. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo acquiesced to Chen Xinghuan's assessment, acknowledging, "I apologize for presenting myself poorly before a Taoist." Chen Xinghuan, emboldened, extended an invitation. "I perceive your noble aura aligns harmoniously with the ethos of my Wanjian Pavilion. If you are inclined, I could recommend you for entry into our sect, liberating you from a life of wandering." Lin Mo, without hesitation, politely declined her offer, stating, "I am accustomed to a life of leisure, and entering Wanjian Pavilion may not suit my disposition." Chen Xinghuan was not taken aback by his refusal, though she expressed a hint of regret. "If the Taoist insists on remaining a wandering cultivator, I fear you may never achieve the Golden Core breakthrough." Lin Mo smiled enigmatically, pondering what her reaction would be if she were aware of his actual cultivation level, which was indeed at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. "Each individual is bound by their fate. If it is my destiny to remain as such, I can only accept it with grace." "You seem quite at peace with this," she observed. "What else could one do? Often, even the mightiest of those in the ascendant stage cannot contend with fate. For mere mortals like us, living a carefree life is already a blessing from the heavens." Chen Xinghuan nodded slightly in agreement. Throughout the history of the Tianyuan continent, how many ascended beings have failed in their quest for ascension, only to meet a dismal end? Cultivation is a pursuit of immortality, a lifelong aspiration to transcend the limitations of the ascendant stage and achieve ascension. Yet, among the countless cultivators on the Tianyuan continent, only a precious few succeed in this endeavor. "I must take my leave now. Please excuse me," Lin Mo said. After leaving behind 50 spirit stones as payment for tea, he prepared to depart. Although Chen Xinghuan was drawn by the pure yang sacred body, Lin Mo, due to her affiliation with the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, harbored no desire for prolonged interaction. Ideally, a mere acquaintance would suffice to avoid any potential awkwardness should the two sects find themselves at odds in the future. The paths of the celestial and the demonic are inherently at odds. Lin Mo could not ascertain whether, upon discovering his identity as a disciple of the initial sacred sect, Chen Xinghuan would choose to pursue her own celestial path and turn against him. Indeed, Chen Xinghuan was strikingly beautiful. Yet Lin Mo had long since shed the innocence of 2 years prior, when he had never so much as held a woman's hand. "Please, take your time," he said. Chen Xinghuan rose in response and remarked, "In this vast sea of humanity, encountering you, Taoist, is a stroke of fate. Might you leave me a jade slip inscribed with a soul imprint? Perhaps during my future travels, we may cross paths again." Lin Mo shook his head, stating, "A single encounter may well be mere coincidence. Should we meet again in the future, then that would be true fate. At that time, I would not mind forging a friendship with the fairy." With that, Lin Mo did not linger, striding away with purpose. Observing Lin Mo's retreating figure, Chen Xinghuan's lips curled in intrigue. "This Lin Mo is indeed interesting. Despite my advances, he did not spare me a glance. I find it hard to believe that you are truly the kind of person who is detached from worldly desires and sees through the mundane." Chen Xinghuan possessed ample confidence in her beauty and grace. Did one not witness how many of her fellow disciples at the 10,000 Sword Pavilion vied for her attention, willingly playing the role of her faithful hound? However, Lin Mo's decisive departure momentarily shook her self-assuredness. Yet, the more indifferent he appeared, the stronger her competitive spirit flared within, compelling her to make him yield to her charms. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the martial arts competition in Qizhou City. Several days prior, Lin Mo had successfully registered for the event through the local officials. Inside the opulent palace hall, a middle-aged man donned in splendid attire, exuding an air of authority, presided over the gathering. Beside him sat a resplendent lady, his wife. They were none other than Lin Tiandao, the current lord of Qingzhou City, and his partner, Li Suzhen. "Lord, this martial arts competition has seen 537 participants registered, the majority being independent cultivators. Additionally, several disciples from nearby minor sects are participating. Their cultivation levels primarily at the mid-foundation stage or lower. Notably, representatives from the initial sacred sect, the Yinyang sect, and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion are also present." Beneath the dais, the steward was succinctly reporting the details of the competitors to Lin Tiandao. "Oh?" Lin Tiandao raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. "What are the cultivation levels of the participants from the initial sacred sect, the Yinyang sect, and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion?" The initial sacred sect is in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while the Yinyang sect is in the later stages of the same. and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion also finds itself in the latter phase of foundation establishment. The steward answered in detail, reassuringly noting that there was no cause for concern regarding mere foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Russeljan sighed in relief, a smile gracing her elegant face. Changsheng has already surpassed the Golden Core stage, and it seems that after this martial arts tournament, he will secure a position as a direct disciple at the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Lin Chongqing is the pride of Lin Tiandao and Russeljan, having achieved the Golden Core realm at the mere age of 70. The status of a direct disciple at the 10,000 Sword Pavilion is practically within his grasp. Indeed, Lin Tiandao affirmed with a smile, his eyes brimming with pride for Lin Chongqing. Once Lin Chongqing secures his position as a direct disciple, Lin Tiandao's title as city lord will undoubtedly become more stable. Should the initial sacred sect or the Yinyang sect ever seek to usurp his status and replace him as the lord of Qingzhou City, the 10,000 Sword Pavilion will not remain idle. Let us go, my dear, the time is nigh. We must witness Linner's performance. As noon approached, Lin Tiandao took his wife Russeljan's hand, making their way to the central martial arts arena of Qizhou City. The arena was bustling with a crowd of thousands, with vendors taking advantage of the tournament and numerous cultivators and common folk drawn to the spectacle. Lin Mo, amidst over 500 participants, directed his gaze towards Lin Tiandao and Russeljan on the arena stage. After more than a century apart, seeing his father and mother once more stirred emotions within him that he could hardly contain. It is truly you, father, mother. Beneath his sleeves, Lin Mo instinctively clenched his fists, momentarily at a loss for how to confront the two who had sold him to the initial sacred sect as a laborer. Forgive me, Mo, please understand, your mother and I simply could not provide for you any longer. You can survive here by working hard, do you understand? For the sake of our family, we must endure this hardship for now. If your father finds success, I will come to redeem you. The words spoken by Lin Tiandao and Russeljan when they sold him to the initial sacred sect echoed in Lin Mo's mind. That day felt as vivid as ever. You have found success, yet you have not come to redeem me, Lin Mo thought bitterly, a resigned smile forming on his lips. Perhaps, in your hearts, you have long forgotten your worthless son. Chapter 83. Trouble has arisen. The boomerang returns so swiftly? After delivering a rather mundane opening address, Lin Tiandao finally declared the tournament officially commenced. Due to the vast number of participants, the initial elimination rounds proceeded with multiple matches occurring simultaneously. Lin Tiandao and Russeljan remained primarily focused on Lin Chongqing, while on the other side, Lin Mo effortlessly advanced through the ranks, securing a place in the top 16. Soon after, he faced a disciple from the Yinyang sect, who was in the later stages of foundation establishment. This time, Lin Mo deliberately staged a performance, and after a fierce battle with his opponent, he barely secured a spot among the top 8. In the viewing area, Russeljan noticed Lin Mo. My dear husband, do you not find this venerable elder from the initial sacred sect somewhat familiar? She whispered, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo as he gracefully descended from the martial arena. Do I? Lin Tiandao retorted. Since Lin Mo had registered for the tournament under the alias Wang Xian, Lin Tiandao had paid little heed to it. It might just be a misperception on my part, Russeljan replied, rubbing her forehead, not entirely convinced. She was uncertain whether Lin Tiandao had forgotten Lin Mo. But as a mother, she still recalled the time when she and Lin Tiandao had sold their youngest son, Lin Mo, to the initial sacred sect as a menial worker. However, Lin Mo had been assessed to possess only half a spiritual vein, deemed a cultivation failure. Even if he were still alive, given his lack of innate talent, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to reach the foundational stage, even after a century had passed. Furthermore, the name Wang Xian indeed cast some doubt on Russeljan's suspicions. It seems my dear wife has been overly preoccupied with the tournament lately. You should take some time to rest, Lin Tiandao remarked. Russeljan remained silent. When she regained her focus and attempted to locate Lin Mo, he had already vanished from sight. The competition continued unabated. The opponents Lin Mo faced next, while comparable in strength to his concealed true capability, posed little challenge, and he emerged victorious with ease. Meanwhile, Lin Chongqing, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, faced off against those mere foundation stage cultivators, resulting in a stark disparity in power. Ultimately, after several days of intense battles, Lin Mo and Lin Chongqing inevitably found themselves in the finals. On the day of the final match, with half an hour still remaining until the official commencement, the spectator seats at the central martial arena of Qizhou City were already brimming with eager onlookers. many of whom were not there merely for the thrill of the competition but rather for a singular outcome. Indeed, in terms of apparent strength, Lin Chaoxing, the young lord of Qingzhou City, seemed to overwhelmingly dominate Lin Mo. Yet, there were still those willing to wager. With Lin Mo's odds of defeating Lin Chaoxing for the championship astonishingly set at 25-1. In stark contrast, Lin Chaoxing's odds were a meager 1 to 1.01. Nonetheless, the majority placed their entire fortunes on Lin Chaoxing to win, although Chaoxing's odds were low. This seemingly foregone conclusion of a final was akin to an assured gain, had it not been for Lin Mo's overly relaxed demeanor during the progression to the finals, which led some to speculate whether he was concealing his true strength. His odds might have been even more favorable. Meanwhile, at a certain betting point, young one, assist me in placing a wager of 10,000 spirit stones on Wang Xian. This is your remuneration for the errand. Disguised, Lin Mo apprehended a ragged child. All right. Thank you, Taoist. After receiving 30 spirit stones as his fee, the child eagerly set off to help Lin Missouri place the bet. It wasn't that he wished to wager less, but rather a concern that the bookmaker might not honor the payout, rendering the endeavor futile. Before long, the child returned with the betting slip in hand. Safeguarding the slip, Lin Mo then made his way to a narrow alley, shedding his disguise to reveal his true form, before heading towards the central martial arena. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin, do not underestimate this battle. That old Taoist from the initial sacred sect has evidently concealed his true cultivation level. Lin Tiandao solemnly cautioned as the finals were about to commence. Father, you worry excessively. That demonic cultivator named Wang Xian is merely at the perfected foundation establishment stage. I shall defeat him in no time, Lin Chaoxing replied with unwavering confidence. In the face of golden core cultivators, a perfected foundation establishment is no more significant than an ant. Chaoxing, heed your father's words. Above all, do not underestimate your opponent. This pertains to your potential status as an inner disciple of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Luo Suzhen interjected. Mother, I find your choice of words displeasing. What do you mean by mixing in? Given my talent, becoming an inner disciple of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion is only fitting, Lin Chaoxing retorted with a scoff. Lin Tiandao was about to chastise him further when Luo Suzhen intervened. Aren't your father, and I'm merely considering your future? How can you be so impatient? Lin Tiandao pushed Luo Suzhen aside, admonishing, can't you alter this arrogant disposition of yours? I shan't waste my breath. Lin Chaoxing rolled his eyes and disregarded Lin Tiandao, swiftly departing instead. You. Enough. Dear husband, Luo Suzhen smiled with narrowed eyes. As long as Chaoxing secures the championship, all this talk may only serve to disrupt the harmony between father and son. His current demeanor is but a result of your indulgence since childhood. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived. The drums for the finals resonated, and the atmosphere in the martial arena reached a fever pitch. Countless individuals waved their betting slips, fervently chanting Lin Chaoxing's name. Under the auspices of the city manager of Qizhou, Lin Mo was the first to ascend the martial arena. As he stepped onto the stage, a cacophony of jeers erupted from the audience, akin to crashing waves. The jeers surged, one after another. Lin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes shut, a hint of an inscrutable smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The very individuals who jeered at him would soon find themselves in utter despair. Lin Daoist. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice pierced through the din. Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes and turned toward the source of the sound. There, in the front row of the audience, stood the unmistakable figure of Chen Qinghuan. Lin Mo feigned calmness as he offered her a faint smile, while inwardly he mused, surely, Chen Qinghuan will not be watching me incessantly? What should I do now? According to the directives of the Grand Elder of the Red Moon, he was to announce his name and origins to everyone after winning the championship. Wouldn't that mean that the lies he had told Chen Qinghuan that day would be laid bare? This is dire. The boomerang has returned with astonishing swiftness. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Should he still comply with the Grand Elder's instructions? Daoist Lin, I have placed my bet on your victory, though it is not substantial. Consider it a token of my support. Chen Qinghuan's voice continued to resonate. At that moment, Lin Mo reopened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his deep, dark gaze. He had made a decision. Chapter 84. Mo, is it truly you? In Geneva, refund. Now, let us welcome the unparalleled genius of Qizhou City in 500 years, and the young lord of Qizhou City, Lin Chaoxing. The steward of Qizhou City announced with a resounding voice. Instantly, the audience erupted into a thunderous cheer and applause. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chaoxing, Adorned in a magnificent white robe, with striking features and an elegant demeanor, gracefully descended the steps of the martial arts arena. He reveled in the accolades from all directions, his handsome face radiating pride. Lin Mo's gaze also fell upon him. Lin Changsheng, basking in the multitude of adoration and brilliance, was undeniably spirited. When Lin Mo first traversed into this world, he had once fantasized about being in such a glorious position. Yet, the harsh reality struck him like a thunderbolt. He was far from the genius wielding the protagonist's script. He was barely recognized as a cultivator, possessing only half a spiritual vein. In fact, until 2 years ago, his life had been akin to a farce. In contrast, Lin Changsheng's very name spoke volumes of the immense expectations Lin Tiandao and Luo Suojin had harbored for their son. Reflecting on this now, Lin Mo smiled with a sense of resignation. He appeared not to hold the protagonist's script, but rather the antagonist's. 4. According to the conventions of fantasy novels, this antagonist would deliver a crushing blow to the spirited Lin Changsheng during the martial arts tournament. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng would reflect on his failures, bide his time, and eventually return as a conqueror to vanquish the very antagonist who had once humiliated him, thereby achieving his revenge. After a long pause, as the audience settled into silence, Lin Changsheng spoke first, this Taoist from the initial holy sect. Your ability to reach this stage with your mid-foundation cultivation is indeed surprising. However, I suspect you are concealing your true prowess. Am I correct? It matters not. In the presence of the Golden Core, whether you are at the late stage of foundation establishment or have attained its completion, it is all the same. Let us commence swiftly. This farce must come to an end, for I must return to my cultivation. Lin Mo offered an enigmatic smile and remarked, Is this the utterance of one who has never tasted defeat? It aligns remarkably with my expectations. Immediately, Lin Mo raised his gaze toward Russell Zhan, the mother he had not seen in years. Sensing Lin Mo's glance, Russell Zhan expressed her surprise. Their eyes locked across the distance, and she scrutinized the aged visage of Lin Mo intently. A sudden shiver coursed through her heart. Though Lin Mo's face bore the marks of time, she could faintly discern the contours of his youthful self. This impression solidified when Lin Mo bestowed upon her an indescribable smile. Russell Zhan's mind erupted with bewilderment. She opened her mouth, yearning to speak, yet found herself incapable of uttering a word. The match commenced. At that moment, with a commanding tone, the steward declared the finals of the martial arts tournament officially underway. Lin Changsheng wasted no time. With a swift motion, a sharp 5-foot-long sword materialized in his grasp. Old man, shall I show you some mercy? Lin Changsheng mocked. I believe you should consider how to avoid an embarrassing defeat later. A mere facade. Bang. The blue stone beneath Lin Changsheng's feet suddenly shattered, and he vanished from sight in an instant. Lin Mo remained composed, hands clasped behind him, only shifting slightly, as a fierce gust of wind grazed past him. What? A missed strike left Lin Changsheng bewildered. He quickly recalibrated and launched another assault on Lin Mo. Swish. 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 A flurry of sharp attacks descended upon him from various angles. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Mo maintained his tranquility, deftly evading every single one of Lin Changsheng's strikes with ease. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, Lin Tiandao on the observation platform began to feel uneasy. This tournament was orchestrated to elevate Lin Changsheng's stature. Should he falter, where would he hide his aging face? Among the audience, numerous gamblers clutching their betting slips fell into stunned silence. They held their breath, their tension palpable as they observed the unfolding events on the arena. Cold sweat silently dampened their foreheads and backs. Conversely, the few fortunate souls who had placed their bets on Lin Mo were visibly ecstatic, their excitement spilling over. Lin Changsheng abruptly ceased his offensive, his previously spirited demeanor now darkening and growing serious. After the previous round of probing attacks, he had come to the realization that Lin Mo's cultivation was undoubtedly on par with his own. What a clever ruse to appear as a simpleton while concealing one's true prowess. Lin Changsheng swiftly adjusted his mindset, coldly remarking, Reveal your genuine cultivation. As it was his younger brother's request, he felt obliged to comply. Lin Mo smiled, then ceased to suppress his own aura, allowing his mid-golden core cultivation to manifest. When the overwhelming energy of his mid-golden core prowess radiated from him, countless gamblers in the audience turned ashen-faced. Mid-golden core. Impossible. How could this old Taoist possibly be at mid-golden core? Wasn't he at mid-foundation establishment? What on earth is happening? This old scoundrel must have concealed his true abilities. That should not count. I'll demand a refund shortly. Geneva, refund. The audience erupted into chaos. facing mid-golden core with initial golden core. They could hardly fathom how Lin Chaoxing would emerge victorious. "I knew it," remarked Chen Xinghuan, her lips curling slightly in the front row. During the recent elimination rounds, she had discerned that Lin Mo was hiding his true cultivation. Now, her assumptions were indeed validated. However, she had not anticipated that Lin Mo was actually at mid-golden core. On the spectator platform, Lin Tiandao suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo. He was not only astonished by Lin Mo's mid-golden core cultivation, but was also incredulous about Lin Mo's earlier words. What did he mean by saying, "Since it is my brother's request, I, as the elder brother, must comply"? Could it be the initial Saint sect? Lin Mo's figure was reflected in Lin Tiandao's trembling eyes. He could scarcely believe his ears. "Mo, or is it truly you?" Rizujin's eyes had, unbeknownst to her, grown misty. She had never imagined that her most unfortunate son would reappear before her in such a manner. Chapter 85. And my true name is Lin Mo. What did you just say? Lin Chaoxing was momentarily taken aback in the martial arena. It seemed he had heard something extraordinary from Lin Mo's lips. "You are my brother?" Lin Chaoxing stood frozen, his gaze toward Lin Mo laced with both confusion and disbelief. The figure before him, a demon cultivator from the initial Saint sect, was, in fact, his older brother? Buzz. In response to Lin Chaoxing, a sharp and unparalleled blade intent surged forth. Before Lin Chaoxing could react, Lin Mo's blade was already poised at his throat. The keen edge nearly grazed his neck. With the slightest exertion, Lin Mo could sever his head. Wow. The sudden turn of events elicited a wave of uproar. Those who had wagered on Lin Chaoxing stared at him with bloodshot eyes, their pupils dilated in horror, praying that the gifted individual they had placed their hopes upon could somehow turn the tide. "You ambushed me." A faint, sharp pain coursed through Lin Chaoxing's neck, rendering him hesitant to make any rash movements. Lin Mo, unfazed, remarked, "To be so easily drawn into my attention, this so-called genius of yours is nothing remarkable. Moreover, on the battlefield, the enemy will not concern themselves with whether a strike is a sneak attack. What truly matters is the ability to seize control and maintain the advantage. You have lost, Lin Chaoxing. Curse it, I refuse to accept this." Lin Chaoxing's expression darkened as he shouted defiantly, "If you have the courage, release me, and let us engage in a fair duel." Despite Lin Mo's superior prowess, Lin Chaoxing remained unafraid. To him, surrendering without a fight to Lin Mo felt unbearably humiliating. Even in defeat, he desired a glorious downfall, not to be vanquished by a mere ambush that led to utter ruin. With a chuckle, Lin Mo granted Lin Chaoxing's wish. Retracting his black blade, he then stepped back a distance and beckoned Lin Chaoxing with a gesture, indicating that he could launch his assault at any moment. "Humph. Just watch me." As Lin Chaoxing raised his hand to draw his sword, the sharp sound of slicing wind resonated once more. The not-so-loud hum of the blade echoed in Lin Chaoxing's ears like thunder. Clang. In the next heartbeat, the sound of metal colliding rang out as Lin Chaoxing's precious sword was sent flying. Lin Mo's black blade was once again poised at his throat. "Without mercy." Lin Mo taunted, "You just proclaimed to do something to me, did you? Facing an opponent stronger than yourself, and yet you still have the audacity to mock? A genius. You say?" "I see nothing but utter confusion." Lin Chaoxing stood rigid, his gaze vacant, momentarily unsure whether he was dreaming. It was not just Lin Chaoxing. The audience was enveloped in profound silence. The gamblers who had wagered on Lin Chaoxing and had previously jeered at Lin Mo were now rendered speechless. They too questioned whether they were in a dream. In terms of cultivation, Lin Mo indeed surpassed Lin Chaoxing by a small realm. Yet, the situation should not have appeared so one-sided. In an instant, Lin Mo reversed the blade, channeling immense spiritual power through the hilt, delivering a heavy blow to Lin Chaoxing's chest. With a splatter of blood, the dazed Lin Chaoxing was sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the arena. Moments later, the audience erupted into a cacophony of deafening roars. Anger, despair, sighs, joy, and excitement intertwined, creating a tumult that resonated in many ears like a ringing bell. Countless betting slips were tossed into the air, creating a rain of tickets. In the arena, Lin Mo slowly sheathed his blade, then lifted his gaze to the spectator stand. Locking eyes with the astonished Lin Tiandao, he could distinctly see the tremor in Lin Tiandao's pupils. "Who are you?" After a prolonged silence enveloped the audience, Lin Tiandao finally inquired in a hushed tone, his voice trembling. "Wang Xian, That is the name under which I registered for the competition. Pausing briefly, Lin Mo continued in a measured tone. However, my true name is Lin Mo, and I hail from the initial sacred sect in the servant division. Upon these words, Lin Tiandao collapsed into his seat with a heavy thud. Mo, it truly is you, cried Luo Suzhen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears of longing that had already dampened her cheeks. She had been certain she was not mistaken. During the round of 16, when she first noticed Lin Mo, a sense of familiarity had washed over her. As the rounds progressed into the quarterfinals and semifinals, her unwavering attention only solidified her suspicions. Could it be possible that this venerable old cultivator from the initial sacred sect, known as Wang Xian, was indeed their youngest son Lin Mo, sold into servitude due to their family's dire poverty a century ago? Now, as Lin Mo uttered his name, the conjectures that had plagued Luo Suzhen's mind were confirmed, and she could no longer contain her disbelief. It cannot be. How could you possibly be Lin Mo? Lin Tiandao's heart was overwhelmed with shock. He vividly recalled that his son Lin Mo possessed barely half a spiritual vein, rendering him nearly devoid of cultivation potential. How could he have possibly advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in just over a century? Yet the more he scrutinized Lin Mo's weathered visage, the more certain he became. It was indeed Lin Mo. Lin Mo maintained an expression of calm, his face a placid surface. However, the slight tremor of his hands concealed beneath his sleeves betrayed an inner turmoil far removed from the tranquility he projected. I have triumphed, City Lord Lin. By rights, I should claim the prize that is rightfully mine. With all eyes upon him, Lin Mo lightly propelled himself onto the awards platform. Retrieving the coveted prize that had been placed there, the exquisite spiritual-grade treasure, the Qin Gang sword. This was originally intended for his elder brother, Lin Changxing, whom Lin Tiandao had always held in high regard. Now, it had fallen into the hands of the son he had least expected, Mo. By the time Lin Tiandao regained his composure from the shock, Lin Mo had already departed. Luo Suzhen dashed down from the viewing platform in an attempt to catch up with Lin Mo. However, the throngs surrounding the martial arena were too numerous, and in the blink of an eye, she had lost sight of him. Bring that unfilial son Changxing back to me. Lin Tiandao could not afford to ponder deeply on Lin Mo's circumstances, for Lin Changxing lay gravely injured upon the arena floor. Yes, City Lord. Meanwhile, after leaving the martial arena, Lin Mo approached the dealer to claim his winnings. Daoist Lin, here are the 250,000 spirit stones you wagered on. Please accept them. Upon encountering the prize claimant, Lin Mo, who had brought a substantial profit, the dealer, wearing a fawning expression, promptly awarded Lin Mo his winnings, amounting to 250,000 spirit stones. Even after this payout, the dealer still emerged with considerable gains. After receiving his reward, Lin Mo chose not to linger in Qizhou City and resolved to return to the initial sacred sect without delay. Mo. Just as Lin Mo stepped out of the city gates, preparing to soar into the skies, a heart-wrenching voice echoed from behind him. He turned to see Luo Suzhen, her eyes brimming with tears, rushing toward him. Mo, do you truly not wish to exchange even a few words with your mother? Chapter 86. For I have fallen in love with you at first sight. Lin Mo remained rooted to the spot, silent. Luo Suzhen seemed to grasp his unspoken sentiments. In her haste, she stumbled forward and enveloped Lin Mo in a tight embrace. Mo, I am so sorry, so sorry. You have suffered for so many years. I thought her tears soaked Lin Mo's shoulder. You thought I had perished at the initial sacred sect? Lin Mo completed her unfinished thought. No. Luo Suzhen shook her head vehemently, her guilt palpable. In this lifetime, I have never wronged anyone, but you, Mo, your father, and I owe you far too much. I am truly sorry, Mo. There is no need for apologies. Lin Mo gently pushed Luo Suzhen away, his own eyes unknowingly glistening with moisture. I have never held your choices against you. You chose to sacrifice me for the sake of our family's survival and continuity. In my eyes, we owe each other nothing. I came to participate in this tournament because my sect sent me here. That is all. With that, Lin Mo turned and took a step forward, resolutely moving ahead. Mo. Regardless of how fervently Luo Suzhen called out from behind, Lin Mo did not look back. If she could have seen his face at that moment, she would have noticed that as he turned away, tears cascaded down like a dam bursting. Lin Mo walked away with unwavering determination, yet his silhouette bore a hint of solitude and sorrow. I am sorry, Mo. Please forgive your mother. Luo Suzhen knelt on the ground, helplessly watching Lin Mo gradually fade from view, until he disappeared beyond the horizon. She felt powerless, just as she had years ago when, to ensure their family's survival, She and Lin Tiandao had been forced to sell Lin Mo to the initial sacred sect as a menial laborer. Meanwhile, after walking a few miles, Lin Mo finally dried his tears, soared into the air, and flew directly toward the entrance of the initial sacred sect. Daoist Lin, is it truly necessary to be in such haste? Suddenly, a figure caught up to him and blocked his path. It was none other than Chen Xinghuan. Is Miss Chen here to eliminate me? If so, I wouldn't mind entertaining you. Faced once more with Chen Xinghuan, Lin Mo wasted no words. His black blade instantly manifested. In this world, there may be no absolute notions of righteousness and villainy. However, the realms of immortals and demons represent genuine opposing factions. Thus, upon learning of his true identity, Lin Mo relinquished any illusions he held about Chen Xinghuan. At this moment, Chen Xinghuan had shed the conical hat she wore at Qingfeng residence, revealing her breathtaking beauty that could dim the very heavens and earth, along with her flowing tresses. She exuded an ethereal aura, her demeanor exquisite, akin to a celestial being emerging from a painting. How could an ordinary male cultivator remain unmoved? Yet Lin Mo, unlike others, drew his sword, prepared for battle. Daoist, I understand that you may be feeling rather unwell at present, but we harbor no enmity towards each other. It seems unnecessary for us to resort to violence, Chen Xinghuan remarked, a subtle smile gracing her crimson lips. She appeared to harbor no malice towards Lin Mo. How is it that you, the so-called disciples of the immortal path, do not always regard the disciples of the demonic sect as thorns in your side? Lin Mo responded, somewhat astonished. If you are not here to hunt me down, could it be that you intend to mock me? Chen Xinghuan countered, your perspective is rather narrow, Daoist. Though our acquaintance is brief, my observations over the past few days lead me to believe that you are certainly not a true disciple of the demonic sect. You are a person of genuine character, Lin Daoist. Your mention of belonging to the miscellaneous department of the initial sacred sect, coupled with your relationship with Lord Lin, only corroborates my assumptions. I may understand the nature of the miscellaneous department better than you think. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, responding coolly. Had I been a Navi youth, perhaps your words would have shattered my defenses. Pray, do tell, what is your intention in intercepting me here? Before he could finish, Chen Xinghuan grasped her jade hand, drawing her sword from its sheath. Lin Daoist, I surmise you are eager to vent your pent-up emotions. How about we spar together? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo regarded Chen Xinghuan with intense scrutiny. The more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she becomes. He recalled the words of Yin Susu. A profound insight indeed. It seemed Chen Xinghuan had entirely discerned his thoughts. Realizing that no matter what she said, Lin Mo would likely remain unresponsive. She recognized the need for a strategy to divert his attention or to alleviate the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. She was adept at this, willing to oblige. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo acquiesced to Chen Xinghuan's request for a duel. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the depths of the mountains. As Lin Mo and Chen Xinghuan engaged in a fierce and vigorous confrontation, like two bolts of lightning colliding. Their battle raged for 3 days and nights, leaving the surrounding wilderness scarred and devastated, yet neither emerged victorious. Ultimately, after the final intense clash, Lin Mo and his companion tacitly decided to cease their engagement. Subsequently, they arrived at the serene edge of a hidden lake nestled deep within the mountains. Despite being merely in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he could engage in a prolonged battle without defeat. The Taoist cultivation is indeed far more profound than I had anticipated, Chen Xinghuan remarked, complimenting Lin Mo. It would be an exaggeration to call it flattery. Rather, it was the unvarnished truth. Initially, Chen Xinghuan believed she should hold back, but as the battle progressed, she was astonished to discover that Lin Mo's actual combat prowess far exceeded her expectations, a fortunate outcome granted by the Celestial Maiden. Now, we may address your intentions, Lin Mo said, modestly redirecting the conversation. After a considerable pause for contemplation, Chen Xinghuan replied earnestly, with your cultivation level. Being a mere errand disciple in the initial sacred sect seems rather stifling. I still hold to my original aim, should you desire it. I can facilitate your introduction to the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The initial sacred sect undoubtedly harbors many painful memories for you. Do you not wish to escape this place? Lin Mo did not immediately respond, but turned his gaze to Chen Xinghuan, countering her inquiry. Indeed, it carries many of my distressing pasts. Yet it is also the repository of my lifetime's memories. I am curious, why does Miss Chen so fervently wish for me to join the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? With a charming smile that could captivate, Chen Xinghuan candidly confessed, It is quite simple. I have fallen for you at first sight. This response was largely within Lin Mo's expectations, yet he feigned an expression of incredulity as he regarded her. As anticipated, Qin Qinghuan continued to elaborate. You may find this hard to believe, but feelings often arise inexplicably. If you seek a concrete explanation, I cannot provide one. If you harbor any feelings for me, once you join the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, we could become Dao partners. Lin Mo shook his head, unmoved, and replied, I am unworthy of you, Miss Qin. I am merely a humble errand disciple of the initial sacred sect. While your standing in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion is surely far from low. Even if I were to join, should we become Dao partners, I can foresee the incessant troubles I would face from those disciples who admire you. While you might be able to protect me, I do not wish to endure such a life. Qin Qinghuan parted her crimson lips, attempting to find a way to counter Lin Mo's assertions. Yet, after much deliberation, she could not pinpoint any fault in his reasoning. Renowned as the most beautiful maiden in a millennium at the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, with extraordinary talents and a status that transcends the ordinary, her admirers would undoubtedly line up from the pavilion's gates to Qizhou City. If Lin Mo were to become her Dao partner, he would indeed face unending troubles. One might even say, 365 days a year without respite. Taoist, may I ask you, do you truly find me so unworthy in your eyes? After a prolonged silence, Qin Qinghuan spoke. Fairy, your words are mistaken. Lin Mo replied candidly. I believe that anyone whose gaze does not fall upon a void will perceive you as a beauty of a century, possessing extraordinary grace and unparalleled talent. Those male cultivators lacking in confidence will inevitably feel ashamed in your presence. The appreciation of beauty is a universal sentiment, and I am no exception. However, you and I inhabit disparate worlds. Under normal circumstances, we would not have crossed paths, nor would there be any unforgettable tales between us. This unexpected encounter is due to the pure yang sacred body, a fact of which Qin Qinghuan remains unaware. Having discerned Lin Mo's attitude towards her, Qin Qinghuan continued, Indeed, there exists a natural chasm between us. Yet, we find ourselves on the Tianyuan continent, where any disparity in identity or status can be bridged through cultivation. Regardless of how humble or lowly one's beginnings may be, should they ascend to the pinnacle of the continent and attain the great fruition of the Tao, the once insignificant will become one of the highest individuals here. Taoist, my expectations of you are not exceedingly lofty. If you truly harbor feelings for me, then diligently cultivate. One day, upon breaking through to the Yuaning stage, you may join me as a Dao partner, and all doubts shall ebb away like the tide. Qin Qinghuan understood that Lin Mo merely appeared aged. In reality, his years were not vastly greater than hers. The reason for his apparent old age likely stemmed from having only recently broken through the foundation establishment stage late in his lifespan, thus surpassing the mortal limits of his physical form. Consequently, he appeared to have entered middle age. For the majority of cultivators, a century is precisely the age of vigorous striving. What is there to call old? Therefore, Qin Qinghuan felt no disdain towards Lin Mo. As long as his cultivation continued to advance, his physical appearance and vitality would inevitably reverse time, restoring him to his youthful visage. The Yuaning stage serves as this crucial watershed. Lin Mo chuckled, seemingly bemused, and replied, Fairy Chun, I fear I must disappoint you. My mind is currently consumed with the pursuit of enhancing my cultivation, and I have no intention of seeking a Dao partner at this time. Perhaps for you, the Yuaning stage suffices, but for me, it is far from adequate. For him, reaching the Yuaning stage was not a daunting challenge. However, given the present circumstances, it seemed improbable that he could forge a partnership with Qin Qinghuan. If he were to flee from the initial sacred sect, would Lu Ziyan not come with a vengeance to reclaim him? Unless, on some future day, his cultivation were to surpass Lu Ziyan's. Only then could he act freely according to his desires. Lin Mo appeared confident, believing in his potential to break through beyond the Yuaning stage. I, too, admire those with ambition. I shall remain at the Wanjian Pavilion, awaiting the day you deem the moment right, Qin Qinghuan remarked, seemingly in no hurry. Before the fateful day arrives, should the Holy Sovereign and the myriad sword pavilion engage in battle, and we are compelled to meet as adversaries, what then shall the celestial maiden do? Lin Mo posed a soul-searching inquiry to her. I would willingly perish beneath your blade, Qin Qinghuan replied without hesitation. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Very well. Yet another woman ensnared by the allure of the pure yang holy body. Nevertheless, this resolve exhibited by Qin Qinghuan is truly not something ordinary women possess. In this world, should a woman be asked to sacrifice her life for the one she loves? Few could truly accomplish such a feat, unless she is consumed by infatuation. Yet, the celestial maiden's conviction leaves me in a quandary. Well then, if you can await the day I seize control of my own fate, I shall take you as my partner on the path. After careful contemplation, Lin Mo responded to Chun Qinghuan's boldness. Agreed, it is settled. A captivating smile graced Chun Qinghuan's enchanting visage, one that could topple nations. A man of honor knows that once a promise is made, it must be upheld. Immediately, Chun Qinghuan rose onto her toes and placed a gentle kiss upon Lin Mo's cheek, then assertively declared, "Taoist, I have left my mark upon you. No one can claim you from me." Lin Mo chuckled, feeling slightly helpless. Chun Qinghuan's demeanor resembled that of an enamored maiden. Yet she was certainly no naive girl in her teens or 20s, a fact Lin Mo was quite certain of. Once their agreement was established, the two parted ways. Despite Chun Qinghuan's overt displays of initiative, Lin Mo understood that this daughter of a celestial sect was far from a frivolous woman. If she truly desired a deeper connection, Lin Mo need not voice it. The pure young holy body would speak for him. Since Chun Qinghuan had not broached such a request, Lin Mo surmised the essence of her character. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou City, within the Lord's Manor, Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen had an intense argument over Lin Mo. Ultimately, Lin Tiandao chose to concede and admit his fault. "Very well, my dear, let us cease this discussion. It is all my fault. I failed in my duties as a father. After my rise to prominence, I should have redeemed Mo, yet I did not. I have neglected my responsibilities and feel remorse for Mo." Lin Tiandao held Luo Suzhen tightly, whispering his apology in her ear. "What good does your apology do? You must seek forgiveness from Mo and rectify your mistakes. Perhaps we can still bring him back." Chapter 88. Today, my wife and I wish to redeem him. Ah. The little servant has returned. Upon returning to the sect, Elder Hong Wei appeared to have awaited him for quite some time. She regarded Lin Mo with great interest and asked meaningfully, "What were the spoils of your journey?" Lin Mo inwardly cursed Elder Hong Wei. On the surface, he expressed a certain joy, declaring that this journey had yielded bountiful rewards. For at least the next few years, he would no longer have to worry about spirit stones. He extended his gratitude to the Grand Elder. This statement was indeed true, with the substantial winnings of 240,000 spirit stones from the outer bets. Not to mention the value of the Azure Sword, which could fetch an additional 70 to 80,000 spirit stones, Lin Mo could afford to cultivate for several years, even if he temporarily set aside his training. "Is that so? That's splendid," Hong Wei remarked. "Now that you have acquired such a wealth of spirit stones, do not solely focus on cultivation. There is a significant catch that still requires your expertise." She was already aware of the events that had transpired in Qingzhou City, even without Lin Mo's input. To put it simply, this outcome was largely within her expectations. Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen, as parents, had displayed a modicum of responsibility. Otherwise, Hong Wei would not have specifically encouraged Lin Mo to participate in that martial arts competition. The Grand Elder need not worry. The fish is already on the line. "Even if I wished to extricate myself now, it would be impossible," Lin Mo stated. As long as he remained within the initial sacred sect, the Saintess Su Yu could not overlook him, the one who might be the sole bearer of her secret. Even if Lin Mo wished to distance himself from the affairs involving the Saintess and the sect, she would not allow him to escape. "I shall await your good news then." After Hong Yue departed, Lin Mo took a moment to gather his thoughts before preparing to return to the Zetian Palace. Suddenly, a light and somewhat familiar sound of footsteps echoed from behind him. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and upon turning around, he found himself face to face with the Saintess, Su Yu, who appeared to have just returned from outside. Initially, Lin Mo suspected that she had been following him, but as he noticed the slightly somber expression on her face, he dismissed that notion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo approached her, expressing both surprise and delight. "Ah, I did not expect to encounter the Saintess here." Upon hearing his voice, Su Yu, momentarily lost in her thoughts, snapped back to reality and swiftly adjusted her expression. Her pure and charming visage was adorned once more with the innocent smile of your old Lin. "What brings you here?" Lin Mo recounted how the Grand Elder had dispatched him to participate in the martial arts competition in Qizhou City. He then inquired, "The Saintess appears to carry a burden. Is something amiss? Though I may lack prowess, I have traversed a similar path and might offer some guidance." "Ah?" A flicker of panic crossed Su Yu's beautiful eyes, but it quickly vanished. With clarity, she explained, "It is nothing significant. I merely encountered someone gravely wounded while returning, pursued by enemies. I was unable to save him due to the severity of his injuries. Ah, I see, Lin Emo responded, enlightened. For me, such matters may seem trivial. Yet for the Saintess, their significance is undoubtedly profound. However, the Saintess ought not to reproach herself for this matter. Your act of saving him is a matter of goodwill, while failing to do so is merely fulfilling one's duty. Moreover, countless souls depart from this world each day. It is impossible for one person to save them all. Suyu nodded and said, of course I understand that, but it is somewhat regrettable to encounter someone in need yet feel powerless to assist. Hee. Just keep an open mind, Lin Emo suddenly inquired on their way back. Saintess, may I ask you something? What is it? Please go ahead. What prompted you to join the initial holy sect? With your talents, you could have thrived in any sect of your choosing. Why did you select the initial holy sect? Lin Emo posed his question with sharpness and candor. Suyu pondered for a moment before sighing. Ah, old Lin. You may not know that many prodigies on the continent are not free to choose their paths. Often, the decision of which sect to join is made by one's parents. I do not know why mine sent me here, but at least I have been quite content. I have no worries, and my master takes good care of me. Lin Emo chuckled, empathizing. It seems the Saintess and I share a similar fate. Though I was sold by my parents to the initial holy sect as a menial worker, our experiences do bear some resemblance, old Lin. Suyu said with a cheerful smile. Lin Emo let out a wry smile, perhaps so. According to Suyu's own words, her experiences indeed mirrored those of Lin Emo. However, their identities, statuses, treatment, and experiences within the initial holy sect were vastly different. Upon returning to the Ziyun Palace, Lin Emo bid farewell to Suyu. He did not believe a word of what she had just said. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Saintess harbored concerns that continued to trouble her. Lin Emo stroked his beard, murmuring to himself. The entirety of Suyu's previous statements seemed to be falsehoods, and he could not discern what truly ailed her. If only he could uncover the source of her distress. Perhaps he might breach her psychological defenses. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, Lin Emo discovered Lindsay sprawled upon his bed, three tails pressed against her body. Her eyes firmly shut. A strange black flame even swirled around her, suggesting she was striving to break through to the Golden Core stage. Lin Emo chose not to disturb her. For the following days, Lindsay continued her efforts at the Golden Core stage while Lin Emo sat at the tea table, meditating in tranquility. It was not until the seventh day that two distinguished guests arrived at the initial holy sect, Lin Mo's father, Lin Tiandao, and his mother, Luo Sujin. In the reception hall, Elder Hongwei personally welcomed Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin. Seated at the head of the table, Hongwei leisurely savored her cup of tea, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Lord Lin, as the esteemed lord of the Wan Jin Pavilion. Your visit to our initial holy sect today seems to be an invitation to trouble, does it not? The Grand Elder, as you know, the allegiance of the Lord of Qingzhou City is dictated by interests. Lin Tiandao, filled with trepidation, said, Today, my wife and I have come to implore the Grand Elder for a favor. Should you be so magnanimous, I would pledge our loyalty to the initial sacred sect. Oh. Hongwei raised her eyelashes with keen interest, responding, Very well. Then, Lin City Lord, please disclose the purpose of your visit today. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lin Tiandao, not wishing to prolong the suspense, spoke candidly. A century ago, my wife and I, along with our 10 children, found ourselves in dire straits and, out of desperation, sold our youngest son into servitude at the initial sacred sect. Today, we seek to redeem him. Such a trivial matter could be resolved with but a nod from the Grand Elder. What say you? Chapter 89. I am thriving at the initial sacred sect and need not worry. So you too have come to redeem a servant, indeed. That is an exceedingly minor affair. Hongwei feigned ignorance, inquiring, May I ask the name of the servant you wish to redeem? I shall instruct my subordinates to investigate and provide you with a prompt answer. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhan exchanged glances. Their spirits lifted with newfound hope. The Grand Elder, the servant's name is Lin Emo, sold to your esteemed sect over 100 years ago. Luo Suzhan interjected eagerly. Who? Hongwei appeared to be unclear. Lin Emo, the Lin from the forest, and the Emo of unfamiliar. Luo Suzhan emphasized the components of Lin Mo's name. City Lord's wife. I believe you may have misspoken, Hongwei corrected with a hint of mockery. It is not the Mo of unfamiliar, but rather the Mo of strangeness. Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhan exchanged puzzled looks. Clearly, they had discerned the underlying implications of the Grand Elder's words. Grand Elder, forgive our ignorance. We fail to grasp your meaning, Lin Tiandao replied, mustering the courage to appear as if he comprehended the situation. Do you not understand? No matter. Let us have someone else elucidate for you. With that, Hongwei rose and exited the reception hall, uncertain of who awaited them beyond. Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen hesitated briefly before hastily following her. Trailing behind Hongwei, the duo arrived at a side chamber of the reception hall. Upon entering, Hongwei gently waved her sleeve, and the doors to the side chamber were forcefully shut. Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen felt their hearts momentarily cease. An ominous premonition enveloped them. Instinctively, they cast their gazes toward the head of the side chamber, where, unbeknownst to them, sat a chillingly beautiful woman clad in a purple gauzy gown. Her visage, reminiscent of an icy mountain, radiated an aura of peril and oppression that seemed to command the world. Even Hongwei, as the grand elder of the initial sacred sect, could only stand beside her, respectfully greeting the esteemed sect leader. As the realization dawned that this figure might be the notorious and fearsome sect leader, Lu Ziyan, Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen were instantly seized by terror, trembling uncontrollably as they knelt in submission. They could not comprehend that they had merely come to redeem a servant. Was it truly necessary to disturb Lu Ziyan, the esteemed leader of the initial holy sect? Hongwei, what are the demands of these two individuals? Reporting to the esteemed leader, it appears that Lord Lin and his wife wish to redeem Lin Mo from the servant department. After performing a subtle act with Hongwei, Lu Ziyan began to scrutinize the couple, Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen, who were kneeling on the ground. Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen buried their heads deeply, their bodies tense, too afraid to meet Lu Ziyan's gaze. The world is never short of parents who, having neglected their children in their formative years, suddenly seek to forge connections only when their offspring have matured. You two are living examples of such hypocrisy. Lu Ziyan remarked scornfully without a hint of compassion. Esteemed leader, it is not as you think. We were merely preoccupied with our cultivation and forgot. Lin Tiandao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, weakly defending himself. Luo Suzhen pleaded earnestly, esteemed leader, I understand that no words can amend the grievances Lin Mo has endured for a century. Therefore, I beseech you to grant us an opportunity. A chance to make amends for him. Make amends? Ha ha. Lu Ziyan laughed derisively. How can a shattered heart be mended? How can the disappointment in parental figures be transformed into trust once more? If you truly cared for Lin Mo, you would have sought to redeem him long before your rise to prominence. Why wait until he stands before you to feign a desire for atonement? Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen fell silent, utterly ashamed. They did not know how to respond to Lu Ziyan's words. At the outset of their success, they had indeed not considered the humiliation Lin Mo was suffering within the initial holy sect. After struggling in poverty for half a lifetime, how could anyone resist the allure of sudden wealth and power? Lift your heads. After a long pause, Lu Ziyan's commanding tone resounded. Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen slowly raised their heads, only to find Lin Mo had appeared before them without their notice. Moa. The couple, overwhelmed with emotion, attempted to embrace Lin Mo. A terrifying pressure descended upon them instantaneously, akin to a massive mountain, forcing them to kneel, immobilized. Did I grant you permission to rise? Esteemed leader, please allow them to stand. Lu Ziyan hesitated for a moment before retracting the overwhelming force imposed upon Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen. Then, Lin Mo extended his hand, halting their advance. Lin Tiandao, filled with regret, said, Emoer, it is your father who has wronged you. Come back with me, whatever you desire. I shall compensate you. Lin Mo shook his head, responding calmly, there is no need. Had you come to redeem me 80 years ago, perhaps I would have returned with you. Now, however, it is unnecessary. Emoer, I know you harbor hatred for us, Luo Suzhen wept, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored. Your father and I have indeed wronged you, but why will you not even grant your mother a chance for atonement? The concept of compensation is easy to articulate, but profoundly challenging to execute. Moreover, I have already conveyed to you both that we are not indebted to one another. Thus you are not obliged to compensate me in any way. Your efforts to redeem yourselves through tangible actions, albeit delayed by several decades, have finally materialized. Perhaps there were external factors at play, but at the very least, it demonstrates your intent. I have been thriving at the initial sacred sect and require no concern from you. If you two refrain from disturbing me in the future, I would still be willing to acknowledge you as my father and mother. Lin Mo has made his position unequivocally clear. Is there a child in this world who does not think of their parents? Lin Mo understands well that Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen's decision to sell him to the initial sacred sect was born out of desperation. Otherwise, faced with the parents who once sent him to the depths of hell, his demeanor would be quite different. Yet, after achieving success, they seemed to have forgotten him, which incensed Lin Mo. He could have endured decades less of torment, although that would mean he might never activate the pure Yang sacred body. However, given a choice, he would have preferred to be redeemed by Lin Tiandao 80 years ago, escaping the hell that is the initial sacred sect. But how many ifs exist in this world? Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen exchanged glances, and Luo Suzhen eventually said, "Very well. Mo, as long as you are willing to forgive us, your mother and father will no longer disturb you. However, if possible, could you return to visit your mother? I have so much to share with you." Chapter 90. Lin Zi, can you transform into a cat girl? Lin Mo's words offered Lin Tiandao and his wife a glimmer of hope for mending their relationship. Luo Suzhen understood that patience was essential, so she did not press too hard. After all, Lin Mo had endured a century of suffering at the initial sacred sect, and his resentment was both normal and justified. Luo Suzhen was quite familiar with her other children had they been in Lin Mo's position. They might not have been so forgiving and perhaps even harbored thoughts of vengeance. The opportunity to discuss this could arise later. Lin Mo did not provide a direct answer. But to Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen, it sounded like a sign of hope. "Yes, Mo, as long as you return, your mother and father will always keep the doors of home open for you," exclaimed Luo Suzhen, wiping away tears of excitement, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Mo said nothing further, merely turning his gaze toward the elder Hong Yue beside Lu Zian. "You may leave." Hong Yue promptly issued the dismissal. "Mo, you must come back to see your mother. I will always be waiting for you." Before stepping out of the side hall, Luo Suzhen could not help but look back and repeat this sentiment. Despite their reluctance to part, Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen understood that this was the best outcome they could achieve today. After Hong Wei escorted Lin Tiandao and his wife out, only Lin Mo and Lu Zian remained in the side hall. Lu Zian rested her chin on her delicate hand and remarked, "You endured so much suffering at the initial sacred sect, yet you were still willing to forgive them? In the quiet hours of the past nights, I often found myself reminiscing about them. Back then, I believed that if I were to encounter my elderly parents again, I would never forgive them. However, when confronted with them in reality, Lin Mo suddenly paused in his narration. A bitter smile escaped his lips, and he chose not to continue. "Ah, you truly are a dutiful son. I can comprehend your feelings. If they had displayed a harsh demeanor, it would have been understandable. But their humble admission of guilt is something any child would likely accept, unless one were a heartless individual," Lu Zian remarked. Having encountered countless souls, she understood Lin Mo's emotions in that moment. "Very well, I shall take my leave. You may indulge in solitude," she declared, and in an instant, Lu Zian vanished from the grand seat, leaving Lin Mo in a tranquil space of solitude. It was not until the following day that Lin Mo returned to the small wooden cottage of Zitian Palace. Meow, meow, meow. Upon pushing open the door, Lin Zi leaped from the bed, meowing at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's gaze shifted slightly, and he noticed 3 fully formed black tails casually swaying behind the little creature. "Oh, you little rascal, you've grown quite rapidly. It seems my efforts in raising you have not been in vain," Lin Mo remarked with a gentle smile. Crouching down to ruffle Lin Zi's head, Lin Zi nuzzled against him, seemingly acknowledging him as her caretaker. Subsequently, Lin Mo placed Lin Zi upon the tea table and inquired, "Lin Zi, can you understand my words?" "I can understand," Lin Zi replied, her mouth slightly parted, articulating human speech with a voice that was both delicate and enticing, reminiscent of a cat girl in Lin Mo's imagination. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can talk now?" Lin Zi responded, "I have been able to speak since the foundation stage. I just chose not to before." Lin Mo inhaled sharply, a mischievous grin forming on his face as he eagerly asked, "Lin Zi, can you transform into a cat girl?" "Oh." Lin Zi huffed at Lin Mo, indignantly retorting, "Humph. You are quite the lecherous old man." Lin Mo boldly corrected her, "I admit my lechery, but in the context of a cultivator's age, I am certainly not old." "Humph. That doesn't make much of a difference," Lin Zi countered. "What of it? It is human nature to seek procreation. This instinct is ingrained in our very genes. One may forego food, but not the pursuit of desire," Lin Mo asserted solemnly. "Genes? What are those?" Lin Zi tilted her head, seemingly perplexed by the term. "Ah. Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend it anyway," Lin Mo said earnestly. In essence, just know that without desire, you would not exist in this world. Lindsay regarded him with a look of bewilderment, akin to that of a curious observer. All right, let's return to serious matters. After teasing Lindsay for a sufficient time, Lin Mo finally returned to the main topic. Lindsay, I have fed you for so long. You cannot simply eat without contributing. I require your assistance in a matter. All right, tell me, what do you need me to do? Lindsay's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to engage in an adventure. Having spent nearly a year confined within these walls, she longed to breathe fresh air. Do you know the Saintess, Suyu? With your current cultivation level, you should be capable of discreetly following her without being detected. I need you to keep an eye on her and report back to me if she exhibits any unusual behavior. Lin Mo said with a smile, once you accomplish this task, I shall procure a few Wanhua Dan for you. Upon hearing Wanhua Dan, Lindsay's motivation surged. She performed a somersault in sheer enthusiasm and declared confidently, a trivial task. You just go and buy me the Wanhua Dan, and I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Rest assured, you clever nine-tailed cat from hell. Do you think I could deceive you? Lin Mo replied earnestly. Humph, that is indeed the case. I shall go. With that, Lindsay vanished in a flash. Lin Mo chuckled to himself, filled with joy. I did not expect the pet of a female demon to be so useful. Now, I need not personally risk myself to follow Suyu. Even if Lindsay were to be discovered by Suyu, she is unlikely to come to harm. Thus, I need not worry about her safety. He then left and arrived at the Wandan Hall in the market, spending 3,000 spirit stones to purchase 3 Wanhua Dan. Now, he simply awaited good news from Lindsay. On his way back, however, Lin Mo felt an unsettling sensation, as if several individuals were covertly observing him. Were they from the Saintess entourage? Or perhaps from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall? Just as Lin Mo pondered this, the group abandoned all pretense and surrounded him. You are Lin Mo, are you not? Our master wishes to invite you for a discussion. Please accompany us. The speaker was a disciple named Ma Kuan, at the Golden Core level. People from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall? Recognizing their attire, Lin Mo identified their affiliation. Esteemed friends, I am but a mere servant and have no acquaintance with your Hall-S master. What merit do I possess to be a guest of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall? I must respectfully decline your invitation, Lin Mo stated firmly. That is preposterous. If I were to accompany you to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, would I even return alive?